Lin Feng, I have something to tell you. Your father has passed away. Do not grieve too much, and please return home soon to handle matters concerning your father's toy factory. On the other end of the line, Lin Feng could hear his aunt's voice, thick with tears. Upon receiving this news, Lin Feng felt a whirlwind of emotions. Indeed, Lin Feng was a transmigrator who had recently arrived in this parallel world. In his memories, his mother had died shortly after giving birth to him, while his father was the owner of a toy factory that employed hundreds of workers. Although he knew that this man was not his biological father, the news still cast a shadow over Lin Feng's heart. May the departed rest in peace. However, when viewed from another perspective, could it be that he had seamlessly become the heir to the toy factory? Had he stumbled upon a life of leisure, free from worries? I will return home immediately, Lin Feng declared solemnly. Yet upon his return, Lin Feng soon realized he had been misled. What was this talk of inheriting a fortune and becoming the factory director? All of it was nonsense. Director, we have been waiting for your return. What is it? The factory is no longer profitable. The wages for over 70 workers have gone unpaid for 4 months. What should we do? Yesterday, over a dozen left. If we don't pay soon. Hearing these words, Lin Feng understood the grim reality. The factory had long since gone bankrupt, unable to sustain itself. His return was merely to confront a disaster waiting to be resolved. The worst had come to pass. It turned out he was not a rich heir, but rather a burdened successor. Perhaps he should escape while he still could? Ding. Detection complete. Activating Black Technology System. Activation successful. Binding host. Lin Feng. A Black Technology System? Upon hearing this voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. With the arrival of a transmigrator's signature advantage, could it be that the factory he had just inherited was now salvageable? The Black Technology System possesses various technological weapons from higher dimensional worlds. There is nothing that cannot be created within the system. Catalog: interstellar fighter jets, interstellar tanks, interstellar aircraft carriers, interstellar battle armor highest level. The host can enhance their blueprint level by completing tasks, unlocking higher grade interstellar black technology. However, after processing this information, Lin Feng's expression shifted. What use were these items? How could they possibly relate to his toy factory? Ding! The novice gift pack has been sent. Do you wish to open it? Open the novice gift pack. Let's claim it first. Congratulations, host. You have received the blueprint for the adorable interstellar toy airplane, along with all its internal technological information, etc. Adorable interstellar toy airplane. Wingless flight. Maximum altitude of 30,000 meters. Speed of 10 Mach. Average endurance of up to 72 hours. Equipped with laser turret weapons. Unmanned recognition features. Current level of Black Technology Weapon. LV-1. System task. Produce 1,000 adorable interstellar toy airplanes. The adorable interstellar toy airplane was precisely aligned with his toy factory's production. Goodness, this toy airplane surpassed not only current market offerings, but even civilian drones, boasting capabilities that outperformed many military drones. Upon reviewing these statistics, Lin Feng was utterly astounded. A typical military drone flies at speeds of around 3 to 4 Mach, with the most advanced domestic reconnaissance drone barely reaching 7 Mach. Yet his adorable interstellar toy airplane exceeded even the best domestic reconnaissance drone by a full 3 Mach. Moreover, the 30,000 meter flight altitude far surpassed the maximum of 24,000 meters achieved by the D-21 reconnaissance aircraft. And this 72-hour endurance capability, it dwarfed ordinary civilian drones that last only a few dozen minutes, and even military drones by several hours. Furthermore, this was merely the LV-1 level black technology. What might the highest level entail? Glancing at the last page of the catalog, Lin Feng noted the interstellar battle armor clearly. This was the pinnacle of black technology. Indeed, battle armor represented the ultimate fantasy for any man. But how many men could resist the allure of such technology? Yet his forthcoming system task was to produce 1,000 adorable interstellar toy airplanes. Although he possessed a toy factory, the current circumstances made it uncertain whether it could even last until the next day. A spark of inspiration ignited within Lin Feng as he called over Vice Director Li for a detailed discussion. Director Li, I know you are an old hand here. Please, tell me how much longer this factory can endure. Vice Director Li looked into Lin Feng's determined eyes and sighed deeply. The factory has been in deficit for too long. The current cash flow is barely in the three-digit range. In truth, the factory cannot hold out for many more days. And the reason the remaining workers have not left is entirely due to. Vice Director Li gazed out at the clear blue sky and continued. The kindness shown by the former director. Lin Feng was too engrossed in his thoughts to fully absorb Vice Director Li's subsequent words. He had gleaned two valuable pieces of information from the brief exchange. First, the factory's financial reserves were dwindling. Second, out of respect for his father, the remaining factory workers would likely stay for at least another month. Phew! Lin Feng smiled softly, a bold idea taking shape in his mind. Director Li, listen to me. Lin Feng looked earnestly at Vice Director Li, his resolve unwavering. Vice Director Li ceased his lamentations and turned his attention to Lin Feng, the son of the former factory director, awaiting his next words. How many production lines do we have? 13 in total, each with 10 workers, but currently only 7 are operational. Then let's eliminate all but one production line. Vice Director Li's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at Lin Feng's youthful face, unable to comprehend. Young director, do you realize what you are proposing? Lin Feng smiled faintly, exuding confidence as he replied. Director Li, I hope you'll trust me. I understand that my words may seem incomprehensible, but I will prove my worth through action. I will revitalize this factory. Trust me, let's get this production line moving now according to my plan. We will focus on producing toy airplanes. With each of Lin Feng's subsequent statements, Vice Director Li's astonishment grew. The resolute words, decisive choices, and unparalleled confidence radiated from Lin Feng. In that moment, Vice Director Li seemed to see the spirit of the former director embodied within Lin Feng. Yet, Deputy Factory Director Li spoke with a heavy heart. The toy airplane represents a rather commendable production line. Yet, to solely focus on this singular line of toys, how can that be feasible? While it is true that some children have an affinity for toy airplanes, this demographic is far too limited to sustain us. Moreover, we lack the financial resources to continue production. Deputy Director Li's words were imbued with a profound sense of helplessness. However, who is to say that our toy airplanes are exclusively intended for children? Of course, if individuals in their 20s or 30s are considered children. As for the financial aspect, there is no need for haste. Let us first construct a prototype, and the rest shall be entrusted to me. Chapter 2. The first adorable starship toy plane model. Deputy Factory Director Li furrowed his brows in contemplation. However, upon observing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, he could only nod in agreement, harboring a glimmer of hope akin to a dead horse being treated as a live one. After all, the factory was in dire straits, and its fate seemed sealed. Continuing down this path would likely lead to its demise. It was better to gamble everything on a last-ditch effort, as perhaps there remained a chance for revival. More importantly, in Lin Feng's gaze, he saw a reflection of a man from years past. Very well, I shall convey this, Li said. Lin Feng smiled gently, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Li. Soon, Li arrived at the workshop, and upon his entrance, the workers paused their tasks. Their eyes fixated on him. In their hearts lingered a faint flicker of hope. They were all acutely aware of the factory's plight. As Li had mentioned, their continued presence here was, in essence, a way to repay the old factory director's kindness. Clearing his throat, Li coughed twice and announced, Everyone, please stop what you are doing for a moment. I have something important to communicate. The atmosphere grew somber, as many feared he would announce the factory's closure. A man in his 40s, having removed his gloves, asked in a serious tone, Deputy Director, are we shutting down the factory? Li managed a faint smile. No, I bring good news. Instantly, the mood lifted. Yet, as he articulated Lin Feng and Oppos' proposal, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, and many shook their heads. They believed Lin Feng was merely youthful and reckless, unaware of the complexities of the toy market. Could a toy plane truly resurrect the factory? Had their years of toil been in vain? Before long, over 40 individuals declared their intention to resign. Ultimately, only about 20 remained, gathered around the production line. Li maintained his gentle smile, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Nevertheless, he endeavored to inspire confidence in his colleagues, urging them to trust in Lin Feng. The remaining crew set aside their tasks and began to manufacture according to the blueprints provided by Lin Feng. An experienced craftsman scrutinized the toy plane's design and frowned. Deputy Director, this shape resembles a UFO. Are we producing this? A younger man chimed in. Indeed, Deputy Director. Will anyone even buy such a toy plane? It seems far too avant-garde. Is this a starship? Are we not merely grasping at straws? Having worked there for many years, they were somewhat aware of prevailing trends in the toy market. While the blueprint was comprehensive and the craftsmanship meticulous, whether it would be embraced by consumers remained uncertain. Lee took a deep breath. Do not worry. We shall follow the blueprint. We only need to complete one model. I trust you all understand the factory and Appos' situation. This is not just for me, but also to honor the old factory director's past kindness. We must have faith in our young director. He continued. If this product takes off, the potential profits could be substantial. After a moment of silence, the craftsman with the blueprint nodded, his frown easing into a smile. Laughter echoed in the workshop. Deputy Director, you jest. Come now. We have all been here long enough. It is merely a toy plane model. Surely, we can manage this. Before long, the workers began to collaborate, the machines humming with activity. Lee nodded in satisfaction, albeit with a hint of anxiety for Lin Feng. 20 individuals. The factory was on the brink of collapse. Truthfully, he felt uncertain, relying solely on that flicker of trust. In no time, through the joint efforts of the 20 craftsmen, the plane structure was completed according to Lin Feng's design. Lee quickly brought the model to Lin Feng. Upon seeing the plane and Appos' shape, Lin Feng and Appos' face brightened. He hurried over to receive it from Lee and Appos' hands. Is this suitable? Lee asked, puzzled. Lin Feng smiled confidently. Rest assured. Uncle Lee, leave the next steps to me. With the system and Appos' assistance, it will be hard for this not to succeed. He refrained from saying more. Actions would speak louder than words. In his mind, he silently called, System. Ding. Detected the adorable starship toy plane model. Do you wish to modify it? Modify. In the next instant, a myriad of blue light beams surged before Lin Feng. The lights intertwined as his hands instinctively began to move swiftly. Deputy Director Lee watched in astonishment as a complete, adorable starship toy plane manifested before him. The system's female, mechanized voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the first adorable starship toy plane. Lee instinctively asked, is this all there is to it? Lin Feng nodded, gazing contentedly at his creation. Yes, it is done. By the way, Uncle Lee, please gather all the workers. I am about to conduct a test flight. Lee nodded gravely, understanding Lin Feng and Appos' intent. The factory needed something to stabilize the morale of its workers. If this plane succeeded, it could instill tremendous confidence in others. Before long, the workers gathered outside in the factory's open area, curious as Lin Feng emerged with the adorable starship toy plane and a set of live streaming equipment. Without waiting for questions, Lin Feng announced, I will now conduct a test flight while simultaneously live streaming. Lee's expression turned conflicted as he diplomatically remarked, live streaming is indeed a viable sales channel. However, will anyone actually buy this? Moreover, we have never engaged in live sales before and lack a following. As deputy director, he was familiar with contemporary sales trends, yet they did not align with their factory's target demographic. Some even felt Lin Feng was simply showing off his newfound knowledge. The workers nodded in agreement with Lee's perspective. Lin Feng smiled confidently, adjusting the live streaming equipment. Do not worry, Uncle Lee. You will see the results shortly. Chapter 3. What the heck? This pot lid can actually fly? Deputy Factory Director Lee nodded heavily, taking a couple of steps back. With a sharp clap, Lin Feng quickly finished adjusting the live streaming equipment and glanced at the remaining 20-odd workers in the factory. The expressions on their faces varied considerably. Nevertheless, Lin Feng maintained a confident smile. It was only natural that these individuals harbored doubts. If he were in their position, without the benefit of the system, he too would be skeptical upon hearing his own claims. Yet, none of that mattered. They needed to witness the performance of this toy airplane firsthand. Once they did, all skepticism would dissipate like mist. Moreover, there was a crucial reason behind manufacturing a single toy airplane first. The factory was currently devoid of funds, and producing 1,000 toy airplanes was simply not feasible. They needed to utilize one airplane for a test flight live stream to generate buzz. By attracting a larger audience and showcasing the airplane's capabilities, they could secure pre-orders, thus acquiring the necessary capital. Are we all set? Deputy Director Lee inquired. Concern etched on his face. After years in this position, he had developed a keen insight. He sensed that Lin Feng was poised for a remarkable breakthrough. This live stream could very well be a historic turning point for their toy factory. Yes, everything is ready, Lin Feng affirmed, nodding as he swiftly logged into the live streaming account and initiated the broadcast. As anticipated, there was not a single viewer in the room. After a considerable wait, a passerby finally entered. Lin Feng promptly began to introduce the aircraft. Welcome, passing driver, to our live stream. This is our toy factory and Oppo's latest production, the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane. The passerby was about to leave when he caught sight of the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane lying on the ground, and his brow furrowed. He quickly typed a comment on his phone. What kind of shape is this? Is this really a toy? At that moment, another viewer joined the stream, commenting, Did I stumble into the wrong live stream? Why is someone selling a pot lid? Before Lin Feng could respond, the passerby interjected, Hey, it's a toy, not just a pot lid. Another viewer quickly typed, You call this a toy? Who buys a pot lid as a toy? Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly, yet he maintained a gentle smile. Dear friend, we are selling toy airplanes here. Though it may appear to be an ordinary toy airplane, we have equipped it with our independently developed high mobility system. In terms of flight speed and overall performance, it is a leader in the toy industry. As Lin Feng finished speaking, a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Impressive. I and Oppo's V's seen people boast, but never like this. This is a toy airplane? Who's ever seen a plane that looks like a pot lid? If you're trying to deceive us, at least make it have wings. Don't say that. What if the streamer is demonstrating how to throw bricks with strength? Due to Lin Feng's exaggerated introduction, many viewers who had initially entered the live stream were now intrigued. They adopted a curious attitude, eager to see what would unfold. After all, the current enforcement against deceptive practices in live streaming was quite strict. While boasting was common, there were still limits. The factory workers present were equally curious. Could this toy airplane actually fly? Despite knowing that the airplane was produced on their own assembly line, they still lacked confidence. Deputy Director Li shifted his lips, easing his nervousness as he listened to Lin Feng's enthusiastic description of the aircraft. It almost sounded convincing. However, they were in a precarious situation. It had to work. You claim this is a toy airplane, so why not show us it can fly? Come on. If this thing can fly, I and Oppo's LL concede you and Oppo's amazing. If this pot lid can fly, I and Oppo's LL recognize it as my father. Lin Feng glanced at the viewer count in the live stream. There were only 20 viewers, but that was more than he had expected. With these 20 as a starting point for publicity, word would spread, and his live stream would eventually gain traction. With more viewers, orders would surely follow. Don and Oppo's worry. I and Oppo's LL show you all right now. With that, Lin Feng aimed the camera at the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane. At that moment, the audience could clearly see that the so-called pot lid was quite substantial. Its design, as one viewer had pointed out, indeed resembled a pot lid at first glance. Rather than a pot lid, it looked more like a straw hat. Its overall shape was that of a disc, with a slightly raised central section resembling a crystalline structure akin to two twinkling eyes. It bore a certain resemblance to the name Menghua. The outer rim featured a streamlined design, exuding a strong sense of science fiction. However, due to the hurried production, it lacked detailed coloring and decoration. The original black material provided a solemn and dignified aesthetic. To enhance the viewer's experience, Lin Feng made a point to circle the camera around the toy airplane. A comment then popped up on the screen. Seriously, is this airplane really just meant to be thrown by hand? If it's going to fly, shouldn't it at least have a propeller? Yeah. Hurry and contact the admin to shut down this stream. They're deceiving consumers here. Lin Feng quickly responded, I know you're eager, but please be patient. The demonstration will commence shortly. The audience quieted down. Lin Feng fixed the camera and retrieved the remote control. Upon seeing the remote, the audience's interest was piqued. That remote looks more credible than the airplane itself. Some even began to taunt Lin Feng, asking, how much for that remote? Lin Feng did not respond, his smile remaining confident as he focused intently on the remote-controlled airplane. Liftoff. As he spoke, he pressed the start button on the remote. In an instant, the object they referred to as a pot lid levitated effortlessly into the air. The viewers in the live stream fell into a stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. After a long pause, a comment floated by. What the heck? This pot lid can actually fly? No way. Could someone be pulling it up with fishing line? How could this thing possibly fly? Lin Feng anticipated their skepticism. In the next moment, he deftly pushed the control stick on the remote. The Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane shot forth like a bullet, swiftly maneuvering up, down, left, and right. The remote's control allowed for fluid movements, reminiscent of a scene from a science fiction film. The viewers in the live stream were left spellbound, the comments reduced to a mere, "Wow, impressive." Chapter 4. You call this adorable child a toy? More like a ferocious one. The astonishment was not confined to the viewers in the live stream. The very workers who had painstakingly crafted the adorable child-branded interstellar toy plane were equally taken aback. One by one, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the scene unfolding before them. Initially, they had treated this endeavor as a last-ditch effort, never imagining that this venture would truly take flight. No, it was more than mere flight. This creation soared. Once the reality set in, excitement rippled through the crowd. Their gaze followed the adorable child-branded interstellar toy plane with fervor. Vice Plant Manager Lee stood nearby, his mouth agape in astonishment. After years of navigating the commercial landscape, he had never lost his composure in such a manner. As Vice Plant Manager, he possessed a profound understanding of the toy market, aware of the seismic impact this toy plane could have if mass-produced. His heart raced with exhilaration as he thought, excellent, splendid, truly remarkable. As he observed the barrage of comments in the live stream, Lin Feng's lips curled into a subtle smile. To be candid, while he was confident in the system and Oppos' ability to produce exceptional quality, he too was eager to witness the toy plane and Oppos' flight capabilities. And indeed, it did not disappoint. At that moment, Lin Feng deftly maneuvered the adorable child-branded interstellar toy plane, executing a series of intricate aerial maneuvers, an abrupt halt in midair, a rapid turn, and a complete 360-degree flip. Emboldened by the thrill of play, Lin Feng and Oppos' fingers danced across the controller, drifting gracefully through the sky. This defies logic. How can this toy plane make such sharp turns? Goodness, who drifts with a toy plane? Observing the stream of comments on his phone screen, Lin Feng felt a surge of satisfaction. Seizing the moment, he continued with his presentation. The adorable child-branded interstellar toy plane boasts not only exceptional maneuverability, but can reach altitudes of up to 30,000 meters at speeds of 10 Mach, with an impressive average endurance of 72 hours. Furthermore, we have equipped it with the latest self-defense system. As soon as he finished speaking, a particularly striking comment appeared. Streamer, clarify what this system is. Oh wait, is your plane even legitimate? A chorus of viewers echoed similar sentiments, expressing skepticism. Lin Feng understood that this group was humorously deriding his claims. He swiftly clarified. The self-defense system I mentioned refers to the laser weapon system mounted at the front of the plane. As he spoke, the plane ascended higher and higher. Due to camera limitations, the 30,000 meter altitude could not be visually represented, yet the viewers in the live stream could hardly make out the plane's form at that height. All that remained in their minds were exclamations of awe. Meanwhile, the factory workers who had crafted this plane stood in stunned silence. Was this truly a toy plane? Could this creation even be classified as a toy? At that moment, a viewer commented, Streamer, I admit I underestimated you before. This plane does possess capabilities, but your claim about a laser system seems a bit exaggerated. Others chimed in, a laser system? Why don't you go fight aliens? The streamer has gone too far. Just then, Lin Feng caught sight of an octopus-shaped kite drifting in front of his toy plane. An idea sparked in his mind, though he wore a conflicted expression. All right, streamer, stop boasting. With a plane like yours, my bicycle could fly. But I must concede, the performance of your plane is indeed impressive. The earlier display of skill had attracted even more viewers to the live stream, surpassing the 3-digit mark. Most of these newcomers were friends brought in by earlier viewers. As the comments continued to flow, Lin Feng made a resolute decision, whispering a silent apology in his heart. For the sake of my adorable child toy plane, a sacrifice must be made. He announced with conviction, brothers, keep your eyes wide open. Seeing Lin Feng's seriousness, the viewers ceased their playful teasing, focusing intently on their screens. Lin Feng maneuvered the toy plane swiftly toward the octopus kite, narrowing his eyes as he pressed the central red button on the remote. In an instant, the crystalline eyes of the plane glowed red. Whoosh! A beam of red laser shot forth, igniting the octopus kite in midair. The speed was so astonishing that the viewers scarcely had time to react. Only the burning, plummeting kite served as proof that the extraordinary event had indeed occurred. Fortunately, they were in an open area, and the flaming kite posed no threat. Once again, the live stream fell into an eerie silence. All who were watching gaped in disbelief. Wow, how is this thing so powerful? This streamer isn't deceiving us. It truly works. Some things are real, but could you at least choose a more fitting name? You call this adorable child? More like a ferocious one. Lin Feng turned confidently to the live stream audience. So, what do you think? Brothers, is my plane impressive? 666. Absolutely incredible. Streamer, what other features does this plane possess? Hurry and show us. Had Lin Feng claimed at the outset that the plane had a laser system, he would have likely been deemed insane. Yet now, witnessing its capabilities firsthand, the audience was left eager for more astonishing revelations. Patience, my friends, Lin Feng beamed, relishing the outcome he had desired. However, a sense of helplessness washed over him as he glanced at Vice Plant Manager Li. The factory employees beside him stood as if frozen, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Uncle Li, Lin Feng called out. Vice Plant Manager Li remained oblivious, and it took several attempts for him to snap back to reality. Oh, what is it? He replied, hastily regaining his composure, attempting to mask his astonishment. It was quite disconcerting for someone of his age to be rendered so flustered by a toy plane. Uncle Li, please find the person who was flying that kite. I accidentally set it on fire. Could you help me apologize and cover the damages? Vice Plant Manager Li instinctively responded, Oh, of course, no problem. At that moment, Lin Feng appeared to Vice Plant Manager Li as a figure capable of leading them toward a glorious future. Watching as Vice Plant Manager Li departed, Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him, sighing deeply. Current gains, the cost of a kite. Adding insult to injury, achievement unlocked. Chapter 5 at this moment. The live streaming room was abuzz with excitement. Viewers were eagerly tagging their friends to join the spectacle. Some requested Lin Feng to swiftly showcase additional techniques. Their inner strength allowed them to withstand the anticipation. Come on, streamer. My phone screen recording is all set. This adorable child is simply too cute. It and Oppos. That's making me tear up. My mom asked why I'm kneeling to watch the live stream. Lin Feng chuckled as he read the barrage of comments. It's coming. It's coming. No need to rush. One bite at a time, he said, maneuvering the aircraft back into view of the camera. As the audience once again observed the adorable starship toy from a close range, they found it irresistibly charming. The individual who previously claimed Lin Feng's aircraft could not take off seemed to have forgotten his words, now urging Lin Feng to launch it without delay. Instantly becoming a fan. At that moment, Lin Feng motioned for two workers to approach, each grasping the remote-controlled aircraft on either side. What are they doing? A flurry of comments erupted. Are they performing a barehanded disassembly? Wait, could he possibly intend to lift two people into the air? The two workers, following Lin Feng's instructions, held the aircraft firmly with both hands. Lin Feng then gently pushed the joystick of the remote control. In the next instant, the workers' hands, along with the aircraft, rose above their heads. To everyone's astonishment, the workers began to lift off the ground, their faces reflecting their own surprise. The live stream exploded with exclamations. Is this really an aircraft? Streamer, this is outrageous. In comparison, other toy planes seem utterly inferior. I just remembered. I have a wealthy friend who bought the latest international remote-controlled plane. I must get him to come see this. His looks pathetic in comparison. Many shared similar thoughts, sending the live stream link to their respective groups. Before long, the viewer count surged dramatically, with many arriving out of sheer curiosity. A remote-controlled aircraft capable of vertical takeoff and aerial drifting could easily become a sensation wherever it appeared. It even attracted several prominent figures who created remote-controlled aircraft videos, all eagerly requesting Lin Feng to perform more complex maneuvers. Lin Feng beamed at the visibly increasing viewer count, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Despite knowing this was all part of his plan, suddenly, a dazzling array of special effects flashed across the streaming room, signaling the arrival of a prominent user. Golden letters danced across the screen. I heard your aircraft can drift, make abrupt stops, and skim the surface of water. If so, I'll send you a carnival. Lin Feng promptly replied, of course. However, his intention was not to receive gifts, but to take advantage of the carnival's announcement effect. Many viewers enjoy watching affluent users gift streamers, and this announcement could effectively draw in more viewers. Lin Feng, equipped with the streaming gear, moved beside a small river in a desolate area. He swiftly launched the helicopter into the air, and it ascended at an impressive speed, quickly shrinking to a mere dot in the sky. Moments later, the dot descended, growing larger as it headed towards the river's surface. Just before impact, Lin Feng jerked the controls upward. The tranquil river, now rippling as if touched by a dragonfly, created a gentle disturbance. Wow, that's incredible. What kind of control technique is this? No way, this performance is utterly absurd. Ridiculous doesn't he even begin to cover it. A massive castle emoji dominated the live stream screen. Impressive, big shot. Rich user, you're amazing. Do you need any charms? I'm particularly good at shouting 666. At that moment, another banner appeared in other streaming rooms. Esteemed Super Noble user, my heart is eternal. A carnival has been sent in the adorable Starship toy livestream. Everyone, come and witness. Those who saw the banner were puzzled. They had witnessed wealthy individuals showering gifts in various streams, but never in a toy-selling live stream. Must be a tactic to draw viewers. Absolutely, it must be someone from his side. Some self-assured viewers, who considered themselves well-versed in streaming strategies, made confident remarks, while others, intrigued, entered Lin Feng's live stream. Lin Feng continued to showcase the capabilities of the adorable Starship toy. The recent carnival had indeed attracted a significant number of viewers. Since many newcomers were unaware of the previously demonstrated features, Lin Feng repeated his earlier demonstrations, particularly focusing on the laser system. To validate the precision of the laser system, Lin Feng directed the workers to find discarded fabric strips to tie to the weeds. He maneuvered the aircraft, swiftly targeting each of the fabric-bound weeds, resulting in a frenzy of comments and cheers. Wealthy viewers showered Lin Feng with an impressive number of carnivals, expressing their desire for the aircraft in his possession. With the arrival of numerous carnivals, yet another wave of viewers flocked in. Lin Feng watched the viewer count surpass 4 digits, his heart brimming with joy. Next, I will demonstrate some additional maneuvers. Newcomers, please be patient. In an instant, the aircraft descended, capturing a breathtaking aerial view with clarity that was astonishing. High-speed movement allowed Lin Feng to navigate the nearby abandoned building rapidly, showcasing a variety of capabilities that elicited cheers from the crowd. Is this truly a toy aircraft? Even fighter jets might not possess such abilities. I've never seen a fighter jet that can drift in the air. At that moment, Lin Feng noticed a small fish in the river beside him. The next moment, the aircraft swooped down to the water's surface. Just as the audience anticipated a repeat of the dragonfly maneuver, the aircraft plunged into the river with a splash. The audience was momentarily bewildered, expecting to mock Lin Feng for his apparent failure. However, they were taken aback when the aircraft emitted a laser, striking the fish with precision and retrieving it from the water. The viewers in the live stream were rendered speechless. Wow, that's unbelievable. Quickly send me the link. Come on, my fish pond is already desperate for attention. Please, share the link. Chapter 6. The emergency meeting was convened solely for a toy aircraft. While Lin Feng was still live streaming, his previous maneuvers with the plane had been captured and re-edited by prominent figures in the video community, subsequently disseminated online. The titles read, "Shocking, this lid can actually fly," and "Help, someone is soaring with a plane, and it's so graceful." The view count soared dramatically. Those sharing these videos were enthusiasts of aviation, and the number of model aircraft aficionados was substantial. Upon clicking these videos, many assumed they were computer-generated effects. Numerous commenters lambasted the video creator. However, the creator refrained from engaging in rebuttals and instead dropped a bombshell. He shared the link to the live stream. Once these individuals entered the stream, they hurriedly retracted their disparaging comments, returning to Lin Feng and Amp Oppo's channel to praise the host and Amp Oppo's prowess. Simultaneously, Wang Qi, a fighter jet designer at the Jiangcheng Armaments Design Institute, enjoyed perusing videos created by various bloggers. Like others, he clicked on the latest update from a blogger he followed. Initially, he shared the same assumption, believing it to be a product of computer software. Yet, as he continued to watch, a sense of unease began to creep in. After viewing several clips, he noted that the effects seemed astonishingly realistic. His professional instincts prompted him to slow the video playback to 0.5 speed and analyze it with specialized software, revealing no trace of computer-generated fabrication. A thought struck him. Could such technology truly exist? Especially for a toy aircraft. What did this imply? Wang Qi felt an overwhelming sense of disbelief. Eventually, with lingering skepticism, he clicked on the link to the live stream left by the blogger. Upon witnessing Lin Feng skillfully maneuvering the aircraft, executing actions that even modern fighter jets could not replicate, his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. After watching for a while longer, he realized that Lin Feng could replicate every movement displayed in the videos, and he instinctively swallowed hard. He felt as though he had been struck by lightning, his expression frozen in astonishment. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and dialed a marked number. Beep, beep, beep soon. The call connected, and an agitated voice exclaimed, "Director Zhang, I have significant news." A composed voice from the other end replied, "Xiao Wang, you're not a child anymore. You need to maintain your composure in all matters." At that moment, Wang Qi could not contain himself, his face flushed with excitement. "Director Zhang, it's not a matter of composure. After you watch the video, you won't be able to remain calm either. There exists a toy aircraft whose performance surpasses our current drones. I can assure you, it is a revolutionary product. Zhang Kaiji's expression turned serious. Xiao Wang, such statements cannot be made lightly. Wang Qi took a deep breath to steady himself. You will understand once you view the video. He ended the call and immediately sent the video along with the live stream link. Upon receiving the link, Zhang Kaiji's pupils narrowed and his expression shifted drastically. He promptly summoned his secretary and convened an emergency meeting. In no time, the leaders of the Design Institute and heads of various departments, who were still on holiday, were called to the conference center. At the underground conference center of the Jiangxing Research Institute, the leaders of the Jiangxing Armaments Design Institute and the security department gathered. As the meeting had yet to commence, hushed conversations filled the room. Why have we all been summoned? I don't know. Director Zhang mentioned it was urgent. What could be so important? Is there a breakthrough in the institute's research? As discussions ensued, Wang Qi and Zhang Kaiji entered, prompting an immediate hush. Zhang Kaiji, seasoned in handling tumultuous situations, regained his composure after an initial burst of excitement. We have discovered an exceptionally unique toy aircraft in the civilian sector. The room filled with bewildered expressions. A toy aircraft? Each attendee held significant responsibilities, and an emergency meeting called for a mere toy seemed rather trivial. However, they quickly realized that Zhang Kaiji's summons could not be as simple as it appeared. Zhang Kaiji gestured to Wang Qi, who activated the large screen in the conference center. The screen displayed Lin Feng's live stream, where he was introducing the Menghua brand interstellar toy aircraft. Simultaneously, Wang Qi sent the previously showcased live stream replay to each leader and Oppo's mobile device. The attendees, all distinguished figures in their respective fields, widened their eyes in disbelief as they watched Lin Feng's replay. Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued his live presentation. The conference room's speakers echoed his voice. Repeating the introduction, the Menghua brand interstellar toy aircraft boasts high maneuverability, extended endurance, and a self-defense system capable of operating seamlessly in various environments, even underwater. It maintains remarkable agility while carrying approximately 300 pounds. It features wingless flight, reaching altitudes of up to 30,000 meters. With a speed of 10 Mach and an average endurance of up to 72 hours. The barrage of comments in the live stream persisted. 666. Host. Do another aerial drift. It's absolutely stunning. Fishing in the river is also good. Isn't it much more thrilling than angling? If we had a few more. Could we not film an interstellar battle? As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, professionals observe the nuances. The audience in the live stream grasped the prowess of the Menghua brand interstellar toy aircraft, while those in the conference room understood the complexity of achieving such high maneuverability, a feat not easily accomplished, particularly in terms of speed and laser technology. While speed remained unverified, the laser technology was tangible. To date, they had not achieved such proficiency. Clearing his throat, Zhang Kaiji regained the crowd's attention. Excuse me, someone ventured. What exactly is the technology behind this? Another quickly added, when did civilians acquire such technology? How come we were unaware? Such advancements were beyond even their design institute's capabilities. Moreover, a crucial point lingered. This live stream host continually referred to it as a toy, the Menghua brand interstellar toy aircraft. This was a blatant affront to their design institute's credibility. Observing the astonished expressions around him, Zhang Kaiji raised his hand to signal for silence. Chapter 7. Which drone can surpass? Upon hearing the question, the meeting room fell into a profound silence. Zhang Kaiji, with an expression of calm indifference, wore a face marked by the passage of time, revealing no hint of emotional fluctuation. After taking a sip from his teacup, he finally spoke, inviting everyone to share their thoughts. Impossible. This is undoubtedly a sensationalist ploy. A man, seemingly in his early 30s, quickly retorted as soon as Zhang finished speaking. Despite the rebuttal, Zhang remained unperturbed and gestured for him to continue. The man stood up, casting his gaze towards Lin Feng's live broadcast, and spoke in a low, serious tone. Setting aside the issue of flight speed, which we cannot currently assess, based on his performance thus far, coupled with his superior specifications, he has already surpassed our military fighter jets. Moreover, the streamer insists that these are merely toy planes. At this point, the man appeared increasingly agitated, his voice escalating. And they are branded as cute kids' interstellar toy planes. What nonsense is this? It's absolutely impossible. As soon as the man finished, Wang Qi rose, directing his gaze at him emphatically. But this is a live broadcast. Hearing the contrasting opinions, Zhang Kaiji furrowed his brow. his fingers lightly tapping on the table as he contemplated deeply. After a considerable pause, he slowly lifted his head and addressed the assembly. Even if the data he presents is somewhat exaggerated, the duration of the live stream has been substantial, and the endurance cannot be fabricated, merely from the standpoint of endurance. It has already exceeded the drones we are currently researching. Furthermore, considering the performance displayed previously and the systems equipped, I must ask, which of you possesses a drone that can surpass this? With these words, everyone lowered their heads. All present were top-tier experts in the field, and for a moment, no one could muster a rebuttal. The meeting room remained hushed, with only Lin Feng's enthusiastic commentary on the aircraft resonating. Our aircraft also supports personalized customization. For those interested, feel free to leave a message in the back end. The barrage of comments flooded in. Can the streamer create a design resembling an interstellar battleship? Streamer, how about a flying sword? I wish to soar upon it. After a brief lull, Zhang Kaiji turned his attention to Wang Qi. Xiao Wang, I recall that the international drone competition is approaching, correct? Having been by Zhang's side for quite some time, Wang Qi grasped the underlying implication immediately. He promptly responded. The approximate timeline has been established. The organizers are currently selecting a venue. Once the location is confirmed, the event will occur within half a month. Upon hearing this, the crowd instinctively clenched their fists. In recent years, technological advancements had surged. Internationally, combat weaponry was emerging incessantly. The United States, self-proclaimed as the world's police, was engaged in acts of reprehensible thievery while exerting pressure on China, fearing that China's rise might threaten its hegemonic status. Little did they realize that, despite such suppression, China was steadily ascending. Other nations were increasingly friendly towards China. However, the technological gap remained a significant hurdle. Despite substantial investments in manpower, resources, and finances, there had been no substantial progress in technology. If the current situation persisted until the international drone competition, a dismal defeat was an inevitable outcome. A scenario no one wished to witness. The advent of this interstellar toy plane could effectively bridge this gap. Everyone was acutely aware of these circumstances. Nonetheless, the data presented by Lin Feng was alarmingly staggering. Having traversed a long path in this domain, they understood just how terrifying the figures Lin Feng was quoting truly were. Based on the data they currently possessed, even the technologically advanced United States would struggle to produce such a drone. Zhang Kaiji and Appo's deliberate mention of the international drone competition was unmistakably strategic. He raised his head, a gleam of determination flashing in his deep-set eyes. In half a month, will you be able to reach such a level? The man who had previously challenged Lin Feng's assertions lowered his gaze, gently shaking his head. Impossible, excluding battery issues. We cannot overcome the significant barrier posed by the engine. At that moment, an elderly man, who had remained silent in the corner, lifted his head to regard Lin Feng's live broadcast. I propose we locate the streamer. He has dedicated a significant portion of his life to the field of drones, making remarkable contributions. However, upon witnessing the toy plane he controls, I feel like a mere child. We must not only acquire his aircraft but, more importantly, comprehend the technology behind it. If it is genuine, I hope we can obtain this technology at any cost. Zhang Kaiji nodded, in agreement with this notion. Lin Feng was already streaming online, and numerous videos had been uploaded across major portals. It was only a matter of time before these videos circulated abroad. If they caught the attention of foreign entities willing to pay handsomely, it would be too late for regrets. Do any of you have further suggestions? Although Zhang Kaiji had already made up his mind internally, he still sought the opinions of others. I have no objections. Neither do I. The consensus was quickly reached as everyone nodded in agreement. At this juncture, the elderly man spoke once more. It would be best to find and bring in the individual responsible for this technology. If possible, we should recruit them to our research institute. Even if they refuse, we must ensure their safety to prevent any malicious actions from unscrupulous individuals. Upon hearing this, while no one explicitly stated their agreement, everyone understood the implications behind the words. Such matters had been executed in certain countries without hesitation. Very well, this matter is settled. Zhang Kaiji expressed his satisfaction with a nod before issuing further commands. He assigned Wang Qi to oversee this task, instructing him to immediately contact the nearest department to engage in discussions with Lin Feng. If we can secure this technology, we are willing to agree to any reasonable terms. Wang Qi's expression grew serious as he stood at attention and saluted. Yes. He promptly exited the meeting room. The remaining attendees continued to watch Lin Feng's live stream. Shortly thereafter, with the assistance of the computer engineers from the Design Institute, They traced Lin Feng and Appo's location through his IP address and confirmed his identity. Upon obtaining Lin Feng and Appo's whereabouts, Wang Qi swiftly contacted the nearest military unit. Upon receiving the news, the military wasted no time, mobilizing military vehicles to head towards Lin Feng's location. Chapter 8. What a joke. This thing is only 999. At that moment, Lin Feng, parched and exhausted, was oblivious to the fact that military personnel were already en route to their toy factory. He was still eagerly demonstrating the various features of the Menghua brand interstellar toy aircraft. It must be said that contemporary netizens truly know how to have fun, and wealthy individuals certainly have plenty of leisure time. My Heart is Eternal had even managed to stream several consecutive carnivals, prompting Lin Feng to perform astonishing stunts that could typically only be witnessed in the special effects of major films. The viewers in the live stream were exhilarated, exclaiming their delight. Who would have thought that watching a live stream could save them a substantial sum on movie tickets? They all began to follow Lin Feng. At this moment, the viewer count in Lin Feng's live stream had already surpassed 10,000, with various videos occupying a significant portion of the drone channel. Stop introducing. We already know your plane is amazing. Just put it on the shelf. The number of viewers is increasing. Hurry up and list it. My internet is slow. I fear I won't be able to grab one. Stop the introduction, I beg you. Just list it already. I have the money ready. At that moment, a golden bullet screen floated by. I've already sent so many gifts. Isn't it reasonable for you to sell me one directly? Halfway Driver was equally persistent. I'm the first to follow you. As your #1 fan, isn't it reasonable to grant me a privilege? No one dared to confront My Heart is Eternal, as he was indeed a significant figure. However, Halfway Driver faced considerable backlash. Hey upstairs, don't go too far. I've brought several friends to watch. I've sent multiple videos to for promotion. Everyone was familiar with the nature of live streaming and knew that such impressive drones were typically snatched up quickly. Whether one could actually secure one was another matter altogether. In typical live commerce, viewers might simply enjoy the spectacle. However, this plane truly was exceptional. Without a doubt, purchasing it would allow one to showcase it in a video, thus recouping the investment. If all else failed, reselling it at a higher price would still yield a profit. Each viewer fixated intently on the small yellow cart below. Yet, there was nothing up there. Lin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment as he observed the barrage of comments urging him to post the link. Clearing his throat to ease the tension, he said, "Dear friends, this is merely a pre-sale." The term pre-sale was nothing new to the audience. Many merchants enjoy this tactic. On one hand, it helped avoid unnecessary costs in case excess products went unsold. On the other hand, like Lin Feng, they might simply be short on funds. But that was of little importance now. What mattered was that everyone was eager for the drone. They desired the Menghua brand interstellar toy aircraft. The name was irrelevant. Lin Feng and Appo's voice rang out once more. If you wish to purchase, press and Appo's, one and Appo's, so I can gauge your enthusiasm. Lin Feng pondered how many truly wished to buy. After all, most people tuned in for the excitement. However, the next moment left Lin Feng utterly astonished. 1111 1001 100 8611. The screen was flooded with ones, densely packed, inducing a slight sense of claustrophobia. Seeing this, Lin Feng's excitement caused his smile to stretch almost to his ears. His plan had succeeded. Meanwhile, Deputy Factory Director Li and the other employees watching the stream were equally ecstatic. Li kept murmuring, "Wonderful, wonderful, this is truly splendid." He had anticipated this moment during Lin Feng and Appo's test flight, but witnessing the tangible results stirred a tumult of emotions within him. A tinge of melancholy lingered. Had the former factory director still been around, he would surely have been delighted. Yet now, under Lin Feng's leadership, the toy factory would flourish and prosper. Surely, the spirit of the late factory director would watch over them with pride. In the live stream, the #1 continued to dominate the screen for a full 5 minutes. Lin Feng even began to question whether his live stream was a bit too unconventional. He quickly chuckled, all right, I can feel your enthusiasm." At that moment, someone pointed out a crucial detail. "By the way, how much is this plane?" I was so engrossed in watching the plane that I forgot to ask the price. I've never seen it introduce a product without mentioning the price. Deputy Factory Director Li and the employees were also curious. They had all flown toy planes before. Yet, they had never encountered such advanced technology in a toy aircraft. Typically, a regular toy plane might cost just over 100, while a better one could range from 5 to 600. The truly exceptional ones exceeded 1,000, making them rare purchases. Lin Feng's aircraft would undoubtedly be pricey. It must cost at least several hundred thousand. 2 adults can be accommodated. Are you joking? If it's several hundred thousand, just sell it to me. Don and Oppos, forget the laser system. People would pay 7 figures for that. The crowd acknowledged the logic in their arguments. Who wouldn't want such a plane? Yet, if the price was exorbitant, it would deter a significant number of potential buyers. At that moment, Lin Feng and Oppos' expression shifted slightly. His previous smile vanished, replaced by a look of concern. He sighed heavily. Dear friends, I previously mentioned that our toy factory is on the verge of bankruptcy. Upon hearing this, the audience was filled with confusion. What a joke. Such an impressive toy factory is about to go under? Lin Feng continued in a subdued tone. Thus, we are holding a tearful clearance sale. The promotional price is $999. Initially, the screen was filled with question marks, quickly followed by a barrage of exclamations. It was as if a lightning bolt had struck the minds of the viewers, their eyes wide in disbelief. What a joke. This thing is only $999? My goodness, did they forget to add a unit? No, it must be my ears playing tricks. Wasn't there supposed to be a W at the end? Simultaneously, in the underground conference room of Jiancheng, Zhang Kaiji and his fellow leaders were equally astonished. They had initially prepared to purchase at a high price. After all, the technological advancement of such a plane was immeasurable. However, upon hearing Lin Feng's price, their composure shattered. Even Zhang Kaiji, who was typically unflappable, could not suppress his emotions. With a resounding clap on the conference table, he stared intently at Lin Feng in the live stream. What a wasteful child. Such an advanced plane is only $999. Chapter 9. A steal at 999 seconds. Is this not faster than picking up money? In the live broadcast room, skepticism reigned among the audience. Are you serious, host? Are you just joking around? Such comments echoed, as the notion that any technology could be priced so low was preposterous. $999. Are you kidding? A decent toy helicopter costs that much. Yet, these toy helicopters lacked any of the sophisticated systems found in the adorable interstellar toy aircraft being showcased. Are you planning to use one for the flash sale? A comment sparked awareness among viewers. This was a common tactic employed across various live streaming platforms, luring customers with an enticingly low price before transitioning to standard sales. The audience, having witnessed Lin Feng's toy aircraft, were no longer inclined to criticize. Instead, they pondered their own chances of being the fortunate ones. Lin Feng shook his head and feigned profundity. No. Each one is just $999. The comments exploded in response. Host, do you have endless money? Are you trying to amuse us? This can't be real. What if what we receive is a fake? It might only look good and barely fly. I agree with the comment above. Such a low price might indicate counterfeit goods. Amused and exasperated by the barrage of comments, Lin Feng explained, everyone has misunderstood. I assure you, this is the genuine article, and it truly costs only $999. Please trust me, I would never deceive you. As you saw during the broadcast, especially those who joined early, I am broadcasting from our factory. If my aircraft were fake, you could easily come here and confront me. His words left the audience momentarily speechless, with some recalling the location where Lin Feng had first demonstrated the aircraft. Then, another comment appeared, igniting excitement like a fuse on a bomb. Brothers, I live near this toy factory. I've seen the host testing the aircraft. Their toy factory has been here for many years. If you don't believe me, check my profile. I just posted a video. The viewers eagerly clicked on the user's profile, where they found photos and videos of Lin Feng live in the factory's entrance. In an instant, the live chat erupted with enthusiasm. Even Lin Feng was taken aback by the local interest in his broadcast. However, this was beneficial, sparing him further explanations and enhancing his credibility. $999. Such a low price for a groundbreaking drone. Is this not akin to finding money on the ground? I want 10. Even if the king himself comes, I'll buy 10. You're too modest. At that price, I want 100. Don't even think about competing with me. I'm claiming them all. Host, you're incredible. I only need 20. As the comments flooded in, Deputy Factory Director Li and the 20 employees behind him exchanged puzzled glances. Why would Lin Feng sell such an exceptional aircraft at such a low price? But their concerns were secondary. Resolving the factory's closure issue was already a monumental achievement. Zhang Kaiji could no longer remain composed. He regarded Lin Feng as if witnessing a mischievous child flaunting their treasures and selling them at bargain prices. What infuriated him was that the child seemed to believe they were profiting. He promptly dialed a number. Soon, a woman in an A-line dress hurried over. Before she could speak, Zhang Kaiji coldly instructed. Immediately contact the computer engineering department and have them monitor this live broadcast backend. The moment any purchase or pre-sale link appears, it must be eliminated without exception. The woman, bewildered by the gathering of Design Institute elites watching a toy aircraft broadcast, had never seen Zhang Kaiji so grave. She quickly nodded in acknowledgement and left. Zhang Kaiji inhaled deeply, attempting to temper his expression. To sell such critical technology for $999 is an absolute farce. If it were merely for domestic play, it might be deemed wasteful. However, if it were to fall into foreign hands, the implications could be dire. If it were his son or grandson, he would surely have smacked them for such folly. Shortly thereafter, he received a message from his secretary. The computer engineering department had secured the live stream and Oppo's backend. This news alleviated some of Zhang Kaiji and Oppo's anxiety. He then placed another call. Director Zhang, he began as soon as the line connected. Where are you now? Have you located Lin Feng? Rest assured, Director. We dispatched our closest personnel, and they should arrive at Lin Feng's toy factory shortly. Good. Zhang Kaiji exhaled heavily. Meanwhile, on the street outside Lin Feng's toy factory, a striking green military vehicle rolled through, capturing the attention of passers-by. What is happening? Why are there so many soldiers in our small town? Wow. Those military men are so handsome. Young admirers even pulled out their phones to snap pictures. As the military vehicle approached the toy factory's entrance and came to a halt, well-trained soldiers leapt from the vehicle, exuding poise and confidence, armed with real firearms. The crowd around them buzzed with excitement, exclaiming, "So cool. Absolutely stunning." As the passenger door opened, a young officer in military attire stepped out, straightening his uniform before striding purposefully towards Lin Feng and Oppo's direction. Chapter 10. Everyone, please be quiet. This must be the host's ploy. At this moment, Lin Feng was engrossed in his mobile phone, chatting with the audience, oblivious to the soldiers approaching. However, the observant viewers in the live stream quickly noticed the scene and began to flood the chat with comments. Am I seeing things? Are there soldiers coming over? You're not mistaken. I see them too. What is happening? Why are soldiers here? This is my first time seeing soldiers on a live stream. As Lin Feng read these comments, he felt utterly bewildered. Instinctively, he turned to look behind him. A senior officer, accompanied by several armed soldiers, was striding purposefully toward them. Exuding an air of authority, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon the rifles in the soldiers' hands, something he had only ever seen on television. Was this real? At this point, Lin Feng disregarded the chatter in the live stream, standing still as he watched the soldiers approach. The leading officer stopped in front of him and saluted. Lin Feng quickly returned the gesture and asked, "Hello, is there something I can assist you with?" With a friendly smile, the officer replied, "Excuse the intrusion. May I ask if you're Lin Feng?" "Yes," Lin Feng nodded. "I am Qin Bojun from the Sucheng military district." Lin Feng frowned, unable to recall any prior interactions with military personnel. Qin Bojun then stated plainly, "We watched your live stream and are interested in purchasing all your toy planes. How many do you have?" The viewers, still munching on their snacks, were taken aback. They had witnessed streams being abruptly terminated or hosts being taken away. But this was a first. However, as the reality of the situation sank in, confusion arose. What? The military is here to seize toy planes? And they're taking it offline. Is there no honor among soldiers? The chat erupted once more. Wait, we should at least have a fair chance to buy. Exactly. After all this waiting, you're taking all the stock. This isn't right. At the very least, you should sell us one. Don't listen to him, host. We're your loyal fans. A barrage of comments filled the screen as viewers expressed their dissatisfaction. They had waited so long for such affordable planes, only to have them snatched away. Everyone, please be quiet. This must be the host's scheme. Yes, it must be a trick. Some self-proclaimed seasoned viewers began to enlighten others. Next, there will be a shortage, and only a few will remain. They'll make everyone wait, then do a flash sale. This is just the unscrupulous marketing tactics of these merchants. Gradually, viewers' goodwill towards Lin Feng began to wane. Initially, they had believed him to be an honest merchant, supported by other viewers. Yet now, he seemed no different from the rest. Amidst the barrage of criticism, a longtime fan known as Oppo's, halfway driver Oppo's, stepped in. Come on, think for yourselves. Are you all fools? If you don't want your brains, go donate them. Why assume it's all a scheme? Look at who is standing next to him. Those are soldiers. Another viewer, My Heart is Eternal, chimed in with golden text that commanded attention. The person beside the host is a real soldier, armed with real guns. No matter the marketing tactics, no one would dare use soldiers for that. It's illegal. Realizing the gravity of the situation, viewers began to reconsider their earlier assumptions. Indeed, while some merchants resorted to dubious marketing strategies, who in their right mind would use soldiers as a gimmick, they began to lambaste the one who had instigated the negativity. That instigator, are they selling toy planes too? Are they envious now that others are doing well? Such people are a blight. They deserve to be dealt with. Lin Feng remained unaware of the chaos unfolding in the live stream. He focused on Qin Bojun before him and the armed soldiers behind him, his expression shifting between uncertainty and alarm. Officer Qin, what do you mean by wanting to buy all my toy planes? His sole intention was to fulfill the system's mission and revive the toy factory. The presence of military personnel, demanding all his toy planes, left him astounded. The workers and Deputy Factory Director Li were equally anxious, unsure of what trouble Lin Feng had stirred. Seeing the armed soldiers made them nervous, with some speculating whether the planes had been stolen from the military, given their remarkable quality. Deputy Factory Director Li was particularly anxious, sweating profusely. The toy factory had just begun to see hope, and now it felt as though that flicker might be extinguished. Observing Lin Feng's apprehension, Qin Bojun realized he had been abrupt and had clarified the situation. He understood how Lin Feng felt. Anyone in his position would likely react similarly if military personnel appeared during a live broadcast. With a polite yet awkward smile, Qin Bojun gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder. There is no need to be alarmed. We are simply here to purchase your products. Upon hearing this reassurance, Lin Feng felt a slight easing of tension. The performance of your toy planes has exceeded our expectations, and we wish to procure a batch. How many do you have? We'll take them all. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng composed himself. Confirming that the officer was genuinely interested in purchasing the Menghua brand interstellar toy planes, he replied seriously, currently. The first batch consists of only 1,000 units. 1,000? Qin Bojun repeated, his expression inscrutable. Very well, we'll take them all. According to directives from higher-ups, regardless of the quantity, they had to acquire all of Lin Feng's drones, ensuring they would not be listed in the live stream and Oppo's shopping cart. Chapter 11 thus. Today a direct revenue of 990,000 yuan was recorded. While Lin Feng conversed with Qin Bojun, he did not intentionally lower his voice. Coupled with the fact that Lin Feng had maximized the audio to enhance the viewer's experience of the adorable star-themed toy aircraft, the audience could hear their dialogue quite clearly. Upon hearing Lin Feng's confirmation to sell all the aircraft to the military, the viewers became restless. Will you still put them on the shelves? Please leave us a few. I've already gotten my pants off, and you're telling me this? I truly wish this were merely a marketing tactic by the host. Messages flooded the screen, pleading with Lin Feng to list the aircraft, even if it meant a fierce competition for just one. However, Lin Feng remained unmoved. After finalizing the deal with Qin Bojun, he returned to the live broadcast. Observing the barrage of messages from the viewers, Lin Feng could only shake his head in resignation. I sincerely apologize, my friends. This batch of orders has already been fully booked. If you are interested, please follow my live stream for the next batch. Please, just release the aircraft you have on hand for a flash sale. Yes, we won't complain. A throng of viewers was fervently typing, eager to purchase the aircraft Lin Feng had tested. Yet, just as they were halfway through their messages, the screen went black. A few white characters appeared in the center. The host is preparing for the live stream. Please be patient. The audience quickly understood that Lin Feng had abruptly ended the broadcast. They looked at their phones, filled with regret. Had they known, they would have directly messaged Lin Feng to purchase his aircraft. Such an extraordinary toy had slipped through their fingers, akin to a fortune swept away by a gust of wind. The pain was palpable, almost suffocating. However, Lin Feng was equally helpless. It was important to note that the individuals present were not just any ordinary customers. Qin Bojun held a military rank, and officers from the army had come to his factory to place orders. How could he refuse? Even if they were willing to pay exorbitantly, he could not sell the aircraft to them. As he pondered, Lin Feng began to retract the live stream equipment. The first batch of orders had been sold, and his immediate task was to expedite the production of these orders. At that moment, Qin Bojun approached Lin Feng from behind, eyeing the adorable star-themed toy aircraft in Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng, may I take one of these? Qin Bojun initially intended to refer to it as a drone, but quickly corrected himself to adorable star-themed toy aircraft. Can I take one back? Of course. Lin Feng eagerly agreed. After all, Qin Bojun had secured all his orders, and providing a sample was entirely feasible. Qin Bojun's face lit up with joy as he signaled to his companions to retrieve the aircraft from Lin Feng's hand. By the way, when can you deliver the one? 000 aircraft? Qin Bojun inquired. Lin Feng furrowed his brow at the question. This was indeed a concern. Although their toy factory had numerous assembly lines, they had only a little over 20 workers. Even with Vice Factory Director Li and himself included, the workforce was still limited. Recruiting new workers? That seemed unlikely to happen in time. Moreover, estimating the production time for such a large quantity of aircraft was uncertain. Lin Feng awkwardly rubbed his nose. Due to factory limitations, I cannot provide a specific timeline. Qin Bojun maintained a gentle smile. I will check back with you later. He thought to himself that there was indeed a gap in understanding. In his mind, manufacturing such high-tech aircraft must be quite challenging. It was reasonable that Lin Feng could not ascertain an exact timeline. His confidence in the adorable star-themed toy aircraft only grew. Lin Feng took out his phone and smiled. Let's exchange contact information. Once production is complete, I will inform you immediately. Sounds good. Qin Bojun nodded vigorously. They exchanged contact details. By the way, please send me your factory's account number. I will transfer the payment for the 1000 aircraft. Lin Feng blinked in surprise. He had initially thought the military would settle the payment only after delivering the 1000 toy aircraft. To his astonishment, they were willing to pay up front. This was indeed an unexpected delight. Vice Factory Director Li and the workers were equally thrilled. At 999 yuan per toy aircraft, that meant a staggering 990,000 yuan would be credited today. All right. Lin Feng nodded and led the way. The group arrived at the accounting department of the toy factory, with Vice Factory Director Li and the workers closely following. Upon hearing that the military intended to pay for 1000 toy aircraft, the accounting staff jumped up in excitement, their eyes sparkling at Lin Feng. They had not anticipated that their young factory director would bring in such a substantial sum of 990,000 yuan so soon after the old director and Oppo's departure. Before long, Qin Bojun obtained the account number and sent it directly to the military. Not long after, the accountant witnessed the 990,000 yuan deposited into the factory's account. The accountant nodded vigorously at Lin Feng, as if pecking at grains of rice. With the funds successfully transferred, Qin Bojun did not linger, bidding farewell to Lin Feng before departing with his team. As Lin Feng looked at the credited 990,000 yuan, he felt a surge of joy. However, he was keenly aware that this amount was still insufficient. The first priority was to address the overdue wages of the workers, followed by purchasing raw materials for production. After settling these expenses, he would still need to repay some debts on the factory's books. Once all that was managed, the financial situation would remain tight. Certainly, the immediate concern was to ensure the workers received their wages. Meanwhile, the workers who had been waiting outside were already buzzing with excitement. This young factory director is truly remarkable. Indeed, this was merely a toy aircraft. And yet we recorded 990,000 yuan in revenue from just one live stream. Unbelievable. Our young director is even more impressive than the aircraft itself. Which toy factory can compare to ours? The money arrived before production even began. At that moment, Lin Feng had ascended several levels in the eyes of his peers. Vice Factory Director Li approached Lin Feng, expressing a hint of regret. This toy aircraft should undoubtedly fetch more than 999 yuan. While I may not understand the technical aspects, in today's toy market, this aircraft surpasses those priced in the thousands. Selling it at this rate seems a bit of a loss. Lin Feng smiled nonchalantly. It's all right. Let us prioritize paying the workers first, including those who have left. Chapter 12. The leaves are whirling about. Such speed. Excellent. Deputy Factory Director Li nodded approvingly. He then summoned all the employees into the room. Lin Feng, witnessing this scene, could not help but smile with relief. A burden had been lifted from his mind. The deputy director's words echoed in his mind. The system-manufactured Manhua brand interstellar toy plane is not merely superior to toy airplanes worth several thousand yuan, with slight enhancements. It could even surpass those military aircraft priced in the hundreds of thousands or millions. The reason for its price tag of 999 yuan is singular: rapid sales. Initially, the plan was to sell it in the live broadcast room. A higher price might deter potential buyers. The price of 999 yuan is generally acceptable to most people, allowing for swift profit generation to address the factory's current challenges. Under Deputy Director Li's guidance, all the workers soon received their wages, their faces beaming with joy. Thank you, little factory director. Thank you, little factory director. The most senior of the middle-aged men stepped forward, his expression earnest as he looked at Lin Feng. Rest assured, little factory director, even in these trying times, the factory has not forgotten to pay us. We will not abandon you due to difficulties. We will follow your lead in whatever you ask us to do. Lin Feng stood up with a smile, responding, let us all work hard together. Upon returning, we shall retrofit all the production lines. We will fully commit to producing the Oppos, Menghua and Oppos, brand interstellar toy planes. The middle-aged man who had spoken immediately thumped his chest affirmatively. Absolutely. No problem. Rest assured, we are experts in toy planes. As long as the raw materials are sufficient, we will manufacture them in the shortest time possible. The atmosphere was charged with determination, excitement etched on every face. Lin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. The factory and Oppos' most pressing issue had been resolved. Now, all that remained was to fulfill the order for 1000 toy planes. The first task issued by the system would thus be completed. The impact of this initial task had already caught the attention of the military. Lin Feng eagerly anticipated what the second task would entail and what groundbreaking product it would yield. Meanwhile, Qin Bojun had returned to the research institute with the plane. Upon seeing the aircraft he had brought back, the others fell into deep contemplation. After a long pause, someone finally spoke. Is this really the thing? Is it truly more impressive than the latest drones we have been developing here? It was indeed hard to accept. Although they had seen the Menghua brand interstellar toy plane in the live broadcast, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. The design was remarkable, but why had he not brought back a manual? During the live broadcast, Lin Feng had operated it with remarkable fluidity, showcasing various controls. Yet, how to operate the plane remained unclear to everyone. A group of experts gathered around the Menghua brand interstellar toy plane, scrutinizing it for quite some time. Yet no one dared to take it for a test flight. A young man tentatively touched the remote control of the toy plane. Is this device really as extraordinary as it appeared in the live stream? Could it be a deception? Zhang Kaiji laughed, his wrinkles crinkling with mirth. Whether it's a mule or a horse, let us take it out for a spin and find out. The others nodded in agreement. With that, Wang Qi took the drone and followed Zhang Kaiji outside to an open area. A group of prominent figures in the field of drones gathered around the toy plane, creating a rather amusing sight. Who will operate it? Zhang Kaiji inquired, glancing at the group. Wang Qi stepped forward, eager to volunteer. He had felt an itch to try it ever since he had seen the toy plane's video, especially after watching the live broadcast for so long. Over the years, he had designed numerous aircraft, but he had never encountered one with such exceptional performance. All right, Zhang Kaiji replied, handing the remote control to Wang Qi. Everyone stepped back a few paces, aware that while the toy plane's capabilities were impressive, its actual performance remained uncertain. Wang Qi examined the remote control, recalling Lin Feng and Oppos' operations during the live broadcast. He cautiously began to maneuver it, knowing that traditional aircraft typically featured similar controls. Having purchased several comparable aircraft models, he had some experience in operating them. Zhang Kaiji pressed the start button, and with a gentle push of the control stick, he thought to himself, this should make it ascend. However, he accidentally applied too much force. Whoosh! It reacted with astonishing speed, almost launching itself into the air. The onlookers merely caught a glimpse of a dark shadow before a gust of wind swept past them, stirring up fallen leaves everywhere. As everyone instinctively looked up to the sky, they gasped in astonishment. Such speed! It far exceeded their expectations, although they had seen it in the live broadcast. Witnessing it in person was a different experience, leaving them in awe. Wang Qi swallowed hard, overwhelmed by the maneuverability and takeoff speed, which were unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Having gained initial experience, Wang Qi soon felt at ease with the controls and understood that Lin Feng's claims about the speed were no exaggeration. As a designer of combat aircraft, he was well versed in the specific maneuvers required of such machines. Under Wang Qi's expert guidance, the Menghua brand interstellar toy plane executed a series of astonishing maneuvers. Its rapid response and incredible turning capabilities leaving everyone breathless. Zhang Kaiji nodded in satisfaction. The leaders at the Design Institute contemplated how much better it would be if this could operate in drone mode, as computer-controlled systems would be far more agile than manual operations. Nevertheless, for a toy plane to achieve such feats with just a remote control was already a remarkable accomplishment. After some experimentation, they had thoroughly tested all the capabilities in that area, confirming that Lin Feng had not exaggerated during the live broadcast. At that moment, Wang Qi noticed a red button in the center of the remote control. Curiosity piqued. He wondered whether the Menghua brand interstellar toy plane had another mode. He hovered the plane in midair and pressed the red button. Suddenly, A red laser shot out from the top of the plane with such speed that those nearby barely had time to react. A crisp sound echoed as the laser struck a large tree beside the Design Institute building, severing it in half. Splinters flew everywhere as half the tree crashed to the ground, startling other office workers inside the building. The collective astonishment of the crowd could be likened to a stampede of wild horses racing through their minds. Chapter 13. Can this toy plane really compete in such races? It was a guard who first reacted, mistakenly believing they were facing a terrorist attack. Upon noticing the prominent figures standing nearby in a daze, he quickly saluted and rushed over. After learning that it was merely an experiment, he returned to his post, his face etched with confusion. What was this power? Was this a weapon system? Was and Oppos, that a bit far-fetched? Even Wang Qi, the operator, couldn't and Oppos, help but swallow hard. Such a weapon was hardly something that could be paired with a toy plane. Fortunately, he had not moved the toy plane to any critical locations. Had the laser struck elsewhere, the consequences would have been dire. At that moment, Qin Bojun, who had been in contact with Lin Feng, received the instruction manual sent by Lin Feng. The earlier sections of the manual were quite simple, typical for a toy plane, albeit some data seemed exaggerated. Qin Bojun found nothing unusual until he reached the final line. Under no circumstances should you press the red button, as it may pose a danger. Qin Bojun chuckled. What danger could a toy plane possibly bring? At worst, a battery explosion. How dangerous could a battery explosion really be? He refrained from voicing his thoughts, simply thanking Lin Feng before promptly forwarding the manual. Meanwhile, Wang Qi continued to study the plane and Oppos' other functionalities. Zhang Zhangji, upon reviewing the toy plane and Oppos' manual, couldn't help but chuckle wryly, remarking, fortunately, this manual arrived in time, otherwise, this building might have been lost. Qin Bojun was puzzled. It was merely a toy plane. Could it possibly contain a bomb? Even a regular bomb couldn't be that outrageous. Little did Qin Bojun know that had someone pressed that red button in the conference room, such a scenario could indeed have unfolded. However, Zhang Zhangji chose not to elaborate to Qin Bojun. After a brief salute, Qin Bojun departed. Zhang Zhangji handed the manual to Wang Qi, who, after glancing at it, felt his eyes brighten, his heartbeat quickening. The manual contained many functions he had never anticipated, capabilities far beyond even the latest drones available. Wang Qi meticulously read the manual 3 times, his excitement causing his face to flush. Finally, he approached Zhang Zhangji and declared with gravity, Director Zhang, to better validate whether this aircraft meets our requirements, I request permission to conduct tests elsewhere. They had already witnessed the plane's performance, but due to space constraints, its speed could not be fully showcased. The speed they had just observed could easily be matched by any drone available here. Zhang Zhangji understood Wang Qi's intentions and nodded in agreement. Wang Qi and Oppos' face lit up with joy as he quickly secured the drone. Zhang Zhangji organized a team, and they set off in vehicles to a desolate area outside the city, a designated testing ground for drones. Wang Qi was a frequent visitor to this location. As they disembarked, a guard approached and saluted, opening the car door. Seeing Wang Qi arrive, he initially assumed a new type of drone had been developed. But upon noticing the toy plane in Wang Qi's hands, he furrowed his brow. Was this for real? Yet, the guard dared not inquire further and soon guided Wang Qi and the other leaders to the test flight area, equipped with various professional devices to assess drone data. Wang Qi deftly positioned the plane in the launch zone, while the leaders took their seats in the observation area, flanked by 4 large monitors displaying real-time data. We can begin, Zhang Zhangji signaled. Wang Qi made an okay gesture, inhaled deeply, and felt he was about to undertake a historic endeavor. He solemnly pressed his left thumb onto the control stick. In the next moment, the toy plane launched like a bullet from a gun. This time, Wang Qi refrained from performing any stunts and simply directed the drone to dash forward. Zhang Zhangji and the other leaders focused intently on the nearby LCD displays, which showcased the flight speed of the toy plane. This speed was astonishing. My goodness, how was this achieved? With such velocity, there were likely no rivals worldwide. The speed continued to escalate wildly until it suddenly dropped to 0. Zhang Zhangji, puzzled, glanced at Wang Qi, who turned back with a helpless expression. The speed was too fast. It exceeded the testing limits. Everyone gasped in astonishment. How could they have exceeded the testing limits in such a short time? Wang Qi then maneuvered the plane, executing various specific maneuvers required during drone training, simulating diverse environments such as blizzards, sandstorms, and dense forests. All the data collected surpassed that of their most advanced drones by several multiples. This was merely the testing data. In practical applications, the figures would likely soar even higher. Moreover, everyone noticed that 4 to 5 hours had passed since the live demonstration began, yet the aircraft's performance showed no signs of diminishing. Additionally, it was equipped with laser weaponry. Although this was not their area of expertise, they understood the immense power required to fire a laser. They had tested several shots, and the plane's power remained as robust as it had been at the outset, unaffected in the slightest. Remarkable, simply remarkable. You must take this back for further research, exclaimed a designer from the Design Institute, his fists clenched in excitement. To him, the toy plane resembled a rare treasure. If they could fully grasp its technology, their drone capabilities would leap several tiers. They could even utilize this aircraft in the upcoming international drone competition. At that moment, someone furrowed their brow and quietly countered. The international drone competition features cutting-edge drones from various nations. Can this toy plane truly participate in such a contest? As the words lingered in the air, the group squinted, momentarily stunned by the toy plane's performance, completely forgetting that they were merely testing a toy. Chapter 14. My goodness. Is this truly a toy airplane? Zhang Kaiji shared the same sentiment. In fact, he had already entertained this notion while observing Lin Feng's livestream. After undergoing various tests, his conviction regarding this thought had only strengthened. A heated debate ensued among the crowd regarding the potential use of this toy airplane in the international drone competition. Some argued that the current drones could not match the performance of this toy airplane, making its selection entirely justifiable. Yet, others contended that it was merely a toy. Participating in a national competition with such a trivial contraption would surely invite ridicule and disgrace on an international stage. Back and forth they went, with neither side able to sway the other. Zhang Kaiji raised his hand, signaling for silence. Although this was merely a toy airplane, was there truly a better alternative at present? Mid-sentence, he cast a glance at the middle-aged man who opposed the idea of using the toy airplane in the international competition. If you possess the capability, why not construct a more formidable aircraft? The man lowered his head, rendered speechless. Zhang Kaiji shifted his tone, tinged with irritation, stating that they must now consider whether to utilize this toy airplane for the international drone competition. At that moment, Wang Qi returned after completing the airplane tests. From my recent assessment, this toy airplane, viewed from any angle, is of the highest international standard. Although its design resembles that of a UFO, this is inconsequential. Its performance and adaptability across various environments exhibit substantial innovation. As the sole individual to have operated the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane, Wang Qi and Apos' words carried significant weight. Very well, I propose a compromise. Zhang Kaiji stood, his expression serious. The technical department should take this airplane back for research to ascertain if its technology can be deciphered. Should they succeed, they would manufacture a drone utilizing this technology to participate in the international drone competition. If they fail to unlock its secrets, then they shall have no choice but to enter the competition with this toy airplane. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed the best course of action. Soon, everyone returned to the research institute, where the technical team promptly transported the airplane to the laboratory for disassembly and examination. They meticulously compiled all the data pertaining to the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane. Upon analysis, they realized that their efforts over the years had been significantly overshadowed. The test results indicated that even the latest models of drones in their database could not match its theoretical performance. A group of leaders sat in the conference room, awaiting the findings. Meanwhile, the technical staff were immersed in their study of the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane. They never anticipated that a cohort of national-level technicians would congregate to investigate a toy airplane. If this were to become known internationally, it would likely provoke laughter among drone researchers from other nations. However, as time progressed, these researchers found themselves increasingly astonished. How was this even possible? It defied logic that such a small battery could sustain flight for such an extended duration. As the night wore on, they had merely managed to remove the outer casing. Conclusively, the head of the research team requested Zhang Kaiji to summon drone researchers from other regions of the country. Zhang Kaiji nodded in agreement. In the following days, a multitude of experts from across the nation converged on the research institute, even utilizing the largest laboratory available. Within that space, dozens of researchers surrounded the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane, employing various instruments and specialized equipment, with numerous computers analyzing its data. Yet, their analyses yielded only the airplane's performance metrics. My goodness, is this truly a toy airplane? One researcher scratched his head in disbelief, exclaiming a curse. I have never encountered such an astonishing toy airplane, equipped with laser weaponry, no less. Another researcher slumped helplessly in his chair, as if they were merely toying with a broken plaything. For an extended period, they worked tirelessly, day and night, studying this toy airplane. Initially, they thought the director of the research institute was joking, but after some time, they realized the absurdity was upon them. This is untenable, it truly is. The head of the research laboratory shook his head in resignation, gazing at the data on his notebook with blurred vision. The toy airplane lay before them, and they had dismantled everything possible, yet remained utterly clueless about how to decipher it. First, there was the operating system. Next, the power system. It was all laid out before them, yet they could not comprehend a single technology. Ultimately, in despair, they had no choice but to escalate the matter. An elderly gentleman, clutching a stack of data, knocked on Zhang Kaiji's office door. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Kaiji personally opened the door, hastily inquiring, "Professor Wang, what is the situation? Have you managed to crack it?" Internally, Zhang Kaiji wrestled with conflicting emotions. He yearned for news of a breakthrough so they could produce more advanced drones. Yet he also hoped the toy airplane would remain uncracked to prevent its technology from leaking out. This would also signify the high level of sophistication inherent in the toy airplane. Professor Wang sighed heavily, shaking his head gently. "We possess all the data, yet we have not been able to reverse engineer the core technology." Hearing this, Zhang Kaiji's expression darkened as he sighed softly. Professor Wang continued, stating that to harness the technology of this drone, they would likely have to consult the manufacturer. Upon hearing the mention of the manufacturer, Zhang Kaiji immediately thought of Lin Feng, who certainly possessed this technology. However, as Lin Feng was currently focused on producing the toy airplane, it would be inappropriate to disturb him. Zhang Kaiji furrowed his brow, revealing a troubled expression. "Perhaps in due time, I will personally seek out the manufacturer of this airplane." "Very well, should the opportunity arise, I would like to meet the individual responsible for developing this toy airplane." Professor Wang nodded in agreement, not urging him further. After a brief conversation, Professor Wang departed. During the period they were attempting to decipher the toy airplane, the specific date for the international drone competition was announced. The deadline for registration was fast approaching. The research team still had not managed to develop the latest drone. Zhang Kaiji gazed at the registration form with a wry smile, ultimately instructing his secretary to submit the application for the toy airplane. Chapter 15. What on earth is this rabbit's aircraft? Soon, the day of the international drone competition arrived, led personally by Zhang Kaiji. The venue for the competition was a small island in the Pacific Ocean, bustling with participants from various countries. On the day of the event, the airport grounds were lined with an array of drones, each uniquely designed from different nations, creating a visually stunning display. Numerous drone enthusiasts eagerly captured the moment with their digital cameras. However, upon reaching the Chinese section, many were left dumbfounded by the toy-like aircraft resembling straw hats. Competitors from the Eagle Nation couldn't and oppose to contain their laughter at the sight of these bizarre drones. "What a ridiculous aircraft! How dare they even participate in the competition?" one of them exclaimed. Beside him, a shorter man flatteringly remarked, "China is clearly on the decline. Perhaps this is the best they could muster." Meanwhile, a competitor from the Stick Nation nodded in agreement, deriding the Chinese participants. "What are they showcasing? They know they can't compete with the Eagle Nation." So they and Oppos resorted to this nonsense. Others standing with the Eagle competitors echoed their sentiments, eager to impress. The laughter was unabated, and several from other nations even conspired to belittle China's aircraft in a bid to flatter the Eagle Nation. Zhang Kaiji's team felt their faces flush with anger, wishing to confront these mockers. Yet, Zhang remained composed, a glint of coldness in his eyes. Why engage in a war of words with them? It would be far more satisfying to demonstrate their prowess in the competition later. The Chinese participants nodded gravely, gritting their teeth in silent agreement. Just then, an enchanting female voice echoed through the loudspeakers, announcing the commencement of the international drone competition. Zhang Kaiji patted the shoulder of a contestant, encouraging him, "Go forth." The contestant nodded resolutely, his expression serious. "Director Zhang, I'll show them the strength of our China." The announcer continued, outlining the competition format, which consisted of two segments, one focused on speed and performance, and the other on combat. The competition quickly commenced, and in the first speed segment, contestants would navigate through various obstacles along a predetermined route. As the race began, drones soared into the sky, filling it with a dazzling array of flying machines. Spectators raised their phones to capture the spectacle. Amidst the drones, a small black dot emerged at the forefront, prompting astonished shouts. "What is that? Which country's aircraft is that? Why is it moving so fast?" exclaimed one onlooker. Even the judges were compelled to rise from their seats, urgently calling for the cameras to focus on the remarkable speedster. Everyone was captivated by this tiny dot leading the pack, seemingly defying the limits of speed. On the large screen, a drone with a UFO-like design was clearly in the lead, proudly displaying the flag of China. Impossible. Absolutely impossible, a representative from the Eagle Nation exclaimed. His eyes fixed on the screen, frustration boiling over. How can that aircraft be so fast? What gives it such an edge? Zhang Kaiji, sitting quietly, allowed a slight smile to grace his lips, contemplating how their toy drone could incite such rage. At that moment, the adorable Starship toy drone had already completed a third of the course. It accelerated to 4 and then 5 Mach, astonishing everyone present. The judges were nearly on the verge of crushing their microphones in disbelief. This speed was intentionally moderated by Zhang Kaiji, after all. They couldn't reveal their true capabilities just yet, but merely needed to teach their opponents a lesson. The adorable Starship toy drone glided through the obstacles with grace, akin to a visual feast. As it crossed the finish line, the other drones had barely covered half the distance. The Eagle competitors and their allies seethed in fury, their faces turning green with envy and disbelief. Soon, the first stage concluded, with China and Oppo's Starship toy drone triumphing overwhelmingly. The Eagle competitor, unwilling to concede, glared at the Chinese participant. What good is speed if that drone lacks weaponry? He scoffed, but the Chinese contestant remained unfazed. The second round began swiftly thereafter. As the competition commenced, the Eagle competitors, alongside their allies, launched an assault on the Chinese drone. Yet, no matter how advanced their weaponry was, they could not touch the Starship toy drone. Seizing an opportunity, the Chinese contestant pressed the red button on the remote control, unleashing a red laser that pierced through the drones of the Eagle Nation and its allies. With a resounding crash, 3 drones plummeted to the ground, enveloped in smoke. The competitors from these 3 nations stood frozen, their minds swirling with confusion. Other nations' drones proved no match for the Starship toy drone, which once again secured first place for China. News of this victory spread rapidly across countries, leaving officials responsible for drone technology in shock as they watched the footage from the competition. What on earth was this rabbit's aircraft? Chapter 16. The Drone Competition, Victory. Alas, the contestants representing Eagle Sauce were in utter despair. What on earth was happening with that aircraft? Had they resorted to cheating? Although they had not brought their most advanced drone, the technology embedded in their current model far surpassed that of drones from any other nation. They never anticipated that this toy aircraft, resembling a simple pot lid, would outshine the drones they had painstakingly developed with considerable resources. Their position as global leaders was now under threat, a situation they found intolerable, leaving them seething with rage. In stark contrast, the contestants from Bunny were euphoric. Despite merely wielding a toy drone and its remote control, it seemed as though the remote was a sword, showcasing combat capabilities that eclipsed those of other nations' drones. It had become the highlight of the international drone competition. Enthusiasts from around the world snapped photographs incessantly, as if they were gazing upon a rare treasure. Could this be the prowess of Bunny? How remarkable! Invincible, indeed! A chorus of fervent fans from Huaxia cheered in excitement. Upon hearing their chants, the Bunny contestants instinctively lifted their heads with pride. They had earned this recognition. Meanwhile, the contestants from Eagle Sauce were on the verge of smashing their control consoles in frustration. What was the reason behind their possession of such advanced aircraft? And that laser earlier. When had Bunny acquired such technology without their knowledge? Beside them, the participants from Korea and Cherry Blossom kept their heads down, afraid to utter a word. Cherry Blossom cautiously approached Korea and whispered, "Go take a peek at Bunny's aircraft and see what's going on." Korea nodded in agreement, understanding that as the subordinate, it was his duty to alleviate his leader's concerns. At this moment, all eyes at the international drone competition were fixed upon the Bunny contestants. They soon caught sight of the name of Bunny's aircraft, causing expressions of disbelief to spread across their faces. The cute kid's interstellar toy drone? What was this absurdity? After a prolonged silence, one individual finally reacted. Bunny truly has a sense of humor. Are they intentionally trying to provoke Eagle Sauce? To them, Huaxia was a leading power. How could they possibly choose such a frivolous name? Moreover, if they were not mistaken, this was a toy drone. Yes, they must be aiming to irritate Eagle Sauce, who had been excessively arrogant internationally in recent years. A round of applause erupted. Despite the incredulity surrounding the name, it did not diminish the fact that Bunny's contestant, piloting the cute kid's interstellar toy drone, had secured first place in the competition. At that moment, a melodious female voice echoed through the venue's speakers. The international drone competition has concluded. The unanimous decision of the judges declares that the winner of this drone competition is the Cute Kids Interstellar Toy Drone, operated by Bunny. Upon hearing this announcement, Zhang Kaijing could not help but clench his fist in triumph. Finally, they had the opportunity to hold their heads high on the international stage, free from the ridicule of Eagle Sauce. Meanwhile, the contestants from Korea watched from a distance, their hearts filled with disdain as they gazed upon the Cute Kids Interstellar Toy Drone. They muttered under their breath, "How laughable! How could they dare to compete with such an ugly contraption? They must be incapable of producing larger drones, hence their reliance on this toy." Zhang Kaijing, caught up in the excitement, promptly instructed his subordinates to relay the news back home, so that the design department could share in the joy. "Understood, Director Zhang." His subordinate replied, swiftly conveying the message. Upon receiving the news, the leaders of the drone design department were ecstatic. Finally, they had emerged victorious. This revelation would undoubtedly send shockwaves through the international community. How could their meticulously developed drones be outperformed by a mere toy? "Ah, how satisfying. I regret not witnessing it live," they exclaimed. The contestants from Eagle Sauce must be utterly incensed. The Design Institute erupted in jubilation. Wang Qi, clenching his fists, gazed at the high-definition live broadcast. His eyes filled with anticipation. Once Director Zhang returns, we must hold a celebration to honor this achievement. The international drone competition had concluded, and Bunny's Cute Kids Interstellar Toy Drone had ascended to international fame. Various scientific journals adorned their covers with the image of the toy drone. Those who had not witnessed the event or the live broadcast were left bewildered upon seeing the magazine, questioning whether the editors had made an error. A toy drone had claimed the championship? What a joke! When had Bunny become so formidable? Although skepticism lingered, the undeniable evidence from the international drone competition quickly quelled dissent. Curiosity piqued. If this truly was a toy, could they purchase one? If it surpassed conventional drones, how impressive would it be to own one? At that moment, in a clandestine military base, the military leaders of Eagle Sauce were engaged in a conversation with their counterparts from Cherry Blossom. Their expressions were as dark as the bottom of a pot. Before them lay a collection of photographs depicting the Cute Kids Interstellar Toy Drone, captured from every conceivable angle. In a fit of rage, the leader from Eagle Sauce slammed his fist onto the table, gritting his teeth. "Damn it. What secrets does this aircraft conceal? Is it Bunny's secret weapon? What are they trying to prove, challenging us?" The Cherry Blossom military leader bowed his head, silently cursing. "Isn't it simply a matter of your own technological shortcomings? How can you blame us for that? I purchased your outdated M318S fighter jet at a high price, only to be deceived into thinking it was an upgraded version. I had hoped for a respectable ranking, yet they were outclassed before they even took off." The last match ended in less than 30 seconds. Despite his dissatisfaction, he dared not express it openly, maintaining a facade of cordiality. The leader from Eagle Sauce, filled with indignation at the Cherry Blossom leader, felt an urge to retaliate. Yet, he recognized the value of this ally. "You keep a close watch on this matter. Spare no effort to investigate when this Cute Kids Interstellar Toy Drone was produced. Not a single clue can be overlooked." Cherry Blossom nodded in agreement. "Understood." Chapter 17, The Toy Factory and Oppo's Manufacturing? What a joke. Zhang Kaiji has returned to the Design Institute of Jiangqing with his team. The moment they stepped out of the vehicle, they were met with a warm reception from the multitude of designers within the institute. As the car doors swung open, a thunderous applause erupted. Zhang Kaiji could not help but beam with joy, his face practically splitting from a smile. He had envisioned this moment countless times in his dreams. Yet experiencing it in reality was an entirely different sensation. Professor Wang hurried over, exclaiming, "This time, our Huaxia has truly made a mark." Zhang Kaiji nodded with a smile. "Indeed, we owe it all to Lin Feng." As they walked into the institute, the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane was now securely housed within a specialized safe. Having just made a remarkable debut at the international drone competition, showcasing its formidable performance and groundbreaking technology, it was bound to incite envy among many nations. Thus, it was essential to provide it with utmost protection. Professor Wang also discussed the celebratory banquet that had been arranged following their first-place victory at the competition. It was imperative to invite Lin Feng, the creator of the aircraft. Wang nodded enthusiastically. He certainly deserves to be honored. His contributions are monumental. Zhang Kaiji concurred, noting that without Lin Feng, their drone might have. Wang Qi and Oppo's voice trailed off, the memory of the competition still vivid. He had witnessed the capabilities of the American drones during the live broadcast. Had they entered the competition with their institute's latest model, they would have stood no chance against the Menghua brand. Thanks to the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane, Huaxiao finally had a presence on the world stage. Well, it's settled then, but we must wait a few days for the banquet, Zhang Kaiji said, a smile gracing his face. Everyone understood his reasoning. With the drone competition concluded and the victory secured, there were numerous matters to address, including the submission of data regarding the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane. The outstanding performance it displayed at the competition would undoubtedly stir international discussions, leading to a barrage of debates. From the current international media, it was evident that drone enthusiasts across the globe were fervently captivated by the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane, a sentiment that could only be described as madness. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was likely working diligently to produce more aircraft. Given the advanced technology involved, the manufacturing process would inevitably take time. They would need to wait until the aircraft was completed before proceeding. Simultaneously, the American competitors returned to their homeland, analyzing their defeat at the international drone competition from various angles. They invested significant resources to gather all available information about the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane. Videos from Lin Feng and Oppo's live broadcast were circulated on international forums, initially thought to have originated from the American side. However, upon examining the IP addresses and the notes from the posters, many expressed skepticism, suspecting that it was a fabrication from Huaxia. Yet, those who witnessed the competition firsthand understood that the unconventional maneuvers exhibited by the drones and the videos were entirely feasible. This was manufactured by a toy factory from the Rabbit Nation? A middle-aged man seated at the front widened his eyes in disbelief, scrutinizing the report. Although he was reluctant to accept this reality, the stark words printed on the paper compelled him to acknowledge the truth. The other attendees wore somber expressions. A toy airplane demonstrated such capabilities? The middle-aged man's incredulity was palpable, his brow furrowed tightly as if caught in a dream. They had expended considerable resources to develop their most advanced drone, only to find it outperformed by a toy. The embarrassment was overwhelming. One leader gasped, astonished, as he continued to analyze the incoming data. A speed of 8 Mach is simply unbelievable. The room buzzed with conversation. Since it's a toy factory, is there a chance we could purchase it? Another leader ventured, discovering a potential opportunity. If they could acquire the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane, their technology could surely replicate it. Is the intelligence faulty? It's impossible for a toy to possess such capabilities. This must be a deliberate ploy by the Rabbit Nation. One leader gripped the documents tightly, his voice trembling. Another echoed his sentiment. The Rabbit Nation thrives on superficial gimmicks. I suspect this is a calculated provocation. At that moment, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed leader in military attire stood up. These are merely flashy novelties. While they may prove useful in the international drone competition and appear visually impressive, they lack practicality. In real combat, who will be that close? By the time you approach, you will have already been struck down by the opponent's air defense missiles. The assembly nodded in agreement, recognizing the disparity between the competition and actual battlefield conditions. Despite the simulations, they were still far from reality. Observing the renewed confidence in the room, the blonde leader proclaimed, "Let us not forget, what we presented was not our latest fighter jet. If we mass-produce our newest designs for combat, the Rabbit Nation S-drones would stand no chance against us." The others nodded solemnly, acknowledging that they had been momentarily sidetracked by the toy. The leader at the front wore a grave expression, his demeanor darkening as he spoke with a chilling tone. Regardless, the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane is a fact. Its speed and weaponry are beyond our previous assumptions. We must ensure that the Rabbit Nation does not rise. They are too formidable. Moving forward, we must suppress them internationally, ensuring that high-tech chips and materials are never exported to them. The other leaders concurred, understanding the implications. They believed the aircraft utilized their technology. Otherwise, the Rabbit Nation could not possibly have produced such an advanced drone. Chapter 18. Mission accomplished, Level 1 within the toy factory. The advance payment had resolved any issues regarding the procurement of raw materials. Contrary to Zhang Kaiji's expectations, the work did not require relentless overtime. Operations remained within the standard 8-hour workday. 1,000 toy planes had already been constructed. Lin Feng sat in his office, reviewing the report brought in by Deputy Factory Director Li. The planes had all been successfully manufactured. Lin Feng nodded, noting that the progress was slightly faster than he had anticipated. Initially, Lin Feng intended to contact Qin Bojun immediately to arrange for the collection of these planes, as they currently lacked the funds to rent storage space. However, considering that Qin was a military officer, He hesitated, knowing that he might be preoccupied with other duties. It was likely that the military would reach out when they were ready to utilize the drones, so he decided against contacting him for the time being. At that moment, a mechanical female voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task of producing 1,000. Reward has been issued. Hearing the voice in his mind, a smile crept onto Lin Feng's lips. The system continued to announce, Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained experience points. Current level of black technology weapon, LV2. Excitedly rubbing his hands together, Lin Feng realized that reaching level 2 meant new possibilities awaited. New illustration unlocked. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Activate. Lin Feng exclaimed inwardly. If there was already formidable, what marvels could level 2 hold? He could hardly contain his eagerness. Ding. Congratulations, host. Level 2 illustration activated. You have obtained the blueprint for the, along with all internal technical information, equipped with a solar charging system, intelligent evasion system, and remote AI control system. It can reach speeds of up to 300 kilometers per hour, armed with lethal weapons such as an electromagnetic cannon, etc. System task, produce 2,000. Lin Feng gasped, astonished by the revelation. The air-dominating toy had now been complemented by a ground speed marvel. The tank has speed rivaled that of a sports car on the highway, and it was crucial to note that tanks did not traverse mere roads. They maneuvered through rugged terrain. Who could match such velocity? He meticulously reviewed the detailed description once more. Initially indifferent to the solar charging capability, Lin Feng's eyes widened upon discovering that 5 minutes of charging could sustain 3 hours of operation. When had solar energy achieved such efficiency? It was as if one could chase the sun itself. Moreover, the electromagnetic cannon held the potential to incapacitate electronic facilities within a certain radius. A stealthy strike on a base would be catastrophic for anyone caught unawares. Overwhelmed by these specifications, Lin Feng found himself momentarily dazed. The system's task, however, required the production of 2,000 units, which would severely strain his financial resources. Noticing Lin Feng and Appos, Estes, deputy factory director Li quickly inquired, "What's wrong?" Concerned that Lin Feng might be unwell, given that the factory had just begun to recover, he understood that Lin Feng and Appos' well-being was paramount. Lin Feng promptly lifted his head and smiled reassuringly at Li. "I'm fine." Relieved, Li was about to inform Lin Feng that the factory's assembly line had been fully upgraded and production could be expanded, but Lin Feng interrupted. "By the way, Uncle Li, I have a blueprint for a toy tank. Please ensure it's produced." Li paused, surprised. "A toy tank?" "Yes, a toy tank. I'll provide you with the blueprint. It should be manufactured just like before and delivered to me," Lin Feng excitedly explained. Returning to his office, he quickly sketched the design and handed it over to Li. Upon examining the blueprint, Li's eyes sparkled with excitement. Based on previous experience, this toy tank was likely to captivate many. Without wasting time, he hurried to the workshop. The workers in the workshop gazed incredulously at the blueprint brought by Li. However, emboldened by their past success, they eagerly pledged to ensure flawless execution. "Rest assured, we will devote ourselves entirely to perfecting the first product." Seeing their enthusiasm, Li smiled with satisfaction. Yet, he could not help but notice that the tank's design was somewhat unconventional. Had he not been informed it was a toy tank, he would never have associated it with such an appearance. Nevertheless, the orders had been given, and they would follow through. Especially since the previous pot lid planes had sold remarkably well. The team wasted no time and began constructing the first. Meanwhile, at an international conference, professionals and diplomats from various nations gathered. This meeting was not merely a formality. It aimed to address the recent success of the international drone exhibitions. A video was projected on the large screen at the center of the conference room, showcasing Lin Feng's live demonstration of the audio system echoed with Lin Feng's presentation. While he remained blissfully unaware that his debut on the international stage would occur in such a manner, his words were translated in real time by interpreters from various countries. As the attendees absorbed his explanations, shock rippled through the ranks of diplomatic leaders. Once the video concluded, a representative from the United States took the floor. "This is the Rabbit of Huaxia, a privately owned toy aircraft company's creation," he stated, his gaze piercing as it shifted towards the Rabbit and Appos' diplomatic representatives. It is evident that this toy plane's speed and performance far exceed that of ordinary fighter jets. At this point, the representative's tone shifted sharply, questioning, "Is it permissible for a private enterprise to produce such technology? We demand an explanation." Chapter 19. On the art of verbal sparring, the rabbit, believing it had yet to be defeated, stood firm in its conviction. Such formidable weaponry was certainly not an asset for the average individual. The representatives from the Stick Nation were the first to rise, rallying in defense of their elder brother. Rabbit, you must provide us with an explanation. How could your private enterprises produce such terrifying weapons? The diplomats from the Cherry Blossom Nation, equally incensed, displayed a facade of righteous indignation, claiming to champion global peace. How terrifying! How could Huaxia possess such fearsome individuals? My goodness, is that laser weapon serious? It is dangerous, perilous indeed. We must resolutely oppose it and recommend its destruction. This technology must be surrendered. One by one, the representatives from smaller nations echoed these sentiments. These individuals were clearly colluding with the Eagles, having conspired prior to the conference. As soon as the Eagles diplomats concluded their remarks, they would rise to denounce Huaxia's rabbit. At this juncture, the rabbit's diplomatic personnel merely smiled, watching the spectacle unfold with quiet amusement. Following the conclusion of the international drone competition, the rabbit had anticipated that the Eagles would devise ways to undermine them during the International Assembly. Such tactics had been witnessed decades prior. In the realm of verbal combat, the rabbit was confident it had never been bested. Thus, preparations had long been in place. The chorus of demands for the rabbit to relinquish its technology grew ever louder, causing a disturbance in the order of the international conference. Under normal circumstances, the Eagles would have intervened as self-proclaimed global enforcers to maintain decorum. However, given the collective opposition directed at Huaxia, they remained arms crossed, content to observe. This was the outcome they desired, either to force Huaxia to dismantle its technology or to compel it to surrender said technology altogether. Such was their customary strategy. The smile on the rabbit's diplomatic personnel grew ever brighter, for the louder the opposition became, the more it signified the advancement of their technology, inciting envy among others. When the opportune moment arrived, the rabbit's diplomats slowly rose, clearing their throats. Please, may I have your attention? Upon hearing the rabbit's call, the assembly gradually quieted down. Indeed, as you can see, this is merely a toy aircraft. The tone was neither submissive nor aggressive, laced with a hint of provocation. Can no one see the label? Did you fail to notice the name during the international drone competition? Furthermore, as I stated, it is merely a toy. If it is a toy, then surely it is adorable to bring along a cute child, is it not? Upon hearing this, many in the crowd wore expressions as dark as the bottom of a frying pan, veins bulging on their foreheads, yet they were powerless to respond. The rabbit was no longer the naive creature it once was. It had established a reputation and influence on the international stage. Inwardly, they could only curse. To claim it was a toy is one thing, but whose toy is equipped with laser weaponry? Moreover, whose toy can soar at speeds of Mach 8 or 9? Are you foolish, or do you think we are all fools? Yet, no one dared to voice their thoughts. After all, they were aligned beneath the Eagles. With the Eagles silent, they could only stifle their indignation. At this moment, the rabbit stood tall, chest out, scanning the room with a stern demeanor. Moreover, our toy aircraft can outperform your fighter jets. Shouldn't you reflect on just how inferior your aircraft truly is? This statement ignited a frenzy within the international conference. Indeed, in this world, those with the strongest fists command the most attention. In reality, it was true. Their toy aircraft surpassed their own fighter jets. What use was it to hurl insults? No amount of cursing could upgrade a fighter jet. Observing the crowd's bowed heads, the rabbit knew its words had struck a chord. After a considerable pause, once the assembly had digested the implications of the statement, the rabbit continued. And please, distinguish between primary and secondary matters. Look at the design of our aircraft. Does it resemble a fighter jet in any way? As the words were spoken, the staff projected images of the adorable child-themed interstellar toy aircraft onto the large screen, magnifying the visuals. This was clearly an UFO, merely a toy aircraft. At this juncture, the Eagles could no longer contain themselves. They realized the direction of the international conference was shifting, swayed by the rabbit's rhetoric. Public opinion seemed to lean in favor of the rabbit, particularly as many of the smaller nations valued military prowess. However, with the rabbit's military capabilities steadily advancing, the Eagles felt a sense of urgency. Coupled with the recent international drone competition, where the Eagles' advanced fighter jets were bested by the rabbit's toy aircraft, their reputation had suffered yet another blow. One Eagle stood up abruptly, exclaiming, "You truly excel at shifting narratives. What kind of toy aircraft is equipped with weaponry? I look forward to your explanation. Such dangerous items should be entrusted to my side for safekeeping." Upon hearing this, the rabbit silently commended the Eagles for their audacity. To articulate such shameless rhetoric with such aplomb required a certain level of audacity. If Emperor Qin had taken them to build the Great Wall, stones would not have been necessary. Merely their presence would suffice, impervious to any weaponry. The rabbit maintained its composure, responding earnestly, "The air is fraught with danger. Carrying weapons is for self-protection. What is wrong with that?" At long last, the diplomats from neutral nations and those siding with the rabbit could no longer suppress their laughter. Everyone was aware of the eagle's duplicitous tactics, yet none dared to voice their thoughts, except for the rabbit. Among those laughing the loudest was the bear, unabashed in its mirth. The eagles, incensed, felt their faces flush with anger. You continue to argue. The facts remain. With so many witnesses, no amount of eloquence can alter the truth. The rabbit shrugged nonchalantly and retorted, "The facts remain. A toy aircraft is indeed a toy aircraft. Who decrees that a toy aircraft has no need for safety measures? The adorable child-themed interstellar toy aircraft is merely labeled as such. Do you think your excessive viewing of science fiction has led you to believe it can genuinely traverse outer space?" Finally, those who had been stifling their laughter could no longer contain themselves, erupting into raucous laughter. The eagles recognized that the tide had turned against them. Yet, the eagles and Appos, diplomats, were tasked with a mission. They had to demand an answer from Huaxia. In light of the rabbit and Appos' unwavering resolve and eloquence, they found themselves at a loss. The stick and cherry blossom nations, witnessing their elder brother's embarrassment, quickly averted their gazes, fearful that the flames of this debacle might engulf them as well. Chapter 20. The traitor revealed at the toy factory. Lin Feng remained oblivious to the tempest his creation, the adorable Menghua brand interstellar toy plane, had stirred internationally. A cadre of refined diplomats was embroiled in heated debates at an international conference. Meanwhile, Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, perusing the system's catalogs. Although the images were dark, they ignited a fervor within him. Suddenly, a knock resounded at his office door. "Come in," he called. The door swung open, revealing a security guard. "Director, there is someone outside who wishes to see you." Lin Feng paused momentarily. "Who is it?" The guard hesitated. "It's someone asking for money." Before he could elaborate, a gruff voice from outside interrupted. "Where is he?" "I've heard this toy factory has a new director. Hurry up and repay what you owe." The employees working in the factory grimaced upon seeing the man enter. What is he doing here? How dare he show his face again? They gripped their tools, barely restraining their desire to confront him. Lin Feng swiftly approached the guard and whispered, "Fetch Deputy Director Li." The guard nodded and hurried away. Soon, Deputy Director Li arrived, visibly agitated. "Uncle Li, what is happening?" Lin Feng inquired. Li, gritting his teeth, explained, "This man is Xiong Fa. He previously worked here, managing raw materials. It was his actions that nearly led to the factory's collapse." Anger surged within him as he recounted the events. Lin Feng's expression hardened. He understood that his father had once collapsed from the stress of this situation. Although he had traversed into this new life, he inhabited this body and could not easily forgive. Xiong Fa had managed raw materials and had once secured a substantial order for the factory when Lin Feng's father was still at the helm. However, this man, driven by greed, had embezzled the commission granted to him, monopolized the raw materials, and opened a rival toy factory. Consequently, when the factory received orders, they could not fulfill them due to a lack of supplies, resulting in significant penalties and losses. Realizing the depth of Xiong Fa and Appos' betrayal, Lin Feng and Appos' expression darkened further. He understood that this man was indeed a traitor. "Very well, Uncle Li, leave this matter to me. A traitor who has risen through deceit cannot thrive for long." With a determined smile, he stepped outside. Upon exiting, he encountered a portly man clad in a suit, whose belly protruded as if 6 months pregnant. The man, bald and carrying a black briefcase under his arm, adorned with gold chains and rings, exuded an air of ostentation. His disdainful gaze swept over Lin Feng. "So you are the new director of this factory?" Lin Feng responded with composure. "Indeed, I am." Xiong Fa chuckled smugly, revealing a mouthful of yellowed teeth, the odor of smoke and alcohol nearly overwhelming Lin Feng. "Good. Since you're the director, you must repay the debt 20 million, not a penny less." Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng recognized the obligation to repay the penalties, no matter how unscrupulous Xiong Fa was. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Could you grant us a few more days?" Xiong Fa erupted in laughter, his corpulent body shaking. "Extending the deadline is possible, but you must understand that money in the bank accrues interest." He licked his lips suggestively. "Of course, if you prefer to avoid interest, that's also an option. I've heard you've developed a new toy plane. I'm quite intrigued." Having kept tabs on the factory after leaving, Humph had become captivated by Lin Feng's live broadcast showcasing the toy plane. He was eager to acquire the design schematics, envisioning a lucrative opportunity. Before Lin Feng could respond, an elderly factory worker interjected with fury. "You shameless scoundrel! How dare you ask for the plane and Oppo's design? Director, do not acquiesce to him. This man is insatiable." Unfazed by the surrounding insults, Humph merely dug at his ears. "Are we making progress here? Give me a definitive answer." He dismissed the employees' grievances. Their contempt would not affect his wealth. Lin Feng wore a cold smile, his eyes narrowing as a chill enveloped him. It was clear that Humph sought the Minghua brand interstellar toy plane. "Rest assured, everyone," he said, then turned his icy gaze upon Humph. "In 3 days, I will deliver the 20 million. Why should I trust you?" Humph squinted suspiciously. "If I fail to present the funds in 3 days, I will relinquish the design schematics of the plane to you," Lin Feng replied, his demeanor unyielding. Humph burst into laughter at the proposition. 3 days? Even if this factory sold everything it owned, it couldn't scrape together 20 million. He relished the thought. "Fine, I'll give you 3 days. If you don't come through, don't blame me for my ruthlessness." With that, he laughed heartily and departed. The employees sighed in dismay, feeling sympathy for Lin Feng. Just as the factory was beginning to recover, they faced this predicament. They doubted Lin Feng could possibly gather 20 million. Lin Feng, however, maintained his composure. "Do not worry. I have a plan. By the way, is our Minghua brand interstellar toy tank ready?" The head of the assembly line stepped forward, presenting the completed tank to Lin Feng. "Excellent," Lin Feng said with confidence. "Wait for me a moment. We shall commence another live broadcast." Chapter 21. Baby brand interstellar toy tank. Upon arriving at the factory's open space, Lin Feng set up the live streaming equipment, logged into his account, and activated the broadcast. Ding! The streamer you follow has gone live. Please hurry to the stream to support your favorite host. For those who had previously followed Lin Feng, notifications lit up their screens, prompting them to enter his live room. Witnessing the rapid surge in viewer numbers, Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a moment of astonishment. Such enthusiasm! Little did he know that ever since he abruptly ended his last stream, viewers eager to purchase the Minghua brand interstellar toy planes had been vigilantly awaiting his return. Some fervent fans even engaged in disputes with those who believed Lin Feng's videos were fabricated with Photoshop. The atmosphere was positively electric. Lin Feng remained silent as a flood of comments erupted on the screen. "Streamer, you've finally started. I've been unable to sleep thinking about you. Darling, are your planes still for sale? Are there any of the previous toy planes left? Is this another pre-sale? I'd like to reserve 100 units. No need for more talk. Just put them on sale. I have my money ready." Seeing the barrage of comments akin to wolves pouncing on their prey, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. "Everyone, please don't rush. How can we not rush? Last time you promised to put them on sale, and then they were all snatched up." "Exactly. This time we don't want to wait so long for them to be available." As soon as Lin Feng spoke, he was met with a dozen comments in quick succession. The incident where military personnel seized the planes was still fresh in their minds. Even if they were wealthy, they knew they stood no chance against the military. Now, after so many days, with Lin Feng streaming again, surely the military wouldn't act so swiftly, would they? Lin Feng found himself both amused and exasperated by these remarks. The previous incident had indeed been an unforeseen occurrence. He never imagined military personnel would show up. Quickly, he smiled and added, "No need to worry. This time we are not selling planes. We are offering a brand new version." Upon hearing brand new version, the viewers in the live room were left in a state of confusion. "May I ask, does this plane now have the capability to drill into the ground? What is that supposed to mean? How could a plane drill into the ground? I think it might be able to carry passengers. Likewise, I hope I can drive it to work so I won't be stuck in traffic." Lin Feng, witnessing the enthusiasm of his audience, found his smile growing even wider. "Please don't rush. This time it's not a plane. We are selling tanks." He emphasized, the latest developed toy tank. A wave of question marks flooded the screen. "What is this? Tanks? What is so fun about tanks? Yeah. Why not stick to selling planes? Please don't be hasty. Good things come to those who wait," Lin Feng reassured them. "This tank is not just any ordinary tank. Let me briefly introduce its features. But I just want a plane." "Me too. I've been thinking about that plane for so long. I lost sleep over it." At this moment, a user known as the halfway driver chimed in. "Think about it. If the last plane was groundbreaking, perhaps this tank will be a monumental innovation as well." With the halfway driver's comment, the audience began to reconsider. Lin Feng, seeing that the excitement in the live room had reached a sufficient level, proceeded with his introduction. Our latest toy tank derives its kinetic energy primarily from a solar charging system. It also features an intelligent evasion system and a remote AI control system. Its maximum speed can reach an astonishing 300 kilometers per hour. These were merely some of the basic specifications. The tank's most significant weapon, however, was its electromagnetic cannon. After Lin Feng's introduction, the live room fell into a stunned silence. Firstly, the solar charging system was not entirely surprising. Many toy cars now boasted such features, albeit often as a gimmick, charging for 2 hours only to run for 2 minutes. The intelligent evasion system was still beyond their comprehension. To most, the remote AI control system simply meant a remote control. However, upon hearing the maximum speed of 300 kilometers per hour, viewers were left aghast, nearly dropping their phones. What on earth? 300 kilometers? Even a car costing $1 million can't reach such speeds. Streamer, have you been sleeping in lately and are just toying with us? Exactly, let us not even discuss the electromagnetic cannon. I doubt many people internationally can even comprehend that. The electromagnetic cannon doesn't concern me. I'm primarily focused on the 300 kilometers per hour. I'm buying it just to ride it home as a vehicle. Though Lin Feng had the Minhua brand interstellar toy planes as a foundation, the viewers remained skeptical of his claims. Even the halfway driver, who typically defended Lin Feng, chose to remain silent this time, as the assertions were indeed a bit outrageous. Streamer, are those figures really necessary to be so absurd? If this doesn't pan out, you could always sell the previous planes. You'd still make a fortune. Exactly. If you fabricate some data, it could lower the interest in your stream. And that wouldn't be ideal. At this moment, not only were there live viewers, but many sci-fi streamers also tuned in, capturing Lin Feng and Oppo's broadcast for their video content. Lin Feng had become quite the sensation in their sci-fi community. Yet, upon hearing Lin Feng's claims, they felt he had gone too far, boasting without a hint of restraint. Amidst the tide of skeptical comments, Lin Feng maintained a calm smile. At that moment, a user named Eternal Heart, who had been present since the stream began but had never commented, posted a golden message, whether it's a mule or a horse. Let us take it out for a walk to see. Indeed, let us take it out and see for ourselves. The audience echoed the sentiment. Well then, dear viewers, prepare yourselves. With that, Lin Feng stepped back slightly, directing the camera toward the rear of the warehouse. As the roll-up door began to rise, the first sight to greet their eyes was a white shell cradling a cannon barrel with a diameter of 235 millimeters. As Lin Feng pressed the remote control, a humming sound filled the air. Boom. The baby brand interstellar toy tank slowly emerged from the warehouse. The viewers in the live room were left speechless. The tank, adorned in a striking black and white design with sharp angles, featured 8 massive rubber wheels arranged in pairs with a white iron shell serving as armor. At the center of the armor, a blue halo radiated. The upper part housed a colossal cannon barrel, not extending too far, barely 3 meters in length. The tank soon rolled into view of the camera, coming to a halt, resembling a formidable beast poised on the ground. Chapter 22. Astonishment. Could someone really use a tank as a toy? Observing the baby brand interstellar toy tank up close left the viewers in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. What the heck? I must be dreaming. Are toys this hardcore nowadays? I need to go take a nap. My brain hasn't booted up yet. The one up there sleeping. Let and amp. Oppos. Join in. I feel like I haven and amp. Oppos. Slept well either. Is this thing really a toy? A flurry of shocked comments cascaded across the screen, with some viewers remaining speechless for an extended period, struggling to find words to express their bewilderment. They could only muster a single character. Damn. The employees of the toy factory watched Lin Feng maneuvering the tank, their concern palpable. During its production, they had many doubts, but had suppressed them after the previous success with the toy airplane. They diligently followed Lin Feng's blueprints to create the components. Is it truly safe for us to sell this? One employee whispered, his heart heavy with uncertainty as he gazed at the colossal baby brand interstellar toy tank, which was almost the size of an actual tank. At that moment, Deputy Factory Director Lee approached, wiping the sweat from his forehead that had sprung forth from shock. You've been here long enough. Why worry now? We must trust the little factory head. The others, upon witnessing Lee's demeanor, felt even more anxious. They initially thought Lin Feng's toy airplane was absurd, but now it had reached a new level of incredibility. Could it be that this is a repurposed old car? A comment drew everyone's attention. I think that's quite possible. The size is about right. If this thing can truly reach 300 kilometers per hour, I'd buy it as my family car. Just a heads up, It seems this tank has no seats. No worries. I'll just hang on to the cannon. With such flair, who needs a seat? I'll just drape a bedsheet over my shoulder. The comments surge again. Sensing the audience and Oppo's excitement, Lin Feng spoke up. Everyone, don't rush. Let us find a spacious area to properly demonstrate. Hurry up and show us. I want to see what tank can speed at 300 kilometers. Almost everyone had forgotten a crucial detail. This was a toy, not a real tank. Lin Feng picked up the live streaming equipment and maneuvered the baby brand interstellar toy tank outside the factory. Being electrically powered, it emitted no thunderous roar. Yet its black and white shell shimmered majestically under the sun. The viewers in the live stream felt their adrenaline surge. As soon as it exited the factory, onlookers by the roadside halted in their tracks, blinking in disbelief at the enormous toy that had emerged from the factory. Brothers, this can't be a modified car. There is not a sound. What is powering it? Is someone pedaling inside? Hey, that is a clever thought. Lin Feng's audio equipment was positioned close, allowing the sounds emitted by the baby brand interstellar toy tank to be nearly audible. However, there was no roaring engine to be heard. The crowd was eager to decipher what vehicle Lin Feng had modified, but they were soon disappointed. Lin Feng, aware of their thoughts, explained. The tank's exterior employs the most advanced sound-absorbing materials, minimizing engine noise to facilitate stealth operations. The crowd responded with a flurry of exclamation marks. Goodness. If I didn't know you were selling a tank, I'd think you were preparing to attack some barbarians. Now I'm even more curious. Is that cannon real? Come on, show us what you've got. Isn't this tank supposed to reach 300 kilometers per hour? The barrage of comments urged Lin Feng to showcase the tank's capabilities. Onlookers by the roadside eagerly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. Witnessing a tank on the street was akin to a dream. Brothers, don't rush. There are quite a few people here. Let us wait until we're on the main road. Lin Feng smiled and reassured them. Although their factory wasn't in the city center, it wasn't too remote either, and there was a steady flow of pedestrians. This scene was quickly recorded and shared on social media, prompting astonishment. Someone is actually using a tank as a toy. Brothers, I must be dreaming. I'll take another nap. Soon, Lin Feng maneuvered the baby brand interstellar toy tank onto the main road. Viewers in the live stream were on the edge of their seats, fixated on their screens, eager not to miss a single moment. All right, everyone, get ready. I'm about to launch, Lin Feng declared, excitement evident on his face. It is rare for a man not to be enamored with machinery, especially something as exhilarating as a tank. When Lin Feng saw the data, he could hardly contain himself. I'm all set. Hurry up. I've got my screen recording ready. With that, Lin Feng adjusted the remote control to the 5th gear and pushed the joystick. The baby brand interstellar toy tank emitted a gentle hum, and in the next instant, it shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. The road was deliberately chosen, long and straight, with scarcely any other vehicles in sight. At that moment, a wealthy young man drove his latest model Porsche, enjoying the breeze with a beautiful woman beside him. One hand propped his head against the window while the other confidently gripped the steering wheel. The woman, dressed in a summery outfit, gazed at him with starry eyes. Darling, this car cost my dad a fortune to import from abroad. It can reach a top speed of 268 kilometers per hour. There are hardly any cars like it in the country. Before he could finish, a black and white blur zipped past him, followed by a gust of wind. Startled, the wealthy young man's expression changed, and he cursed. What the heck is that? In his panic, he slammed on the brakes, almost causing an accident. When he looked up, he only caught a glimpse of the black and white figure vanishing from his view at an astonishing speed. Onlookers by the roadside were left in awe. They had seen fast cars before, but nothing like this. Yet Lin Feng was not merely racing. He was flying too low. The viewers in the live stream stood up in excitement. Please tell me there's no speed enhancement software in this stream. This can't be real. How am I still seeing the Porsche chasing behind? Chapter 23, Tank Drift. Good heavens. The live stream has exploded with excitement. The barrage of comments is overwhelming. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Today's broadcast commenced with remarkable success. Unbeknownst to him, the frenzy extended beyond the live stream, reaching the local police as well. Excuse me. Did you say someone is operating a tank in the outskirts of Jiangxing? The operator at 110 received a call from concerned citizens, her expression one of disbelief. While there was indeed a military district nearby, no reports had indicated any tank activity. Could you please confirm that it is a tank? The operator inquired again, skeptical. The caller, brimming with excitement, replied, yes, indeed. Numerous people have witnessed it. If you don't believe us, check the surveillance footage on the outskirts. The operator remained incredulous. A tank appearing just outside the city was preposterous. However, the caller's earnestness suggested they were not fabricating the story. Very well, we will investigate immediately. Thank you for the information. After hanging up, she summoned her colleagues. They accessed the public safety system to retrieve the surveillance footage from the specified location. When they reviewed the footage from the time indicated by the caller, the officers were left speechless. Good grief, there really is a tank, one exclaimed. This tank looks so futuristic, and why is it in black and white? Another officer questioned. Is that the point? The real question is how it ended up here. Are we on the brink of war? How come we received no prior notification? The officers were all on edge. Just then, a senior officer entered. What are you all standing around for? Get moving and find out what is going on. Yes, sir. The previously shocked officers snapped to attention. The presence of a tank outside the city was no trivial matter. They quickly contacted the military district for clarification. Tanks are strategic assets. And given the tank's unprecedented speed, failing to address this situation promptly could lead to significant issues. The officers sprang into action, using surveillance footage along the route to ascertain Lin Feng's current location, while Lin Feng remained blissfully unaware. He merely aimed to showcase the performance of the baby brand interstellar toy tank, to prove to his viewers he was not deceiving them. At this moment, Lin Feng maneuvered the baby brand interstellar toy tank to a secluded area filled with overgrown weeds, not far from the vast ocean. Devoid of even a fishing boat, an ideal setting for demonstrating the tank's capabilities. Streamer, show us something else quickly, we can't wait any longer. This speed is incredible. Shunti, we just put it up for sale right now. The fellow above is right, if someone snatches it away, we'll be left waiting in vain. Don't rush, my friends, let us first appreciate the performance of the baby brand interstellar toy tank. With that, Lin Feng directed the tank up a hill. As speed increased, it ascended the incline effortlessly. Had no one witnessed it, they would have found it hard to believe. Am I seeing things? Is that tank equipped with suspension? You're not imagining it. I see it too, and it's independent. My goodness. It's almost vertical at 90 degrees. How is it climbing like that? Can I purchase one? I'd love to drive it home for the new year. The viewers in the live stream were already ecstatic after witnessing the tank's kinetic system. Hold your horses, this is merely the basic feature. Lin Feng said as he brought the tank back. This time, he revved it up and charged towards the camera. As the tank loomed larger on the screen, the audience gripped their phones in trepidation. What is the streamer doing? He can't possibly be attempting to perform a stunt with the tank, can he? Some viewers, unable to bear the suspense, turned their heads away, yet their eyes remained glued to their screens. Just as the baby brand interstellar toy tank was about to collide with Lin Feng, he performed an astonishing maneuver, releasing his grip from the remote control. Everyone believed Lin Feng had lost his mind. Yet, in the next instant, an astonishing spectacle unfolded. Mere inches from Lin Feng, the tank executed a breathtaking 360-degree drift, landing gracefully to the side. The live stream fell into a stunned silence. After a moment, a single 666 appeared in the corner of the screen. Tank drift. Goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, what you just witnessed was the intelligent obstacle avoidance system. Upon detecting a heat source ahead, it automatically evades. Lin Feng then showcased some cinematic stunt driving techniques with the tank, leaving the audience awestruck. Brothers, have you forgotten something crucial? The streamer mentioned their SA cannon too. Oh, right. Streamer, that cannon isn't just for show, is it? Don't worry, it's coming right up. Lin Feng announced as he moved the live streaming equipment to the seaside. This vast expanse of water was typically devoid of even fishing vessels. He drove the tank right to the shore. At this moment, some viewers began recording the screen. The concept of an electromagnetic cannon sounded incredibly futuristic. And now it was appearing on a toy tank. It felt surreal. Lin Feng adjusted the cannon's angle, then lifted a glass cover from the center of the remote control. Friends, keep your eyes peeled. As he spoke, he pressed the red button with a firm thumb. In the next instant, a charging sound resonated, and blue light swirled around the electromagnetic cannon. With a loud bang, a white lightning orb shot forth from the cannon, tracing a beautiful arc in the air. As it skimmed across the ocean, it left a trail resembling a white silk ribbon on the water's surface, with ripples expanding outward to confirm that the orb was no mere computer-generated effect. In less than 2 seconds, the white orb vanished from sight, prompting a flurry of astonished comments. What an eye-opener. It's like a knife slicing through butter. Please, put it up for sale right away. I have a feeling if it's not listed soon, we might miss our chance to buy it. Chapter 24. The host jokingly remarked. Why are you still playing? Meanwhile, the audience in the live stream remained captivated by the impressive performance of the baby brand interstellar toy tank. At that moment, the internet was ablaze with trending topics due to the commotion caused earlier on the road. Numerous images and brief videos had been uploaded online, showcasing the astonishing sight of a tank racing down the street. New equipment from Huaxia. Captivating headlines surged to the top of the trending list. Many who had only glimpsed the photos and short clips began to jest, questioning the authenticity of such effects. Is it really true that tanks are speeding? If this is genuine, I might as well go home and eat 2 pounds of cow dung. Upon reading this comment, an enthusiastic netizen immediately tagged the individual, urging them to prepare for their cow dung feast, while also sharing a link to Lin Feng's live stream. Curiosity piqued, many clicked into the live stream. Upon realizing Lin Feng was indeed broadcasting, they quickly refreshed the page. What a surprise, he's still live. Wait, what kind of tank is this? Oh, it seems to be a toy. The toy tank once again ascended the trending charts. However, since Lin Feng had only recently started streaming, the videos circulating were quite short, mostly consisting of candid shots taken by passers-by. At this moment, Lin Feng was unaware that this incident had drawn the attention of some ill-intentioned individuals. Could this tank possibly be like the previous aircraft and capable of entering the sea? Upon reading this comment, Lin Feng decided to demonstrate, driving the tank toward the ocean. The audience's faces twitched in disbelief. The commenter could only exclaim, "Host, I was just joking. Why are you taking it seriously? If it can enter the sea, then floating on water shouldn't be too much to ask," another comment chimed in. A flurry of 666 comments flooded the screen. Lin Feng smiled knowingly at the remark, replying that these were merely supplementary features. He then pressed a button on the controller, activating the hover mode. The tank, which had been submerged, slowly began to float, its wheels extending outward. As the wheels rotated, the tank sped across the water's surface. Is this really a tank? One viewer questioned in astonishment. You should be asking, is this really a toy? Another replied. IXI and Yongheng could no longer remain composed, flooding the chat with several carnival and Ferris wheel emojis. Host, hurry up and share the link, stop dawdling. The functionality Lin Feng had just displayed shattered preconceived notions of modern tanks. A torrent of comments followed, expressing that if such a tank were unattainable, sleep would be elusive. Meanwhile, some personnel from the 110 emergency response team had also come across these videos online and opened Lin Feng's live stream. Captain, look, he's still broadcasting. This tank's destructive capability far exceeds that of ordinary tanks. As he spoke, an officer handed the captain the video he had found online, which captured Lin Feng using an electromagnetic cannon to part the sea. The captain's expression hardened as his eagle-like gaze fixated on the screen. Taking a deep breath, he turned to a beautiful policewoman beside him. Has the military made any contact regarding this matter? The policewoman gently nodded. The military has already been informed. What did they say? The captain pressed urgently. The policewoman's face bore a hint of concern as she explained. The military stated that they have not received any documents regarding an exercise, and this tank is not listed among any active service numbers. Hearing this, the captain's expression darkened to an almost ominous degree. No service number. That means this tank is completely outside the military's control. This is a serious incident. Exhaling heavily, he barked, "Accelerate. We need to get there quickly." "Yes," replied the driver, slamming the accelerator to the floor, urgency evident in their expression, wishing they could press their foot straight through to the fuel tank. At an international conference, a diminutive man from Sakura Nation stealthily approached a representative from Eagle Nation. "We have received new intelligence. The manufacturer of the drones has launched a new type of tank, which is now trending in Huaxia." The Eagle Nation diplomat abruptly turned to the Sakura representative. "Is this true?" The Sakura representative nodded vigorously. "I wouldn't dare deceive you. I have video evidence." After reviewing the video sent by his subordinate, the Eagle diplomat's grin widened to the point of nearly splitting his face. "Excellent. Now we have a chance to turn the tide. Let us see just how resilient the rabbit's defenses are." However, outwardly maintaining composure, he smiled gently and picked up the microphone. "Rabbit, we have just received a new video that I believe will pique your interest." Upon witnessing the Eagle diplomat's calm demeanor, the rabbit felt a sinking sensation in their heart, sensing something ominous. "Let and Appos, as take a look," the rabbit replied, eager to uncover the Eagle and Appos' intentions. The Eagle representative then displayed videos compiled from various bloggers showcasing Lin Feng's live stream, taken from Huaxiao's video platform. As the attendees viewed the footage, a profound silence enveloped the room. All eyes were fixed on the rabbit. I understand there are questions. The eagle diplomat was internally pleased, stoking the flames of tension. This is not an attempt to defame you. Rather, someone is broadcasting live. He opened Lin Feng and Oppo's live stream link, despite the slight delay that did not hinder their viewing. The eagle diplomat's expression turned serious as he boldly interrogated, "Rabbit, have you been following the trending topics? This tank has dominated the Huaxia trending list. The top 10 are all about this machine, showcasing ordinary citizens operating a tank manufactured by a private enterprise. Shouldn't you provide some clarification?" Before finishing his statement, the eagle's tone rose further. Leaning forward slightly, he placed his hands on the table, aiming to exert pressure on the rabbit, his eyes glinting with cunning. Pointing at the large screen, he insisted, "You must provide us with a reasonable explanation for this tank's existence." The representatives from the rabbit's side, upon witnessing the live stream, could not suppress their astonished expressions, wide-eyed at the revelation. "While I'm engaged in debate, you're already wielding an electromagnetic cannon." Chapter 25. This baby is just too adorable. In the Grand International Conference Hall, everyone awaited the rabbit's clever retorts. As the live broadcast continued, Lin Feng's voice resonated once more, accompanied by a flurry of enthusiastic comments praising the host. The atmosphere was decidedly peculiar. Lin Feng, brimming with excitement, elaborated on the various features of the product. Many attendees had joined the stream after hearing about it from others. He reiterated some functionalities, which, although repetitive, still ignited fervor among the audience. He even reenacted a demonstration he had previously performed. Initially, the Eagle Nation representatives had only glimpsed snippets of videos, which were far from comprehensive. However, Lin Feng's live demonstration left them utterly captivated. It was hard to believe that such agility could be exhibited by a tank. The skillful evasion technique suggested that it could effortlessly escape even direct artillery fire. The barrage of comments became relentless, with viewers expressing their astonishment and admiration. "Host, please make it available for purchase soon. We implore you. This must cost a fortune. Who could possibly afford it? Brother, you must be new here." The last incredible aircraft was under 1,000. As the live audience swelled beyond 5,000, many individuals sent gifts, generating significant revenue, with one user alone accounting for half of the total gifts. All eyes were on Lin Feng as he prepared to unveil the tank, having retrieved it from the sea and parked it before the camera. To the astonishment of the crowd, the tank emerged completely dry, without a single droplet of water clinging to its surface. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it had just been submerged. "Loyal friends, remember our name, the baby brand interstellar toy tank." The comments exploded in response. "You call this a baby? Which baby can drift like that? This baby is simply too cute. I'm utterly smitten." Lin Feng's voice echoed through the microphone, announcing a remarkably affordable price of 3,999. Instantly, the live stream transformed from a tranquil pond into a tempestuous sea. The audience in disbelief at the price for such an extraordinary machine that could reach speeds of 300 kilometers per hour. Resembling a terrestrial aircraft capable of drifting over mountains and even traversing the ocean. "Host, please repeat that price." Some could hardly trust their ears. With a radiant smile, Lin Feng waved his hand, declaring, "$39.99, let's get on board." As per tradition, the pre-sale was limited to 2,000 units. At that moment in the International Conference Hall, the Rabbit's diplomatic team scrambled to recover from the situation. Upon hearing Lin Feng's announcement, laughter erupted among them. "Rabbit, what are you laughing at? Please maintain a serious demeanor." The Eagle representatives fumed. The Eagle Nation was on edge, having seized a rare opportunity, and could not afford to let the rabbit regain any standing. The rabbit composed himself, clearing his throat. "I sincerely apologize. I have undergone professional training, and I would not have laughed if I could help it. I simply did not expect someone to speak so thoughtlessly in such a serious meeting." Without allowing any opportunity for the eagle to retaliate, the rabbit hurriedly offered multiple apologies. "I'm so sorry, my slip of the tongue." The eagle representatives were infuriated, their brows furrowed in fury. The rabbit continued nonchalantly, "I believe everyone present has heard it well. The baby brand interstellar toy tank is merely a toy. I never imagined our Chinese toy would provoke such excitement from the Eagle Nation." The eagle was left dumbfounded, his brow furrowed in confusion. "Do you even hear what you're saying?" The eagle retorted. The rabbit blinked innocently. "What did I say? If you didn't hear, I shall repeat. It is merely a toy. Do not overreact." The great bear, seated nearby, could not contain his laughter. The international conference had become a spectacle of the rabbit and eagle bickering. With a loud clap, the eagle slammed his hands on the table, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the rabbit, every word dripping with disdain. "Overreact? Did you not see its speed? Shall I emphasize that again? The rabbit's expression turned serious as he raised a hand to signal the eagle to cease. What needs emphasis is my point. The broadcast continues. And you must understand, they are a toy factory. Naturally, what they produce are toys. Do your toys not have weaponry? The eagle and Apo's lips twitched in disbelief. Caught off guard by the rabbit's logic, the rabbit stood tall, his voice unwavering. Your toys possess power, while ours merely possess a bit more. But that does not negate its status as a baby toy. What are you so afraid of? The eagle's complexion shifted between shades, struggling to formulate a retort. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the rabbit's claim of being a toy factory was indeed accurate. To pursue the rabbit's line of reasoning would imply he feared even the toys crafted by the Chinese rabbit. What dignity would he retain on the international stage? Yet, the rabbit had never adhered to conventional logic. The adorable baby brand interstellar toy aircraft stood as a prime example. The eagle took a deep breath. Glancing at the faces of neighboring nations, their expressions flushed with suppressed laughter. The rabbit, observing the eagle's distress, reassured him, "Fear not, it is merely a small toy, incapable of causing any frets." The emphasis on the last word was deliberate. The audience, now fully aware of the rabbit's intent, erupted in uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 26. The sci-fi film of Eagle Sauce paled in comparison as Eagle Sauce observed the international conference spiraling out of control. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, his features contorting into a visage of disgust reminiscent of someone who had ingested something foul. Beside him, a subordinate from the land of cherry blossoms hastily approached, whispering, calm down. We mustn't stoop to his level. After all, Eagle Sauce was his pillar of support. Should he falter, what would become of him? Not long ago, he had been engrossed in the live broadcast, captivated by Lin Feng and Apo's exquisite interstellar toy tank, which resonated deeply with his aspirations. He dreamed of possessing such a formidable machine, yet due to his own manufacturing limitations and the technological constraints of his nation, even producing a standard tank felt like a monumental achievement. The notion of acquiring a tank with capabilities showcased in the live stream seemed nothing short of fanciful. Upon hearing his subordinate's words of consolation, Eagle Sauce inhaled deeply and tightly shut his eyes, internally reciting, "Oh my God, do not be angry, do not be angry. Do not engage with a mere rabbit. This is all an illusion. He is merely trying to provoke me." After a considerable pause, Eagle Sauce managed to compose himself, slowly reopening his eyes to meet the gaze of the rabbit. The rabbit's diplomat returned the stare, maintaining a subtle smile, though internally, tumultuous waves were roiling within. Can those little bunnies at home not keep quiet for a moment? I'm in the midst of a quarrel, and you just handed them a lever to provoke me. However, witnessing Eagle Sauce's flustered demeanor brought the rabbit immense satisfaction. Hands on hips, laughing heartily. "Ah," Eagle Sauce retorted, "Rabbit, this is an international conference room, not a venue for your jesting." The rabbit, adjusting his glasses with utmost seriousness, replied, "I am not joking. Not joking at all." Observing the rabbit's feigned composure, Eagle Sauce and Apo's previously restrained fury erupted anew. "You tell me this is not a joke? You call that a baby tank? It bears no resemblance to a baby at all." The rabbit remained unfazed, his expression as serene as ever, and nodded earnestly. "The manufacturer has declared it a baby, thus it is a baby." Meanwhile, by the seaside of Jiangcheng, upon revealing the price, the entire live stream erupted in excitement. Following the previous broadcast, Lin Feng's audience had grown accustomed to his pricing strategy, while newcomers, upon hearing the figure, wondered if they had stumbled into a hub of exaggeration. "Host, could you demonstrate once more? Are there any other functions?" "Host, your cannon just fired into the air. Well, what would happen if it landed in the sea? Should we see its power again? I too am curious about the effects of striking the seafloor. Would you demonstrate once more? Host?" Noticing the barrage of requests, Lin Feng and Apo's lips curled into a subtle smile. "All right, my friends, since you're so eager to see, I shall oblige with another demonstration. Let's not be too ostentatious with the distance. How about we select a range to experience the might of our targeting weapon?" At this, the live stream reached another crescendo of excitement. Can it be played this way? The host really knows how to entertain. Careful there. If the live stream gets shut down, we won't be able to see it anymore. Ah, right. We should say the host is truly impressive. Lin Feng chuckled along, pondering what thoughts occupied the minds of these viewers. "My dear friends, we mustn't and Apo's be too boastful. Let us keep the range reasonable. Tens of thousands of meters would be unfeasible." Just then, a golden comment appeared from a user named My Heart is Eternal. I noticed that within a 3,000-meter radius, there's essentially no one around. How about you target a 2-kilometer sea area? I think that works. I second that. 2 kilometers is just right, and the camera can capture it. With a leader to rally behind, others chimed in, okay. Lin Feng nodded emphatically and repositioned the camera to a higher vantage point before maneuvering the tank to the shore, initially intending to drive the tank directly into the water. He reconsidered, realizing it would obscure the tank's imposing presence while charging. As everyone focused intently on the live stream, Lin Feng refrained from firing immediately. Instead, he activated the radar scanning system. A small screen in front of Lin Feng displayed a thorough scan of the surrounding 2 kilometers, confirming the absence of any human presence or fishing vessels. With a grave expression, he declared, targeting 2 kilometers, preparing to launch. Hearing Lin Feng's words, the audience held their breath. The sound of the baby brand interstellar toy tank charging echoed through the live stream. Buzzing. Energy coalesced around the cannon's muzzle, forming a brilliant blue glow. This is far more captivating than a sci-fi film. If this year's sci-fi movies don't feature this tank, I shall rate them a 0. Eagle Sauce's sci-fi films are utterly inferior in comparison. A wave of excitement surged through the viewers as they pounded the chat with fervor. 3 seconds later, with the energy fully charged, Lin Feng pressed the red button. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated, followed by a blue streak shooting forth from the cannon, gliding across the sea before plunging into the depths, creating a small splash and ripples radiating outward. Yet then, the audience yearned to witness the ensuing tumultuous waves. But the sea remained eerily calm. What is happening? Could it be a misfire? This is a bit awkward. Lin Feng maintained his composure, gesturing to the viewers, patience. Let the bullet fly for a moment. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, the formerly tranquil sea erupted into towering waves, akin to a magnificent water lily unfurling. Lin Feng even felt the ground tremble beneath him, nearly losing his balance. Amidst the surging waves, numerous fish leapt into the air, and after a moment, the droplets cascaded back into the sea, creating the illusion of a downpour. The entire livestream audience was left in awe. Goodness, is this truly a toy? Unbelievably impressive. I shall refer to it as the plus version of the new energy fishing rod. Although Lin Feng was well aware of the tank's specifications, the actual experience still left him astounded. Sensing the moment was right, he waved his hand decisively. Brothers, it's time to seize it for 3,999. Chapter 27. Do you call this a baby tank? The bewilderment was not confined to the viewers in the live broadcast room. It also encompassed the rabbit diplomat in the international conference hall. Just moments ago, he had defiantly asserted to the Eagle Nation that what they were selling was merely a toy tank for children. Yet, Lin Feng and Humph, recent artillery fire shattered all his fabrications like fragile bubbles. Observing this spectacle, the Eagle Nation momentarily forgot their original intentions, erupting into laughter as if they had seized the rabbit by its tail. Ah, rabbit, what do you have to say now? Just look at this technology paired with the tank. You dare call this a baby tank? Lin Feng's live stream was being scrutinized by diplomats from around the globe. The Eagle Nation had completely overlooked the formidable might displayed by Lin Feng, which eclipsed all the tanks in their arsenal. They had forgotten how such a powerful machine posed a tremendous threat to the rabbit, akin to a blow to the head. Smaller nations gazed at the rabbit with gleaming eyes, and those who had previously allied with the rabbit were practically eager to cling to its legs. In their eyes, the rabbit diplomat had become a father figure. Were it not for the inappropriate atmosphere of the international conference hall, there might have been individuals rushing to grovel before the rabbit. If they could procure such tanks from the rabbit, they would have no fear of the bullying big powers. They could simply line up at the borders and retaliate against any aggressor. Momentarily rendered speechless by Lin Feng's artillery, the rabbit seethed internally, vowing to confront this individual upon returning home. Is it fate that brings us into conflict? Here I am, trying to argue, and you have solidified my position. At that moment in the live stream, a fish was blasted into the air, landing right at Lin Feng's feet, having been rendered unconscious by the electric shock. Upon seeing the fish, the rabbit and Hump's eyes brightened. Clearing his throat, he declared, "It is well known that fishermen in our coastal waters rely on fishing for their livelihoods. The location of the broadcaster is indeed a coastal area, necessitating frequent fishing. As you have just witnessed, utilizing this device for fishing is remarkably convenient." The bear, who had been sipping tea, nearly spewed it out in disbelief. He thought to himself, "You? Fish? In Siberia, we can only grow potatoes." The Eagle Nation was equally astonished. Jaws agape, eyes reddened in disbelief. Who uses a tank for fishing? The rabbit remained unperturbed, glancing at the bear and retorting, "Your family employs mushroom bombs to extinguish fires. What's wrong with my toy tank for catching fish?" The bear's expression darkened, recalling a past incident when their oil well caught fire, and they had to resort to mushroom bombs to collapse the surrounding area. The Eagle Nation was fuming, their nostrils flaring. Meanwhile, Lin Feng collected the fried fish, oblivious to the fact that the police had already been dispatched. On the shore, the public felt the ground tremble and speculated whether a minor earthquake had occurred. "Wait, we are not in an earthquake zone. How could this happen? I heard a buzzing sound. Is that factory exploding?" Confusion reigned as people gathered to analyze the situation. At that moment, police vehicles arrived at the shore, and the leading officer stepped out, his face as grim as a frying pan. "Everyone, secure this maritime area," he commanded. The officers sprang into action, fully aware of the significance of the event at hand, determined to avoid any missteps. Just then, a policewoman hurried to the captain and Apos' side. "What is happening?" the captain inquired. The policewoman promptly handed him her phone, saying, "The military wants you to take this call." With a furrowed brow, the captain accepted the phone. A deep, commanding voice resonated from the other end. "Are you at the seaside?" The captain nodded. "Yes. From this moment on, this matter is no longer your concern. The military will take over." The captain was left bewildered, questioning how they could simply abandon their responsibilities after venturing so far. "What do you mean?" he pressed. The authoritative voice responded again, "This is a secret directive from above. You need not understand. Simply follow orders. Seal off that area and prevent anyone from approaching the coastline." Upon hearing the word secret directive, the captain's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Understood." He hung up and immediately issued orders. "Everyone, do not approach the seaside. Evacuate the surrounding crowd and inform them this is merely a military exercise." The officers nodded in compliance, not daring to question further. Meanwhile, at the military base, Qin Bojan stared at the urgent documents sent from above, his head pounding. The files included photographs captured during Lin Feng's live stream, one of which showcased Lin Feng maneuvering a toy tank in an impressive 360-degree rotation. Since returning from Lin Feng's toy factory, Qin had refrained from interrupting him, allowing Lin Feng the freedom to focus on aircraft production. Yet, within just a few days, Lin Feng had developed another innovation, one that had garnered even more attention than the last. With no time to waste, Qin scrolled through his contacts to find Lin Feng's number and placed a call. Lin Feng, currently live streaming, eagerly answered upon seeing Qin's name flash on his phone. "Hello." Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were fervently engaging in the chat. "For $39.99, I want to buy 10 to hoard at home. You little rascal. Planning to pass this down as a family heirloom? I merely wish to buy one, but I wonder if it can be registered?" Suddenly, the live stream screen went black. The audience was left in stunned silence, a flurry of question marks flooding the chat. Those who had previously witnessed Lin Feng and Apos' streams felt a sense of foreboding. This scenario mirrored the last time when the stream abruptly cut off, leaving them to wonder if history was repeating itself. Chapter 28. All right. Could you perhaps tone it down a bit? It's been a while since we last met. Lin Feng greeted with a smile, aware of the significance of his counterpart. A major client, with whom future collaborations might ensue. Qin Bojan, however, was not as composed as Lin Feng. He cut straight to the point, inquiring, "What's the situation on your end? What are you up to?" "I'm currently live streaming," Lin Feng replied with a grin. "By the way, do you need tanks?" Given that the other party was military personnel who had previously requested toy planes, it was plausible that they might also be in need of tanks. Lin Feng contemplated offering them a discount. "Have you completed the planes?" Qin Bojan paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. Lin Feng chuckled and responded promptly. "They've been finished for quite some time. I refrained from mentioning it earlier to avoid disturbing you." "What?" Qin Bojan exclaimed, rising from his chair in shock. "You worked that quickly?" He understood that the higher the technological content of an aircraft, the longer its construction time. Moreover, the quantity they required was substantial. Upon returning, he had investigated Lin Feng's toy factory, which consisted of only about 20 employees. How could they possibly manufacture all those planes in just a few days? Apos, as merely a toy plane, it doesn't Apos take long to produce, especially considering the numerous assembly lines in my factory, Lin Feng thought, oblivious to Qin Bojan and Apos' astonishment. Qin Bojan, however, appeared increasingly serious, questioning, "You wouldn't be trying to pull a fast one on us with different toys from what you showcased in your previous live stream, would you?" I must emphasize that they must be identical to the planes you previously demonstrated. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng confidently reassured him, "Rest assured. I am a man of integrity in business. You receive what you pay for. The samples I present will be exactly what you receive. Besides, my toy factory is right here. You can't run away from the truth." Understanding the military's propensity to investigate his factory, Qin Bojan nodded, saying, "All right. I'll reach out to the contacts and prepare." While Lin Feng articulated his thoughts clearly, he still found it somewhat unbelievable. To him, such technologically advanced planes resembled mere toy planes. "Rest easy. Every plane will be personally inspected by me before shipment," he maintained a smile. Noticing the astonishment in Qin Bojan's voice, Lin Feng felt an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. "Actually, the planes were prepared days ago, and we have developed new products as well. That's why I took the time to stream. We've released new items that you might want to check out." Qin Bojan nodded in approval, acknowledging, "You're quite diligent in your work and eager to learn. With young individuals like you in Huaxia, the future looks promising. Unfortunately, my small factory is in dire need of funds, which is why I am out here selling," Lin Feng replied with a smile. The pressing matter was that he still owed 20 million. Failing to gather that amount would be catastrophic. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Lin Feng's mind. His live stream was intended to attract clients, and now a significant client was right in front of him. He cheerfully suggested, "By the way, you can come to my live stream and take a look. If you find it satisfactory, perhaps you could." Before he could finish, he noticed the pitch-black screen of his phone, abruptly halting his words. "Hey, what happened to my live stream?" On the other end, Qin Bojan was left in a mix of amusement and exasperation. Lin Feng was indeed dedicated, still preoccupied with his stream despite the circumstances. Lin Feng opened the live stream's back end, muttering to himself, "I haven't violated any rules, so why was my stream shut down? I should appeal this, otherwise I might have to switch platforms next time." Once again, Qin Bojan and Appo's voice came through the receiver. All right, could you please tone it down a bit? I had someone shut down your stream." Realizing it was the military that had closed his stream, Lin Feng felt no frustration. He began to pack up his streaming equipment. "All right, your live stream concludes here for today. Please prepare for the aircraft handover. Regarding the tanks, we have already had a look at what you have. Please check how many you have that are the same as last time, as we would like to procure them all." Lin Feng's initial disappointment transformed into radiant joy upon hearing this. His purpose for live streaming had been to sell tanks, and now someone was interested in acquiring all of them. Great. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have come out here, saving me all this hassle. I'll return to the factory right away. Just send someone over for the handover. With that, Lin Feng prepared to maneuver his baby brand interstellar toy tank back home. Qin Bojan, however, became anxious at this point. Wait. What is it?" Lin Feng paused, wondering if the other party was reconsidering. If he couldn't secure the 20 million, he would have to stream again. "Please, don't head back just yet," Qin Bojan urged, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Leave your baby brand interstellar toy tank where it is. Do not conduct any power tests. Just leave it there. Do not move it at all until I arrive." Each of Qin Bojan's emphatic reminders underscored the importance of leaving the tank undisturbed. He could not allow Lin Feng to drive the tank back through the streets, fearing it would cause an uproar. Lin Feng, taken aback, touched his nose and smiled awkwardly yet politely. Okay. Initially, he hadn't and Appo's. He considered the implications of showcasing the tank. His primary aim was to satisfy the curiosity of his viewers. Reflecting on it, he realized that the drivers on the road must have been startled when a toy tank sped past them at an astonishing 300 kilometers per hour. Once he confirmed that Lin Feng had not left, Qin Bojan promptly hung up the phone and instructed his subordinates to prepare a vehicle. He hastily exited his office and rushed to where Lin Feng was located. Meanwhile, along the coast, a large crowd had gathered outside the 110-meter security perimeter, peering in with eager anticipation. Chapter 29. It won and Appo's. TB long before this fellow can reach outer space. During his leisure time, Lin Feng chose not to continue his live stream, but instead sat down to rest. He gazed at the abundant catch of fish he had explosively gathered along the shore. He picked and selected several, completely unaware that his live stream had once again caused a sensation online, even surpassing the previous buzz generated by the toy airplane. Major news portals were inundated with articles about Lin Feng's baby brand interstellar toy tank, accompanied by a plethora of videos and images readily available at the click of a button. Some individuals even compiled all the live stream content into videos and shared them online. My goodness, this tank is astonishing. Is it truly a toy? If I could acquire one, I would sell my Ferrari without a second thought. How impressive. With this gadget, I wouldn't need to take the high-speed train. I could simply traverse mountains and head home directly. A multitude of people engaged in enthusiastic discussions online. Modern-day netizens, ever eager for news, were certainly not going to let such a groundbreaking revelation slip by. They relished in the drama, especially since such an explosive revelation was a rarity. Some even sought to acquire the location of Lin Feng's toy factory for a handsome sum. Although online orders weren't possible, they were ready to venture out in person. Yet, not everyone was convinced. After all, the concept was simply too daunting. Even science fiction films hesitated to depict such marvels, as it seemed to defy the very principles of aerodynamics. Newton would surely shake his head in disbelief. Is this real? The last airplane was similarly implausible. How could such a thing exist? People today are desperate for views, forsaking all standards. However, these skeptical comments were swiftly countered by Lin Feng's loyal fans in the livestream room. If you don't understand, refrain from speaking. Just watch the livestream. And you and Oppos, LLC for yourself. Is there any deception in a livestream? There and Oppos, no software capable of real-time virtual rendering. In an instant, those who questioned Lin Feng found themselves at a loss for words. Soon, however, they discovered a loophole, where and Oppos, the livestream link. If you're so confident, let me see it. The fans, upon reading this comment, were taken aback. They still wished to watch the livestream. But the issue was that Lin Feng's channel had suddenly been suspended, leaving them in the dark. Not only domestically, but Lin Feng's livestream replays were also visible on foreign video platforms. International viewers, witnessing Lin Feng maneuvering the tank across rugged terrain, were left wide-eyed and filled with questions. Oh my God, Maria, is that truly a tank? I swear on my grandmother, this is not a toy. What on earth are the Chinese capable of? A toy so formidable, could they dominate the globe? If their toys are this powerful, what might their industrial capabilities be? Some more radical foreign netizens even felt a twinge of fear, particularly upon witnessing Lin Feng use an electromagnetic cannon for fishing, nearly toppling from their chairs in astonishment. As the video spread from one viewer to another, a group of designers at a design institute in Jiangcheng, who had previously been baffled by Lin Feng and Oppos' toy airplane, now watched the replay of his live stream with utter confusion. They furrowed their brows, stroking their chins in perplexity. What does this mean? Can someone explain this to me? We haven't and Oppos to even grasp the airplane yet, and now there's a tank? Professor Wang, filled with excitement, sat nearby, replaying Lin Feng and Oppos' live stream repeatedly. Wang Qi, beside him, was equally animated. Although he wasn't well-versed in tank technology, he recognized that if such advancements could be applied to drones, they would undoubtedly create a significant stir. Professor Wang, should we consult with the higher-ups? Wang Qi eagerly suggested. Professor Wang nodded slightly, harboring the same thoughts. After learning that Lin Feng had designed the toy airplane, he had wished to meet him. Such talent must not be squandered. With proper guidance, Lin Feng could become a rising star in the tech world. At this moment, the group of researchers called in by Zhang Kaiji to study drones sat huddled together. Zhang Kaiji, deep in thought, had just received a call from Qin Bojun, who was now meeting with Lin Feng and had learned that the toy airplanes were complete and ready for handover. Meanwhile, the Design Institute was busy addressing the international discourse surrounding the toy airplane. Zhang Kaiji mused that Lin Feng was likely preoccupied with airplane production and would not be unveiling any new surprises in the short term. Yet, just a few days later, while the excitement surrounding the toy airplanes still lingered, Lin Feng dropped yet another bombshell. Was he trying to challenge the aging intellects of his predecessors? Professor Wang approached Zhang Kaiji and sighed, Director Zhang, I have watched the tank video several times. The technological sophistication is on par with the toy airplane. The formidable power and electromagnetic cannon alone are beyond our reach. Zhang Kaiji nodded, raising his gaze to the screen displaying Lin Feng's livestream replay. Professor Wang, I understand your sentiments. Initially, I thought this young man had achieved sufficient astonishment with just the toy airplane. To our surprise, he has gifted us a second wonder in such a brief span. Everyone present nodded fervently, their eyes alight with excitement. Yet, simultaneously, they felt a pang of shame. This was merely a toy factory, a modest establishment with only 20 employees, most of whom were middle-aged. Yet they had managed to create a tank of such impressive capabilities. In contrast, they were young, vigorous, well-versed in various principles, spending their days in the lab, yet their own research yielded results that paled in comparison to Lin Feng's toys. Luckily, this matter remained undisclosed. Otherwise, they would be the laughingstock of the international community. Having spoken, Zhang Kaiji turned to Professor Wang. Rest assured, Professor Wang, I know what you wish to convey. I have already reported this matter. The higher-ups will provide guidance shortly. Upon hearing this, Professor Wang felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, the other researchers in the Design Institute remained entranced by the shock of Lin Feng's achievements. Their minds in disarray, only able to utter, "Wow." Between airplanes and tanks, it won't be long before this fellow reaches outer space. Chapter 30. Can this thing be called a toy tank? In the International Accounting Hall, the live broadcast was abruptly cut off. The Eagle Sauce side had seized an opportunity against the rabbit. "Rabbit, are you feeling anxious?" The rabbit feigned ignorance, shrugging. "What are you talking about?" Eagle Sauce smirked. "I wonder how long you can keep up this act." The broadcaster's stream was interrupted. "It must have been your doing." He recalled the incident of Lin Feng's live stream being terminated. Such advanced technology would not be easily sold to other nations, especially not in a live broadcast. Clearly, the rabbit was in a rush. Otherwise, why would they have ordered the broadcast to cease so abruptly? "Come on. It's quite normal for a live stream to be cut off," the rabbit replied, looking helplessly at Eagle Sauce. Yet, in his mind, he was frantically concocting reasons for Lin Feng's stream being halted. Suddenly, a bright idea struck him. He was fishing in a prohibited area, so they cut off his stream. "What's the big deal?" The rabbit spoke without considering the moral implications of his words. In coastal regions, fishing was generally permitted. At this time, there was no ban on fishing. The absence of fishing boats where Lin Feng had been was simply due to the lack of fish. Of course, only the rabbit was aware of this. Even if Eagle Sauce wanted to verify this claim, it was already too late. Eagle Sauce felt as if a heavy stone pressed upon his chest, suffocating him. Was everything to be dictated by the rabbit? Whatever the rabbit said was taken as truth. The issue was that he couldn't find a counter-argument at the moment, as he was unfamiliar with the rabbit's affairs. "Well, Eagle Sauce, perhaps you should focus on your own matters. After all, you've developed a high-tech aircraft, only to be outdone by a toy plane. What happened to your funding? Did you spend it all on fishing?" The rabbit's sarcastic remark elicited another round of laughter in the conference hall. Eagle Sauce recognized that the rabbit was being obstinate. Even with such evidence presented, the rabbit would never concede, especially since the broadcast clearly indicated they were selling toys. Unless one day the rabbit brought this technology into military service and publicly demonstrated it, he had no way to strike back. As for now, no matter how great his grievances, he could only swallow them in silence. He finally sat back down, ceasing further argument with the rabbit. Witnessing Eagle Sauce relent, representatives from other nations quickly fell silent, not wishing to engage the rabbit further. Some even instructed their colleagues to reach out to rabbit diplomats, exploring the possibility of acquiring such advanced tanks. While everyone appeared to endorse the rabbit's claims during the international conference, only a fool would genuinely believe they were merely toys. Even if they were toys, what of it? Toys that could be operated remotely without manual control, yet possessed such lethal capabilities? They were prepared for the rabbit to demand a hefty price. The meeting concluded, and the rabbit hastily exited. The content of the live broadcast had been witnessed by all. He could sense the eager gazes from the smaller nations. If he lingered, he might find himself trapped. While those smaller nations dared not confront the diplomats directly, their incessant chatter was nonetheless bothersome. Besides, they were clueless about the situation at home, relying solely on their thick skins. Meanwhile, upon returning, the leaders of Eagle Sauce were in a state of panic. Initially, their aim was merely to confront the rabbit regarding the toy aircraft technology. Who would have anticipated the sudden emergence of a baby-brand interstellar toy tank? The technological prowess of the tank had been assessed by their experts, and they realized that even with 10 more years, they might not replicate it. Particularly concerning was the electromagnetic cannon demonstrated by Lin Feng. The destructive power of that blast, if directed at their warships, could incapacitate them significantly. In the Eagle Sauce conference room, the leaders sat together, their expressions grim. Not long ago, they had convened regarding the rabbit's toy aircraft, and now they found themselves here once more, this time due to another toy. At the forefront sat a middle-aged man with golden hair and blue eyes, who erupted in frustration. "Can someone provide me with a reasonable explanation for the rabbit and Appos as technological surge? If this continues, our nation's technological supremacy will undoubtedly be threatened." He vented all his frustration from the international conference. They had yet to grasp the previous toy aircraft. In fact, they had never even laid eyes on the actual object. Now, they were faced with a technological marvel that surpassed their own toy tank. No. What toy tank? Can this truly be called a toy tank? He was now thoroughly bewildered by the rabbit's assertions. At that moment, a female leader with golden waves rose and said, "Colonel, I believe this could be part of the rabbit and Appos' scheme. The entire broadcast may have been a technological illusion created by the rabbit to mislead us, aimed at covering up their previous toy aircraft. The assembly nodded thoughtfully. After all, even if they possessed such high-performance tanks, they would not use them for live broadcasts, but rather as covert weaponry. Not even their staunchest ally, Sakura Nation, would provide them with the latest weapons, only outdated models they had already discarded. Seeing that the audience found her reasoning compelling, the female leader continued, "Thus far, we have only seen videos and images of this technology. Its exact functions remain unverified in reality. Therefore, it is plausible that these representations are fabrications. I suggest we dispatch additional personnel to investigate on-site. We must not let the rabbit disrupt our rhythm. Our research must proceed." And the video from the rabbit has indeed offered us valuable direction. The assembly found her arguments quite persuasive. The leader at the top nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. "Very well, this matter is now entrusted to you. Regardless of whether it is true or false, we must conduct a thorough investigation." The female leader saluted, affirming her commitment. "Understood." Chapter 31. The Eagle's Restlessness. After arranging matters, a young female officer entered, clutching a notebook. The screen of the notebook displayed a paused frame of Lin Feng and Oppo's live streaming video. Upon discovering that Lin Feng was broadcasting live, their associates in Sakura Country promptly located all of his streaming footage online. Naturally, they immediately relayed this information to their esteemed leader. The man seated at the apex was acutely aware that, regardless of whether the rabbit had intentionally deployed tanks to create confusion, it was imperative for their nation's researchers to conduct a thorough study. After all, the sheer power demonstrated in the mere live footage was sufficient to instill a sense of urgency within them. "Everyone, keep your eyes wide open and scrutinize every detail. Can we uncover any breakthrough points? Furthermore, can we replicate their technology? Based on their tanks, we could develop our own, and even if replication proves impossible, we must glean substantial insights from it." The assembly responded in unison, "Yes." Thereafter, they projected Lin Feng's live footage onto the large screen in their conference room. From the moment Lin Feng initiated the broadcast, not a single frame was missed. The first revelation that left them astounded was Lin Feng testing the speed of the Baby brand interstellar toy tank on the road. In pursuit of standard data for Lin Feng's Baby brand interstellar toy tank, the Eagle even enlisted professional testers to meticulously analyze each frame. By measuring the length of the road and the travel time, they calculated the tank's speed, which reached an astonishing 270 kilometers per hour. Upon hearing this data, all present widened their eyes in disbelief. One of the tank researchers exclaimed, "My God, that rivals our supercars. Our fastest tank barely exceeds 100 kilometers per hour. And that's under secret research. How is his speed so remarkable?" It was then that the researcher noted that Lin Feng's tank utilized wheels rather than the tracks they had previously employed. He exclaimed, "This must be the reason, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve such speed." With this explanation, the tension in the room eased slightly. Another tank researcher chimed in. "While using such materials for the tank's wheels may yield impressive results on flat terrain, it is futile. Tanks typically traverse rugged landscapes, and during missions, they often operate in remote mountainous regions where such roads do not exist. Furthermore, when climbing slopes, they may struggle to ascend, rendering speed irrelevant and turning the tank into a target." The assembly nodded in agreement. This was precisely their line of thought. With this realization, their earlier astonishment faded, and they regained their confidence. The live stream continued. When they witnessed Lin Feng maneuvering the tank to the coast for hill climbing tests, the audience felt a pang of embarrassment, as if they were trapped in a dream. An elderly tank researcher slammed his palms onto the table, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could such materials traverse mountains? This must be a hoax." His outburst was understandable. Lin Feng's tank was simply beyond belief. Even specialized off-road vehicles have tires designed for rugged terrain. How could Lin Feng's tank achieve such velocity, especially powered by electricity? Particularly astonishing was Lin Feng's demonstration of emergency braking, coupled with rapid directional changes while maintaining high speed. Yet, the tank exhibited no oscillation, defying the laws of physics. The elderly researcher clenched his fists, his gaze fixed intently on the golden-haired leader at the head of the table. "Has this video been professionally vetted? Is it authentic?" The leader nodded gently, confirming that they had sought expert verification upon acquiring the footage, which bore no signs of tampering. The elderly researcher sank into his seat, incredulous. Had the rabbit's photo editing skills reached such heights? Reluctantly, he continued to fixate on the live stream. He was aware that this tank could even traverse underwater. Yet, when he saw Lin Feng directing the tank toward the ocean floor, He could no longer contain his emotions. His breathing quickened. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to showcase our electromagnetic cannon. Following this, a blue orb of light shot forth, resulting in a colossal wave crashing upon the surface. This sound rendered the entire Eagles conference room silent. If everything prior could be dismissed as a fabrication, the eruption of water was undeniable. If the rabbit was willing to invest such resources to create such a realistic splash, it would be an act of insanity. However, considering the rabbit's behavior during international meetings, the likelihood of deception seemed minimal. As they concluded the live stream, the screen went dark, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. Particularly as Lin Feng's playful reference to a toy echoed in their minds. A single shot can create waves hundreds of feet high. You dare refer to this as a toy? The elderly tank researcher sprang to his feet, his expression grave and his deep-set eyes gleaming. We absolutely cannot allow the rabbit to continue this arrogance. We must exert pressure on them. Given their technological capabilities, they could never produce the tank's chip without our exports. The rabbit must understand that they cannot afford to offend us. The leader at the top nodded gravely. After viewing the live stream in its entirety, his heart sank. His countenance darkened as if he had ingested something foul. His gaze fell upon the previously mentioned golden-haired female leader. Your task has just increased, he declared. The golden-haired leader immediately stood and saluted. We must find a way to acquire this toy factories. The leader hesitated, correcting himself. Toy. Regardless of its classification as a toy, it is imperative that we secure it. Should the rabbit amass a significant number of such tanks, it would pose a tremendous threat to our nation. This task is entrusted to you. It must be accomplished. The female leader's expression was resolute. Yes. Chapter 32. The world's first streamer desperate for a link at this moment. The rabbit diplomat returned to his lounge, exhaling deeply as beads of perspiration formed on his brow. This meeting had been centered around the adorable interstellar toy aircraft, for which they had meticulously prepared. Regardless of Old Yin's elaborate rhetoric, they maintained their composure, unruffled by his grandiloquence. Everything unfolded precisely as the rabbit had anticipated. Even with the presence of Eagle Sauce and a few sycophants attempting to undermine them, the rabbit managed to navigate the situation adeptly. Initially, it seemed they could proceed smoothly. Yet, what was up with Lin Feng? Why start the live stream now, of all times? It caught them completely off guard. His audacity was infuriating. Upon returning, he vowed to confront this young man to discern whether their fates were destined to clash. Seated on the sofa, the rabbit diplomat who had previously spoken erupted into laughter. Though his words were tinged with frustration, his tone betrayed an undeniable exhilaration. Another rabbit diplomat chimed in, also laughing heartily, remarking how it had made him nervous. Fortunately, the live stream had ended promptly. Had it continued, they would have found it challenging to salvage the situation. Word had it that assistance was already dispatched to address the matter, and he was eager to uncover the functionalities of the toy tank. If it could be mass-produced, it would certainly unsettle a few individuals. Others echoed his sentiments, expressing disbelief at Lin Feng and Appo's audacity, driving the tank onto the national highway, outpacing others, yet still claiming to be a mere baby. The mention of baby incited another wave of laughter within the rabbit diplomat's lounge. After the merriment subsided, the previously speaking rabbit diplomat took a deep breath, rising to his feet and approaching the floor-to-ceiling window to gaze at the crowd below. However, one must acknowledge that Lin Feng was indeed a prodigy. He had introduced the adorable interstellar toy aircraft, catching the Eagle Sauce family's aircraft off guard. For years, their aviation endeavors had been stifled by Eagle Sauce, reliant on their exports and subject to their whims. Today, they finally had a moment of vindication, relishing the sight of Eagle Sauce and Appo's chagrin. An elder, who had remained silent, nodded gravely. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's live stream, his fervor reignited, reminiscent of his youth. How fortunate that China boasts such a national treasure. The day of rejuvenation is imminent. Upon returning, it was imperative to convey this to the higher-ups, ensuring adequate protection for such talent. Everyone knew the nature of those at Eagle Sauce. Now that they had acquired such a talent, it was clear the opposition would not relent easily. As the gravity of the situation dawned on them, the diplomats exchanged solemn glances. They were, after all, diplomats accustomed to navigating delicate negotiations. The unsavory actions of Eagle Sauce on the international stage were numerous, resulting in the untimely demise of countless researchers from various nations due to unforeseen accidents. Should Eagle Sauce dare to employ such tactics, they would not hesitate to retaliate. After a brief discussion, they took a moment to rest before preparing to return home. At that very moment, the issue surrounding Lin Feng and Appo's live stream sparked intense debate. Initially, The contention revolved around whether the visuals in Lin Feng and Oppo's stream were fabricated. However, after witnessing 2 consecutive streams, viewers noted that critical moments were often plagued by technical difficulties. The discourse escalated, quickly amassing thousands of comments. The participants divided into 2 factions. One side, supporting Lin Feng, argued that the stream's issues were mere coincidences, albeit unlikely. Yet not impossible. "What are you all thinking?" they exclaimed. "It might just be a network issue, and who knows, perhaps the items were already sold out." Conversely, the opposing side contended that Lin Feng was merely seeking attention, having pre-recorded videos masquerading as live streams. They speculated that the abrupt blackout of the stream was a ruse to conceal the inadequacy of the video's duration. "I suspect he has no product at all. The visuals must be computer-generated. Otherwise, why would and Oppo's he launch them?" they argued. "Such a low price is likely a gimmick. His primary goal is to attract followers before pivoting." A heated debate ensued regarding the veracity of Lin Feng's live stream and the existence of the showcased items, nearly escalating to an offline showdown. However, the supporters of Lin Feng appeared to struggle against the weight of reality. Some facts were undeniable, and no amount of argument could change that. One commenter posed a challenge: "If you believe it's genuine, why not check it out in person? Or do you truly think that bizarre hat-like object can fly? Use your common sense. How could there be issues every time a link is about to go live?" Faced with this remark, Lin Feng and Oppo's supporters momentarily fell silent. They, too, wished to pose similar questions to Lin Feng. "I have my funds ready, and you're telling me the live stream is down? That's akin to having undressed only to be told there's no interest." Some simply chose to abandon the argument, stating, "Believe what you will. If you don't want to watch, then don't. When we make our purchase, you'll understand true capability." Disenchanted by the childish squabbles, Lin Feng's supporters flocked to the comments section of his live stream, leaving messages such as, "When will it be available? I'm eagerly awaiting. Streamer, don't disappear on us. Launch it quickly. And I've secured my loan. Please, make it available soon." A torrent of requests for Lin Feng to launch his product flooded in, with even those who had only seen his videos joining the chorus. Lin Feng, once again, achieved an unprecedented milestone, becoming the world's first streamer clamoring for a link. Chapter 33. How could there be tanks racing down the road? Lin Feng, in high spirits, returned empty-handed to the toy factory. The baby brand Interstellar toy tanks had already been entrusted to Qin Bojun for management. Otherwise, if he had controlled the baby brand Interstellar toy tanks to race back down the road, he would likely have made yet another trending topic online. As soon as he stepped into the factory, Deputy Director Li rushed over, his face etched with urgency. Noticing Li's anxious demeanor, Lin Feng quickly approached him. "Uncle Li, what's the matter?" Deputy Director Li replied hastily. "Young Director, are you all right?" "I'm fine," Lin Feng said, bewildered. Only then did Deputy Director Li exhale deeply. "I just received a call from the police. They advised us to keep a low profile next time and avoid causing such incidents again." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng awkwardly touched his nose. "I understand. You needn't worry. This matter has been resolved. The police won't trouble us." Deputy Director Li nodded. Presently, he was under immense pressure. The factory still bore considerable debts, and the employees depended on Lin Feng. If the toys Lin Feng produced caused any trouble, it would spell disaster for the entire factory, an outcome he dreaded. Now that Lin Feng was unharmed, he chose not to inquire further. "Everything is fine. And I also have good news," Lin Feng said, a slight smile gracing his lips, his eyes sparkling with joy. "What is it?" Deputy Director Li asked eagerly. Lin Feng straightened his posture, still smiling. Although there were some mishaps during the live stream, the outcome was ultimately favorable. "We have sold out all our orders." "Sold out?" Deputy Director Li's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite the extraordinary capabilities of Lin Feng's baby brand Interstellar toy tanks, he believed that few would genuinely trust them. Most people merely viewed Lin Feng's live stream as a source of entertainment, likely to clip for content. He originally thought that having a few hundred buyers would be commendable. To his astonishment, everything had sold out. Lin Feng nodded again. "Yes, everything has been sold, and the same customers took all the orders at once." At this point, Lin Feng's lips twitched slightly as he recalled the barrage of comments in the live stream. He had already let those viewers down twice. The first time, the product didn't go live due to someone else snatching it up, and the second time, the live stream was abruptly shut down. He wondered how that group would speak of him online. Nevertheless, none of this mattered anymore. Once he had the production line available, he could create more. Perhaps he could even offer a couple of Menghua brand interstellar toy airplanes as prizes, as a way to make amends. Wonderful. This is fantastic. Deputy Director Li nodded vigorously, visibly excited. With this influx of orders, the factory's profits could multiply several times over, alleviating their financial strain. He refrained from saying more and hurried back to gather the workers for urgent production. Ding! Just as Deputy Director Li finished speaking, Lin Feng's phone buzzed with a text message. It was from the bank, confirming payment for 2,000 baby brand interstellar toy tanks. Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. Qin Bojun truly understood the importance of efficiency. He simply stated the price and order quantity, and the funds had already been transferred. Conducting business with such individuals was indeed gratifying. He even contemplated whether to contact them first if new products were released in the future. This way, he could bypass the need for live streams. Without further thought, Lin Feng returned to the factory to arrange the production plan for the baby brand interstellar toy tanks. Meanwhile, at the police station, after Qin Bojun and the military took over the coastal area, the previously deployed officers returned to the station, still reeling from the shock. Initially, when they received the emergency call, they were bewildered. How could there be tanks racing down the road? However, upon arriving at the scene, they realized the world was indeed fantastical. There were, in fact, tanks racing down the road, albeit toy tanks. But it wasn't just the toy tanks that astonished them. As they approached the coastal region, they felt the tremors. What on earth was that tank? Its power was astonishing, and its speed was remarkable, one officer remarked. Who knows? I saw someone online claiming it was merely a toy tank, another officer replied. Toy? Say that again, something so large is just a toy? A police officer stood up incredulously. The officer who had mentioned the toy tank handed over his phone. Take a look. This tank is called the baby brand interstellar toy tank. Another officer examined the phone closely, scrutinizing the live stream footage. His lips twitched in disbelief. Our country is incredible. Something this massive is still considered a toy. And it's named Baby. What was the namer thinking? At that moment, the team leader approached with a grave expression. Do you genuinely believe it's just a toy? All eyes turned to him. The leader then produced a document. Look at this report from the international drone competition. As they perused the document, they discovered that the champion of the international drone competition was an aircraft named the Menghua brand interstellar toy airplane, produced by the very factory manufacturing the baby brand interstellar toy tanks. Upon reading this news, they recalled the military's call earlier that day. Lin Feng's toy factory had now taken on an air of mystery in the minds of the officers. One officer cautiously whispered, There can't be someone behind this toy factory, right? I think so too. To win the international drone competition, the technological prowess must be beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If there were a tank competition, I believe the baby brand interstellar toy tank would be the champion. If there is no one backing them, I wouldn't believe it for a second. The officer in charge shot a cold glance at the officer. Is the work done? If not, get back to patrolling. Stop with the nonsense. The group promptly fell silent, aware that such topics were sensitive. They refrained from further discussion. Chapter 34. Turmoil from the oil nations at the Jiangxing Armament Design Institute. The designers sat despondently at their stations after witnessing Lin Feng's latest tank design. They began to question the purpose of their years of toil, wondering how their extensive research had culminated in a product inferior to that of a toy factory designer. Some even contemplated whether the toy factory might be hiring, considering the possibility of becoming an apprentice there. Zhang Kaiji observed the lost expressions of his colleagues and couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. He had heard from Qin Bojun that Lin Feng's toy airplanes had already been manufactured. Curious about the toy factory's astonishing efficiency, he recalled Professor Wang's persistent requests to acquire the batch of airplanes promptly. Thus, he decided to visit Lin Feng and Oppo's toy factory to ascertain whether the mass-produced Menghua brand interstellar toy airplanes matched those showcased during Lin Feng and Oppo's live stream. It was not that Zhang Kaiji doubted Lin Feng. Rather, the situation seemed almost unbelievable. Just as he prepared to leave, his phone rang. Noticing the caller ID, he promptly answered. Hello, came a gentle voice from the other end. Director Zhang, the Armament Design Headquarters is holding a meeting this afternoon, and your presence is required. Upon hearing it was the headquarters, Zhang Kaiji nodded in acknowledgement. All right, please send me the detailed agenda, and I will set off immediately. Understood. After hanging up, he quickly received a document containing the meeting itinerary. Soon, Zhang Kaiji boarded a vehicle bound for the Armament Design Headquarters. where leaders from various military design institutes across the nation had gathered. Most of them were already aware of Lin Feng's recent creation of the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplanes, which had made a significant impact at the drone competition. When they saw Zhang Kaiji arrive, their eyes gleamed with admiration. Although the toy airplanes did not originate from Zhang Kaiji and Humph Institute, they were produced in his city, making him the most accessible link to Lin Feng. The envy among them was palpable. The meeting commenced, and silence fell over the room as a middle-aged man with graying hair, donning a blue suit and exuding an air of authority, took the lead. "We have received reports of some issues arising in the oil nation," he announced, prompting furrowed brows among the attendees. The oil nation had historically maintained a cordial relationship with them and was known for its technical expertise. Their long-standing collaboration had been a thorn in the side of the Eagle Nation, which was now exerting considerable pressure. "They have contacted us, suggesting we convey our support, lest the oil resources become compromised. Currently, oil is of utmost importance to us. Losing such a vital resource would not bode well." Zhang Kaiji inquired. What precisely is the situation? The oil nation had been on friendly terms with them, and even under pressure from the Eagle Nation, the Rabbit Nation provided considerable support, having supplied them with numerous weaponry. The current unrest stemmed not from the Eagle Nation's direct actions, but rather from the provocations of the Sakura Nation, which had incited disturbances leading to complications in oil extraction. Upon hearing this, the attendees quickly grasped the implications. The recent international drone competition had seemingly embarrassed the Eagle Nation and its allies. However, they dared not confront the Rabbit Nation directly, as it was not a foe to be trifled with. Thus, they sought to exert pressure on the Rabbit and Humph allies, with the oil nation proving to be a prime target. While their military capabilities paled in comparison to the Rabbit Nation's, their abundant oil resources made them a tempting target. Had it not been for the Rabbit's weaponry, they would have long been divided among other nations. "What kind of support do they require from us?" Another leader from the Armament Design Institute posed. Given their own considerable arsenal, selling some to the oil nation could prove beneficial. At this, Wang Yuanju turned his gaze toward Zhang Kaiji. "According to our discussions, they wish to purchase the aircraft that triumphed at the recent international drone competition." The room erupted in barely suppressed laughter. The oil nation had audaciously sought assistance from their Rabbit Nation allies, requesting not substitutes but the very best. However, considering the performance of the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplanes during the competition, it was understandable. While other nations' drones performed admirably, only the Minghua brand had demonstrated resilience in adverse conditions such as sandstorms, making it invaluable to them. With such a capability, they could withstand any troubles posed by the Sakura Nation. Wang Yuanju and Humph expression dimmed as he continued, "Moreover, their request is substantial. They require 1,000 units. However, I doubt we can supply that many. The pressure from the Eagle Nation is considerable. If this continues, the oil nation may find it increasingly difficult to support us." At this, the importance of the meeting became clear. If they could not stabilize relations with the oil nation, alarms would soon ring regarding their domestic oil resources. Suddenly, Zhang Kaiji stood up. "There is no problem." The assembly turned their gazes toward him, perplexed. "What do you mean, no problem?" Just recently, they had reviewed the data on the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplanes and had only received a single unit. Despite enlisting the nation's drone designers for analysis, they had failed to draw any conclusions. Although an order had been placed, production was still ongoing. Wang Yuanju's expression shifted to one of anticipation. "What do you mean?" Zhang Kaiji smiled confidently and replied, "I just received word that the orders for the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplanes have been completed and are ready for inspection." Wang Yuanju's expression transformed with excitement. "Are you certain? They are indeed all manufactured?" Chapter 35. What nonsense. Can that thing be called a toy? Indeed, it has already been produced. Zhang Kaiji nodded emphatically once more. Not only has the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane been manufactured, but a tank has also been produced. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuanju nodded with relief. "That's good. It seems we have weathered this crisis. I have been preoccupied lately, and Haven Tea paid much attention. But why is its manufacturing efficiency so astonishing? How did he achieve this?" Zhang Kaiji found himself at a loss for words in response to Wang Yuanju's inquiry. He too was eager to pose this question to Lin Feng. How could such a technologically advanced product as the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane be completed in such a brief period? "I am not entirely certain about that yet. I was just preparing to go and hand over the details to him, at which point I will gain a better understanding of the situation." Zhang Kaiji gently shook his head, recounting his plans to visit Lin Feng's toy factory. Wang Yuanju nodded thoughtfully. However, he remained somewhat perplexed. He had previously gathered some information about Lin Feng's toy factory. After all, it was impossible for him, as the National Design Institute's chief leader, not to be concerned about a factory capable of producing a groundbreaking product like the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane. His prior interest only intensified his astonishment now. A mere toy factory with just over 20 employees could accomplish such a feat in such a short time. Even laying eggs would take longer. Yet, upon reflection, the timing of the production was indeed fortuitous. His spirits lifted considerably. With the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane, the crisis with the oil-producing nations could be perfectly resolved. Zhang Kaiji nodded. It is indeed somewhat incredible. I have only just learned of it. Once I visit and gather more specific information, I will prepare a detailed report. The other leaders were filled with envy. With a powerful ally like Lin Feng, the Design Institute in Jiangcheng would surely shine brightly this time. Suddenly, Wang Yuanju recalled that Zhang Kaiji had casually mentioned a tank earlier. Surely the young man named Lin Feng had not concocted another new creation, had he? The surprise would be monumental. He inquired, "What is this tank you just mentioned?" Zhang Kaiji hastily retrieved a USB drive from his bag. It is the latest toy developed by Lin Feng, called the Baobao brand interstellar toy tank. If one had not heard of the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane, they might have chuckled at this name. Yet, with the airplane as a precursor, curiosity arose among the crowd regarding what this tank might entail. Swiftly, a staff member took the USB drive from Zhang Kaiji's hand. The drive contained footage of Lin Feng's live demonstration. They were all middle-aged individuals, rarely engaged with online matters. Even though discussions had erupted across the internet, they were likely unaware. However, once they viewed the video presented by Zhang Kaiji, they stood frozen in astonishment. The Baobao brand interstellar toy tank showcased various capabilities before them, striking them with an impact akin to a mushroom cloud. They even began to suspect that Zhang Kaiji had unveiled a trailer for a science fiction film. Is this real? One of the leaders from another design institute asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Kaiji nodded confidently, as if the tank were his own creation. It is indeed real. The tank depicted in the video is currently stationed in the military district. If you doubt it, we can go and see for ourselves. Upon hearing this, the attendees collectively gasped in astonishment. With the Minghua brand interstellar toy airplane preceding it, now they faced the Baobao brand interstellar toy tank. What on earth was happening at Lin Feng's toy factory? Each invention seemed more ludicrous than the last. Moreover, the electromagnetic cannon mounted on the tank left everyone feeling as though they were in a dream. If their current tanks were all replaced with Lin Feng's Baobao brand interstellar toy tank, even the Americans would likely extend a courteous invitation to sit on the sofa. Excellent. Wang Yuanju nodded with immense satisfaction, his expression brimming with excitement. The various features demonstrated by Lin Feng in the video were precisely what they envisioned for a tank. Though somewhat defying Newtonian principles, these were precisely what they desired. At that moment, Zhang Kaiji continued, I have already placed an order for 2,000 units. Very well. This matter must remain strictly confidential, Wang Yuanju stated, nodding in approval. With these items as secret weapons, I believe they will provide a significant surprise to other nations. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiji could not help but twitch his lips slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. Maintaining secrecy may not be feasible. That fellow is live streaming again. And the entire global internet is ablaze with discussions. Various websites are buzzing about Lin Feng's Baobao brand interstellar toy tank. During the previous international conference, Lin Feng and Oppo's S-Tank had left the diplomats in a state of utter chaos. Wang Yuanju rubbed his forehead upon hearing this. The product is remarkable. But why must this individual stir up so much trouble? After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. It seems this toy factory needs to undergo some significant restructuring. As a private toy factory, if it continues to produce such items repeatedly, it could incite international unrest. And scrupulous individuals might target our country as a result. At this point, everyone present understood whom Wang Yuanju referred to. Over the years, there had been a few adversaries targeting them, but not many, only a handful. Wang Yuanju continued, how about this? You should get in touch with Lin Feng and discuss converting his private toy factory into a military-civilian integrated model. This way, it will not only silence the criticisms from other nations but also help calm domestic concerns. Otherwise, there will be backlash. This was the best solution that Wang Yuanju could devise. Surely, he could not allow Lin Feng's toy factory to be shut down outright. That would be akin to destroying someone's livelihood. The crowd was taken aback upon hearing this. Reflecting on the toys Lin Feng had produced recently, they realized, wait, can those even be called toys? Yet now, Wang Yuanju intended to transform Lin Feng's private toy factory into a military-civilian integrated one. What could that possibly mean? Would they be producing weaponized toys under the guise of military-civilian integration? Wouldn't that only instill greater fear in foreign nations? However, considering the ecstatic expressions of others upon receiving this news, a sly smile crept across their faces. It would serve as an excellent opportunity for foreign nations to witness the strength of the rabbit. Those who wish to provoke or suppress the rabbit must weigh their own capabilities carefully. Chapter 36. The toy factory struggles to rise again within the confines of the toy factory. Lin Feng was elated by the influx of new orders. With little to occupy his time in the office, he decided to join the workers on the production line, engaging directly with their efforts. How much do we still owe? Inquired a middle-aged man seated beside Lin Feng, concern etched on his face. This man had been a steadfast presence since the factory's inception, witnessing its gradual ascent to glory and subsequent decline. Now, he was about to witness its resurgence for the second time, an experience that stirred deep emotions within him. It has been exceedingly difficult since Xiong Fa's betrayal, lamented another middle-aged woman. Everyone understood that the factory's struggles were largely due to Xiong Fa's actions. If not for him, we wouldn't be in such disarray. Lin Feng smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Once we fulfill these orders, the factory will recover significantly. Let's endure this hardship together. His heart swelled with gratitude for the workers' commitment to the factory. With a small workforce united in purpose, the prospects looked promising. A younger man stood up, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest assured, Director. We will complete the tasks you and Oppos V assigned with utmost diligence. The earlier speaker, now serious, addressed the group. Now that the factory is showing signs of improvement, we must remain vigilant. Have faith in us. We are dedicated, aren't we? Another chimed in, prompting a surge of energy among the workers who redoubled their efforts. At that moment, Deputy Director Li approached, his expression a mixture of concern and hesitation. Noticing Li's demeanor, Lin Feng inquired, "What troubles you, Uncle Li?" With a forced smile, Li stated, "I encountered some former employees while out earlier. Many of them have struggled to find work since leaving the factory. They saw our online broadcasts and are curious if we are hiring again." The workers perked up at this news, recognizing many of those who had departed. However, only 20 remained steadfast during the factory's most challenging times. The previous director had treated them well, yet they had chosen to leave when the factory needed them most. Nevertheless, no one voiced their grievances, as the decision rested solely with Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression darkened momentarily as he pondered. Although he did not know the workers well, he was aware from Li's account that these individuals had persevered through months of hardship without pay. They had families to support, and their endurance was commendable. Seeing Lin Feng's silence, Li's eyes dimmed further. We have increasing orders now, and with just our 20, we may struggle to keep up. Production requires manpower, and those former employees are familiar with the production line. Understanding Li's implication, Lin Feng raised his gaze. Very well, he said. However, we must be discerning in our hiring. The first group that left need not apply, but those who stayed until the end can return. Their salaries will remain the same, and their tenure will be calculated as before. I entrust this matter to you, Uncle Li. The employees fell silent, recognizing Lin Feng as a considerate leader. In their hearts, they vowed to remain loyal to the factory for as long as it stood. Li's previously dim expression brightened at Lin Feng's openness. I will take care of it right away. Rest assured, though I may lack expertise in this area, my experience has honed my judgment. Li understood that the former employees had left out of necessity, and welcoming them back to work together was the optimal solution. He quickly departed to put the plan into action. Director, you are truly kind, remarked an older woman, her eyes shimmering with admiration, flattered by their praise. Lin Feng felt a touch of modesty. You possess great wisdom. Those who left did so out of dire circumstances. Our family managed to save a bit, another chimed in, continuing to work diligently. With this development, Lin Feng and Oppos' stature among the workers grew, and their fondness for him deepened. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps interrupted the moment. Lin Feng turned to see who it was, wondering if Li had returned with the former employees, though it seemed too soon for that. At the factory's corner, a sinister figure emerged, none other than Xiong Fa. Adorned with a gaudy gold chain and puffing on a cigar, he exuded an air of a nouveau riche. Behind him trailed a group of young men dressed provocatively, brandishing sticks and exuding hostility, akin to rabid dogs. They kicked the production line with reckless abandon, some even spitting on it. Xiong Fei's gaze swept over the factory until it landed on Lin Feng, a cold smirk spreading across his face. Chapter 37. The threat from Xiong Fei. It appears that your toy factory is generating a decent income, as evidenced by the multitude of orders. Xiong Fei opened his mouth, and a foul stench wafted through the air. Lin Feng's expression instantly darkened, his eyes narrowing, and his voice turned frigid. The time we agreed upon has not yet arrived. What do you intend to do? At that moment, the workers on the assembly line halted their tasks, some even picking up the cannons from nearby tanks. Xiong Fei was clearly not a benevolent visitor, and with such a large entourage, a confrontation seemed imminent. Damaging property was one thing, but if their little factory manager were to be harmed, they would be compelled to fight back. If it weren't for the manager, they might still be out searching for work, perhaps without success. If anything were to happen to the manager, it would sever their means of livelihood. If Xiong Fei sought their ruin, he would not escape unscathed either. A cold smile crept across Xiong Fei's lips. Is that so? When did I ever say I would wait for you for 3 days? Lin Feng gritted his teeth, taken aback by the audacity of this rotund man to renege openly. Yet, he realized he had been too naive. Their initial agreement had been verbal, devoid of any written evidence. He should have insisted on a formal contract. I often browse online for intriguing posts, searching for delightful ideas to transform into toys. It seems serendipitous that I stumbled upon your live stream. I have taken quite a liking to your tanks. I will no longer engage in gambling over this matter. Instead, I present you with 2 options. The first, repay the debt immediately, not a penny less. As he spoke, Xiong Fei's smile grew increasingly sinister. The second, you will provide me with all your technology. You will work for me, and I shall pay you a salary. Naturally, as the contributor of technology, I can offer you an additional 1,000 yuan each month. In his mind, he envisioned Lin Feng willingly handing over all the data and technology. After all, he was well aware of the dire state of Lin Feng's toy factory. Even if the entire factory were sold, it would hardly yield such a sum. Thus, Lin Feng was left with no choice but to consider the latter option. The thought of the tanks Lin Feng had developed exhilarated Xiong Fei. Such tanks could easily fetch hundreds of thousands each, a lucrative prospect. If sold, immense profits were assured, perhaps even propelling him to become the richest man in Jiangxing. Lin Feng's expression grew darker. Xiong Fei, you have no right to demand technology. You might as well wish for your own demise. Before Lin Feng could respond, a middle-aged man who had previously conversed with him erupted in anger, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare you demand our manager's technology? Who do you think you are, you ungrateful parasite? You deserve to rot in hell. A middle-aged woman was equally incensed. Manager, we absolutely cannot give him anything. If he dares to make a move, we'll fight back together. I want to see what he can do. Furthermore, we can call the police. If this scoundrel acts recklessly, he will face the consequences. Before Lin Feng could utter a word, a group of employees standing behind him rallied in his defense. A warmth spread through Lin Feng's heart. Xiong Fei's actions were indeed infuriating, but the reality remained. Debts must be repaid, and it was a matter of principle. As one of his employees pointed out, should they call the police, the officers would likely side with Xiong Fei, who merely brought his men to collect a debt. After all, their factory genuinely owed a staggering 20 million yuan. Although that debt had been incurred through dubious means, the truth remained. Observing Lin Feng's silence, Xiong Fei grew increasingly brazen. Stepping closer to him. Oh, what is this? Still hesitating? No need to ponder. You cannot produce that much money. With Xiong Fei approaching, some behind Lin Feng were on the verge of retaliating, but Lin Feng intervened just in time. Lin Feng lifted his gaze, his eyes icy, betraying no hint of emotion. You seek technology? Xiong Fei and Appo's grin widened, as if victory were already in his grasp. Am I truly seeking technology? I would rather not. But if you cannot provide the funds, I must settle for something else in exchange. Look at these assembly lines, the state of your factory, and your meager workforce. 20 million. How long would it take for you to repay that? I am merely trying to avoid your bankruptcy, which is why I propose this solution. You cannot remain as the factory manager. I could take your place on the assembly line, and still, I would increase your salary by 2,000. Lin Feng's heart turned to ice. This Xiong Fei was indeed a slippery character, capable of twisting the truth to suit his narrative. It was likely through such tactics that he had extorted over 20 million from their factory in the first place. Lin Feng's expression hardened. What if I refuse? Xiong Fei's demeanor shifted abruptly, his gaze turning cold as he scoffed. My brothers behind me are eagerly awaiting your payment and salaries. With these words, the gang members behind him brandished their clubs, advancing toward the other assembly lines. Unlike Humph, they were not as agreeable and would not hesitate to resort to violence if owed money. Hearing these menacing threats, Lin Feng's teeth clenched in anger. Try to break anything, and you will not leave this factory alive. One of Lin Feng and Appo's workers stepped forward, shouldering a cannon and glaring defiantly at their adversaries. Humph, unfazed, took a puff from his cigar, a fierce expression on his face. Oh, you think I fear your 20 or so people? Go ahead, make a move. As Lin Feng and Appo's workers rallied behind him, the tension escalated. Suddenly, the roar of engines echoed through the air. Everyone turned to the factory entrance, where the gate swung open to reveal a fleet of military green vehicles parked outside. A group of soldiers, clad in uniforms and wielding mechanical weapons, jumped out of the vehicles, forming an orderly line with serious expressions. Before long, all personnel from the 6 military vehicles had disembarked and lined up at the factory entrance. From the front of a small sedan, Qin Bojun emerged from the passenger seat, then proceeded to the rear to open the door. A middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and exuding vitality, stepped out from the back seat. Chapter 38. A mere toy factory transformed for dual use at this moment. Humph was rendered speechless at the sight of the neatly arranged soldiers. His pallor deepened upon seeing the middle-aged man alight from the sedan. Such a scene was one he had only ever witnessed on television. He never imagined he would encounter it in reality and right before his eyes. He was so startled that he could hardly articulate his thoughts. What is happening? I merely came to collect a debt. Why are there so many people here? It is only just and reasonable to repay what is owed. I have proof of the debt. The ruffians accompanying Humph were equally intimidated, hastily discarding their clubs and transforming into well-behaved children. Although they were typically brash and arrogant, facing this formidable assembly of stern soldiers wielding firearms quelled their bravado. Had the soldiers not blocked the entrance, they might have fled already. Yet, with the door barred, their desire to escape vanished, and they could only hope the situation would resolve quickly. Some even vowed that if they emerged from this ordeal unscathed, they would abandon their current line of work. Qin Bojun approached Lin Feng with utmost respect, saluting him. We meet again, Lin Feng smiled. Qin Bojun's timing was impeccable. He had been pondering how to deal with Humph when unexpectedly, Qin Bojun arrived with such a formidable entourage. No matter how arrogant Humph was, he dared not confront the military. Lin Feng also noted Zhang Kaiji, who stood behind Qin Bojun, clad in a suit and exuding calm confidence. It was evident he was Qin Bojun's superior. Without further ado, Qin Bojun stepped back slightly to introduce Lin Feng. This is Director Zhang of the Jiangcheng Armaments Design Institute. Lin Feng promptly extended his hand. Hello, Director Zhang. Zhang Kaiji scrutinized Lin Feng with evident satisfaction, nodding. Hello. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth. I did not expect the designer to be so young. We owe you thanks, indeed. If it weren't for your adorable interstellar toy aircraft, the crisis in the oil-producing nations would not have been so easily resolved. Of course, such matters could not be overtly discussed. Thank me? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained his composure. After all, the 2 toy designs he provided were of immense assistance to the military. It is my honor to contribute to the national defense, he replied promptly. Zhang Kaiji's gaze grew even more approving. If the youth of Huaxiao were all like this, what could there be to worry about for the future of the nation? Zhang Kaiji could not help but commend him. Indeed, the aspirations of today and Appo's youth are truly commendable. Lin Feng smiled and inquired. May I ask what brings you here today? Is it to inspect my factory? There is no such thing as a free visit. Especially from someone of Zhang Kaiji's stature, his presence surely signified more than a mere meeting. At this point, Zhang Kaiji's demeanor turned serious. I have come primarily for one matter. Lin Feng immediately subdued his smile. At that moment, Qin Bojun produced a document and handed it to Zhang Kaiji. Lin Feng cast a glance but could not discern the text. Zhang Kaiji held the document, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, before passing it to Lin Feng. The principal purpose of my visit is to invite your toy factory to transform into a dual-use facility for military and civilian purposes. The revelation landed like a thunderous explosion upon a tranquil lake, sending ripples of shock through Lin Feng's workers, each mind swirling with questions. What is happening? Did I hear that correctly? Our toy factory is to become dual-use? When did the military ever require toys? Humph trembled uncontrollably at this proclamation. Good heavens. A nearly bankrupt toy factory is now to become military-related. Would he dare to pursue debts now? The mere mention of military applications was terrifying enough. Lin Feng glanced at the document. It bore official approval in the military and Appo's seal. This meant that by simply affixing their factory and Appos' name, their toy factory would officially transform into a dual-use entity, now protected by the military. Elated, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. Of course, this is entirely feasible. He promptly instructed his accountant to fetch the company's seal and pen, swiftly signing the document with both his name and the factory's name, then stamping it decisively. With the seal affixed, the document was now officially valid. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction as Zhang Kaiji reclaimed the other copy of the document, instructing Qin Bojun to keep it secure. From this moment onward, we are partners, Zhang Kaiji declared, extending his hand to Lin Feng. Lin Feng eagerly reciprocated. Rest assured, our toy factory will dedicate itself to developing new products and will inform you at the earliest opportunity. Zhang Kaiji nodded in satisfaction. That is good to hear. Just remember, do not rush to live stream new products. Do you have any idea of the sensation your 2 live streams caused on the international stage? Lin Feng scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. He genuinely had no idea, having focused solely on production upon his return. Nevertheless, he nodded obediently. Understood, understood. Meanwhile, Xiang Fa felt utterly despondent. It was over. He was finished. Even if he had 10 times the courage, he would not dare to contest the military's technological prowess. As he contemplated how to escape, he noticed Lin Feng's gaze fixed upon him. Zhang Kaiji turned to Xiang Fa, his voice calm, yet firm. We have conducted a background check on your toy factory, and I am aware of your situation, Xiang Fa. You do owe a debt, which is legally acknowledged. However, we are here to assist you in settling it. They had discussed this previously. 2 million was a trivial sum for the military, merely a fraction of their research investment. Moreover, exchanging 2 million for such advanced technology was undeniably profitable. Zhang Kaiji then turned his gaze toward Lin Feng. What do you wish to do about this traitor? Upon hearing this, Xiang Fa broke into a cold sweat, his mind racing to devise a plan to evade this predicament. Chapter 39. The Celebration Banquet. Inviting Lin Feng to attend, Lin Feng and Appos' gaze fell upon Xiang Fa, who trembled in fear. I merely came to collect a debt. I have evidence. This is a legitimate act, and you cannot do anything to me. Xiang Fa stammered, hastily producing the IOU from years past. He was certain to carry such documents on him, for he had no desire to engage in unlawful activities, especially not to be caught. His intention was to use the IOU to coerce Lin Feng into relinquishing his technology. However, the sudden arrival of military personnel derailed all his plans. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Although Xiang Fa's actions were despicable, they indeed fell within the bounds of legality. There was little that could be done against him. You'd best leave, Lin Feng said coldly. I'm going. Xiang Fa replied, visibly relieved, nodding and bowing as he hurried away. The military had already settled Lin Feng's debts. Remaining here would only lead to his own downfall. Without granting Lin Feng any opportunity to speak, Xiang Fa scrambled toward the factory's exit. The small-time thugs who accompanied him exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Without their leader, they were thrown into disarray. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's employees witnessed Xiang Fa's hasty retreat, their hearts swelling with excitement. Good begets good, evil begets evil. That despicable fat man has finally received his comeuppance. Let us see how he continues to act arrogantly, they thought. They had never felt such exhilaration as they did today. Yet, the thought of Xiang Fa walking away with such a sum of money, continuing his carefree life, left a sour taste in their mouths. At that moment, Zhang Kaiji approached Lin Feng, patting him on the shoulder as he observed Xiang Fa fleeing. Rest assured, such a man cannot possibly have a spotless history. I've had his ancestry checked back 3 generations. If any issues arise, he will be unable to escape the consequences. Unless he truly has committed no wrongdoing. Upon hearing this, a smile tugged at Lin Feng's lips. Given Xiang Fa's modus operandi, it was implausible that he had not committed any transgressions. Moreover, with the military investigating, it seemed certain that this despicable man had reached the end of his rope. Even with the 20 million, he would likely not enjoy his ill-gotten gains for long. Thank you, Director Zhang, Lin Feng said, bowing deeply in gratitude. Zhang Kaiji had not only assisted him in resolving his debts, but had also avenged his father in a sense. After all, a significant part of the blame for his father and Appos' death lay with this man. Had it not been for Xiang Fa and Appos' underhanded dealings that nearly bankrupted the factory, his father would not have succumbed to despair. Zhang Kaiji's expression grew increasingly cold as he spoke. No need to be courteous, it was merely a small effort. Such societal parasites should not be allowed to exist. Our armaments factory is designed to produce the most advanced weapons to protect the people of Huaxia. Yet, the thought of these parasites undermining our internal unity, only caring for personal gain while committing wrongs, fills me with anger. It is best to eliminate one whenever possible. By the way, there is one more matter to discuss. Lin Feng interjected eagerly. Your Menghua brand interstellar toy aircraft has triumphed in the international drone competition. There will be a celebration banquet tonight, to which you are invited. Additionally, your personal information will be entered into the military system. The agreement we just signed is merely a preliminary one. Once your information is officially recorded, your toy factory will be formally integrated into the military. Lin Feng and Appo's face lit up with joy upon hearing this. Excellent. I have no objections. The success of the Menghua brand interstellar toy aircraft in the international competition was, after all, a point of pride for him. However, considering that it was a product of the system, it was expected that it would outshine ordinary drones. The celebration banquet might also present an opportunity to meet more military personnel, individuals whose acquaintance could prove invaluable in the future. Zhang Kaiji nodded with satisfaction. Very well. I will send someone to collect you. Just ensure you attend punctually and handle matters at the factory beforehand. They chatted for a while longer, and Lin Feng persuaded Zhang Kaiji to tour their production line. Observing the assembly line, Zhang Kaiji felt a wave of confusion. The Menghua brand interstellar toy aircraft, which had won the international drone competition, was produced in such a modest setting. He had imagined it was crafted in a high-precision workshop, only to discover it operated with a mere 20 individuals. Although he had conducted research prior, witnessing it firsthand was still quite shocking. After the tour, Lin Feng bid farewell to Zhang Kaiji. As he watched Zhang Kaiji's convoy depart, a smile crept onto his lips. The employees at the toy factory remained in a state of disbelief. They had heard of dual-use factories and seen reports on television. But a toy factory serving both civilian and military purposes was unprecedented on a global scale. Upon seeing Lin Feng return, their eyes gleamed with enthusiasm as they flocked to him. Director, will our factory grow larger? Director, will we receive more orders? Are we going to have to work overtime? The factory is bound to prosper. Perhaps we will even open branches elsewhere. While they were not well versed in factory operations, the association with the military signified something significant. The toy factory's ascent was imminent, with the workforce potentially expanding from 20 to 200, 2,000, or even 20,000. Lin Feng's smile radiated brightly. It will only get better from here. You all need not worry. As longtime employees of the toy factory, when the factory flourishes, so too will your benefits. As he spoke, thoughts of the military echoed in his mind. When he took over the toy factory, he never imagined that his small enterprise would transform into an armaments depot. No, while Zhang Kaiji had mentioned it was dual use, the contract clearly identified it as a toy factory. Yet, the notion that the toys produced by the system had triumphed over those from other nations in an international competition was undeniably fascinating. Though classified as toys, they were indeed toys. Thus, if the products manufactured were toys, the factory would remain a toy factory. Chapter 40. It is my honor to contribute to my country. After a brief moment of excitement, everyone swiftly returned to the production line, diligently continuing their work. The recent incident had ignited a heightened sense of dedication among the team. As night approached, Lin Feng took the time to purchase a suit. The military had settled his debts, and they had also provided him with a substantial order fee for the baby brand interstellar toy tanks. Financially, he was quite comfortable. After all, he was to attend a military gala and could not appear too shabby. Qin Bojun drove personally to collect Lin Feng from his factory, as no other vehicles were permitted within the military and Appo's vicinity. The gala was rather simple, held in the main hall adorned with vibrant red decorations to celebrate their victory at the international drone competition. Upon entering, Lin Feng was warmly welcomed by a throng of researchers, which made him feel somewhat bashful. They eagerly sought to engage him in discussions regarding the technology behind the baby brand interstellar toy planes. Had it been anyone else, they might have been at a loss. However, Lin Feng had thoroughly studied the blueprints, and all the data resided in his mind. He answered their inquiries with ease, and the researchers, like curious children, bombarded him with questions. With each response from Lin Feng, clarity dawned on them. So that's how it works? I had misunderstood. I see. It can be done this way too. I must note that down for future experimentation. A crowd soon encircled Lin Feng, and before long, several leaders approached. These individuals had followed Lin Feng's live broadcast in their offices and were eager to greet him. A hero emerges in youth. Your drones have brought us great pride. One exclaimed. Indeed. You should have seen the expressions on the faces of those from the Eagle Nation. Lin Feng chuckled upon hearing about the international conference, surprised at the commotion his toy planes had caused. As they conversed, an elderly gentleman approached, prompting everyone to pause and greet Wang Yuanju. Lin Feng immediately recognized him as the head of the National Design Institute. "You must be Lin Feng," Wang Yuanju inquired. "Greetings," Lin Feng replied, transforming into a polite and respectful young man. Wang Yuanju smiled kindly. "Do not be formal. This gala owes its success to you. Without the airplanes produced by your factory, we might have faced embarrassment in the competition." Lin Feng and Appo's lips curled into a smile once more. "It is my honor to contribute to my country." Wang Yuanju nodded in satisfaction. After the last meeting, he had taken the time to learn about the events at the international conference and discovered that the Eagle Nation was researching Lin Feng's tanks, but had reportedly made no significant progress. The only confirmed fact was that all the videos Lin Feng had disseminated online were authentic, which had significantly dampened their spirits. Some researchers specializing in tanks even began to question their own existence. "By the way," Wang Yuanju continued, "how long does it take for your factory to produce the tanks? Given the high performance and the advanced weaponry they were equipped with, early deployment could be pivotal both internationally and elsewhere," silencing their critics. The successful introduction of these tanks would encourage smaller nations to align themselves with their cause, which was vital for China on the global stage. Rest assured, the production process for the baby brand interstellar toy tanks is well known among my factory's employees. We can achieve a daily output of approximately 200 units. A stunned silence followed, eyes wide with disbelief. "What? 200 tanks a day? Are your employees on some sort of stimulant?" The researchers who had previously focused on the baby brand interstellar toy planes inquired. "Is that true?" Wang Yuanju exclaimed, incredulity evident on his face. Had he not already received 1,000 units of the baby brand interstellar toy planes, he might have thought Lin Feng was jesting. Yet, seeing Lin Feng's earnest demeanor made him hesitate. "Indeed, it is true," Lin Feng affirmed, noting that this was a conservative estimate. "The actual production rate could be even faster with full efforts." "Excellent. This is truly fantastic," Wang Yuanju exclaimed, quickly summoning his secretary to prepare a contract. Lin Feng glanced at the purchasing price noted in the contract, double what had been offered previously. Naturally, he was eager to accept a higher price and promptly signed his name, making the agreement official. As the gala continued, Lin Feng became the focus of attention, besides the researchers who clustered around him. Numerous leaders sought to curry favor with the exceptionally talented young man. In their eyes, Lin Feng's future was boundless, and establishing a rapport with him now was prudent. Feeling somewhat out of place at his first gala, Lin Feng found himself responding to questions and exchanging pleasantries with a sense of timidity. Eventually, he could no longer withstand the social demands and discreetly took a seat to rest. At that moment, Wang Yuanju approached and sat beside him. With no one else around, he leaned slightly towards Lin Feng. "Is the price of your tanks genuinely as low as stated? The cost of producing such weaponry is considerable, and I wonder if you set it low intentionally to sell to us. I have reviewed your factory's information, and I know you are in urgent need of funds." As someone experienced, Wang Yuanju understood that such tactics were not uncommon, yet he hoped Lin Feng would not resort to them. Given the small size of his toy factory and its need for growth, Lin Feng scratched his head awkwardly. His production costs were not as high as one might think, but he was unsure how to articulate that. However, Wang Yuanju interpreted Lin Feng and Appo's hesitance as shyness about asking for more. "I understand you need funds for production. Let us officially state it this way, which could help in deceiving those with ulterior motives. But privately, you can tell me exactly how much you need." He then handed Lin Feng a business card. "When the time comes, I will ensure you receive prompt assistance." Gratefully accepting the card, Lin Feng recognized the value of such an offer. He was not foolish. Wang Yuanju was clearly concerned about him being taken advantage of. Even if he explained that he did not require so much money, the other party might not believe him. At this moment, it was wise to yield to the situation. Chapter 41. The revival of Huaxia is within reach. Upon receiving the business card from Lin Feng, Wang Yuanju's face blossomed with joy. However, as Lin Feng tucked the card away, an unsettling premonition washed over him. He sensed a trap lurking beneath the surface. When he glanced up at Wang Yuanju once more, he found him beaming with an amiable smile. Cautiously, Lin Feng inquired, "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" The phrase "no visit is without purpose" echoed in his mind, nearly leading him to be deceived by Wang Yuanju's genial demeanor. It was easy to forget that Wang Yuanju Having ascended to the position of head of the Design Institute, was undoubtedly a seasoned veteran. This man had traversed more bridges than Lin Feng had walked paths, and he feared he might not last even 10 minutes in his presence. Lin Feng instinctively swallowed hard. Luan Yuanju's smile brightened, and he gently patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Are you aware of the current international situation? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was engulfed in confusion. What did he mean by the international situation? Although he possessed some knowledge, it was superficial at best. It wasn't that Lin Feng was disinterested in delving deeper. Rather, certain matters were beyond the grasp of an ordinary citizen like him. Yet, why was Wan Yuanju bringing this up? He had little interest in such affairs. Nevertheless, Lin Feng feigned contemplation, lowering his gaze for a moment. I've heard that the Eagle Nation is making quite a stir. The oil-producing countries seem to be under significant pressure as well. Recently, it appears that domestic oil prices have been adjusted upwards. After pondering for a while, these were the only insights he could muster. Such information was not difficult to acquire. A mere glance online would suffice. Wan Yuanju nodded heavily, satisfaction evident in his gaze as he regarded Lin Feng. This only deepened Lin Feng's bewilderment. If you have something to convey, please do so promptly. At that moment, Wan Yuanju's secretary approached, smiling at Lin Feng while pouring him a glass of water. Lin Feng felt a mixture of surprise and unease. Such gestures would likely leave outsiders astounded. The conversation shifted to a more serious tone as Wan Yuanju spoke. The current international landscape is quite severe. Particularly following Huaxia's triumph in the international drone competition, nations are eyeing us with predatory intent. Luan Yuanju's expression bore the weight of concern, and Lin Feng recognized that despite his age, Luan Yuanju was still on the front lines, a figure deserving of respect. Lin Feng, not being naive, quickly grasped the situation. Was it the sensational impact of the Menghua brand interstellar toy plane that had caused such a stir? Before this, Huaxia's performance in international drone competitions had been less than stellar, yet it remained a formidable nation, incomparable to smaller countries. However, the Menghua brand toy plane had evidently achieved an astounding 1-to-3 capability, nearly obliterating the competition, instilling a sense of peril among other nations. Moreover, Wan Yuanju remarked, "You have gained notoriety as well." The brightness of his smile intensified. "You're too kind," Lin Feng replied, feeling a twinge of embarrassment as he scratched the back of his head. However, Wan Yuanju's demeanor shifted again, turning somber. "Thus, there are numerous eyes on your Menghua brand toy plane internationally." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened. This was Wan Yuanju's way of implying he had attracted unwanted attention. A chill ran down Lin Feng's spine. All he wanted was to sell a toy, not to draw the gaze of powerful figures. The thought alone was somewhat daunting. Wan Yuanju, perceptive as ever, sensed Lin Feng's apprehension. Rest assured, within the borders of Huaxia, they dare not act recklessly. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, realizing that any attempt to disrupt matters here would be tantamount to slapping Huaxia in the face. "Thank you." Lin Feng quickly expressed his gratitude. Upon hearing this, Wan Yuanju's expression soured slightly. "It is our duty to protect the people of Huaxia." Lin Feng nodded earnestly, indeed. With that, Wan Yuanju's demeanor shifted again, revealing a hint of concern. "I have an uninvited request." Lin Feng understood that the previous dialogue had merely been a preamble, and the main event was yet to unfold. Sitting up straight, he urged, "Please, go ahead. You must be aware of the technological sophistication embedded in the Menghua brand interstellar toy plane and the Baobao brand interstellar toy tank. Moreover, you have showcased all their capabilities through live broadcasts. Researchers worldwide are likely scrutinizing your videos for authenticity." Lin Feng nodded, realizing he had not considered the magnitude of the impact his toy had caused. Luan Yuanju inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with anticipation as he posed the question. "So I wish to know, would you be willing to sell the patent for your plane to us?" Without allowing Lin Feng a moment to respond, Luan Yuanju continued, "I understand that if you were to sell it publicly, it would fetch billions. However, you must comprehend that if this technology were to fall into the hands of other countries." Luan Yuanju trailed off, the implication hanging heavily in the air. Lin Feng stood up, his expression grave. "Director Wan, I understand your intentions. As a member of the new generation nurtured under the red flag, it is our responsibility to protect our beloved homeland, whether it be the Baobao brand interstellar toy tank or the Menghua brand toy plane. I shall offer all of this technology to the nation without charge. Although I cannot bear arms on the front lines, I am willing to contribute to the country in my own way." Upon hearing these words, Luan Yuanju immediately stood, bowing respectfully to Lin Feng. Others soon gathered, and upon hearing Lin Feng's declaration, they regarded him with deep respect. Only those who had studied the Menghua brand toy plane could truly appreciate the level of technological advancement it represented. Lin Feng and Appos' willingness to relinquish all of this knowledge for free revealed the vastness of his heart. Almost everyone present saluted Lin Feng, who felt a surge of adrenaline and goosebumps enveloping him. Wang Yuanjiu and Appos' expression was serious, his eyes bright with intensity. On behalf of all the designers and staff of the Institute, I extend our utmost respect to you. All present raised their hands in salute to Lin Feng. The revival of Huaxia is imminent. With such young talents among us, we elders can rest easy. The researchers at the Design Institute were particularly exhilarated, and some women gazed at Lin Feng with admiration, wishing to embrace him in gratitude. Chapter 42. Entrusting to the military is indeed the best choice. I raise my glass to you. Wang Yuanjiu proactively lifted the nearby wine cup, his expression solemn. Lin Feng, taken aback by the honor, quickly raised his cup to lightly clink with wands before downing its contents in one gulp. The atmosphere had reached a fervent peak, stirring the emotions of all present. Many wished to share a drink with Lin Feng as a gesture of respect. After several rounds of drinks, Lin Feng felt a bit lightheaded. No more, no more. As another female researcher sought to toast with him, Lin Feng hastily covered his cup. Witnessing his refusal, several female researchers displayed playful annoyance. Lin Feng quickly explained, "If I drink any more, I fear I shall have to crawl home." "No worries, we can escort you back." A researcher with a high ponytail chimed cheerfully. "Indeed, do you think we'd actually harm you?" Another female researcher laughed in agreement. No, absolutely not," Lin Feng insisted. Waving his hand, he promptly retreated from the center of attention. After exchanging greetings with Wang Yuanjiu, he requested to be taken back to the factory. Upon returning to the factory, it was already past 11 at night. Vice Director Li was still busy within the premises, and upon seeing Lin Feng return so early, he expressed confusion. "What brings you back so soon? Why not stay a while longer?" Those individuals hold significant status. Fostering a good relationship with them would facilitate our factory's future development. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, reclining on the sofa to recover for a moment. He was not accustomed to drinking and had been continuously toasted by so many at the event. Reluctantly, he had consumed more than he could handle. After a while, he finally managed to sip some water. "I cannot remain any longer. At this rate, I might lose my trousers." He then relayed Wang Yuanjiu's earlier comments to Vice Director Li. Upon learning that Lin Feng had entrusted the technology of two toys, Li's expression momentarily froze before shifting to one of satisfaction as he regarded Lin Feng. Although the technology had been transferred, they could still utilize it. Indeed, delivering such advanced technology to the military was undoubtedly the wisest course of action. The two conversed for a while before each retired for the night. In the following days, Wang Yuanjiu and Zhang Kaiji did not seek out Lin Feng again. Lin Feng immersed himself wholeheartedly in production. Vice Director Li had also reached out to many former employees of the toy factory. Those who returned were met with Lin Feng's humble demeanor. However, Lin Feng assured them that as long as they worked diligently, their prior benefits would remain unchanged. Furthermore, as the factory improved, there would be enhancements in their compensation. Upon hearing this, the returning employees were filled with excitement, vowing never to leave unless the factory were to close completely. Next came their training. Lin Feng had already informed Wang Yuanjiu that the production schedule for this batch of tanks needed to be expedited. Vice Director Li approached Lin Feng, presenting data from the assembly line. "Director, we have now become a dual-use toy factory. Perhaps we can expand our production line." The military had transferred a substantial payment to the factory's account, ensuring sufficient liquidity. "Yes, that sounds agreeable," Lin Feng nodded. He was not well versed in such matters. He entrusted these tasks to the capable hands of Vice Director Li. Li, recognizing Lin Feng's trust, felt compelled to meet his expectations. During this time, Lin Feng often visited the assembly line, assisting employees unfamiliar with tank production to expedite their familiarization with the manufacturing process. Beep, beep, beep. Just then, Lin Feng and Appos' phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Zhang Kaiji. Lin Feng, puzzled, wondered if there was another issue at hand and promptly answered. Yang's cheerful voice resonated through the line. "I have good news for you." Lin Feng's expression brightened, and he quickly inquired, "What good news?" "The chubby troublemaker who caused a ruckus at your factory has been apprehended. We discovered that he not only misappropriated funds, but also harassed other factories. However, that is not all. We also found that he had dealings with individuals from Sakura country. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. The audacity of that man to conspire with them. Ultimately, he was arrested for involvement in a breach of confidentiality. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief. That fat fool deserved to suffer the consequences of his actions. What about his toy factory? Lin Feng asked hastily. Recalling Vice Director Li's mention that the chubby man's factory was built on funds swindled from his father. Rest assured, the factory has been disbanded along with its director's arrest. At this, Lin Feng's lips involuntarily curled into a smile. Excellent. This serves as a form of closure for my father's legacy. Thank you, Lin Feng expressed gratefully. Zhang Kaiji chuckled. No need for thanks. This is our duty. And do not forget, your dual-use factory is also our concern, Zhang reminded him. Lin Feng's smile broadened. I will not forget this, he assured. Zhang nodded, satisfied, and added, Good, work hard. Once the tanks are ready, remember to call me immediately. With that, he ended the call. Lin Feng promptly shared the news with his colleagues, who gritted their teeth in exhilaration. Wonderful. That fat fool is finally behind bars. What goes around comes around. Let's see how he continues to act so brazenly. Such a person should remain in prison for life. Their presence in this world is nothing but a calamity. The collective burden on everyone's hearts had finally lifted. With this development, the troublesome chubby man would no longer pose a threat. Lin Feng felt elated as well. With the predicament resolved, he could fully devote himself to the toy factory without lingering concerns. All right, everyone, back to work. Once this matter is settled, I shall treat you all to a meal. Immediately, someone cheered loudly. Director, you truly are a good person. Lin Feng's face darkened. Enough. Chapter 43. A lesson for the Oil Nation. Meanwhile, at the delivery site of the adorable interstellar toy aircraft in the Oil Nation, the representatives of the Oil Nation gazed in awe at the neatly arranged adorable interstellar toy planes before them, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the aircraft that had secured first place in the international drone competition. Marvelous, simply marvelous. With this aircraft, how could those eagle-wielding adversaries continue their arrogance? One representative of the Oil Nation cradled an adorable interstellar toy plane as if it were a precious treasure, pressing his face against it. The representative from the Bunny Nation raised his chin high, well aware of the significance of the international drone competition. It was a moment of pride for them. Fortunately, the Oil Nation had maintained a cordial relationship with them. Otherwise, this deal may not have transpired. Let us conduct a thorough inventory. If everything checks out, we can consider this transaction complete, remarked the Bunny representative coolly. No need for that. We have faith in you, replied the Oil Nation representative, extending his hands for a firm handshake with the Bunny representative. We have been doing business together for many years. This bond of trust is well established. The Oil Nation representative beamed with delight. However, the Bunny representative remained vigilant. After years of dealings with the Oil Nation, he was well aware of their tactics. When the Oil Nation representatives made their moves, the Bunny representatives knew precisely what to expect. Yet, as the conversation had yet to take a serious turn, he merely nodded politely. The items we provide are certainly of the highest quality. Of course, we are good friends and must assist one another. The Oil Nation representative's smile broadened to the point of nearly reaching his ears, gripping the Bunny representative's hand tightly. In that moment, the Bunny representative realized that the Oil Nation representative was about to broach a serious topic. I have been browsing the internet lately. The Oil Nation representative began with a grin. I came across a particularly intriguing video featuring your nation and Oppo's toy livestream. That tank is quite impressive. The Bunny representative's lips twitched slightly at the comment. It was clear that the Oil Nation representatives had mastered the art of indirect communication. They frequently browsed online. It was evident they had already been made aware of the public displays at international conferences. I wish to inquire about that. The adorable interstellar toy tank. Is it for sale? We are very interested in acquiring some, the Oil Nation representative said eagerly, looking at the Bunny representative with anticipation. The Bunny representative had anticipated this question, as their superiors had briefed them beforehand. If the Oil Nation expressed interest in purchasing, they were to advise patience, as production was ongoing, and orders could be placed in advance. In response, the Bunny representative relayed the message to the Oil Nation representatives, who became even more animated. They grasped the Bunny representative's hand tightly, causing discomfort, yet they remained filled with enthusiasm. Eventually, they departed with the adorable interstellar toy planes, returning to their homeland with reluctance. Simultaneously, within the executive conference room of a company in the Oil Nation, representatives from the Eagle Nation lounged arrogantly on their chairs. The prices are exorbitant. We demand a reduction, they insisted, having come to procure oil from the Oil Nation. However, Due to the recent defiance of the oil nation, they sought to drive the price down further. The oil nation representatives exchanged uneasy glances, cautiously addressing their eagle counterparts. The prices we offer are already the lowest. Any further reduction could jeopardize our profits and may even lead to losses, they explained. Unyielding, the eagle representatives asserted, do not presume we are unaware of your intentions. You must lower the price by an additional 30. What? 30? The oil nation representatives' expressions shifted dramatically. This felt akin to robbery, yet they dared not voice such sentiments. For the Eagle Nation was not an adversary they could afford to offend. Their military capabilities were dwarfed by those of the Eagle Nation, rendering them as mere playthings in the latter and Oppos, as hands. Yet, they could not allow themselves to be so easily manipulated. A cold smirk crept across the Eagle representatives and Oppos faces. This was a tactic they had employed previously. 30%? Will you comply? If not, we shall reconsider our purchase. Should the oil nation refuse to lower their prices? The Eagle representatives were prepared to engage in military exercises or send a couple of aircraft to circle overhead. The implication was unmistakable should any mishaps occur, such as a crash or a missile inadvertently falling. The oil nation would bear the consequences. Fuming with frustration, the oil nation representatives remained steadfast in their position. The Eagle representatives, their expressions darkening, slammed the table before storming out. You have 2 days to reconsider. Back at their residence, the Eagle representatives convened, the leader's expression darkening as he reflected on the oil nation's alliance with the Bunny Nation. Their camaraderie has emboldened them. The Bunny Nation has supplied them with weaponry, allowing for their arrogance. But what of it? Even the Bunny Nation would not dare to confront us directly. A small lesson in humility would suffice. I recall we have an aircraft station nearby. Let us showcase it to them, suggested one representative. Indeed, let the oil nation be reminded that even with the Bunny and Oppos as support, they cannot afford to be so presumptuous, the leader concurred, nodding in agreement. Thus, it was decided, at dawn the next day, they would reveal what true power and deterrence looked like. The atmosphere in the room shifted, filled with a sense of excitement as they anticipated the display of their military prowess. The following day, adhering to their plan, the Eagle representatives dispatched their aircraft from a nearby airbase, soaring towards the oil nation and Oppos' airspace. They would circle above, gradually descending while showcasing the missiles aboard their aircraft, aiming to exert pressure on the oil nation. The pilots were exhilarated. There was nothing more satisfying than asserting dominance while maintaining a facade of cordiality. Boom. The aircraft descended, cutting through the sky like a dark shadow. However, not long after takeoff, alarms blared from the radar. Startled, the pilot initially feared they were under attack. Yet, as he glanced upwards, he was astonished to see a UFO hovering above him. Chapter 44. Above the oil nation, 2 dark shadows streaked across the sky. What on earth is happening? The pilot of the Eagle Sauce aircraft suddenly felt a surge of panic, while another pilot in a fighter jet attempted to escape. However, no matter how he accelerated or executed complex maneuvers, the UFO hovering above him remained like a ghost, persistently circling overhead. Headquarters, there's an anomaly. The pilot of Eagle Sauce could no longer withstand the pressure and immediately pressed the communication button. Soon, he relayed the situation back. At that moment, the leaders at the Air Force Base turned pale. Through the transmitted images, they saw that the aircraft circling above their fighter jet was indeed that of the Rabbit. Damn it, how did Rabbit's aircraft end up here? The leader slammed his hand on the table in frustration, gritting his teeth in anger. What should I do? The Eagle Sauce pilot hastily inquired. The presence of the UFO frightened him. After all, they were 10,000 meters in the air. Any mishap could result in a catastrophic end. Although he had long been prepared for sacrifice, dying so inexplicably was intolerable for anyone. The leader snatched the microphone and shouted, "Shake it off. It's just a toy plane." The Eagle Sauce pilot received the order and promptly responded, "Understood." He then accelerated the aircraft, leaving behind a trail reminiscent of white silk. The simplest way to evade the pursuer was to increase speed, as long as he was fast enough. The foe would not keep up, and his mission would be accomplished. Before long, the fighter jet reached its maximum operational speed. The Eagle Sauce pilot looked up at the sky, only to find the UFO had vanished, and he erupted into laughter. "Ha, just a toy plane. And it dares to compete with my fighter jet speed. How laughable." However, his mirth was short-lived. When he glanced to the right, the UFO reappeared like a specter, maintaining a relative stillness beside him. "This is impossible." The pilot's eyes widened in disbelief. His aircraft was now traveling at a speed of 7 Mach. How could a mere toy plane possibly outpace him? The pilot's composure began to crumble. At that moment, all he could think about was escaping the UFO. He jerked the control stick to turn the aircraft around. However, as he did so, the UFO maintained its distance, and within 3 seconds, it was back on his tail, beginning a rapid descent. He had assumed that the weight of his fighter jet, combined with the thrust, would allow him to create distance from the UFO. Yet, the Eagle Sauce pilot had underestimated the situation. When he looked up, he found the UFO right in front of his aircraft, performing a 360-degree spin as if mocking his incompetence. Infuriated, the pilot felt powerless. The leader at the Air Force Base, watching the screen, looked as though he had just swallowed something bitter. "What are you doing? Hurry up and shake it off. It ain't Oppos, that's just a toy." The Eagle Sauce pilot gritted his teeth. "Yes, I want to escape too." Yet, every maneuver was futile. No matter how he flew, the UFO remained close, weaving around his fighter jet and even hovering beside its engine. Cold sweat broke out on the pilot's forehead. While it was possible to fly with one engine, he certainly did not wish to pilot a one-engine aircraft recklessly over foreign territory, risking a crash and becoming a casualty far from home. In desperation, the Eagle Sauce pilot could only call for support, requesting assistance. "The opponent is too agile. I am utterly helpless." Even if he faced punishment upon returning, he could not afford to care. Preserving his life took precedence over any consequences. The leader at the Air Force Base was infuriated, nearly smashing his desk. How could their advanced fighter jets be outmaneuvered by a toy plane from the Rabbit? If this incident were to be reported internationally, it would severely dent their reputation. After contemplating for a moment, the leader firmly closed his eyes and commanded, "Deploy 2 more aircraft for support. I refuse to believe that we cannot handle a mere toy plane." "Yes." Boom, boom. Upon receiving the command, 2 more jets launched from the Air Force Base. Meanwhile, the pilot of the first fighter jet continued to struggle against the toy plane's relentless harassment. To the Eagle Sauce pilot, the adorable interstellar toy plane seemed like an unkillable cockroach. No matter what he did, he could only shake it off for a few seconds before it was back on his tail, seemingly defying the laws of geography. Beads of sweat streamed down his face. At that same moment, within the cockpit of the Oil Nation's Air Force Base, the pilot, observing the footage transmitted from the adorable interstellar toy plane's camera, burst into laughter. "Haha." The Eagle Sauce side never anticipated that Rabbit's aircraft would be so effective. Not only is it agile, but it also boasts impressive endurance. Most alarmingly, its speed is astonishingly high. When we just passed through the sandstorm, I feared we would lose signal, yet it performed as if nothing were amiss. Gazing at the accompanying data, the group was ecstatic. Previously, they had been at the mercy of the Eagle Sauce pilots, who would occasionally taunt them by flying overhead. Yet, they had been completely powerless against them. When the Eagle Sauce aircraft had launched earlier, they would have simply watched helplessly. However, things were different now. Recently, they had acquired 1,000 adorable interstellar toy planes from the Rabbit, which had triumphed in the international drone competition against the Eagle Sauce, the Cherry Blossom Nation, and the Stick Nation. Initially, they had thought the Rabbit's claims were exaggerated, but upon actual usage, they realized that the Rabbit had understated the capabilities of its drones. Now, while the Eagle Sauce thought it could exert pressure over them, the tables had turned. Boom, boom. Above the Oil Nation, 2 more dark shadows streaked across the sky as the 2 fighter jets launched from the Eagle Sauce Air Force Base approached the first fighter jet's side. Chapter 45, Final Warning. Depart from our airspace. The pilots of Fighter 2 and Fighter 3 had already heard about the situation during takeoff, finding it utterly inconceivable. Merely a toy aircraft, even if it were a drone, could not possibly rival their formidable jets. However, upon arriving at the location of Fighter 1, they were poised to inquire about the current circumstances when they beheld their counterpart flipping and twisting through the skies, executing sharp turns. Beside it hovered an unidentified flying object, ghostly and persistent, effortlessly evading all their evasive maneuvers. "My God, am I seeing things? How is this possible?" They gasped in astonishment. Is that truly a toy aircraft crafted by humans? The pilots of Fighters 2 and 3 were taken aback. In a wartime scenario, they would not hesitate to open fire on such a UFO. The bizarre manner of its movement was terrifying, enough to send shivers through their very souls. In the presence of that diminutive UFO, they felt their own aircraft were mere toys, easily obliterated should the adversary choose to do so. Headquarters, requesting permission to engage. The pilot of Fighter 1 implored, having been under immense pressure for far too long, his mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Sweat dripped profusely from his brow. He had never encountered such an enigmatic situation. In the past, he had dealt with pilots from other nations, and evading them was a trivial task. Yet now, he realized how insignificant he truly was. As his voice trailed off, a voice emanated from the toy aircraft, announcing, "This is the airspace of the Oil Nation. Please vacate our territory, or we will take appropriate measures to uphold our rights." Hearing this, the pilots of Fighters 1, 2, and 3 clenched their teeth in anger. In the past, the personnel from the Oil Nation would never have dared to speak to them in such a tone. What airspace of the Oil Nation? It was akin to their backyard, come and go as they pleased. They had long regarded the airspace of the Oil Nation as their own domain. Yet now, the audacity of the Oil Nation's personnel demanding their departure was simply intolerable. The warning from the Oil Nation echoed once more, "This is your final warning. Depart from our airspace, or we will not hesitate to use force to expel you." Upon hearing this, the pilots of the 3 jets could not suppress the smirks that crept upon their faces. Use force? What a jest! What can your diminutive toy aircraft do in terms of force? They eagerly anticipated an attack from the Oil Nation, as it would provide them with a legitimate pretext to retaliate. In that case, they could launch a brazen assault on the Oil Nation, standing morally high in the court of international opinion, for it would be the Oil Nation that initiated the conflict. They cared little for the fact that they had intruded into the Oil Nation's airspace. Meanwhile, the leadership of the Oil Nation was growing increasingly frustrated. After 2 warnings, the intruders showed no signs of departing. The personnel controlling the toy aircraft wore grim expressions. They had expected the intruders to vacate upon receiving the warnings, but their presence persisted. Should they attack? The leaders of the Oil Nation, observing the images transmitted to their screens, narrowed their eyes. They had faith in the weaponry they acquired from the Rabbit Nation, and the data provided indicated that downing these 3 jets would be a simple task. However, despite having the means and capability, they hesitated. If they truly shot down the intruders, it would undoubtedly provoke the Eagle Nation. Should the Eagle Nation decide to withdraw their support, the consequences would be dire for them, even with the Rabbit Nation backing them. It was improbable that the Rabbit would engage in a direct confrontation with the Eagle. After a moment of contemplation, the leaders of the Oil Nation finally spoke. "Let us demonstrate a show of force to intimidate them." The personnel controlling the toy aircraft promptly nodded in agreement. Once they received the toy aircraft from the Rabbit Nation, they had trained rigorously, and the individual at the helm had mastered the controls. With the leader's approval, the pilots of the Oil Nation felt unencumbered. They observed as the speed of the UFO began to decelerate. The pilots of the 3 jets, initially believing the Oil Nation was capitulating, were caught off guard when the UFO suddenly positioned itself alongside the wing of Fighter 1. A foreboding sense washed over the pilot of Fighter 1. Suddenly, the top of the toy aircraft illuminated with a red light. In the next instant, a laser shot forth, piercing through the clouds with alarming speed, leaving the pilot of Fighter 1 pale with fear. The UFO did not relent, but instead compelled Fighter 1 to descend closer to the ground. As they approached within 1,000 meters of the surface, the pilots of the Oil Nation executed a swift dive. The pilots of the 3 jets were bewildered. Just then, another laser erupted, obliterating a nearby hill. The thunderous blast sent debris flying, and clouds of dust billowed into the air. Once the haze dissipated, the once mighty hill had been reduced to a gaping crater. The pilot of Fighter 1 was immediately struck with terror, his face ashen. The 2 pilots trailing behind also shuddered. Though their jets were equipped with numerous weapons, they stood no chance in combat against the toy aircraft. Whether they could even hit the nimble foe remained a question. Its small size and agility rendered targeting nearly impossible. They were destined to be dominated. The pilot of Fighter 3 was the first to regain composure, promptly reporting the incident to the Air Force Base. The leaders of the Eagle Nation, witnessing the destruction of the hill on the large screen, wore expressions of utmost displeasure. Gritting their teeth, they reluctantly issued the command, "Retreat." The weaponry now controlled by the Oil Nation was more advanced than what they possessed. Applying pressure on the Oil Nation was no longer feasible. Upon receiving the order, the pilots of the 3 jets sighed in relief, hastily turning their aircraft toward the Air Force Base. As the Eagle pilots departed, jubilation erupted among the personnel of the Oil Nation. At long last, they had gained a measure of satisfaction. The leaders of the Oil Nation were nearly moved to tears, having endured years of suppression by the Eagle Nation. This time, they had finally stood their ground, all thanks to the Rabbit Nation and Oppos, as toy aircraft. Chapter 46. It is essential for the Rabbit to understand that we are not to be trifled with. The atmosphere here is filled with jubilation. However, the totality of joy in this world remains constant, Where there is delight, there is also sorrow. The eagle and Ampos' faction is on the verge of losing its composure. Following the return of the three pilots, they were immediately summoned to the conference room. The trio stood in a neat row, heads bowed, scarcely daring to breathe. They were acutely aware that upon their return, punishment awaited them, and they had mentally prepared for it. After all, the oil-rich nation had merely dispatched an unmanned aerial vehicle. Yet it had rendered their advanced fighter jets utterly ineffectual, returning to base like stricken hounds. Were this incident to be made public, it would undoubtedly stir a maelstrom in the international arena. Should some nations, oblivious to the true circumstances, learn of this, they might deem the Eagle's faction increasingly inept, prompting their wavering allies to switch allegiance to the rabbit. In the conference room, the Eagle leader, seated at the head, glared at the three pilots. His eyes tinged with anger. He was tempted to have them dragged outside for a day of exposure to the elements. Yet, training fighter pilots is an immensely resource-intensive endeavor. A careless mistake could lead to even greater losses. Ultimately, he waved his hand, ordering them to reflect on their failures in solitude before escalating the matter further. Back on Eagle territory, the leaders were incensed to learn that their base near the oil nation had not only failed to exert pressure, but had instead been toyed with by the oil nation's drone. An emergency meeting was convened. The footage from the cameras mounted on the fighter jets was replayed, plunging the room into silence. It was a stark humiliation, akin to being defecated upon while being commanded to clean it up. Who could elucidate the situation? Was this what you deem insignificant? Merely a toy? Who could provide a rational explanation? The leader, his eyes bloodshot with fury, pounded the table. With each strike, the atmosphere in the conference room thickened. All present sealed their lips, fearing that any utterance might lead to dire consequences. They were collectively stunned. How could a mere toy aircraft possibly outmatch their fighter jets? Was it not from the rabbit's domain? In the previous international drone competition, its performance had not been so formidable. Had they perhaps upgraded it? This could not continue. They must not allow the rabbit to act with such impunity. After a lengthy pause, observing that the leader's rage had somewhat diminished, a female officer nearby cautiously rose to speak. In light of this situation, I believe we should devise a new strategy. The golden-haired leader glanced at her, gesturing for her to continue. The rabbit relishes playing it low-key. Their deliberate display of such a drone to the oil magnates is surely an attempt to showcase their might before us. If they wish to play, then we shall engage them thoroughly. At her words, the eyes of the assembly widened in astonishment. They were not fools. They understood her implication. Despite the seemingly cordial relations between the rabbit and the eagle, animosity simmered beneath the surface. In essence, there was a facade of smiles, while behind closed doors, sentiments ran contrary. Of course, as major powers on the global stage, direct confrontation was improbable. At most, it would manifest as a war of words. However, if a direct conflict was off the table, then covert strategies could be employed. The oil nation presented an ideal battleground, one seeking to suppress, the other aiming to bolster. It appeared to revolve around the oil nation, yet it was, in fact, a clash between two great powers. Are you suggesting we forcibly suppress them further? The golden-haired leader slowly raised his head to regard the female officer. His outward demeanor remained composed, yet tumultuous thoughts roiled within him. He was unwilling to witness the rabbit meddling in their own backyard. Their objective was not merely to suppress, but to do so decisively, ensuring the rabbit could never raise its head again. They must convey to the rabbit that they are not to be trifled with. If they wish to support the oil nation, they must be prepared to pay a price. The officer and Ampos' expression hardened as she spoke, her azure eyes resembling frozen lakes, radiating an air of coldness. Once we have firmly subdued the oil nation, we must demand that they cease to provide any oil resources to the rabbit. The golden-haired leader nodded in agreement, with others hastily voicing their support. Let us dispatch our newly developed fighter jets. The oil nation must comprehend our strength. Indeed, the assembly affirmed. Before long, an order was issued for the latest fighter jets to take flight from Eagle territory. Simultaneously, the oil nation, elated by their recent triumph, approached the rabbit and Ampos' diplomats. As the rabbit and Ampos' representatives approached, the oil nation and Ampos' magnate stepped forward, embracing the rabbit with fervor. Thank you. We are immensely grateful. The rabbit, taken aback by such enthusiasm, could only muster an awkward yet polite smile. We are all friends. This is merely our duty. The oil magnate grasped the rabbit's hand tightly. We are deeply appreciative of your assistance. Without you, we would have faced oppression. The gratitude flowed freely, with tears almost shedding. Thanks to your drones, we can now safeguard our airspace. You are our eternal friends. The rabbit's smile brightened further. We have always been friends. The oil magnate gestured to a secretary who approached, presenting a document. As a token of our gratitude, we have decided to offer you the most favorable oil policies, reducing prices by 30. The rabbit stared at the document, astonished. They had not anticipated such an overture. They had previously learned that the Eagle faction had requested a similar reduction, only to be rebuffed by the Oil Nation. Now, the Oil Nation had unilaterally lowered prices, and one could only wonder how the Eagle would react upon discovering this. The rabbit maintained an exterior calm, yet internally, excitement surged as they swiftly signed the document. They felt immense gratitude towards Lin Feng, the creator of the drone. All of this was thanks to Lin Feng. Without him, they might still be languishing in uncertainty. Chapter 47. Don and Amp. Amp. Oppos. Speak nonsense. We are a toy factory as the rabbit and the affluent dog from an oil-rich nation finalized their contract. Lin Feng's toy factory was working tirelessly to produce the baby brand interstellar toy tanks. With the addition of new employees, productivity had significantly increased. The completion time for the production of 2,000 baby brand interstellar toy tanks was reduced by several days compared to before. A group of workers gazed at the assembled toy tanks before them, their faces beaming with joy, nearly splitting with laughter. I never dreamed I would be involved in making these things, one worker said, wiping the sweat from his brow and laughing heartily. Indeed, who knows? We might end up making other things in the future. This is merely a tank, another employee chimed in, looking with satisfaction at the neatly arranged toy tanks. If this scene were broadcasted live, it would surely stir up quite a commotion internationally, perhaps unsettling some nations. Upon hearing of the completion, Lin Feng hurried to the workshop. Seeing the blue and white tanks lined up, he nodded in approval. Just then, a mechanical female voice resonated in Lin Feng and Oppos' mind. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Lin Feng could not contain his excitement. He knew something new was about to arrive. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of producing 2,000 baby brand interstellar toy tanks. Rewards have been issued. Lin Feng eagerly opened the system panel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining experience points. Current level of advanced technology weapon, LV3. Finally, at level 3, new manufacturing options were now available. New blueprint unlocked. Would you like to activate it? Activate. Having gained experience from the previous occasion, Lin Feng maintained his composure, though curiosity bubbled within him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the level 3 blueprint. Acquired the blueprint for the Baby Star-class toy submarine and all its internal technical information. The Baby Star-class toy submarine has a maximum cruising speed of 90 knots in normal mode and a maximum speed of 130 knots in level 2 mode. Equipped with an artificial intelligence voice system, a level 2 variable speed propulsion system, a stealth system, and a camouflage system. Armed with a freezing cannon. System task: produce 200 Baby Star-class toy submarines. Initially astounded by the speed, Lin Feng and Oppos' curiosity was piqued even further upon discovering the submarine as level 2 mode. He couldn't help but click on the blueprint. Upon viewing the blueprint, Lin Feng gasped in astonishment. He had originally assumed the submarine would be electric like the previous models. However, upon examining the blueprint, he realized that his knowledge had been rather limited. This was, in fact, a nuclear submarine. From another perspective, it was indeed electric, relying on nuclear fusion for power. Perfectly logical. Yet, when he saw the level 2 variable speed system, he was once again taken aback. The speed was such that it could take off directly on land. No wonder it was a level 2 variable speed system. One must understand that the resistance in water is incomparably greater than that in air. If this level 2 variable speed engine were to be applied to a tank, it could achieve extraordinary power. However, regarding this nuclear submarine, Lin Feng glanced again at the dual-use military-civilian agreement he had signed. There was nothing to fear. He could proceed with confidence. Fortunately, with this technology, should he construct the nuclear submarine, it could indeed be put to use. Noticing Lin Feng lost in thought, an employee approached with concern. Little factory manager, what's wrong? Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and smiled. It's nothing. By the way, everyone has worked hard these days. Let us take a break and go out for a nice meal, just as I mentioned before. Upon hearing that the manager was treating them, everyone erupted in joyous cheers. Lin Feng, generous by nature, took them to a nearby restaurant. Order whatever you like. Yet, the workers were mindful. They understood that the factory had only recently recovered, so they refrained from extravagance. After the meal, Lin Feng gathered everyone back at the factory. I believe you all know that after completing an order, we will produce new products. The crowd looked at Lin Feng with excitement and curiosity, eager to see what new blueprint he would unveil. Lin Feng printed out all the designs from his mind and displayed them on the large blackboard. This time we will manufacture the Baby Star-class toy submarine. When Lin Feng revealed the blueprint, a profound silence fell over the room. One could hear a pin drop. Some even rubbed their eyes, ensuring they were not mistaken. A submarine? Is this something we can actually produce? New employees, unaware of Lin Feng and Oppo's dual-use agreement, gazed in astonishment. Rest assured, let us first follow the usual procedure and produce one, Lin Feng assured with a smile. Dawn and Amp, Oppo's, worry, little factory manager. We've seen our fair share of projects. A middle-aged man stepped forward. From airplanes and tanks to submarines. The employees had become desensitized to the incredible feats they were undertaking. Laughter erupted in the room. Another employee asked, "Where did you obtain these design blueprints?" Indeed, these designs are not something just anyone can acquire. A middle-aged woman shot a disapproving glance at the man. Have you forgotten who our little factory manager is? The military has come personally to sign contracts. It's not surprising that he could design something. Besides, is it just a submarine? Who knows, perhaps in the future. We will be able to create even more extraordinary things. The man joined in the laughter. Had this been a previous time, such thoughts would have been unimaginable. Vice Factory Director Li nodded appreciatively from the side. A man gazing at the design blueprints grinned widely. Who would have thought that our toy factory could one day produce weapons? Hold on. Lin Feng quickly interjected, patting the man and Oppo's shoulder. What weapons? This is not a weapon. Let us not forget that we are merely a toy factory. What we create are toys. This is just a new toy from our factory, albeit slightly larger and employing more powerful energy. The crowd immediately feigned realization, nodding in agreement. Right. This is just a new toy from our factory. Another round of hearty laughter ensued. Chapter 48, Commencement of the Drill. Applying some pressure on the rabbit, the meeting concluded amidst cheerful laughter. The following day, everyone resumed their busy activities. After all, this undertaking was considerably more substantial than the previous one. Lin Feng tirelessly assisted on the sidelines. Fortunately, the design schematics provided by the system were exceedingly detailed, and the manufacturing processes were not overly stringent. Nevertheless, the quality produced surpassed that of high-precision factories. Truly, the system's products were remarkable. Meanwhile, the eagle was not idle either. Although it could not overtly exert pressure on the rabbit, it could command others. After dispatching the most advanced fighter jets, immediate contact was made with the land of cherry blossoms. Do not remain idle. It is imperative to apply pressure on the rabbit. You must understand that the rabbit has been rather audacious on the international stage of late. They must comprehend who the true dominator of this world is. Upon receiving the message from their esteemed leader, the subordinates of the land of cherry blossoms promptly expressed their willingness to comply and awaited further instructions. The eagle, naturally, did not mince words with its allies. Do not be foolish and confront the rabbit head-on. You well know that you are no match for them in a direct confrontation. Instead, feign a military exercise and bring out the submarines we sold you for a display. The land of cherry blossoms swiftly acknowledged the directive. Following a brief communication, they convened their naval division and deployed all submarines previously stationed in the harbor. An announcement was made to declare the commencement of military exercises. The rabbit received this news promptly. It appears these curs are restless, remarked one of their leaders, though his expression remained relatively unchanged. At that moment, over a dozen submarines surged forth from the harbor, heading towards the waters where the rabbit resided, accompanied by several combat ships and frigates. The sight was reminiscent of a stunning scene from a sci-fi blockbuster, as if a collective force was mobilizing to combat extraterrestrial beings. The eagle surveyed the images transmitted via WeChat with satisfaction, nodding in approval. The rabbit ventured into this predicament on its own. They cannot blame us for our actions. In their pursuit of the affluent oil nations, the eagle understood that pressure must first be applied to the rabbit. Should the rabbit manage to intervene and assist the oil powers, their plans would be thwarted. Is there any reaction from the rabbit? The leader of the eagle smirked coldly. A female aide hastily produced the relevant documents and reported, "The rabbit has received the information, yet they have taken no action." The leader of the eagle furrowed his brow. You mean to say they are utterly unresponsive? Have they been rendered speechless by fear? That cannot be. The rabbit should exhibit some form of reaction. He then ordered, "Investigate what the oil nations are up to." After a brief silence, the aide returned, stating that the oil nation was engaged in trade with the rabbit, and the prices being exchanged were remarkably low. Upon reviewing the documents, the leader of the Eagle's countenance darkened, resembling one who had ingested something vile. He slammed his palm onto the table with a resounding thud. It seems the oil nation truly deserves a beating. How dare they play such games with us? They previously sought to reduce prices by 30%, but the rabbit is now their buyer. If this information were to surface internationally, it would be a disgrace for them. Taking a deep breath, he recalled that a new round of international meetings was on the horizon. Let us ensure that they impart some lessons to the rabbit during the conference. The aide nodded eagerly. I have already issued the orders as per your command. A subtle smile graced the leader's lips. Glancing at the time, he noted that the latest fighter jets dispatched were nearing the airspace of the oil nation. With pressure mounting from both sides, he wondered how the rabbit would respond. At that moment, over the vast expanse of ocean, the skies were clear and limitless. Suddenly, a dark spot appeared at the horizon, followed by another, then two more, and subsequently several more. These dark forms were swiftly detected by the patrolling naval vessels of the rabbit, which immediately went on high alert. It soon became apparent that these silhouettes were warships, proudly flying the flag of the land of cherry blossoms. Beep, beep, beep. The radar aboard the rabbit's warship responded, scanning and locking onto the submarines of the land of cherry blossoms. However, the latter remained unfazed, leisurely maneuvering nearby and even entering combat readiness, all while disregarding the rabbit's vessels. Their audacious demeanor might have led an observer to believe they were the world's sovereign power, free to act as they pleased. The actions of these curs provoked ire within the rabbit and amp, Oppos, S ranks. One officer, peering through binoculars at the distant warships of the land of cherry blossoms, was incensed. How dare they conduct military exercises here? This is nothing short of a deliberate provocation. His subordinate, equally agitated, longed to initiate a direct confrontation with them. However, with no orders forthcoming, they were unable to act. Observing the land of cherry blossoms' brazen behavior, which included several incursions into the rabbit's warning zone, the rabbit prepared to issue a warning. Yet, just as they were about to do so, the enemy executed a sharp turn and retreated. Their ostentatious demeanor practically shouted, "Come at me if you dare." Taking a deep breath, the commander aboard the rabbit and amp, Oppos, S ship sought to regain composure. They are merely a dog, doing as they are told. We should not be perturbed by their bravado. Perhaps they are still reeling from their recent humiliation at the international conference. Though the eagle lacks the dignity to strike first and has resorted to unleashing this mud upon us. The subordinate nodded in agreement, acknowledging the lack of alternatives. They could only endure this irritation. With that thought, both individuals felt a sense of relief, finding humor in the sight of their adversaries flailing in desperation, yet powerless to act. However, the weaponry displayed by the land of cherry blossoms during this military exercise was unexpectedly impressive. The advanced arms were undoubtedly not products of their own development. It was customary that the Eagle had sold them surplus weaponry. One could only imagine the extent of the Eagle's most advanced arsenal. At that moment, the commander of the land of cherry blossoms and Oppos military exercise received a directive from the Eagle, commence the drill and apply some pressure on the rabbit. Chapter 49. Is selling a toy equivalent to selling weapons? Meanwhile, in the International Conference Hall, upon receiving the news from above, the representatives of the Eagle Nation became increasingly brazen. They realized that not only did the rabbit have to contend with the pressures of the conference, but also with the demands from oil-rich nations and their own domestic challenges. Their tone grew more assertive. Rabbit, aren't you supposed to provide us with a reasonable explanation now? I'm eager to see how you will wriggle out of this one. The rabbit remained unresponsive, calmly lifting his gaze to meet the diplomatic officials of the Eagle Nation. An explanation? I believe I have already clarified everything quite thoroughly during my last address. Our aircraft are merely toy planes. This statement nearly provoked an outburst from the Eagle representatives, who took a deep breath to regain their composure and re-establish their gentlemanly demeanor. What civilian toy planes? Are you not fully aware of the implications? What nonsense do you speak of? Do you truly believe we lack any intelligence on this matter? As he spoke, the Eagle representative commanded the opening of a large screen, showcasing edited footage of the oil nation manipulating the amp, Oppos, Cute Kid and amp, Oppos, brand interstellar toy planes. Naturally, the Eagle Nation was astute enough not to display their own embarrassing moments for all to see, as it would only serve to bolster their rivals and Oppos' spirits while diminishing their own. The rabbit, upon seeing the footage, displayed little reaction, having anticipated such a scenario. Furthermore, when the Cute Kid brand interstellar toy planes were sold to the affluent oil nations, he had foreseen this very situation. Clearing his throat, he adjusted his collar and addressed the assembly. All eyes turned toward him, curious to see how he would defend himself. The rabbit leaned closer to the microphone and inquired, "May I ask, what is the full name of our aircraft?" The Eagle representative was momentarily taken aback. "I am requesting an explanation, and yet you are turning this into a question and answer session?" Nevertheless, another official squinted, providing the answer, "Cute Kid brand interstellar toy planes." The rabbit nodded earnestly. "Indeed, you have just confirmed it. And Oppos, Cute Kid and Oppos, brand interstellar toy planes. If they are merely toy planes, what issue lies in our selling toys? Does your nation not export toys to others?" Upon hearing this, the Eagle representative and Oppos' mouth twitched. "Well played, you've just dug a pit for yourself." The other diplomatic officials quickly averted their gazes, not out of fear of confronting the Eagle nation, but rather to suppress their laughter so as not to provoke the irate representative. "Rabbit, do not attempt to obfuscate the truth here," the Eagle representative declared, no longer feigning civility as he leaned over the table, fixing his gaze intently upon the rabbit. "Would a normal toy plane engage in such maneuvers?" The rabbit shrugged in response. "Why not? Are we now expected to draft a new protocol for selling toys? Our toys are simply beloved by the children of the oil nation, who play with them. What is the issue? Are you seriously suggesting that selling a toy amounts to selling weapons?" After saying this, the rabbit regarded the Eagle representative with a calm demeanor, confident that they were merely engaging in a war of words, a battle for which the Eagle nation was ill-prepared. "What if my toy flies high? Is that a crime? If you have the capability, then create one yourself. And if my toy flies fast, then by all means, build one that can match it." The rabbit and Oppos' retort was one of defiance. At that moment, a representative from the oil nation stood up, acknowledging the need to show some solidarity, especially since the rabbit had just sold them the latest drones. "Indeed, the rabbit is correct," the representative from the oil nation stated. "You must understand. Our territory is predominantly desert, with little opportunity for play. When we saw how entertaining the rabbit and Oppos' toys were, we simply had to purchase them. We enjoy flying things. We also indulge in acquiring rare pets, such as eagles." Upon hearing this, some smaller nation representatives could no longer contain their laughter, though they quickly stifled their amusement, forcing themselves to maintain composure. The oil nation dared to provoke the Eagle nation because they had the rabbit's backing. They had no such protection themselves. To mock the Eagle nation in such a setting could easily lead to dire consequences for their own country. The rabbit was pleasantly surprised by the oil nation and Oppos' humorous remark and turned to give a thumbs up to their representative, who nodded appreciatively. Clearly, spending time with the rabbit had influenced their way of speaking. "Are you certain that what you purchased was merely a toy?" The Eagle representative, displaying no anger, wore a slight smile, though his eyes were devoid of any warmth. It was as if he had anticipated that the rabbit and the oil nation and Oppos' affluent representatives would find common ground. "Indeed, we are having a great time," the representative from the oil nation affirmed, fully supporting the rabbit. After all, he had heard rumors that the rabbit had developed some tanks capable of racing through the desert. They were eager to acquire some for their own amusement, as they had yet to experience tank racing in the sands. As he noted, they possessed considerable wealth, yet limited opportunities for entertainment, thus gravitating towards technological marvels. They were fascinated not only by flying machines but also by those that traverse the ground, particularly the electromagnetic cannon, which could potentially create substantial craters. "Very well, I hope you continue to enjoy yourselves." "Just Don and Oppos. To shed any tears later," the Eagle representative stated nonchalantly. The oil nation's representative sensed a shift in tone. Why had the Eagle representative suddenly softened his approach? At that moment, the Eagle nation and Oppos' most advanced fighter jets had already arrived above the oil nation's territory. Chapter 50. What constitutes suppression? As the most advanced aircraft of the American forces penetrated the airspace of the oil nation, the Air Defense Department of the oil nation immediately sounded the alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Were they truly so idle? Why had they returned? The countenance of the air defense leader turned icy. In the past, they would have had to tolerate such provocations, but the situation was now different. Armed with newfound confidence from their alliances, they were no longer defenseless. "Should we engage?" the leader and Oppos' secretary inquired promptly. A cold smirk crept across the leader and Oppos' lips. Of course, they must be made aware that our airspace is no longer their playground. The secretary, exhilarated by these words, hastily relayed the orders. Meanwhile, two pilots soared through the sky in the latest American fighter jets, intentionally flying low to demonstrate their might to the oil nation. The deafening roar of the engines drew the attention of the citizens below. "What is that? My goodness, it and Oppos, as terrifying. Is it from another country? Some individuals, gripped by fear, hurriedly retreated into storefronts. The pilots, however, were filled with excitement. The handling of the latest model was extraordinary, with such speed and combat capabilities. How could the oil nation possibly compete? They circled enthusiastically above the oil nation, flaunting their weaponry. Their intention was clear: to erase the humiliation they had endured and to assert dominance, reminding the oil nation that their airspace remained an extension of American territory. Aligning themselves with the rabbit was not their wisest choice. Yet, as they reveled in their aerial display, a cluster of dark shapes suddenly appeared on the horizon, advancing toward them. Beep, beep, beep. The radar of the American fighter jets emitted an urgent alarm. Warning: unidentified flying objects approaching. The pilots turned their heads to see a fleet of UFO-shaped drones advancing. Upon sighting the drones, the American pilots burst into laughter, recalling how their previous jets had been outmaneuvered by these very UAVs. This time, they were determined to reclaim their honor. With that, they pushed their aircraft to maximum speed, transforming into mere shadows racing through the sky. However, the operators of the toy-like spacecraft from the oil nation were not about to grant them such an opportunity. At the command of the oil nation and Oppos' air defense leader, the toy spacecraft accelerated to full throttle, their movements nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Fortunately, thanks to special modifications, the drones were equipped with high-definition cameras that transmitted real-time visuals to the pilots. Without this technology, controlling them solely by sight would have been impossible. Ha! The American pilot laughed heartily. You think your toy-like aircraft can compete with me in speed? Not a chance. But as those words left his lips, his laughter froze. The alarm blared once more. Warning: unidentified flying objects approaching. The pilot was taken aback and quickly glanced to the side, only to find a UFO hovering beside him, gradually turning to face him with its camera aimed directly at his face. Oh my God, how is this possible? The American pilot glanced at his speedometer, which read 9 Mach. How could a toy aircraft possibly catch up? Yet, the oil nation and Oppos' drones seemed to toy with him, circling his jet with ease. Normally, any aircraft parked next to their advanced fighter would be buffeted by turbulence, yet the toy drones glided effortlessly, seemingly impervious to the air currents. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the American pilot instinctively attempted to escape, pulling on the controls to turn his aircraft. Just then, a dozen more toy drones appeared, blocking his path. What the hell do they want? The pilot's face paled. Then, the voice of the oil nation's operators echoed through the comms. You have illegally entered our airspace. Please immediately cease all operations. The pilot's lips quivered in disbelief. He could hardly fathom being threatened by the oil nation. Such humiliation. With a determined glare, the American pilot clenched his jaw. No way. Let's see what you can do. Despite the toy drones, he refused to believe the oil nation would dare to use weapons against him. If they did, it would eliminate any chance for diplomatic resolution. Even with the rabbit's backing, the oil nation would think twice before acting recklessly. Just as he prepared to flee, an ominous feeling washed over him, prompting him to glance sideways. A dozen toy drones activated their laser weapons, unleashing beams of red light that streaked through the sky. The American pilot trembled in fear. Once again, the voice of the oil nation and Oppos' operators resonated. Please immediately reduce speed and land. As the toy drones closed in, some even landed on the fuselage of the advanced American fighter, forming an unassailable encirclement. The pilot swallowed hard. Escape was now futile. The toy drones had completely surrounded him. Even if he opened fire, he would only down a few, while the others would seize the opportunity to strike. To survive, he had no choice but to comply with the oil nation's demands to slow down and land. Damn it, how can this aircraft be so powerful? The American pilot struggled to comprehend how his nation's most advanced fighter was outpaced and utterly dominated by mere toy drones. What sorcery was this? Meanwhile, at an international conference, the American leader sat below, nearly beaming with delight. He awaited updates on the situation from the oil nation, eager to capitalize on the opportunity to assert dominance over the rabbit. No matter how eloquent the rabbit might be, it could not withstand such immense pressure. At that moment, an anxious staff member rushed in, whispering urgently into the leader's ear, "Sir, our latest fighter has been forced to land, and the pilot has been captured." Chapter 51. Before the plan could even commence, it was submerged in chaos. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Rabbit Sea Defense Department, the commander furrowed his brow. What is happening? Is the Sakura nation once again wandering about? During this period, although there were occasional incursions by vessels from other nations into Rabbit territorial waters, They typically retreated after a warning. Upon sighting rabbit ships, they would promptly turn away. Most came merely to gauge the temperament of the rabbits. But once they realized that the rabbits could indeed retaliate, they hastily retreated. However, the audacity displayed by the Sakura nation was unparalleled. This is the latest intelligence. Another rabbit presented a recently submitted document. Upon reviewing it, the commander's frown deepened. Isn't this something only the Eagle Nation possesses? How did they manage to arrive here? Upon seeing the documents, the commander quickly deduced that it was undoubtedly the Eagle Nation and Appo's doing. They relished in stirring the pot, meddling here and there. While their actions might not inflict severe harm, they were undeniably aggravating. They had encroached upon our waters and were slowly advancing towards us. At their current pace, they would reach our waters in less than 5 minutes. Should we drive them back? A rabbit inquired sternly. The Sakura nation is merely testing the waters. They enjoy flaunting their presence, the commander replied, a cold expression crossing his face. Let us not act rashly. We'll observe them for now. They are but a barking dog. If a dog bites us, we cannot simply bite back. Having dealt with the Eagle Nation for many years, they were well aware of their temperament. The current antics of the Sakura nation seemed to be a mere facade. A trap. Should the rabbits escalate the situation, it would likely be used against them in international forums, where the Eagle Nation would paint them as bullies. Although the Eagle Nation frequently engaged in such tactics, other nations dared only to harbor resentment and silence. The rabbits had demonstrated considerable restraint over the years, occasionally responding but largely opting to ignore provocations. After all, their own strength was paramount. Indeed, we shall keep a vigilant watch. Another rabbit nodded in agreement. However, mere observation was insufficient. The commander's gaze was fixed on the incoming documents, his fingers drumming anxiously on the table. The materials included not only text but also photographs. The weaponry showcased by the Sakura nation this time was not merely their previous equipment, but also many new models sold to them by the Eagle Nation. With these assets, the rabbits might find themselves at a disadvantage on the sea. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the commander's brow knitted tightly. It appeared that the Eagle Nation was resolutely intent on confronting them. Whether in oil-rich territories or international meetings, the opposition was increasingly aggressive. This apparent hostility stemmed from the rabbits' support of the oil-rich nations. The Eagle Nation was issuing warnings. Relay orders for comprehensive surveillance on the Sakura nation. Should they make any aggressive moves, we shall intercept them decisively. Yes, the rabbits behind him immediately stood at attention, responding with vigor. Simultaneously, at the international conference, the Eagle Nation's representative grimaced, as if having consumed something foul. Could you repeat that? Is there a possibility of misinformation? Just moments prior, he had been eagerly awaiting favorable news from the oil-rich nations, confident that they had dispatched the most advanced aircraft. He was certain that no other nation possessed aircraft as sophisticated as theirs, having invested billions into its development. Crushing a minor oil nation should have been a trivial task. However, instead of good news, he was met with reports of their pilots being captured. How could he possibly accept this? He lost composure in the international meeting. Representatives from smaller nations nearby, intrigued by the Eagle Nation's distressed demeanor, leaned in to listen intently. The reporting officer quickly lowered his head and handed a document to the Eagle representative. This is the latest information. Our dispatched aircraft were unable to evade the toy planes sold to the oil nation by the rabbits. Moreover, those toy planes were equipped with laser weaponry, surpassing even our latest innovations. They can disregard air currents and closely track our aircraft. If our planes do not disengage, the consequences could be dire. The Eagle Nation's reporting officer trailed off, fully aware that continuing would invite reprimand. Impossible. During the international drone competition, they did not exhibit such prowess. The Eagle representative's hands trembled as he examined the documents, his eyes bloodshot. Since the conclusion of the international drone competition, they had repeatedly reviewed footage of the rabbits' toy planes, meticulously compiling all relevant data. Their analysis suggested that the rabbits' toy planes were no match for their aircraft. Why then? Was the current reality so starkly different? Raising his gaze again to the rabbits, he observed them standing confidently at the podium, seemingly oblivious to his dismay. The more self-assured the rabbits appeared, the more incensed he became. Ever since the rabbits had taken the floor, everything had deviated from their expectations. They had planned to suppress the rabbits at this international meeting, yet the scheme had been thwarted before it even began. Seated beside the Eagle representative, the Sakura Nation's subordinate perked up at the mention of the Eagle's distress, quickly shifting to sit closer. Inwardly, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Although the Eagle had faced setbacks with the oil-rich nations, they still had another plan that required the Sakura Nation's involvement. Now was the perfect moment for the Sakura Nation to assert itself before their elder brother and garner some recognition. Chapter 52. The matter of money is not a matter at all, Eagle Sauce observed as the people from the land of cherry blossoms approached with beaming smiles, their expressions tinged with disdain. Yet, the representatives from Cherry Blossom Land appeared oblivious, continuing to gaze at Eagle Sauce with a look of profound embarrassment. Brother, there is no cause for concern. Although the oil pipeline project encountered some setbacks, have you forgotten that you have a contingency plan? Our team is currently in a standoff with the rabbit forces. Moreover, we possess the latest equipment you sold us. No matter how formidable their aircraft may be, they cannot compete with our naval assets. Upon hearing this, Eagle Sauce and Appo's eyes lit up. Indeed, while the weaponry developed by the rabbits in recent times posed a genuine threat, one must acknowledge their own deep-rooted capabilities, which far surpassed those of the rabbits. Even their outdated products, when presented on the international stage, would dominate. Although the rabbits had made rapid advancements in recent years, their maritime prowess remained significantly inferior. Even the weaponry utilized by Cherry Blossom Land, though obsolete, was more than sufficient to contend with the rabbits. You have performed admirably, Eagle Sauce remarked, nodding in approval towards the personnel from Cherry Blossom Land. A faint smile gracing his lips. The praise from their superior sent the representatives from Cherry Blossom Land into a euphoric state, nearly lifting them off their feet with excitement. Seizing the moment, they pledged their loyalty. Rest assured, this time we will execute our plans flawlessly, demonstrating to the rabbits who truly reign supreme in this world. Eagle Sauce's smile widened even further. While direct confrontation with the rabbits was not feasible, he did possess a few loyal allies. Sending a couple of them to nip at the rabbits' heels would surely cause them considerable distress. Excellent. After this meeting concludes, I can report back. Recently, another battleship is slated for decommissioning, which we can sell to you. Upon hearing this, the representatives from Cherry Blossom Land and Appo's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and they quickly bent forward, murmuring, "This is our duty. We will personally send a team to discuss this with you. You need not worry. We will ensure that you do not incur any losses." The diplomats from Cherry Blossom Land felt a surge of excitement, astonished that their mere presence had reaped such significant benefits for their country. They anticipated accolades upon their return, and the thought filled them with delight. However, when they lifted their heads, they were met with the narrowed, cold gaze of the rabbit representatives. The rabbit diplomats had received word of Cherry Blossom Land's exuberance and were now watching the Cherry Blossom representatives, who stood by Eagle Sauce like eager lapdogs, with palpable disdain. Meanwhile, Lin Feng found himself at the toy factory formerly owned by Humph. Given the inadequacy of space at his current facility, the new galactic toy submarine required a larger area for storage. Moreover, submarines were meant for the sea. It was impractical to place one on land with wheels, as had been done previously, which would surely attract unwarranted attention. After an extensive search for an appropriate location, Lin Feng settled on Humph and Appo's abandoned toy factory. Following Hump's arrest, the factory had been left vacant. Upon inspection, Lin Feng discovered that the factory was conveniently located near the coast and just outside the city, making it ideal for housing his galactic toy submarine. He promptly approached the current manager of the factory and acquired the dilapidated facility. From this moment forth, it would serve as their branch. Upon signing the contract, Lin Feng cast a satisfied glance at his new premises. The site was far superior to their previous one, not only due to its proximity to the sea, but also because the surrounding environment was vastly improved. Most importantly, it was situated outside the city. Thus, any significant commotion would not provoke undue alarm. Deputy Factory Director Lee stood nearby, contemplating the contract in his hands, his mind racing with thoughts. He had been with the factory since its inception and never imagined it would expand to a branch. Just a month prior, he had been troubled, pondering how to secure additional orders. Now, however, they were doubling their scale and diversifying into dual-use applications. The magnitude of this transformation felt surreal to him. As Lin Feng wandered through the factory, he noted that many aspects required renovation to accommodate his galactic toy submarine adequately. After all, essential facilities were lacking. Humph had been excessively greedy, utilizing cheap materials that had now fallen into disrepair and necessitated replacement. Lin Feng recorded the items that needed to be procured. Deputy Factory Director Lee, following closely behind, wore a concerned expression. "Director, our wages for this month are indeed sufficient, but given the prolonged period of austerity, Even with some savings, funds are becoming scarce. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. He had considered this dilemma. Although they had secured numerous orders recently, much of the revenue had been allocated to purchasing raw materials. Additionally, he had settled numerous debts owed to Xiong Fa as well as various suppliers. Consequently, despite their substantial income, covering several months of wages was proving to be a challenge. He could not simply dismiss the claims of those who had already resigned. Glancing at the facility, Lin Feng and Appo's mind sparked with an idea. Rest assured, I can resolve the financial issue. Deputy Factory Director Li looked up at Lin Feng, his face a mask of confusion. While they had signed an agreement for dual use with the military, it was implausible that the military would simply provide funds without clear justification. Though the military had resources, they were not to be taken advantage of. Lin Feng discerned Li's thoughts and spoke again. Please, Uncle Li, return to the previous site and have all the pre-manufactured components transported here. Simultaneously, arrange for all workers to relocate for assembly. Understanding Lin Feng and Appo's intent, Deputy Factory Director Li wasted no time, promptly driving back to the original location. He then rented several large trucks to transport all the components to the new site. Once the materials arrived, Lin Feng immediately commenced the installation of the parts without delay. Chapter 53. The live broadcast begins. How will the rabbit justify itself? At the international conference, although the plans from the oil-rich nations had faltered, the discussions continued unabated. The Americans, naturally, were not inclined to let the matter rest easily. After all, they had seized a rare opportunity and were determined to make the rabbit squirm, especially since the Cherry Blossom Nation had already initiated its actions. The rabbit's time to smile was rapidly dwindling. Rabbit, I have some fresh intelligence for you. Would you care to take a look? The moment the Americans uttered this, the rabbit furrowed its brow and became vigilant. Whenever the Americans made such a statement, it indicated they possessed further incriminating evidence and were ready to strike. As expected, the Americans promptly displayed a photograph on the large screen. Of course, the fighter jets in the image were obscured, rendering it impossible to discern their country of origin. The pilot, however, had been entirely removed from the image. This is a secret photograph we and Appo's obtained. Your toy planes seem to have an impact on our fighter jets. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation? Upon seeing the photograph, the rabbit's eyes widened in disbelief. After returning home, it had reviewed the data on the toy planes. But the results were insufficient to halt a fighter jet, were they? Upon closer inspection, the rabbit realized that the oil-rich nations had deployed over a dozen of their planes, effectively surrounding the fighter jets. At that moment, Rabbit's diplomats received documents from the oil-rich nations. They were startled upon reading them. The oil-rich nations, having finally gained some confidence, had audaciously engaged in aerial competition. Moreover, compared to the latest fighter jets, the toy planes appeared to possess even greater speed. Was this not an outright slap in the face? No wonder the Americans had chosen to obscure their fighter jets. If other nations discovered that these were their latest models, how would they maintain their dignity? Certainly, there were some skeptics among other countries, but they were few. They understood that the Americans valued their reputation. Smaller nations speculated that the Americans would never publicly admit to their latest fighter jets being defeated. It was highly likely that these jets were merely outdated models. However, the Americans and Appo's expressions were far from pleasant. Rabbit, I and Appo's am asking you a question. Is this what you call a toy? The Americans, witnessing the rabbit and Appo's silence, felt their anger intensifying. The rabbit slowly raised its head to meet their gaze. From the inception of the toy planes, the Americans had consistently maintained one line of inquiry. Shuden and Appo's, do you provide me with an explanation? Brother, I have given you numerous explanations already. What more do you desire? The rabbit refrained from voicing this directly, but maintained a serious demeanor while looking at the Americans. From the very first day of this international conference, we have made it abundantly clear, this is merely a toy. We are still assessing its capabilities. Surely, we cannot expect the precision of a toy to be exceedingly high. Some margin of error is to be anticipated. The Americans were nearly grinding their teeth in frustration. What do you mean by some margin of error? Is this error not rather significant? After all this talk, my ears are growing calloused. Can you not take this more seriously? The rabbit, with a hint of impatience, replied. Why must you make such a fuss over a toy? At this moment, the oil-rich nations chimed in. Indeed. Why are you making such a grand spectacle over a mere toy? They felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction after intercepting the American fighter jets, nearly bursting into spontaneous celebration. Now that the Americans dared to confront the rabbit, they would not hold back. We simply adore these oversized toys. Do you have any objections? The Americans glared at the rabbit and the representatives from the oil-rich nations, exchanging barbs in a heated exchange. Very well, you still refuse to acknowledge the truth, do you? The Americans took a deep breath, almost forcing the words through clenched teeth. I have stated this numerous times, it is merely a toy. The rabbit, feeling somewhat exasperated, persisted in its stubbornness, adamant that it would label this as a toy, regardless of the situation. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and his team had finally completed the assembly of their submarine and prepared to launch it into the sea. However, upon gazing at the massive contraption, Lin Feng frowned. In the past, it would have sufficed to secure the equipment in one location for display purposes. Yet, the precious Star interstellar toy submarine was rather too large for that. After much contemplation, Lin Feng ultimately decided to bring the live streaming equipment aboard the submarine. The factory employees watched as Lin Feng entered the submarine with the recording devices, all anxiously waiting on the shore for good news. Inside the submarine, Lin Feng surveyed the spacious interior, nodding in satisfaction. The space was ample, equipped with various instruments, and it even featured a panoramic skylight. When fully opened, it provided a sensation akin to swimming freely beneath the water. Without hesitation, Lin Feng secured the live streaming equipment, logged into his account, and initiated the broadcast. Ding dong. The live stream you followed has commenced. Please support your favorite streamer. Viewers who had previously followed Lin Feng quickly opened their phones and entered his live stream room. Within less than a minute of going live, over 2,000 viewers flooded in. What on earth is he up to this time? Let us take a wild guess. Will it get shut down again? What will the streamer sell this time? Is it exciting? Before Lin Feng could utter a word, a flurry of comments erupted from the other side of the screen. Is the tank from last time still available? At that moment, a golden comment appeared. Sent by my heart is eternal. Ever since the previous live stream abruptly ended, my heart is eternal had been fixated on Lin Feng and Appo's tank. Having missed out on the first airplane and tank, he felt quite disheartened. The tank was no longer available, as it had been sold out. However, Lin Feng reassured the crowd, not to worry, what I bring you this time is sure to satisfy. Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, the audience erupted in excitement. First the airplane, then the tank. What would come next? They began to speculate eagerly. Everyone, please remain calm. The excitement is about to begin. Lin Feng smiled as he continued to adjust the equipment. Meanwhile, those from the Cherry Blossom Nation, who had been following Lin Feng, received the notification of his live broadcast and promptly relayed the news to their ally, the Americans. Upon receiving this news, the Americans couldn't help but chuckle. Having been cornered by the rabbit previously, they now relished the prospect of watching the rabbit squirm once again as the live stream unfolded. Chapter 54. Host. You are truly remarkable. The live broadcast commenced. All right, my friends, the show is officially underway. As Lin Feng and Appo's words echoed through the streaming room, a flurry of question marks emerged. Host, are you selling the Emperor and Appo's new clothes this time? Oh no, my phone is broken. I can't even see the products in the stream. Goodness, my internet speed is abysmal. Nothing is loading. Upon hearing Lin Feng announce the start of selling, curiosity piqued among the viewers regarding what he was offering. However, after gazing intently for a while, they noticed that Lin Feng had yet to reveal any items. Moreover, the environment surrounding him seemed rather peculiar, as if he were inside an unusual building. They wondered why there appeared to be water beyond the glass beside him. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously and proceeded to take out a controller, pressing the button to dive. Everyone, don't be alarmed. We are going directly underwater this time. With a resounding boom, the viewers watched as water began to creep up the glass behind him. What kind of trick is this? Is this a joke? We're going underwater. Has the host's toy factory been robbed? Are they constructing it in a new location? A wave of confusion washed over the audience. Why venture underwater when he was merely selling toys? Observing the barrage of comments, Lin Feng's smile broadened. I know you are all eager, but please, hold your horses. The location I am in now is precisely what I am showcasing in this live stream. Upon hearing this, the viewers remained puzzled. They recalled Lin Feng's previous offerings of toy airplanes and tanks capable of firing electromagnetic cannons. Suddenly, someone made a connection. If I'm not mistaken, he must be selling a submarine this time, right? No way, a submarine is a toy? You and Appo's, kidding. Everyone, quickly look behind the host. What is that? This comment captured everyone's attention, silencing the chat. They fixated on the glass behind Lin Feng. At that moment, a fish swam close to the glass, glanced at Lin Feng's, and then swam away. If I'm not mistaken, That a saltwater fish, isn't it? Absolutely. I live by the sea and have caught those fish before. The host is really pulling all the stops this time, utilizing a submarine. Goodness, this is quite the spectacle. Lin Feng chuckled at the comments, noting the viewers' imaginative guesses about his product. As they had surmised, the item he was showcasing was indeed the Galactic Star Toy Submarine, although they had anticipated this revelation. Hearing it directly from Lin Feng still left them in awe. Previously, he had showcased flying toys and land vehicles, yet now, he was presenting something that swam beneath the waves, a full-fledged submarine. Even if it were a toy, how many could genuinely navigate underwater? Most were mere boats. The entire streaming room fell into a hushed silence. Next, Lin Feng was set to demonstrate the submarine and Appos as fundamental features, its panoramic skylight. As he pressed a button on the controller, a subtle humming filled the air. Suddenly, the area beneath Lin Feng and Appos' feet began to turn transparent, as if the submarine were crafted from glass. Is this real? It must be fake. If the previous ones were genuine, this one has to be a green screen effect. No way, it's definitely a green screen. The host can't be pulling this off without movie magic. Many found it hard to believe that Lin Feng was truly underwater, let alone inside a submarine. Yet, regardless of their skepticism, the transparency baffled them. What kind of glass is this? How is it even possible? With the lights inside the submarine illuminating the surroundings, marine creatures began to swim closer to Lin Feng. As disbelief lingered, the sight of a plethora of underwater life silenced the viewers, rendering them speechless. Perhaps they could dismiss the earlier effects as a green screen, but these fish were undeniably real. Such a diverse array of marine life swimming about was beyond the capabilities of any processing technology. Goodness, this is indeed a submarine. The host is serious about this. I was merely joking before. Mom, why is he so extraordinary? The viewers were astounded. They had initially thought Lin Feng might sell a remarkable toy, but he had instead taken them beneath the waves. Many lived inland and had likely never seen the ocean, let alone the ocean floor. Now, the true underwater world was unfolding before their eyes, and how could they not be exhilarated? This is just a small feature. Please don't get too excited. Lin Feng chuckled at the flood of emotional comments. What is that behind you? Host, please check behind you. Be careful. Noticing the barrage of warnings, Lin Feng furrowed his brow and instinctively turned around. A shark was charging directly towards him. The other fish that had been swimming around the submarine scattered in fear as the shark approached. Yet, Lin Feng remained calm, a faint smile still on his face. As the shark and Appos' mouth widened, revealing its sharp teeth, many viewers experienced a chill at the sight of a predator preparing to feast. Suddenly, the submarine emitted a low hum, and the shark came to an abrupt halt, turning tail and fleeing. While the audience had been worried for Lin Feng, they were left speechless at the sight of the retreating shark. This is outrageous. He went to the bottom of the sea to scare a shark. The shark probably never imagined it would encounter someone like this. Haha. Meanwhile, an international conference continued, with the Eagle Nation unable to contend with the Rabbit Nation, calling for a break. At that moment, the Rabbit side received news of Lin Feng's live broadcast, leaving them momentarily stunned but ultimately accepting. However, upon hearing this news, the Eagle side could no longer sit still, abruptly standing up in shock. What did you say? Someone is live streaming from underwater on the Rabbit side? Chapter 55. Underwater racing Eagle Sauce was on the verge of an explosion, infuriated by the ongoing verbal sparring with Rabbit. Meanwhile, someone on Rabbit's side was already streaming live from beneath the water. Was it necessary to play so extravagantly? Could they not show a modicum of restraint? Yet, upon further reflection, this could serve as an excellent pretext. A cold smile crept across his face. On Rabbit's side, frustration mounted. They had just arrogantly claimed it was a toy, and now this person had plunged into the depths. Back at the Domestic Design Institute, chaos reigned as they desperately sought Lin Feng. Have we found him? No, the signal is poor underwater. The other leader's face turned pale. Then how is he streaming live? The staff responsible for locating Lin Feng furiously typed on their keyboards. We are uncertain. The signal transmission should be bidirectional, yet we have been unable to reach him. Which is exasperating. Moreover, it was not only Rabbit who sought Lin Feng and Appos' whereabouts. The dogs dispatched by Eagle Sauce were also searching for him. Yet they too were as lost as Rabbit. Rabbit found it impossible to enter Lin Feng and Appos' live stream to inform him to cease broadcasting. For doing so might incite a commotion. Nor could they allow Lin Feng to simply end the stream, as this would further impede their grasp of his location. The only course of action left was to vigilantly monitor Lin Feng and Appos' stream, scrutinizing his every move. Upon realizing that Lin Feng was indeed live streaming, Zhang Zhangji furrowed his brow in anger. Is he actually selling submarines underwater? When did he go down? Why were we completely oblivious? Unbeknownst to them, Lin Feng had disassembled the submarine into parts and assembled it by the shore before diving straight into the sea. The only information they possessed was that Lin Feng had recently acquired a factory. As a dual-use toy factory, purchasing an additional facility was hardly alarming, and thus they had not given it much thought. It had only been a short while since they last saw Lin Feng, yet he had already stirred up such a commotion. They hastened to contact him, devising every possible means to reach him. Zhang Zhangji was nearly overwhelmed with anxiety, feeling as though his head might split in two. All day long, he was deprived of peace of mind. The subordinates dared not delay and promptly prepared to drive to Lin Feng and Appo's toy factory. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was enthusiastically engaged in his live stream. As the broadcast progressed, the submarine descended deeper into the water. We have now reached a depth of 1,000 meters, Lin Feng announced, retrieving the measuring instrument beside him. To enhance your viewing experience, we are not descending too rapidly. However, if you wish to experience a swift descent, that is also possible. Our cabin is equipped with a pressure stabilization device that maintains equilibrium, regardless of how fast we descend or ascend. Your body will remain unharmed. Goodness, does this mean we can conquer the skies and the seas? One viewer exclaimed. You are mistaken. The host has yet to develop a toy capable of burrowing underground. Another chimed in. I suspect that innovation is just around the corner, came the optimistic reply from a group of excited commenters. This was, after all, an invention from their own nation. Although uncertainty loomed over whether they would successfully establish a connection, the viewers had grown accustomed to such uncertainty. The key question was not whether they could purchase it, but rather what other functions the submarine possessed. In no time, the submarine had descended to a depth of 5,000 meters, revealing a plethora of marine life previously unseen. Next, I will demonstrate the submarine's speed capabilities, Lin Feng declared as he took a seat, positioning a prearranged camera to face the window. To provide a more immersive experience, we will be using 2 cameras for simultaneous streaming. With that, the live stream transformed into a dual-screen format, one focused on Lin Feng and the other on the view outside. As the camera captured the underwater scenery, a barrage of comments erupted. Wow, that fish is hideous. Goodness, that fish has made me cry. Is this the underwater world? We can end Appos, see each other, so does everything grow freely? Look at that beautiful jellyfish. That jellyfish is enormous. Can it be eaten? Quick, look, there and Appos, as an octopus nearby. The audience, entranced by the spectacle, had essentially turned Lin Feng and Appos' live stream into an aquarium experience. Now we will accelerate. Lin Feng and Appos' voice rang out, prompting everyone to realize that a speed test was imminent. 20 knots, 30 knots, 40 knots. The speed continued to climb, yet the camera remained steady, the visuals crystal clear. If not for the rapidly retreating scenery, viewers might not even have perceived the submarine's frantic acceleration. This speed must surpass that of currently operational submarines, a military enthusiast pondered, captivated by the soaring velocity. Previously, Lin Feng and Appos' sales of aircraft and tanks had garnered a legion of military aficionados. To them, the military equipment of other nations paled in comparison to Lin Feng's offerings. If I recall correctly, the fastest submarines only reached 60 to 70 knots. As the speed increased relentlessly, it ultimately soared past 70 knots, eliciting gasps from the audience. For some who were still unsure of the implications, a quick search revealed the astonishing truth. At this pace, it could likely ascend to the surface. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, dawned in a smile, continued his introduction. This is just one of our submarine and Appos' minor functions. Our vessel can take children on underwater excursions to observe marine creatures, effectively transforming into a mobile oceanic museum. Furthermore, we have thoughtfully equipped it with fishing gear, anticipating the various dangers one might encounter beneath the waves. Hence, we have also prepared weaponry. Upon hearing Lin Feng's presentation, the audience was left speechless. Such an extraordinary submarine was being marketed as a mere tool for oceanic exploration. Deep-sea fish. Thank you. Chapter 56. Is this still a toy? Meanwhile, on the high seas, a member from the land of cherry blossoms approached the commander with a smile. Commander, the submarine we purchased from the Eagle Nation has arrived. The commander from the land of cherry blossoms grinned widely, his lips stretching almost to his ears, as he glanced at the rabbit naval vessel observing them from a distance, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. In recent years, due to the rabbit nation's rise, they had refrained from being overly arrogant. Moreover, past conflicts had left the rabbits with a disdain for them. Upon sighting the rabbit vessels, they could only choose to take a detour. However, since they had allied with the Eagle Nation, they had acquired a multitude of unwanted weapons from them. Gradually, they too began to assert themselves and dared to confront the rabbits. Now, under the directives of the Eagle Nation, they were prepared to unveil all the weaponry purchased from their ally. This included several submarines meant for warfare, which they had now brought to the surface. Their intentions were twofold. Firstly, to curry favor with their elder brother, demonstrating their obedience in hopes of receiving more valuable offerings in the future. Secondly, to flaunt their newfound assets before the rabbits. The rabbits had been diligently developing their own weapons over the years, yet their creations had proven less than ideal. Aside from the previously mentioned aircraft and toy tanks, in a bid to assert dominance over the rabbits, they resolved to expose their submarines within the rabbits and Oppo's line of sight. They commanded all submarines to approach the high seas and parade before the rabbits, sending a clear message that they were not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the personnel from the land of cherry blossoms were instantly invigorated. "Understood, Commander," they exclaimed, promptly relaying the orders. The submarine operators fixated intently on their maps, refraining from provoking the rabbits, opting instead to frolic in their vicinity to irk them. Just as the orders were issued, another member from the land of cherry blossoms rushed in, drenched in sweat. "What is it? Are the rabbits attacking?" The commander and Oppo's expression soured as he realized this was their moment to shine, yet his subordinate was displaying such uncharacteristic distress. "Commander, we have received the latest intelligence from above." The commander scrutinized his subordinate's grave demeanor, furrowing his brow. He swiftly took the material, skimming through it, only for his face to pale dramatically. "What is this? The same individual selling aircraft and tanks is live-streaming again?" The more I read, the worse my expression becomes. Are they selling submarines now? And they can reach the seabed? What on earth were the rabbits doing, treating submarines like toys, capable of diving to the ocean floor? The commander's earlier sense of superiority evaporated in an instant. After much effort, they had procured submarines from the Eagle Nation, only for the rabbits to use them as playthings. "Have we located the submarine and Oppo's position?" The commander inhaled deeply, striving for calm. However, his subordinate's face reflected concern. "Our radar shows no submarines in the vicinity." Meanwhile, the rabbits were intensifying their efforts to locate Lin Feng, as his live stream had garnered widespread attention. The news of the rabbits treating submarines as toys was poised to shake the international news landscape, drawing numerous foreign viewers eager to witness Lin Feng's stream. Many even resorted to purchasing expensive VPN services to bypass restrictions, despite the language barrier, as real-time translation was available. Yet, no one knew Lin Feng and Oppo's exact whereabouts. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, his live stream had created a significant stir. Officials from around the globe were closely monitoring his activities. "Comrades, observe closely. This time, I shall show you something extraordinary." Lin Feng maneuvered the submarine to the ocean floor, nearly grazing the seabed. The footage transmitted from the camera left the live stream audience both astonished and anxious. Goodness, is he courting disaster? Is the host truly fearless? This is the ocean floor. If it breaches, water will flood in, and he will be doomed. Is he genuinely oblivious, or just pretending? I'm starting to lose my grasp on this. Fear not. This submarine is equipped with an automatic defense system. As he read the comments, Lin Feng's smile grew even more radiant. This defense system was entirely distinct from conventional defensive measures. As the submarine approached the seabed, it would activate an automatic protection mechanism, maintaining a distance of 10 centimeters from the ocean floor. Though it appeared to be in contact, there was still a layer of water separating them, alleviating any concerns of hull damage. What nonsense is this? Repeat that. Maintaining 10 centimeters? How precise is your measurement? The viewers in the live stream were bewildered. If I am not mistaken, it seems he possesses an additional defense system. Just then, a golden comment floated across the screen. Lin Feng focused, realizing it was from someone other than his usual fan. "I've heard your creations can go fast. Can you give us a demonstration underwater?" This golden comment captured everyone's attention, and soon, they urged Lin Feng to accelerate the submarine beneath the waves. Seeing this, Lin Feng felt a sense of satisfaction. Not knowing how to showcase his invention, he was delighted to oblige his loyal followers. "Of course, no problem," Lin Feng replied, picking up the remote control and positioning himself at the front of the submarine. This was essentially a toy submarine, merely larger than typical models. His words left the viewers in a state of disbelief, unsure whether to label him as boastful or simply too clever in his presentation. Oh, right. This is just a toy. You built it. You decide. Before long, Lin Feng adjusted the submarine and Oppos' altitude. Brothers, do not blink, he said, focusing on the large screen displaying a holographic projection of the seabed generated by the radar, activating the secondary propulsion system. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was left in stunned silence. The next moment, they witnessed the submarine surge forward like an arrow released from a bow. The live stream fell into a hush. After a prolonged pause, a comment laden with expletives slowly emerged. Damn, does it really have a propulsion system? Is this thing genuinely a toy? Chapter 57. It is widely acknowledged that our great nation cherishes peace. The desire to vent frustrations is not confined solely to the viewers in the live broadcast room. Observing the stream, the expression of the Eagle Nation's representative darkened significantly. Upon first learning of Lin Feng and Oppos' submarine and Oppos' astonishing speed, they were already taken aback. The automatic hovering device employed by Lin Feng was remarkable enough. They had not anticipated that Lin Feng's submarine would also be equipped with a secondary propulsion system. Such a mechanism, even their rockets struggled to master. That Lin Feng could apply this technology to a submarine was indeed perplexing. Was he intending to treat the submarine as a missile to strike the adversary? The Eagle representative's demeanor shifted as they grappled with uncertainty. Watching the live stream, their face darkened, akin to the bottom of a frying pan. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Oppos' submarine was rapidly accelerating, soon surpassing the milestone of 100 knots. With the assistance of the secondary propulsion system, there was no need for gradual acceleration. The speed increased further, reaching an astonishing 130 knots. At this point, the Eagle representative could no longer remain seated. Suddenly, the Eagle Nation's diplomats had a moment of clarity, hatching an idea. The Rabbit Nation had been exceedingly arrogant of late. They could not possibly be unaware of such advancements. According to their established mindset, creating such a powerful engine necessitated extensive testing. Furthermore, achieving such speeds required operation beneath the waves. Once submerged, the Rabbit Nation would undoubtedly be aware of their presence. Therefore, this was a deliberate affront to them. Feeling they had seized an opportunity, the Eagle representative instructed their staff to inform the attendees that the meeting would proceed. They had already devised a strategy to counter the Rabbit Nation. Naturally, the staff did not dawdle and swiftly disseminated the Eagle representative and Oppos' orders. Upon returning to their lounges, representatives from other nations quickly tuned into Lin Feng and Oppos' live broadcast, and their apprehension grew upon learning the details. The wealthy oil nations appeared particularly exhilarated. However, this excitement was soon tempered by a pressing issue. They lacked a suitable maritime domain. Suddenly, a light flickered in the eyes of the wealthy oil representatives. It seemed imperative to consult the Rabbit Nation regarding technological advancements to develop a vehicle capable of traversing sandy terrains. The meeting continued. Meanwhile, the Rabbit Nation felt somewhat unsettled. During their break, they too had witnessed Lin Feng and Oppos' live stream. Initially, they were filled with fervor, but soon, furrowed brows replaced their excitement. This remarkable invention was indeed impressive. Yet how could they justify it? Accelerating to 130 knots was akin to a trajectory leading from the ocean depths to the heavens. Before long, the Eagle representative approached the podium, casting a cold gaze upon the Rabbit Nation. You must have seen the live stream. Tell me, is this contraption merely a toy? What is the meaning of concealing such a colossal apparatus? What are your intentions? And to submerge it, are you attempting to evade scrutiny from the international community? Are your motives nefarious? Upon hearing this, the Rabbit representative nearly burst into laughter. Were it not for their understanding of the Eagle Nation's nature, they might have believed the Eagle representative was genuinely concerned for global security. In truth, however, the Eagle representative was merely presenting a self-portrait. The actions previously described were all undertaken by the Eagle Nation, often cloaked in benevolence while executing dubious deeds. The Rabbit representative furrowed their brow, recalling Lin Feng's earlier words. A slight smile crept upon their lips as they surveyed the audience below. It is well known that our great nation values peace and is a land of etiquette. At this juncture, the Eagle representative sensed the Rabbit Nation was preparing to spin a narrative. Nonetheless, they were curious to witness how the Rabbit representative would transform black into white, considering the enormity of the subject at hand. With an expression of calm indifference, the Rabbit representative continued, peace-loving individuals surely enjoy the company of small animals, do they not? The wealthy oil representatives stood in solidarity with the Rabbit Nation, engaging in a verbal exchange reminiscent of a comedic duet. Indeed, I too have a fondness for small creatures. As I mentioned earlier, we take pleasure in raising lions, tigers, and the like. We even have eagles soaring in the skies. It should pose no issue for the rabbit to explore the ocean depths in search of small creatures. The eagle representative, incensed, gritted their teeth, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. The wealthy oil representatives were now flaunting their bravado, daring to confront him openly. Yet, the rabbit representative's assertions held validity. Since rising to prominence on the international stage, the rabbit nation had adopted a benevolent demeanor, assisting others in infrastructure development while fostering commerce through mutual trade. As time passed, the rabbit representative noted an increasing number of supporters. Pleased, they acknowledged the wealthy oil representatives for their alignment. Moreover, you must have heard the broadcaster mention, albeit in a foreign tongue, that there is likely a translation available. The purpose of submerging the submarine is to observe the marine world. The oceans cover 70% of our planet, and the creatures within are part of our shared existence. We seek to engage in amicable exchanges. Furthermore, there is no need for you to make a fuss. I find your recent actions somewhat tiresome. I previously stated that this is merely a toy, albeit a slightly larger one. After all, a smaller vessel poses the risk of becoming ensnared, which would be quite troublesome. Our design prioritizes safety. The wealthy oil representatives nodded in agreement. The bear nation stifled laughter nearby, impressed by the rabbit representative's ability to weave persuasive narratives. The eagle representative, hearing the rabbit's earnest justifications, felt a surge of indignation almost turning to amusement. Are you certain? This contraption is still a toy. Can something with such speed truly be considered a mere plaything? As they spoke, the data they had tested moments earlier appeared on the large screen. 130 knots, do you call this a toy? The rabbit representative maintained an air of tranquility. Patience, I reiterate that this is merely a civilian toy factory. Some discrepancies are to be expected. Enough. The eagle representative could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming in exasperation. Oh, so you admit there are discrepancies? Then enlighten me, whose toy is this large? The previous aircraft was one thing. I could reluctantly accept that. Tanks, too, were somewhat manageable. But have you ever encountered a toy of such size, capable of such speed, and operates beneath the waves? Do you truly believe I am a fool? The rabbit representative's expression grew serious. Eagle representative, I kindly ask you to refrain from such statements. You have witnessed the evidence before you. If you are still unclear, I can arrange for our personnel to capture a photograph for your clarity. Chapter 58. Whose submarine would be used for fishing? Eagle Sauce took a deep breath. The rabbit's words truly infuriated him. Although they often engaged in verbal sparring, he usually found himself on the losing side. However, this time, it struck a chord deep within him. His mind raced with thoughts on how to counter the rabbit's jibe. Suddenly, he recalled witnessing Lin Feng piloting a submarine, only to find it devoid of any fish. In fact, it had even scared away a shark. Well, even if you claim that everything you mentioned pertains to toys, how do you explain that a shark turned tail upon seeing you? The rabbit furrowed his brow, contemplating his response. Noticing the rabbit and Apple's hesitation to retort immediately, Eagle Sauce couldn't help but chuckle, thinking he had finally caught the rabbit off guard. Seizing the moment, he pressed on. Furthermore, we clearly heard during the live broadcast that your country's streamer stated this toy is equipped with various weapons. How do you account for that? Seeing the smug expression on Eagle Sauce and Apple's face, the rabbit cooed and Apple's helped but twitch at the corners of his mouth. How audacious of him to overstep. Unfazed, the rabbit picked up the microphone and cast a disdainful glance at Eagle Sauce. Is it a crime to make a submarine look unappealing? Eagle Sauce was momentarily taken aback by the question. Why was he being asked to justify this? Yet, based on past experiences of debating with the rabbit, he sensed it was a trap. However, he pondered for a moment and found it to be a rather straightforward question. Is it illegal? Certainly not. Exactly, the rabbit shrugged. It's simply that the submarine's appearance is so unattractive that even the fish in the deep sea cannot bear to look at it. They've never encountered such an eyesore and fled in fright. Is there something wrong with that? Besides, while it may be a toy, there is no rule stating toys must be aesthetically pleasing. Some individuals have a penchant for the unconventional and find charm in the ugly. Understand? As soon as he finished speaking, a wealthy delegate from an oil-rich nation stood up to chime in. Indeed. I prefer such items over those that are merely eye-catching yet impractical. He then shot the rabbit a supportive glance. Good buddy. Keep going, and I'll back you up. Fortunately, the rabbit had undergone professional training. Otherwise, he might have burst into laughter. He continued, and I assume you've heard the name of this submarine, right? The Cuddly Baby Star-class toy submarine. Cuddly Baby. Such an adorable name for such a delightful toy. What are you implying? Moreover, this is an international conference. You shouldn't continually bring up our nation's toys. It's rather a waste of time. Do you have anything of substance to discuss? Eagle Sauce's expression darkened. The representatives from other nations were left speechless, some even sneaking glances at Lin Feng's live stream. The outcome of the conference had become quite apparent. Eagle Sauce stood no chance against the rabbit and amp, Oppos, verbal prowess. True to form. Eagle Sauce kept insisting that the rabbit had violated agreements or that he was left speechless by the rabbit's retorts. The rabbit was not inclined to let Eagle Sauce off the hook so easily. Clearing his throat, he declared, "Ahem. Since you've mentioned our supposed weapons, allow me to clarify once more. Please refrain from further inquiries." The streamer previously stated that this submarine can function as an underwater mobile aquarium as well as a fishing tool. Do you not recall the tank he fabricated recently, which was also used for fishing? Have you forgotten so quickly? At this, Eagle Sauce and Oppos' expression darkened further. Who possesses a tank that can venture into the sea, and it can even blow fish to smithereens? Is it a new energy fishing rod? Eagle Sauce scoffed. You certainly have a way with words. Whose submarine would be used for fishing? Has your technology advanced at such an astonishing rate? The rabbit shrugged, feigning a look of exasperation. I've said it numerous times, it's merely civilian technology, with no connection to our official capacities. We cannot stifle the development of civilian technology, can we? You wouldn't dare. Before him, Eagle Sauce resembled a stubborn child, refusing to listen regardless of his explanations. The frustration of being a parental figure in this scenario was palpable. Eagle Sauce gritted his teeth, an inferno of fury evident in his eyes. Yet he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Meanwhile, Eagle Sauce and Oppos' associates were fixated on Lin Feng and Oppos' live broadcast. At that moment, Lin Feng piloted the submarine through the depths of the ocean at breakneck speed. The live stream was abuzz with excitement. This thing, can it be fitted to a car? Come on, if you put it on a car, what will happen to your vehicle? I think if this technology were applied to cars, it would be exhilarating. For heaven's sake, broaden your horizons. I suggest we test it in space. Though they couldn't experience the submarine's speed firsthand, the images relayed from its surroundings conveyed an unprecedented velocity. The scenery zipped past in a blur. Had it not been for Lin Feng illuminating the exterior, the submarine and Oppos' speed would have been even less perceptible. How and Oppos' that, brothers? Is it thrilling enough? Lin Feng, seated at the forefront, felt an exhilarating rush from the speed. It was worth noting that the resistance underwater is several times greater than that in air. He felt an impulse to pilot the submarine to the ocean's surface, where he could unleash the secondary propulsion system for even greater velocity. However, he was wary of colliding with vessels above. The ocean floor felt comparatively spacious. All right. We get it. You're impressive. Let us switch topics. I've heard there are many weapons. Let's see them in action. I wonder if the fishing efficacy matches that of the previous tank? Upon reading this comment, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. During the electromagnetic cannon demonstration, he had inadvertently turned it into a new energy fishing rod. Fear not, my friends. I shall ensure you witness something spectacular. Lin Feng announced as he gradually reduced the submarine's speed, aided by the retro-thrust mechanism. A friendly reminder, when you purchase this submarine for fishing, be sure to avoid capturing rare or toxic species. Stick to catching edible fish instead. Let us see which fortunate fish will become our target tonight. Chapter 59. I have waited for so long, only for you to use a net to catch me. Upon uttering these words, the first to be stirred was not the audience in the live broadcast, but the eagle-eyed diplomats vigilantly monitoring Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' stream. Lin Feng was poised to publicly unveil the weaponry of his submarine. Having just been rebuffed by the rabbits, he now seemed rejuvenated. It was imperative to note that should it be revealed that Lin Feng's submarine was armed, it would provide a substantial leverage to threaten the rabbits effectively. The diplomats felt their spirits lift in anticipation. Everyone, keep your eyes wide open and ensure to capture this moment. They fixated on Lin Feng's stream, not daring to blink, while a translator conveyed his words in real time. The spokesperson for the eagle-eyed diplomats was already brimming with impatience. The opportunity they had been waiting for was finally at hand, and it was crucial to seize it. Meanwhile, the leaders among the rabbits grew anxious upon hearing this news. The diplomats were taken aback by the sudden turn of events. After all, they had successfully deceived the eagle-eyed diplomats and representatives from other nations. Now, Lin Feng and Amp, Oppos' actions threatened to unravel their efforts. What does this boy intend to do? I shall return and ensure he is apprehended and taught a lesson. The last time he spoke, he pulled a similar stunt, and now he seemed to escalate the situation by directly delivering evidence into their hands. The countenance of the rabbit diplomats grew increasingly grave. Based on their previous experiences, they knew that whatever Lin Feng created would likely cause unforeseen complications, necessitating considerable effort to resolve. If the eagle-eyed diplomats seized the opportunity this time, it could spell disaster. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, at the international conference, both the rabbits and the eagle-eyed diplomats were intently focused on him. Every move he made would determine the victor of this significant assembly. A tacit understanding prevailed among the viewers. Silence fell as they concentrated on Lin Feng. He then shifted the camera to the side and picked up another remote control. For the submarine's myriad functions could not be managed by a single device. He set the submarine to autopilot, causing it to glide forward. Let us aim to capture something substantial this time, he proposed. How about a killer whale? Would you like one? I think a sperm whale would be quite splendid. Came another voice. A playful banter ensued, though none genuinely intended to catch such creatures. Their curiosity was piqued by the submarine's capabilities. After all, no one ventures out to sea simply to catch a large fish. Typically, they aim for more sellable varieties. Shall we play a game, dear host? Chimed in a viewer. What game do you have in mind? The audience's interest was piqued by Lin Feng's exchange with the viewer. Watching the stream could become monotonous. A little excitement would enhance the experience. How about using the fish you catch for a raffle? This suggestion immediately caught Lin Feng and Appo's attention. Of course, this could elevate the excitement in my stream, he mused, as it would draw more viewers and potential buyers for his submarine. The question remained, what would they capture? As the submarine cruised forward, Lin Feng's eyes scanned the surrounding waters. The radar detected a large school of fish ahead, albeit small in size. He decided to spare them. These fish are rather unattractive. I wouldn't Appo's to even want them as a gift, he remarked. Let Appo's seek out more visually appealing specimens. Another viewer suggested. I would love to keep them as pets. It would be quite entertaining. As Lin Feng continued his search for fish, the chat buzzed with excitement. Brothers, we have spotted the fish. His announcement captured the full attention of the viewers, who eagerly watched the screen. At the international conference, representatives from various nations also grew curious about Lin Feng's fishing methods. In the submarine's front right view, a vast school of fish was leisurely swimming by, undisturbed due to the submarine's calm approach. Let us capture that school of fish, Lin Feng exclaimed, maneuvering the submarine towards them. As the vessel drew closer, tension filled the air. They merely needed to deploy a net to secure their catch. Upon hearing this, the audience fell silent. They had anticipated witnessing Lin Feng unveil a new weapon for fishing, at least something akin to the previous electromagnetic cannon that scattered fish in a spectacular display. Instead, he opted for a fishing net. What distinguished this from traditional fishing methods? How anticlimactic. I expected something grander. I too anticipated a novel weapon. Instead, we have this conventional approach. Nevertheless, using a net is indeed the most efficient method for fishing. But honestly, there was no need for such a grand setup for something so ordinary. At the international conference, the eagle-eyed diplomats widened their eyes in disbelief. What have we waited so long for? Only to see a net used for fishing. Is a net your weapon? Frustration surged as they nearly dropped their phones. They had anticipated seizing a significant advantage over the rabbits, but after such a long wait, this was the outcome. On the other hand, the rabbits exhaled in relief. They had also expected Lin Feng to unveil some advanced technology. Should that have occurred, even their most adamant denials would have faltered. Thankfully, Lin Feng had chosen a net for fishing, although they felt a twinge of disappointment, having hoped for something more innovative that could bolster their national strength. At that moment, however, everyone's attention sharpened. Within Lin Feng's live stream, he pressed the button to commence fishing. In an instant, a dark shadow shot out from the side of the submarine, slicing through the surrounding waters with astonishing speed, even surpassing the velocity of torpedoes found in certain submarines. Yet, the audience remained unfazed. It was merely a fishing net, after all. But the next second, their eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? They gasped collectively. Chapter 60, Are You Catching Sharks? Beneath the sea, the leisurely fish remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger. By the time they sensed it, it was far too late. A dark object suddenly erupted before them, enveloping them completely and leaving no avenue for escape. However, while everyone believed Lin Feng was merely engaged in ordinary fishing, they soon discovered that the massive net he had launched was not intended for an ordinary fish. The previous school of fish had indeed been ensnared. But what they failed to notice was that lurking behind that school was a shark. Lin Feng's initial goal was not merely to catch the fish, but to target the shark that followed. I admit, my earlier statements were rather exaggerated. I apologize. Can I retract my previous comment? I was mistaken. I truly erred in my judgment. A wave of regretful comments flooded in. Initially, they had thought Lin Feng was simply catching a school of fish, indistinguishable from standard fishing. Who would have guessed that Lin Feng's ambition was so grand that he directly captured a shark? Brothers, do not rush. This is merely the beginning, Lin Feng remarked cheerfully. As he drew the camera closer, the audience realized that the net he had deployed was unlike any ordinary fishing net. Interwoven among the net and amp, oppos, S-lines were blue and white elements that shimmered. As everyone observed, it became clear that this was no typical fishing net. It was embedded with electronic sensors. Once it captured a target, it could instantly identify the biological species ensnared. The characteristics of the creature would then be relayed back to the submarine and oppos, S computer, which would subsequently issue commands to emit bioelectric currents capable of incapacitating the captured organism. In simpler terms, if you were caught in this net, you would lose all combat capability. As Lin Feng's words settled, the live stream fell into silence once more. Although they had grown accustomed to being astonished by Lin Feng's inventions, this net once again redefined their understanding. To lose combat capability instantly? Goodness. The control effect is rather excessive, ISN and oppos. T-it? Admin, I report that someone is cheating here. The audience in the live stream was left dumbfounded. It was essential to recognize that Lin Feng had just captured a shark, the apex predator of the ocean. The entire process took merely a few seconds. Almost instantaneous in subduing the creature, with no struggle whatsoever, an utterly terrifying sight. ISN and oppos. This a bit too overpowered? I think so too. How are the creatures of the deep supposed to survive? Did a shark really just get caught like that? Am I still dreaming? Seeing that he had achieved the desired effect, Lin Feng quickly responded, "My apologies, everyone. I misspoke. Catching a shark is not something one can do casually. I merely intended to test the effects, never anticipating such astonishing results. I expected the fish would struggle slightly to create some entertainment. But this shark behaved like a well-behaved child, quietly lying there after being captured. Had it not been for the computer and oppos' previous detection confirming its extraordinary swimming speed, I might have thought I had caught a dead fish. What on earth? The live stream was engulfed in confusion. What did he mean by having made a mistake? Was it possible he had intended to capture something else? Brothers, please do not emulate me. I accidentally caught the wrong creature, Lin Feng hastily explained. Capturing a shark was not something to be taken lightly, and since he was live streaming, he certainly did not wish to lead young viewers astray. He then picked up the remote control for the net and pressed the green recovery button. At that moment, the audience watched in awe as the net, which had previously ensnared the shark, began retracting at a visibly rapid pace. Witnessing this, the viewers in the live stream could hardly contain themselves. It can pack itself back, so it can automatically retract? This is absurdly simple. I'm afraid this fisherman might soon find himself out of work. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng demonstrated the net's automatic recovery system once more. Before long, the expanded net had returned to a manageable size thanks to the automated retraction mechanism and was drawn back into the submarine. The live stream fell into a hushed silence. There was simply no competition left. Lin Feng's smile remained radiant. He had achieved precisely the effect he sought. After a while, the previously incapacitated shark finally regained its senses, displaying a look of sheer terror as it thrashed its tail and hastily retreated. The smaller fish, however, were not as fortunate. Some were even struck dead by a single swipe of the tail. Meanwhile, at the international conference, Eagle Sauce was brimming with excitement. He had just witnessed everything clearly and was confident in his observations. He lifted his head to glance at the rabbit, smirking coldly. How do you plan to explain this? Everyone saw it clearly. Given such a powerful weapon, should you not offer an explanation? Eagle Sauce felt assured, even instructing his team to record the entire event for further analysis, hoping to replicate it. Naturally, the rabbit and AMP, oppos' diplomats were also watching Lin Feng and AMP, oppos' live stream. Initially shocked by the net Lin Feng had deployed, they soon realized it could potentially be leverage for Eagle Sauce. However, they had yet to devise a counter-response. Nevertheless, this was no cause for concern. They would simply adhere to their previous principles of stubbornness. The rabbit raised its head, feigning confusion as it regarded Eagle Sauce. What is the matter? Explain what? Is it merely catching a fish? Does this require an explanation? Moreover, judging by the appearance of the fish, It seems to be within our territorial waters. Our citizens fishing in our own waters is perfectly acceptable. Observing the rabbit's brazen denial, Eagle Sauce felt his temper flare. His whiskers nearly standing on end as he spoke with fervor. Do you even hear yourself? Catching fish? Is your community truly this reckless? Just take a look at what was caught. A shark. A shark. Do I need to replay the footage of the catch for you? Chapter 61. Lin Feng is becoming increasingly absurd among those watching the live broadcast with Zhang Kaiji. From the moment Lin Feng commenced his stream, he instructed his subordinates to vigilantly monitor Lin Feng's broadcast without pause, eager to discern what unexpected antics Lin Feng might conjure. Initially, the demonstrations appeared relatively conventional. Although the submarine differed from typical toys, in comparison to the aircraft and tanks Lin Feng had previously fabricated. This submarine was decidedly more acceptable, merely a mobile aquarium submerged beneath the waves. Zhang Kaiji felt a sense of satisfaction. However, as Lin Feng showcased the vessel's speed, it became apparent that matters were spiraling into absurdity. The situation reached its peak when Lin Feng caught a shark, leaving Zhang Kaiji utterly astounded. The barrage of comments during this moment only heightened his disbelief. Is this what you call ordinary fishing? If this thing can catch a shark, it could probably handle an elephant on land. Upon reading these comments, Zhang Kaiji and Appo's expression darkened. He had never anticipated that events would escalate to such an extent. After a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure. How had Lin Feng managed to create such lethal contraptions? How could he still dare to call it fishing? His incredulity deepened. It had only been a few days since he last monitored Lin Feng's activities. With that thought, Zhang Kaiji turned to the technician beside him. Have you located him? The technician, drenched in sweat, stared at the flickering lines of code on his screen, utterly perplexed. I can't find him. It's strange. Why is there no signal? He is still broadcasting, so there should be a connection. Zhang Kaiji and Appo's fingers drummed anxiously on the table. The wrinkles on his already aged face deepening into a furrow. Lin Feng was becoming increasingly outrageous. Now, even the signal was lost. In a state of urgency, Zhang Kaiji ordered everyone at the Design Institute to halt their work and search for Lin Feng. Many others watching the live stream were equally captivated, their eyes gleaming with excitement. My heavens, this engine, this speed, surely it ranks among the best in the world. What powers this submarine? Could it possibly be nuclear? Please don't tell me it's electric. I couldn't bear it. Several researchers fervently jotted down notes in exhilaration. Continue the search. We must locate Lin Feng at all costs, Zhang Kaiji commanded before swiftly exiting the room. As soon as he left, his phone regained its signal. He immediately summoned his subordinates to retrieve information about Lin Feng's toy factory, eventually obtaining the contact number for Deputy Director Li. With no time to spare, Zhang Kaiji personally dialed the number. Meanwhile, at Lin Feng's toy factory branch, Deputy Director Li was engrossed in the live stream, his face glowing with satisfaction as he observed the barrage of comments. The growing audience brought him immense joy, for it signified an increase in potential customers. However, he found himself troubled by the logistics of transporting the newly crafted submarine. Surely, it wouldn't be feasible to disassemble it piece by piece for delivery. Testing the recipient's assembly skills, such an idea was ludicrous. Suddenly, Deputy Director Li and Appo's phone buzzed with an incoming call from an unknown number. He hesitated, but ultimately pressed the answer button. Hello? Zhang Kaiji wasted no time, introducing himself directly. Hello, I am Zhang Kaiji from the Design Institute. Previously, I visited to sign the dual-use agreement with you. Hearing Zhang Kaiji's voice, Deputy Director Li's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Hello, Director Zhang. Zhang Kaiji's anxious voice came through the receiver. Lin Feng's current live stream has garnered widespread attention. We cannot allow him to continue broadcasting, as it may incite disturbances. Do you have any means to contact him? Ask him to cease the stream immediately. Deputy Director Li paused, caught off guard. We currently have no way to reach Lin Feng. He then inquired with concern, is this situation serious? Not to worry, just keep monitoring the stream. We will handle the rest, Zhang Kaiji replied, frowning slightly. He hadn't anticipated that Deputy Director Li, too, was unable to reach Lin Feng. After hanging up, Zhang Kaiji paced anxiously in the corridor. There was no alternative. This matter had to be escalated. He quickly returned to his office and retrieved a sleek, black satellite phone. Within moments, he placed a call. A woman's voice answered on the other end. Please state your request. I am Zhang Kaiji from the Jiancheng Design Institute. I request that Long will employ its most advanced locating technology to find Lin Feng. If this live stream continues, it could lead to irreversible consequences. After a brief silence, The voice responded, "Your request has been received. Please hold." Shortly thereafter, the woman's voice returned. "Your request has been submitted and approved. We are currently working at maximum speed to locate Lin Feng." Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiji finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been reluctant to resort to such measures, but Lin Feng's propensity for chaos left him no choice. However, not long after, his phone buzzed with a red file notification. Expecting news of Lin Feng's whereabouts, he opened the document only to find his expression shifting to one of bewilderment. The annotations within the red file were succinct. The high-ranking officials of Longwa had activated the most advanced satellite positioning system in signal transmission technology. Yet the result was clear. They were unable to locate the individual. The satellite signal vanished as it approached the ocean's surface. Zhang Kaiji was left at a loss, unsure whether to feel relieved or alarmed. It was evident that Lin Feng's submarine utilized a specialized signal jamming system, permitting only signals recognized by the submarine itself to be transmitted or received. The thought sent a chill down his spine. If this positioning system were dismantled and reassembled into other devices for military use, adversaries would be completely oblivious to their presence, while Longwa could maintain communication. In a conflict, this would render the enemy utterly blind. Chapter 62, The Cherry Blossom Submarine Under Attack. Meanwhile, in the pursuit of Lin Feng, the Dragon Kingdom has ramped up its satellite signals and monitoring systems to their maximum capacity. They have detected a Cherry Blossom Nation submarine silently navigating beneath the high seas. These audacious entities have dared to approach once more. The personnel monitoring the signals immediately relayed this information upwards. The security department swiftly transmitted the message to the combat personnel stationed on the surface, vigilant against any underhanded maneuvers from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Upon receiving the orders, the Rabbit Commander's expression darkened. Their audacity has reached new heights, brazenly bringing a submarine to the fringes of international waters. They seem to be testing the waters near our borders. Do they truly believe we are defenseless? However, the Rabbit Commander found himself unable to issue further commands, for the adversary remained in international waters. Yet, it was understood globally that this was an overt provocation. At that moment, inside the Cherry Blossom submarine, the captain was animatedly conversing with personnel from the Eagle Nation. "Rest assured, we have reached the edge of international waters, less than 1,000 meters from the Rabbit's domain." "Excellent. You are performing admirably," replied the Eagle personnel, their spirits lifted. After being cornered in international discussions, they were finally poised to let the Rabbits experience the pressure they had endured. "Do not worry, as long as we are present. That fellow will not be able to rise." The captain of the Cherry Blossom Nation beamed with pride at the praise. "You have done well. Once this matter concludes, I will reward you handsomely." The Eagle personnel felt a sense of relief at this affirmation. "Very well," the communication officer from the Cherry Blossom Nation nodded enthusiastically. "What shall our next course of action be, esteemed leader?" Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued his live broadcast. "Is there anything else? I am feeling quite exhilarated. There must be other weapons. According to past conventions, there is certainly more than one. Historically, I believe this submarine should be capable of flight." A barrage of comments, even more outrageous than the submarine itself, flooded in. "Fear not. The real show is just beginning," Lin Feng chuckled. He reveled in the experience of maneuvering the submarine as though it were a mere toy. "Next, let us experiment with some other intriguing devices." Lin Feng produced another remote control, its sleek black design accentuated by aerodynamic contours, adorned with enigmatic symbols that left the viewers perplexed. "Wait, is it going to transform? Goodness. Could it possibly become a Gundam? What nonsense. How could it transform into a Gundam? Are we in a sci-fi film?" Each time Lin Feng unveiled a new gadget, it incited fervent discussions among the audience. "Now, let us test a small capture device." Lin Feng moved to the rear of the submarine. Had he uttered this phrase earlier, it might have seemed unremarkable. After all, fishing with ordinary nets appeared lackluster. However, after witnessing Lin Feng capture a shark with a fishing net, the audience fell silent, choosing instead to observe. As the submarine advanced, Lin Feng spotted several octopuses swimming ahead, their speed remarkable beneath the surface. Is the host really attempting to capture those octopuses? But they are all scattered, and so far apart. How could that be accomplished? Is there a net that large? Unlikely. The larger the net, the greater the resistance. Capturing those octopuses is virtually impossible. A heated debate erupted among the viewers. Lin Feng, observing the comments, smiled subtly. Before him, 2 palm-sized screens appeared, showcasing the moving octopuses marked as red dots. As Lin Feng adjusted the controls, the red dots were gradually locked into position. The audience ceased their chatter, eager to see what new weapon Lin Feng would reveal next. Position locked, fire. As his voice resonated, he pressed the central launch button. In the next moment, a flurry of bubbles erupted from the submarine. Bang, bang. To their astonishment, the viewers beheld several dark shadows emerging from the submarine, darting towards the octopuses. Yet, the octopuses were no fools. Sensing imminent danger, they swiftly fled. Did he miss? Is this a failure? Witnessing the host and Oppo's blunder is indeed a rare spectacle. Just then, the audience noticed that the initially launched devices had veered and were now pursuing the octopuses. Each octopus was being closely shadowed by a dark figure. As the shadow accelerated, the octopuses were gradually cornered. Ultimately, one octopus, unable to evade, was ensnared by the shadow. 666. Does it have automatic navigation? What else can we expect? Do not be hasty, my friends. We possess other devices. This is merely tracking. We also have long-range capabilities. We can even incapacitate the target instantly, eliminating the need for cumbersome nets. With that, Lin Feng piloted the submarine onward, reigniting the enthusiasm of the viewers. Having showcased two devices, well, what do you present next? Lin Feng offered no further commentary, simply pressing the launch key directed at the sea ahead. In an instant, a shadow, as thick as a man and Oppo's thigh, shot forth. Its speed so swift that it was but a blur. Meanwhile, the personnel from the Cherry Blossom Nation were receiving directives from the Eagle Nation. A static-filled voice crackled through the receiver. What is happening? Is the signal faulty? Yet, the Eagle personnel and Oppo's voice abruptly ceased mid-sentence. Hello? What is going on? Please respond. Shortly thereafter, the Cherry Blossom Nation severed their connection with the Eagle Nation, leaving the captain bewildered. Suddenly, a thunderous bang echoed through the submarine. Thud. The vessel jolted twice, followed by flickering lights within. Panic ensued among the crew. What is happening? Are we under attack? In the next instant, the entire submarine was engulfed in darkness. Chapter 63. Rabbit, you must give us an explanation, Boom. At this moment, the submarine of the Sakuran Nation lost all power. The propellers ceased spinning, and the submarine remained motionless in place. What is happening? The captain of the Sakuran Nation and Oppo's submarine shouted immediately. A crew member reported urgently, his face etched with anxiety. Sir, the situation is unclear. It seems we are under attack. Buzzing. Just then, the emergency lights flickered on. The personnel of the Sakuran Nation groped in the dark and swiftly activated the emergency backup power. Who is attacking us? The captain, now flustered, was utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Their radar had detected nothing, and even the defense systems had not raised any alarms. Were they being assaulted by extraterrestrials? Quickly find a way to restore power. The captain barked, his expression darkening. The personnel below the Sakuran Nation submarine dared not slacken their efforts, working at breakneck speed to restore all systems. After considerable exertion, they managed to revive only the communication system. Other systems remained inoperative, with several computers completely frozen, unable to boot up. Once communication was re-established, the Sakura Nation promptly contacted the Eagle Nation. Upon receiving the distress signal from Sakura Valley, the representatives of the Eagle Nation wore grave expressions. They were astonished that their subordinate dared to show such audacity. What do you mean? Why did you suddenly hang up on me? Please, listen to my explanation. The personnel from the Sakura Nation clasped the telephone receiver, wearing forced smiles. What on earth has occurred? The communication personnel from the Eagle Nation began to sense the gravity of the situation. The Sakura Nation was their most loyal ally. They would never dare to act defiantly. The sudden emergence of this urgent issue suggested that the Sakura Nation was facing difficulties or had come under attack. We seem to have been attacked. All systems on our submarine are down. After emergency repairs, we have only restored communication. On the other end of the line, a representative of the Eagle Nation leaped to his feet. What did you say? You were attacked? By whom? The Rabbit? Initially, they had merely intended for the Sakura Nation to exert pressure on the Rabbit by sending their submarine into international waters. Little did they expect the Rabbit to retaliate so directly, daring to assault the Sakura Nation. Had the Rabbit become so brazen as to dismiss them entirely? Truly despicable. Meanwhile, the international conference erupted into chaos. The representative of the Sakura Nation was flushed with anger, as if a volcano had erupted. Rabbit, you must give us an explanation. What do you mean? Our personnel were merely conducting exercises in international waters, and you audaciously attacked us? Do you truly disregard international treaties? His tone was more agitated than when the Eagle Nation had been confronted by the Rabbit. A smile crept onto the face of the Eagle representative. The rabbit had unwittingly delivered him a handle to grasp. One could not deny that the Sakura nation had been dealt a significant blow this time. This provided him with a legitimate reason to retaliate against the rabbit. Once the outburst of his subordinate had subsided, the eagle representative stood with utmost civility, an almost overwhelming mirth in his eyes. "Pray tell, what do you mean? The evidence is laid bare before us. All these witnesses are present. Your broadcast just launched weapons. And immediately afterward, the Sakura nation was attacked. If this was not your doing, then which other nation could it be? Do you dare to continue your denial?" The rabbit maintained a serene expression, though internally he yearned to chastise Lin Feng for his blunder. They had just barely managed to deceive the other party. And now Lin Feng had handed them another incriminating piece of evidence. Was he pushing them into a pit? After a prolonged silence, the rabbit slowly turned his gaze to the large screen. The broadcast had switched to a replay of the recent video footage, showcasing the moment Lin Feng had fired the weapon. "I have a question," the rabbit began, preparing to employ his art of persuasion. The eagle representative scoffed. "You're not suggesting that firing a weapon is not a crime, are you?" Upon hearing this, the rabbit diverted his attention to the eagle representative. An ominous premonition washed over the eagle representative. The rabbit and Oppos, gaze felt perilous. "Is it a crime for your nation to fire a weapon?" The eagle representative's expression darkened instantly. He had learned much during his confrontations with the rabbit, and his skills in countering the rabbit's arguments had become quite refined. "Of course not. We do this in self-defense." The rabbit nodded earnestly. "Exactly. If you can fire in self-defense, then why can't we launch our devices for fishing?" The eagle representative slammed his hand on the table. "But you attacked someone, innocent people." At this juncture, the Sakura nation interjected, adding fuel to the fire. "You assaulted us. We were merely meandering in international waters. On what grounds did you attack us? Are you declaring war on us? You must provide us with a reasonable explanation, or we reserve the right to seize your submarine." Upon hearing this, the rabbit was nearly incensed. "How dare you? My vessel was just recently constructed, and you wish to seize it? You must be dreaming." The rabbit's diplomat let out a cold laugh, the charming demeanor replaced by an icy demeanor. "Do you all lack ears? We were all watching the broadcast together." The host clearly stated that this was equipment for fishing. He had merely been demonstrating how to fish. At this point, the rabbit and Oppos' gaze shifted back to the eagle representative. "When you act in self-defense, do you assume every shot will hit the criminal?" The eagle representative's expression darkened, rendered momentarily speechless. How could that be? Even sharpshooters cannot guarantee a perfect hit. Seeing the eagle representative's silence, the rabbit intensified his argument. "Then during our fishing, we cannot expect every net to yield a bountiful catch. There will invariably be times when we catch nothing." The host merely misfired while demonstrating fishing. "Does that make it a crime?" The rabbit's eyes narrowed, a wave of pressure enveloping the room. "When did your submarine stealthily navigate to that location?" Chapter 64. The words spoken by the rabbit left the people of the Sakura nation utterly speechless. They had secretly maneuvered their submarine into position. Although the rabbit's side had likely already triggered an alarm, everyone outwardly feigned ignorance. However, just moments ago, after Lin Feng's submarine deployed fishing equipment, their submarine was revealed. In an instant, the representatives from Sakura nation found themselves at a loss, their heads slightly bowed in embarrassment. It was then that the other nations present at the international conference began to grasp the situation. Indeed, why had the people of Sakura nation moved their submarine? Were they audacious enough to launch a surprise attack on the rabbit? Surely not. If they possessed such courage, how could they possibly serve as lapdogs to Eagle Sauce? It was evident that they were merely acting under the orders of Eagle Sauce, a fact that did not require further elucidation. A murmur of conversation ensued among the gathered diplomats. The rabbit, undeterred by the rising tension, continued, "Moreover, what we deployed was merely a toy designed for fishing. An accidental collision with your submarine could render it inoperative, leaving it in a state of disrepair. Are you jesting? Is your submarine constructed of flimsy materials?" The representatives from Sakura nation turned various shades of red and green, struggling to formulate a retort, as the rabbit's assertion posed a valid question. The rabbit had consistently emphasized that they merely utilized toys. The fishing apparatus launched by their toy submarine was innocuous at best. What's wrong? Have you lost your voice? Is it true that your submarine is so fragile it cannot withstand a simple encounter? The rabbit then cast a glance at Eagle Sauce. Or do you believe that they are so easily bullied that you purposefully sold them such subpar equipment? However, the rabbit's tone elongated with an air of mockery. Surely you wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics, would you? Eagle Sauce clenched his fists, barely restraining himself from confronting the rabbit physically. It was perplexing what sort of thoughts occupied the rabbit's mind, as his words were exasperatingly infuriating. This issue had indeed sparked considerable debate in international circles. How could Eagle Sauce possibly sell brand new equipment to Sakura Nation? While it was unlikely they would sell them entirely defective goods, there would undoubtedly be some issue. It was implausible, absolutely implausible. As Eagle Sauce uttered these words, he realized he had once again fallen into the rabbit's trap. Oh, if it isn't defective, then it must be counterfeit, the rabbit replied with a serious nod. Look at your esteemed ally, who only sold you a pile of fakes, while we provide genuine articles. Exactly. The rabbit is indeed superior. The wealthy representatives from the oil-rich nations, fully understanding the rabbit's implication, eagerly joined in the chorus. They looked at themselves, then at Sakura Nation, and felt exceedingly fortunate. You are resorting to baseless claims. Are you preparing to engage us in open conflict? Eagle Sauce realized that if he continued down this path, he would likely be manipulated into a rift with Sakura Nation. All the goods we sell undergo rigorous inspection before sale. There will never be any issues. If you repeatedly slander us, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. Upon saying this, Eagle Sauce noticed the representatives from Sakura Nation standing by, who had initially dismissed the rabbit's words. Yet, now they began to harbor doubts. Was it possible that Eagle Sauce truly sold them nothing but inferior products? The equipment launched by the rabbit had indeed been intended for fishing. The incident involving their submarine was merely an unfortunate mishap, as their submarine was still some distance from Lin Feng's toy submarine. A deliberate attack was out of the question. No matter how robust the rabbit had become during this time, an act of war was not in its nature. The rabbit shrugged nonchalantly. Eagle Sauce. Do not spew unfounded accusations. Open conflict? What a ridiculous notion. And might I remind you of our geographical position? As the rabbit spoke, he highlighted the location where Sakura Nation's submarine had been attacked. If I am not mistaken, this area appears to be international waters. Furthermore, it lies on the periphery of our territorial waters. You brought your submarine into our domain, and it was inadvertently struck by our fishing equipment. Whose fault is that? In a moment, both the representatives of Sakura Nation and Eagle Sauce were rendered speechless. It was indeed their oversight. Therefore, you should return and thoroughly inspect your submarine. Do not bring such substandard vessels to the surface. It is embarrassing enough, but if it were to disintegrate mid-journey, that would be truly unfortunate. The rabbit continued, after all. The depths of the ocean are vast, and the crew cannot endure such perils. Eagle Sauce inhaled deeply, his eyes reddening. He then realized that he had again been led by the rabbit's narrative. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor, preparing to redirect the conversation back to familiar territory. Do not attempt to divert the topic. No matter how you spin it, the device you launched was indeed an offensive weapon. This is something you must clarify. The rabbit's expression soured slightly. Why do you persist in clinging to this point? I have reiterated numerous times that it is merely a toy. My toys operate freely within my own waters. If you are unfortunate enough to encounter our fishing equipment, that is not my concern. The representatives from Sakura Nation inhaled deeply, reassessing the situation. Yet the truth remained evident. Were it not for your aggression, how could our submarine have been incapacitated at the ocean and Appos as floor? The rabbit stood resolutely, having grown accustomed to verbal sparring with such individuals. Indeed, the facts are clear. The fishing device we launched from our toy poses minimal threat. At most, it would merely jolt someone. At this, the representatives from other nations nearly erupted into laughter. The rabbit was indeed speaking nonsense, his heart untroubled by the absurdity of his claims. That was no simple jolt. Moreover, how could a mere toy possess any lethal capability? As this statement left his lips, all eyes widened in disbelief at the rabbit. Though they understood his penchant for exaggeration, could he genuinely speak such falsehoods without a twinge of conscience? Chapter 65. Cherry Blossoms. Help. They're a monster. At this moment, in Lin Feng and Appos' live stream room, the comments flooded in. It and Appos' all gone wrong. Surely this time he has failed, right? I can end Appos. T believe it. He can end Appos. T possibly find anything now that visibility is 0. Count me in. I bet 50 cents that the streamer has flopped this time. A barrage of messages filled the screen. Strangely, witnessing Lin Feng's misstep excited the viewers even more than seeing him unveil something new. After all, his previous displays had been nothing short of extraordinary, and watching him falter made him seem a tad closer to their reality. Yet, Lin Feng maintained a serene smile. Don't fret, my friends. This is merely the beginning. And who says I haven't caught anything? With that, he directed the display screen of the remote control towards the camera. The words "target captured" flashed across the screen. The viewers were left in a state of confusion. What do you mean you and Opos? VE captured something when there and Opos? There's nothing there. Could it be that you caught seawater? Finding anything at that distance is simply impossible. I can't help but think the streamer might have flopped and caught a fish just to show us. After all this time watching my live stream, do you really think I would deceive you? Lin Feng was momentarily speechless at the disbelief of his audience. It seemed that despite the image he had cultivated, many remained skeptical of his capabilities. If you don't believe me, then I shall demonstrate. I don't even know what I've caught, but trust me, I mean no harm. As he prepared for the demonstration, the comments continued to pour in. Honestly, this performance is less enticing than watching the streamer wash his hair upside down. At best, this could just be a bath at the ocean floor. The viewer's skepticism was palpable. Lin Feng, however, noted the feedback on the display screen. He had indeed captured something substantial, given the depth of the water and the surrounding area. Soon, all eyes were glued to their screens as the submarine suddenly launched a large net towards the distance, aimed precisely where Lin Feng had previously fired his weapon. The net and Opos' flight was not swift, but its purpose did not require speed. After all, following the initial assault, there was little chance for the target to resist. They merely awaited capture. Lin Feng remained calm, casually observing the comments in his live stream. Let us take bets. If there truly is something out there, what do you think it could be? I wager it might be a shark. Perhaps it's a giant octopus. I once saw a massive one in a movie. This is a live stream, not a cinema. The audience engaged in lively speculation, while Lin Feng contemplated enjoying a cup of tea, only to realize he had forgotten to bring one. Meanwhile, within the submarine of Sakura Nation, the captain scratched his head, baffled by the nature of the attack they had just endured. They had pinpointed the location of the assault. Report, sir. Based on where we were hit, it appears the attack originated from the Rabbit and Amp, Opos' side. Upon hearing this, the captain and Amp, Opos' eyes widened in alarm. Are you certain it came from the Rabbit and Amp, Opos' side? Absolutely. The reporting officer confirmed with a nod, though panic was evident on his face. They had confidently navigated near the Rabbit's territory, believing they were safe. Now, however, the Rabbit had launched an offensive against them, signifying that they could be annihilated at any moment. While they relished the thrill of danger, they certainly did not wish for their demise. The captain was drenched in cold sweat as he sank into his chair. But our radar shows the Rabbit's vessel hasn't moved at all. Could it be that they developed a new class of submarine that can stealthily traverse the depths? After some time, the captain finally regained his composure and asked his subordinate, "Have you identified the weapon used against us?" The crew member shook his head. "We want to analyze it, but aside from communication and lighting systems, nothing else is operational. We can't even attempt salvage." The captain's face paled. Had our defensive systems been activated prior to the attack? He inquired with a hint of desperation. He preferred to believe that their submarine had malfunctioned and that all defensive measures had been neglected rather than accept that they had been assaulted while fully operational. "Captain," the crew member replied, his expression grim. "When we set out, we confirmed that all systems were functioning normally and that our defenses were at maximum capacity. Even the slightest disturbance would have been detected." The captain felt his strength wane at this revelation. The crew members' words underscored the fact that they had been attacked right beneath their noses, utterly defenseless, without any warning prior to the assault. In essence, they had become a mobile target, capable of nothing but enduring the onslaught. He was immensely relieved that they were currently in international waters rather than the Rabbit and Amp, Opos' territorial sea. Had they ventured into the Rabbit and Amp, Opos' domain, they would surely have met their end. Their mission had merely been a show of force, not an actual confrontation. If a real battle had ensued, they might not have even made it to international waters, likely sinking as soon as they crossed into the Rabbit's territory. Suddenly, the submarine trembled violently, causing the crew members to stagger before regaining their balance. "What is happening?" the captain demanded. As soon as he spoke, they felt the submarine begin to retreat. "Has the propulsion system been restored? Why are we moving backward?" The crew member responsible for the engine room rushed in. "Captain, the propulsion system hasn't been restored. It seems we are being dragged by something." The captain sprang to his feet, eyes wide with shock. "What do you mean? The propulsion hasn't resumed, and we're being towed by something?" It was essential to remember that they were aboard a submarine. Its size was considerable. What could possibly drag a submarine? Even the apex predator of the deep, a shark, wouldn't have the capability. Could it be that they had encountered a monster? Chapter 66. Sakura. A plea for rescue in the depths of the ocean. The submarine of Sakura Country was being dragged backward with increasing speed. The crew aboard, once filled with a sense of duty and purpose, now found their spirits dampened by the sudden acceleration. Those who had been fumbling in the dark to repair the system stumbled and fell to the ground. The gravity of the situation was exacerbated as one crew member collided forcefully with a nearby computer, shattering its screen with a resounding crack. Agonized cries erupted in the confined space. Another crew member inadvertently stepped on the leg of a fallen colleague, resulting in a chorus of screams as they both tumbled to the floor, bloodied and battered. The chaos continued, with a heavy thud resonating through the submarine as two individuals clutched their heads and cried out in fear. Items that had been carelessly set down in the submarine clattered to the floor, adding to the cacophony. "Do not panic. Find something sturdy and brace yourselves," commanded the captain, ever the leader. However, his voice was drowned out by the rising tide of fear that engulfed them in the darkness. The absence of light, save for the feeble emergency lamps, only intensified their terror, casting shadows that further distorted their perceptions and deepened their dread. The crew struggled to maintain their footing, swaying precariously in the confined space, colliding with solid objects and eliciting more anguished cries. The control room echoed with the sporadic sounds of distress, chilling the hearts of those present. Some crew members sat pale and trembling on the floor, while the ominous thuds of heavy objects crashing down reverberated around them. "What is happening? Why am I being struck?" they wondered, as the engine abruptly ceased its rotation, replaced by the ominous sound of the surrounding ocean currents pressing down upon them like an insurmountable weight, rendering their breaths shallow and labored. Once seasoned sailors accustomed to the depths of the ocean, they now found themselves grappling with an overwhelming sense of dread. The bizarre events unfolding around them caused some to clutch the railings tightly, their legs trembling uncontrollably. The unmistakable odor of fear began to permeate the air. "Help me. I want to go home. I cannot bear to stay here." Their cries echoed the sentiment that they would rather face death in battle than endure the torment of such fear. To this moment, they remained oblivious to the identity of their assailants or the nature of the weaponry employed against them. Memories of deep-sea films flooded their minds, picturing monstrous creatures that could toy with their submarine as if it were a mere plaything. As the submarine continued its rapid retreat, the sound of the rushing water heightened their panic. Inside the vessel, the crew lay sprawled on the floor in utter disarray. Meanwhile, in Lin Feng and Appo's live stream, viewers witnessed a dark object being ensnared in a large net and drawn toward them. "What is that? It looks like a ship. I can and amp, Appo's TC clearly. The seabed is too dark, but it can't possibly be a fish. Fish don't have propellers. Wait, what in the deep sea has a propeller?" A realization dawned upon them, and questions flooded the chat. Lin Feng, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the massive object, shared in their astonishment. The implications were clear. In the depths of the ocean, the presence of a propeller indicated the likelihood of a submarine. "Goodness gracious," he exclaimed. "I was merely fishing. And now I and Appo's inadvertently reeled in a submarine." Initial speculation had given way to disbelief, and as Lin Feng successfully pulled the submarine into view of the camera, the chat erupted in shock. "No way. Please tell me that and Appo's just a fish resembling a submarine. Is it really this thrilling to accidentally catch a submarine while fishing?" The viewers were left dumbfounded, and Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. "This is truly a misunderstanding," he thought, quickly pressing the control button to retract the net that had ensnared the submarine. Gradually, the Sakura submarine came to a halt, resting quietly on the ocean floor. The captain, realizing the vessel had ceased its erratic movements, struggled to rise from the ground, only to find his crew in a state of utter disarray. Some lay sprawled, limbs entangled, while others had succumbed to nausea. The interior of the submarine was a scene of chaos. After a moment of silence, confirming that the submarine was no longer in danger, the captain hastily leaned against the communication console, requesting assistance. "We are under attack. The identity of our assailants remains unknown, but preliminary assessments suggest an encounter with an unidentified creature from the depths. Its size and power are beyond our comprehension. Requesting assistance." The captain shouted out the information repeatedly, drenched in sweat and pale with fear. Meanwhile, at the international conference, diplomats from various nations, glued to the live stream, were at a loss for how to react. The representatives from Sakura Country wished they could vanish into the ground, utterly humiliated. Only the Russian and oil-rich nations could not contain their laughter, finding the entire situation comically absurd. "How could you possibly laugh in such a serious setting?" one admonished, But the laughter continued unabated. Chapter 67. The rabbit who could be so unscrupulous as to sell such rubbish? Who can enlighten me on this situation? At that moment, a cacophony erupted in the mind of Eagle Sauce, leaving him utterly stunned. Just prior, he had been vehemently criticizing the toys from the rabbit and Apos' household, deeming them utterly detestable. The offensive weaponry employed had posed a significant threat to his standing. Yet before his scathing remarks could fully escape his lips, the rabbit and Apos' live broadcast delivered a resounding slap to his face. You truly have a knack for playfulness, don't you? The fishing expedition has brought back submarines from the Cherry Blossom Nation. After dealing with the rabbit for such an extended period, Eagle Sauce was certain he would not let this golden opportunity slip by. He hastily seized the microphone and bellowed at the rabbit. Rabbit, all the evidence, including witnesses and video footage, is right here. What further explanation could you possibly provide? Do you dare assert that you are not deliberately instigating a war? The submarines from the Cherry Blossom Nation were peacefully residing in international waters, yet your submarines have captured them and dragged them into your territorial waters. With so many witnesses present, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? The rabbit, stifling laughter, found the scene utterly comical. This was undeniably a fishing broadcast. And who could have anticipated that they would capture a submarine in the process? Even the professionally trained rabbit could hardly contain himself. However, as Eagle Sauce continued to shout, the rabbit quickly regained his composure. Explain what? Why must I provide explanations every few days? It's as if I have betrayed you. Eagle Sauce and Apos' demeanor darkened ominously. Shuden and Apos, you be the one explaining? You have actively attacked the submarine of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The entire world is watching. If you do not provide an explanation, your voice in international affairs will be severely diminished. A faint smirk crept onto the rabbit's lips, a chill in his expression. Decades ago, such a statement might have instilled fear, but now the rabbit harbored no concern over its potential ramifications. For the number of nations upholding the Dragon Kingdom's interest had multiplied significantly compared to those supporting Eagle Sauce. The rabbit shrugged, hands raised in a gesture of feigned helplessness. Why do you behave like a petulant child? Why should I need to explain myself when the video has made everything abundantly clear? It has been stated that we were merely engaged in fishing and inadvertently caught this object. Our fishing submarine cannot predict where your submarines will navigate, can it? Oh, my apologies, I misspoke. This is not your submarine. It belongs to the Cherry Blossom Nation. The crowd erupted in laughter. They were fishing and inadvertently captured Eagle Sauce's submarine. Shun and Apos, he reflect on the inadequacies of his own submarine? It could not even compete with their fishing vessels. The expressions of the Cherry Blossom Nation's diplomats were a spectacle to behold, a mixture of rage and humiliation. Yearning for an explanation from the rabbit, yet unsure how to articulate their demands. In the International Conference Hall, representatives from all nations observed the unfolding drama. The broadcaster had been unequivocal. The purpose was fishing. Yet the deployed fishing net had ensnared their submarine, which now lay motionless, akin to a corpse. Even if they attempted to clear their name by claiming it was not a submarine from the Cherry Blossom Nation, it was likely too late. They had become an international laughingstock. You speak nonsense. Eagle Sauce fumed, thoroughly enraged. He could not fathom how the rabbit could repeatedly disregard reality and spout such meaningless drivel. Rabbit, I know you are eloquent, but the facts are laid bare before us. That overturned vessel is indeed the submarine of the Cherry Blossom Nation. Yet it was caused by your fishing vessel. Is it truly a fishing vessel? You claim it was an accident that you caught a submarine. Do you genuinely believe such absurdity? Observing Eagle Sauce's impotent fury, the rabbit's smile widened, nearly reaching his ears. He refrained from rushing to rebut. Instead, he awaited the full eruption of Eagle Sauce and Apos' frustration. Eagle Sauce then proceeded to list a litany of accusations against the rabbit. First, you have violated international treaties by developing such destructive weaponry, and you must provide an explanation. Second, your people initiated an attack on the Cherry Blossom Nation, which I shall vehemently condemn and demand reparations for. Third, your submarines pose a severe threat to international public safety and must be surrendered for safekeeping, with all research materials sealed. As the rabbit listened, he casually picked at his ears. Please, continue. I am all ears. Although Eagle Sauce may have been verbose, the rabbit had no intention of actually listening. Once Eagle Sauce had exhausted himself with his tirade, the rabbit smiled and replied, Do listen to your own words. Are they truly fitting for a human? And could you refrain from recycling the same worn-out tactics? Would it be too much to ask for a more updated approach to your criticisms? Our broadcaster has made it abundantly clear. This is merely a fishing vessel, albeit one that has been disguised to resemble a submarine. Renaming it a submarine should not pose any issues. At this juncture, the rabbit and amp, Oppos, gaze shifted to the diplomats of the Cherry Blossom Nation with a mocking tone. And whose fault is it that your submarines are so inferior? Who sold you such rubbish? If our fishing nets can ensnare your vessels, do you truly believe they are fit for use as weapons of war? The diplomats of the Cherry Blossom Nation appeared as though they had just consumed something distasteful, their expressions twisted in embarrassment. A mere fishing vessel managed to capture your submarine. Are you certain it was not a fraudulent deal? Turning his attention back to Eagle Sauce, the rabbit continued. And you, how utterly disgraceful. It is not my intention to criticize you, but they provided you with so much money, and yet you sold them such inferior merchandise. At this point, the rabbit launched into a monologue, posing and answering his own questions. Ah, yes, I remember now. Isn't this your typical tactic? A submarine like that, returned for our young rabbits to play with, would likely be rejected. Eagle Sauce and Amp, Oppos, eyes nearly bulged from their sockets at the unabashed criticism. Rabbit, do not go too far. We are discussing your actions, not the submarines of the Cherry Blossom Nation. The rabbit blinked innocently, gazing earnestly at Eagle Sauce. Why are we not discussing the submarines of the Cherry Blossom Nation? Wasn't he that overturned submarine yours? With a second wave of mockery, he struck a nerve, pouring salt on their wounds. The audience erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Chapter 68. We must sternly condemn the rabbit at this moment, within the submarine of Sakura country. A desperate voice echoed, requesting assistance. Is there any response from headquarters? Please reply. The captain, slumped in his chair, clutched the communication device with both hands. All other equipment had malfunctioned, leaving them ensnared within the confines of the submarine, and escape had become exceedingly difficult. In truth, without external rescue, their only fate was to await death in this submerged vessel. As silence lingered, some crew members began to pen their final letters. Dear Mother, I may never see you again. By the time you read this letter, I might have departed for the afterlife. Others wept uncontrollably, clinging to their chairs like frightened children. It's over. I never imagined I would perish here. My descendants will likely never find my remains. Initially brimming with confidence, they had set out on this mission aboard a submarine, a proud acquisition from the Eagle Nation, which they had trusted implicitly. They believed they could assert their dominance over the rabbit, confident that the rabbit would pose no threat. Yet, before they even surfaced, they faced imminent doom. Requesting response from Submarine 1. Suddenly, the headphones crackled to life with the voice of personnel from Sakura country. The captain and Amp, Oppos, heart raced with excitement as he tightened his grip on the device. Submarine 1. Responding. Tears streamed from his eyes upon hearing the reply. Do not be alarmed. You are not under attack by unknown marine creatures. Confusion washed over the captain. Then who is attacking us? The sudden jolt had led him to believe they were ensnared by a monstrous beast. Yet, the headquarters confirmed it was not an unknown entity. This revelation suggested that they knew the identity of their aggressor. The captain and Amp, Oppos, heart quickened with a mix of fear and anticipation as he awaited more information. The assailant is the rabbit. The captain was taken aback. The rabbit? When did they become the aggressors? In the past, they had provoked the rabbit, but it had merely retaliated verbally, allowing them to depart unscathed. Why had the rabbit chosen to strike now? Did it harbor old grudges? A chill coursed through him. Yet he quickly regained composure. The rabbit would not dare to employ lethal force. Such an action would irreparably tarnish its reputation on the international stage. With newfound determination, he proclaimed, "We must vehemently condemn the rabbit. We were merely conducting military exercises in international waters, and yet they have ambushed us." However, as the words left his mouth, a realization struck him. If it was indeed the rabbit attacking them, what method had they employed? What kind of assault could incapacitate their systems so swiftly? Without any prior warning? More alarmingly, how had they managed to pursue their submarine and force it into a rapid retreat underwater? If this had been a genuine combat scenario, they would have met their end without understanding how. The technological prowess of the rabbit had evidently reached terrifying heights. A cold sweat broke out on his back. Meanwhile, personnel at headquarters were striving to reassure the crew. Rest assured, our diplomatic representatives are firmly condemning the rabbit. We believe they will respond shortly and that you are not in any real danger. This incident has garnered international attention, and the Eagle Nation is advocating on our behalf. Upon hearing that the Eagle Nation was interceding for them, the crew aboard the submarine felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet, doubts lingered. The weaponry sold to them by the Eagle Nation had proven ineffective against the rabbit. If the latest armaments were deployed, could they truly contend with the rabbit? In the meantime, within Lin Feng and Appo's live stream, a flurry of questions emerged, mingled with laughter. While not every detail of international affairs was disclosed to the public, some matters were common knowledge. The Sakura country was known to be troublesome, often intruding with impunity. Lin Feng gazed distantly at the Sakura submarine, furrowing his brow, feeling somewhat apologetic. I merely intended to catch some fish. I never meant to ensnare their submarine. I wonder if their crew has gone mad with fright. This apology lacks sincerity. Nonsense. It was an inadvertent capture. Why linger around here? Didn't their teachers instruct them to return home promptly after school? Laughter erupted in the comments. I sense the host is being rather ostentatious. What kind of fishing is this? Brothers, this is truly a misunderstanding. Lin Feng struggled to contain his amusement, assuring his audience that he had no intention of capturing the submarine. After all, he was merely aiming to host a live stream, not instigate an international incident. This host is remarkable. I wish I could place an order immediately. Why isn't the link up yet? Indeed. Host, please provide the link. If I could purchase this for fishing, I could simply relax at home, counting my earnings. Yet, a comment struck everyone dumb. Where would you even store it if you bought it? Lin Feng promptly explained, I assure you, this is a misunderstanding. But the audience remained unyielding in their disbelief, leaving him utterly exasperated. I've stated from the outset that this equipment is for fishing, as you all witnessed. I merely caught one shark by accident, and later a few ordinary octopuses. You all must testify on my behalf. This situation has become a tad awkward. The audience could only shake their heads in resignation. Ah, yes, you merely caught a regular shark. And then a few octopuses with the automated fishing nets. Indeed. We can all vouch for you. Lin Feng's face turned ashen. The more he explained, the deeper he dug himself into trouble. Chapter 69. It must be you. The broadcaster at this moment, Lin Feng's remarks in the broadcasting room had been fully transmitted to the International Conference Center. Upon hearing Lin Feng claim that his actions were unintentional, Eagle Sauce felt utterly distressed. How could he utter such words? Was he not insinuating that my submarine was inadequate? Yet, Eagle Sauce found himself at a loss for words, for Lin Feng and Appo's statement rang true. His heart simmered with volcanic rage. How infuriating. How on earth did this wretched individual manage to develop such astonishing technology? Upon returning, I must conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. The capabilities he showcased were simply terrifying. I cannot allow him to continue his ascent unchecked. However, as these thoughts crossed his mind, a sense of trepidation began to creep into Eagle Sauce and Appo's heart. Although he was determined not to let Lin Feng have it easy, he was well aware that the rabbit would not permit any rash actions. Moreover, the innovations Lin Feng presented might not even be of his own making. It was highly plausible that the rabbit had provided guidance or support from behind the scenes. Prior investigations had confirmed that Lin Feng was merely the owner of a toy factory. How could a mere civilian toy manufacturer possibly create such advanced technology? Without the rabbit's backing, Eagle Sauce would never believe it, even if it cost him his life. Adding to the absurdity, he had already dispatched top domestic experts to analyze the speed and various performance metrics exhibited by Lin Feng's video. Judging by the fishing submarine Lin Feng piloted, its performance in terms of speed and tensile strength was far beyond their expectations. Remarkably, during the towing process, the submarine exhibited no movement whatsoever, not even a tremor. According to the principles of force interaction, unless the engine was in reverse thrust, it was impossible for it to remain stationary. Yet, the broadcast clearly showed that Lin Feng and Appo's submarine remained immobile, without so much as a quiver of the camera. Even though the equipment used for the live stream boasted anti-shake capabilities, the scenery outside the vessel bore no alterations. This was utterly implausible unless the submarine was indeed perfectly still. Eagle Sauce understood all too well the actual performance of the submarines he had sold. Although they were outdated products, they still ranked among the finest in the international arena. Yet, they were utterly inadequate when compared to Lin Feng and Appo's fishing submarine. The rabbit must not be allowed to dominate unchallenged. Otherwise, they would inevitably arise as a new hegemon, potentially threatening their own standing. He could not bear the thought of the rabbit reigning supreme over him, while there was still a chance to keep the rabbit in check. If it were to grow unchecked, the situation would spiral beyond their control, an outcome he fervently wished to avoid. The diplomats from the Cherry Blossom Nation quickly grasped the situation, nodding in agreement and tearfully endorsing Eagle Sauce's stance. Indeed, Such formidable capabilities, coupled with such peculiar tactics, necessitated the sharing of technology. It was utterly unacceptable for one party to monopolize such terrifying means of attack. Upon hearing this exchange, the rabbit stared blankly at Eagle Sauce and the diplomats from the Cherry Blossom Nation. The only thought echoing in the rabbit and Appo's mind was, what nonsense is this? The rabbit swiftly retaliated. Do you even hear yourselves? I understand your penchant for peculiarities, but do you truly wish to seize the technology of a mere toy? ISN and Appo's, see that a tad deranged? Furthermore, your submarines have been drifting near our waters, and one of our citizens happened to catch one while fishing. It's already generous of me not to demand compensation for your loss of labor, and yet you dare to ask for technology sharing? Where is your dignity? Eagle Sauce and the diplomats from the Cherry Blossom Nation had barely exchanged a few sentences when the rabbit countered with a barrage of retorts. The representatives from other nations could hardly contain their laughter at the spectacle. However, within the international conference, many delegates concurred with Eagle Sauce and the Cherry Blossom diplomats. After all, lacking their own technology, they were eager to acquire the rabbit and Appo's submarine technology to deter other nations from intruding into their waters. Yet, unlike Eagle Sauce and the diplomats, they were not bold enough to confront the rabbit directly. For smaller nations, a confrontation with the rabbit could only lead to one inevitable outcome: game over. Eagle Sauce, feeling cornered, resolved to present evidence, even at the cost of embarrassment. Enough of your foolishness. Everyone has seen the videos. No matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot change the fact that you captured a submarine belonging to the Cherry Blossom Nation. And what of it? The rabbit replied, maintaining an air of indifference. Are you attempting to threaten us? It seems your threats hold little weight. However, if you wish to compensate our citizens for their lost labor, I would be willing to assist you in making contact. Bang! Eagle Sauce, infuriated, slammed his fist onto the table. Rabbit, are you blind? The rabbit, unfazed, retorted. Eagle Sauce, are you deaf? I have made my position exceedingly clear. If you wish to pay for the lost labor, I would gladly accept. The entire assembly erupted in laughter, unable to contain themselves any longer. Some pretended to sip water, only to spray it out in mirth. The exchanges between Eagle Sauce and the rabbit were a source of great amusement. Eagle Sauce would argue one point while the rabbit countered with another, occasionally managing to land a blow. Yet, Eagle Sauce's efforts seemed to land as softly as on cotton. The great bear, unabashed, burst into hearty laughter, slapping the rabbit on the shoulder. Brother, you are truly remarkable. Who knew you could provoke such a reaction? Teach me your ways next time. Chapter 70. Lin Feng. Such a dreadful demand? At this very moment, Zhang Kaiji was in a state of utter disarray. His mental state had reached an unprecedented level of agitation. Of course, this excitement was not one of joy. Have you located him? Where is he now? Zhang Kaiji bellowed. Director Zhang, we have yet to find anyone. To this moment, we cannot even pinpoint his location, replied the staff of the Design Institute, their faces etched with despair. They never anticipated encountering such an elusive individual. He was clearly nearby, yet utterly unreachable. The situation was farcical. Zhang Kaiji, already on edge, was filled with mounting anxiety. It was essential to remember that when Lin Feng conducted his live-streaming sales event in the ocean, the viewer count had skyrocketed. Particularly when a submarine from Sakura country appeared on screen, the audience numbers soared to unprecedented heights, exceeding 10 million concurrent viewers. Lin Feng himself was taken aback by this figure. Achieving 1,000 viewers in his previous streams had seemed remarkable. Yet now he was witnessing over 10 million, a number he could scarcely fathom. Importantly, this referred to those watching live, not merely those who had viewed the stream previously. The live streaming platform servers were straining under the load, prompting them to install additional servers to ensure Lin Feng's broadcast continued smoothly. Moreover, a significant detail was that the audience was not limited to domestic viewers. Many international spectators were also tuning in, eager to witness the capabilities of Lin Feng's submarine and to uncover its many undisclosed features. However, at this juncture, Zhang Kaiji was unable to contact Lin Feng. There was simply no way to reach him. Were it not for Lin Feng still being live, Zhang Kaiji might have believed he had vanished entirely. Everyone, please remain calm. It appears the opposing submarine has ceased operations. We must find a way to establish communication. Lin Feng was no longer demonstrating other functionalities, but was attempting to connect with the crew within the Sakura submarine. The barrage of comments in the live stream was frenetic, with viewers passionately expressing their thoughts. Lin Feng's golden comments shone brightly amidst the chaos, and the gifts from influential figures drew even more viewers to the broadcast. Some streamers had even abandoned their own content to watch Lin Feng's stream instead. Internally, Lin Feng felt a tinge of panic. After all, he had inadvertently ensnared the opposing crew. They must have been quite shaken by the experience. Meanwhile, the crew from Sakura country was vehemently condemning the actions of the opposing nation. Commander, have we managed to contact them? I sense we cannot hold out much longer. While the crew has somewhat recovered, the submarine has been without power for too long, and we cannot remain submerged indefinitely. Thankfully, we can now communicate with the outside world. Without that, even the captain may not survive. We must strongly condemn their actions. Why did they attack us? Once we surface, I will announce this to the world. The opposing nation has gone too far. Why should they have launched an attack against us? Upon learning that the actions were instigated by the opposing country, the crew members were filled with indignation, having just endured inhumane suffering. Do not worry, we have initiated negotiations with them. A response should be forthcoming soon. Suddenly, the captain noticed their signal was unstable and anxiety crept back in. Yet, the criticisms of the opposing country continued unabated. Their actions are utterly despicable. Why should they attack us? We were merely traversing international waters. They have no right to assault us. I express my strong condemnation and demand reparations. As the captain grew increasingly agitated without receiving a response, he remained oblivious to the fact that Lin Feng had switched to their channel, broadcasting the captain's words live. Although the audience could not comprehend the captain's language, some kind-hearted viewers provided real-time translations. Upon grasping the meaning, the audience's outrage surged. They truly do not know their limits, exclaimed one viewer. If they were to attack us, would they still be alive? Another chimed in. This is intolerable. I strongly recommend we cast them aside. The viewers were incited to fury by the crew and Oppos' remarks. Observing the comments, Lin Feng quickly interjected, "Everyone, please calm down. They may not yet realize that we can hear everything they are saying." He then prepared to communicate with the opposing crew. Reflecting on the system that had enabled him to learn all languages, anticipating future business dealings without the need for an interpreter. Clearing his throat, he initiated, "Hello. May I offer assistance?" The captain, still immersed in disparaging remarks, was momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar voice. After a moment of pause, he inquired, "Who are you?" Feeling somewhat sheepish, Lin Feng scratched the back of his head and replied, "Well, I'm the one who inadvertently caught you while fishing." The captain froze in disbelief. "What do you mean, you accidentally caught us? What a ridiculous joke. This is a submarine, not some ordinary fish." In the captain and Oppos' eyes, Lin Feng and Oppos' statement was nothing short of mockery. "What do you mean by that? Are you here to ridicule us?" Lin Feng hastily clarified, No. I truly did accidentally capture you. Please believe me." The captain, stung by his wounded pride, scoffed derisively, "Is that so? I find it hard to believe you caught us by accident. If you have the ability, why not release us again?" Lin Feng was left perplexed. The opposing crew was remarkably arrogant. He raised his gaze to the camera. "Everyone heard that. He asked me to do it." The excitement in the live stream surged once more. "Quickly, let us teach them a lesson." With that, Lin Feng seized the remote control and cast out another fishing net. In an instant, the Sakura submarine was flung into the air. Chapter 71. I demand international sanctions against the rabbits. This unexpected divine intervention left the crew of the Cherry Blossom Nation utterly bewildered. At that moment, they felt as if they were trapped in a tumble dryer, albeit without water. The seabed bore witness to several deep craters created by their vessel and Oppos' impact. After a considerable time, the Cherry Blossom submarine finally stabilized. However, the crew inside had already succumbed to severe nausea, their vision clouded by the illusion of a starry sky beneath the ocean. Some unfortunate souls had even suffered head injuries, rendering them unconscious. The captain clung desperately to his chair, narrowly avoiding a collision within the submarine and Oppos' confines. Nonetheless, he was far from unscathed. His body felt as though it had been disassembled and reassembled. After a prolonged struggle, he confirmed that the submarine had ceased its tumultuous movements and painfully crawled to his station, retrieving his intercom. "We protest. We strongly protest. This is an attack, an assault on our person and our dignity. I call for international sanctions against the rabbits. Their actions are utterly outrageous." Tears streamed down his face as he spoke. He had never imagined he would find himself treated like mere laundry in a tumble dryer. He could distinctly sense the fear emanating from the rabbits. After all, they were deep beneath the ocean, confined within a genuine submarine, not a toy to be trifled with. How could they endure such humiliation? Meanwhile, Lin Feng's live stream exploded with activity. The chat was inundated with question marks and exclamations. I must say, splendid work. Count me in. That was truly magnificent. My heavens, I never thought I would witness something more surreal than a sci-fi blockbuster. Did anyone capture that moment? I need it as my phone wallpaper. I will never forget this scene. The audience was electrified, having envisioned many scenarios for the live stream. Yet never could they have anticipated seeing the Cherry Blossom Nation and Appo's submarine treated as a toy, especially one sold to them by Eagle Sauce. This time, Lin Feng not only slapped the Cherry Blossom Nation in the face, but also the Eagle Sauce. It was exhilarating, purely exhilarating. Lin Feng glanced at the barrage of comments with a smile, awkwardly scratching the back of his head. Then, he addressed the camera earnestly. Everyone, take note. You should have heard clearly. This was their request. I merely complied with their demands. Exactly, I can attest to that. These were indeed their demands. I have never encountered such an audacious request. In my 20-plus years, I have never witnessed such a reckless demand. This is hilarious. Who even enjoys a tumble dryer? At that moment, the Cherry Blossom Nationals in the live stream seethed with rage, their heads nearly exploding from indignation. The rabbits had gone too far, treating their submarine as a plaything. However, they dared not voice these thoughts, only allowing their inner turmoil to fester. Yet their anger was futile, as Lin Feng paid them no heed. Listening to the captain's voice, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Simultaneously, in the international conference hall, the sight of the submarine being toyed with on the live stream turned Eagle Sauce's face a sickly green. As Lin Feng had anticipated, this slap in the face was directed not only at the Cherry Blossom Nation, but also at Eagle Sauce. This submarine was a retired vessel, not something a small nation could easily acquire. The rabbit diplomats were equally taken aback. This child was remarkably earnest. If instructed to flip, he flipped. If told to bombard, would he also comply? The thought made the rabbits break into a sweat for the Cherry Blossom captain. Fortunately, the captain had not demanded an explosion, for Lin Feng truly possessed that capability. If it came to that, even with two mouths, he might struggle to contend with these formidable foes. A glance at Eagle Sauce and Appo's expression confirmed their discomfort. It was worse than if they had consumed a pound of excrement. Bang! Eagle Sauce slammed his hands on the table, the surface creaking under the strain of his fury. You must provide us with an explanation today, you wretched rabbit. There are countless witnesses. What do you mean by treating their submarine as a toy? The representatives from the Cherry Blossom Nation were equally enraged, gasping for breath in their indignation. Even forgetting their own status, they stood, hands on hips, pointing angrily at the rabbit diplomats. Rabbit, you must provide the Cherry Blossom Nation with an explanation. Otherwise, we will not let this matter rest. You have so many crew members in that submarine. How can you toy with them like this? You intend to murder us and our crew. You have violated international regulations. The diplomats from the Cherry Blossom Nation were at a loss for words, their faces turning a shade of blue from rage as they struggled to catch their breath. The rabbits inhaled deeply, their minds racing. Everyone had witnessed the previous scene. It was indeed challenging to explain. After a prolonged silence, the rabbit finally spoke. If I am not mistaken, you should understand what the Cherry Blossom captain meant when he spoke. He himself requested our toy submarine to flip over. It is well known that our Dragon Nation is a country that cherishes peace and is eager to assist. Since he has requested our help to flip over, we are more than willing to oblige. At this point, the rabbit nearly smiled but quickly suppressed it. Moreover, it is not that we treat your submarine as a toy. Rather, it is that our submarine was always a toy. Upon hearing this, the representatives from Eagle Sauce and the Cherry Blossom Nation were incensed, their anger nearing the boiling point. This rabbit truly had a knack for absurdity. The representatives from the Oil Nation stood by, utterly dumbfounded. Rabbit. The Oil Nation diplomats hastily approached. What is happening? They raised their eyebrows at the rabbit diplomats, gesturing towards their wallets. Rabbit, we have collaborated for so long. You understand me. I am quite skilled in technology. Chapter 72. The issue lies in whether that contraption can indeed be sold. Upon hearing this, the rabbit understood precisely what the diplomats from the oil-rich nation were contemplating. However, the crux of the matter remained. Can it truly be sold? Even if it could, it is unlikely that it would be available for sale anytime soon. At the very least, it should follow the example of the Eagle Nation, which only sells its more advanced submarines after developing them. After all, such a device possesses genuine strategic significance. The rabbit furrowed his brow. A look of distress etched upon his face. Don't look at me like that, he said. That was the first time I saw that thing. I have no idea what it is. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the oil-rich diplomats darkened considerably. After a lengthy silence, one of them leaned closer to the rabbit and Oppos, S representative. I understand. I observed very clearly. The submarine in the live broadcast is not particularly lavishly outfitted. Are you perhaps lacking in research and development funding? At this revelation, the rabbit regarded the oiled diplomat with newfound respect, without uttering a single word. This individual had pieced together the entirety of the situation. It's all right, you understand me. I comprehend the technology. Just provide a quote for the necessary research funding. The diplomat continued, prompting the rabbit to widen his eyes. It must be said, this wealthy individual truly had the means. However, this was not merely a matter of understanding technology. The rabbit diplomat himself was at a loss. I genuinely do not understand this matter. I am not jesting. Once the news breaks, come back and ask me. Seeing the rabbit's earnest expression, the oiled diplomat finally believed that the rabbit had no knowledge of the recent events, and a hint of envy flickered in his eyes. Although he longed to acquire such a device, his nation lacked a sea. The excitement had been a fleeting whim, driven by the thrill of the prospect of parading such a vessel. Was it not more impressive than merely circling the skies? Meanwhile, representatives from the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Nation were deliberating on how to ensnare the rabbit. After all, the combat capability displayed by the rabbit had far surpassed their expectations. The ability to effortlessly control the opposing submarine was not something just any submarine could achieve. Even their most advanced submarine could not accomplish such a feat consequently. Once they fell within the range of the rabbit's attack, it would be akin to delivering them on a silver platter. The thought sent a cold sweat down the Eagle diplomat and Oppos' spine. Fortunately, he had merely dispatched the Cherry Blossom representatives to act as scapegoats. Had he sent his own people, the misfortune would surely have befallen them. At least, in the realm of international discourse, the ones being vilified were the representatives of the Cherry Blossom Nation, not their own. Yet, witnessing the rabbit's commanding demeanor ignited a smoldering frustration within him, for he was utterly at a loss for how to proceed. While the international conference was embroiled in heated debate, Lin Feng's live stream had become a veritable celebration. I wish they would say once more, "Come at me if you dare." Alas, they may not even have the strength to speak now. Ahahaha. This is delightful, truly exhilarating. I never imagined I would witness such thrilling scenes on a live broadcast. As the barrage of comments flooded in, Lin Feng's received gifts surged exponentially. In just a brief moment, over 100 carnival gifts had been showered upon him, alongside a multitude of other assorted tokens. Lin Feng glanced around. His live stream had ascended to the pinnacle of the entire platform, outpacing the second-place contender by a considerable margin. Is it too late for me to transition into a streaming career? Lin Feng mused, astonished by the attention. Meanwhile, aboard the Cherry Blossom submarine, chaos reigned. My leg, my arms. I can no longer use them. Who just kicked me in the stomach? You were merely kicked in the stomach? I just had my face kicked, and my teeth flew out. A cacophony of anguished cries filled the submarine, with nearly everyone nursing injuries. The fortunate ones suffered only minor scrapes, easily bandaged with a strip of cloth. However, the less fortunate were kicked about by their own comrades, with some even suffering more grievous blows. A particularly unfortunate soul found himself in excruciating pain, as if seeing stars, a sensation too intense to articulate. Moreover, due to the spinning motion, some individuals were violently ill. An unbearable stench permeated the vessel. Isn't anyone going to do something? I can't take it anymore. Someone eliminate that rabbit. I will never forgive that rabbit for this. What began as cries for mercy swiftly devolved into curses. In their eyes, all blame rested squarely on the rabbit. If it weren't for the rabbit's aggression, they would not be in such misery. They completely overlooked the fact that this conflict had been instigated by their own actions. Furthermore, it was their captain's provocations that had led to this debacle. Had he not dared to taunt Lin Feng, their submarine would not have been flipped upside down repeatedly, as if it were being tossed in a frying pan. The interior of the submarine was in complete disarray, rendered utterly unmanageable. At that moment, the commander of the Cherry Blossom Nation appeared as dark as coal, his features indistinguishable. Listening to the sounds emanating from his headset, he was nearly driven to crush the microphone in his grip. That damned rabbit is insufferable. Unforgivable, utterly unforgivable. Relay my orders. Dispatch the warships. Upon hearing this command, his subordinates exchanged apprehensive glances. Dispatching warships directly implied engaging the rabbit in combat. If that were the case, they might not stand a chance, especially with an elusive foe lurking beneath the waves. What if this foe suddenly targeted their warships? Would they not all become prisoners? And what if the rabbit then demanded compensation for wasted resources? What are you still doing standing there? The commander roared, spraying spittle as he turned to his subordinates. Commander, shouldn't we? One subordinate began, only to be interrupted. We must locate the one who attacked us. If we can capture that individual, the rabbit's arguments will be rendered moot. Don't you see? If we can seize that submarine, the future of the ocean floor will belong to us. Chapter 73. The insult is too much. The crew of the Cherry Blossom Nation suddenly brightened with excitement. The ruler of the sea depths, what an enviable title. Immediately, the crew stood at attention and saluted before swiftly rushing out to relay their commander's orders. However, they had grossly overestimated their own capabilities. At that moment, the entire world was searching for Lin Feng, yet no one knew his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Commander Rabbit detected that the ships from the Cherry Blossom Nation were heading in a rather suspicious direction. He promptly summoned his subordinates to investigate their intentions. Soon, the report came in. Sir, based on their course, they appear to be searching for Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Commander Rabbit's expression darkened. How dare they? The Cherry Blossom Nation act against our Dragon Nation in my presence? Report this matter up the chain and request several warships to be dispatched. I wish to see what tricks they are attempting to play. The personnel beside him saluted immediately and sent the message upward. Before long, a response came back. At all costs, we must protect Lin Feng. They were also watching the live broadcast. The capabilities demonstrated by Lin Feng's submarine had far exceeded their expectations. For them, the submarine was not the only asset worthy of protection. Lin Feng himself was invaluable. His ability to develop such high-tech submarines suggested he could create even more wonders in the future. Moreover, it was not just his worth that mattered, it was also because he was one of Dragon Nation's own. With the orders received, Commander Rabbit felt a surge of confidence. In no time, over a dozen warships from the Rabbit fleet appeared on the tranquil sea, leaving behind trails of white foam like ribbons. Their imposing presence created an air of oppressive tension. The sight of these warships left the Cherry Blossom Nation's crew pale with fear. What were the Rabbits planning? Were they preparing to declare war? The commander of the Cherry Blossom Nation gripped the control panel tightly, his teeth clenched in frustration. They had just mobilized their ships to recover Lin Feng's submarine, and now, before they could even act, the Rabbits had already made their move. Before long, the Rabbit fleet reached the junction of the high seas and Dragon Nation's waters, silently positioning themselves with their cannons aimed at the Cherry Blossom Nation. Although no words were exchanged, the Rabbit crew stood with grave expressions, exuding an air of dominance that frightened the Cherry Blossom sailors, who looked as though they had lost their closest kin. What do you want? Are you preparing to wage war against us? The commander of the Cherry Blossom Nation could no longer contain himself and shouted into the microphone. This is an outrageous insult. The Rabbits are truly overstepping their bounds. They merely sought to conduct a military exercise. Why were they being treated this way? In response, Commander Rabbit merely laughed. Why should I concern myself with your complaints? I can roam freely in my own territory. Besides, this is open sea. Anyone can navigate here. What are you shouting about? Hearing this, the Cherry Blossom commander's face turned a shade of fury. Then why are your cannons aimed at us? Are you preparing for battle? As he looked up, he was met with the sight of numerous dark gun barrels pointed directly at him. He sensed that if Commander Rabbit gave the order, they would be obliterated without a trace. Mind your own business. My cannons can point wherever I wish. A cold smirk danced on Commander Rabbit's lips. His eyes filled with a fierce intent. These individuals were exceedingly arrogant. If they were not shown a firm lesson, they might truly believe they could bully them. Though unspoken, both sides understood each other's thoughts. The submarine of the Cherry Blossom Nation was in Lin Feng's grasp, toyed with as if it were nothing. Any nation would find such a situation intolerable. The sudden mobilization of so many ships by the Cherry Blossom Nation clearly indicated their intent to retrieve Lin Feng. Naturally, the Rabbits could not passively watch Lin Feng be salvaged. Despite not knowing Lin Feng's exact location, they were determined to protect him at all costs. The stance of the Rabbits was clear. They were prepared to confront any aggression. The audacity of the Cherry Blossom Nation to flaunt their power before the Rabbits was indeed a grave miscalculation. Once the crew of the Rabbits learned the truth, they were filled with indignation. If not for higher orders restraining them, they would have long since clashed with their adversaries. If they want to compete in numbers, let them come. If they wish to match weaponry, we shall see who returns home in tears. They were resolute in their right to act freely in their own territory. The Cherry Blossom Nation, however, could only grit their teeth in frustration, unable to voice their grievances. The standoff continued, each side unwilling to make the first move. A gentle sea breeze stirred the surface, creating ripples, leading to an eerie silence. Meanwhile, at the international conference, the representatives of the Cherry Blossom Nation were fuming with anger. We protest. This is utterly unacceptable. How could they treat us this way? And why have the rabbits deployed their warships? The rabbit diplomats looked at their cherry blossom counterparts with amusement. The politeness of earlier exchanges had vanished. Are you truly so foolish? Can't you see I am merely traversing my own territory? If you wish to navigate here, must I inform you first? Should I slap you if you come unannounced? Upon hearing this, the cherry blossom diplomats turned various shades of pale and furious. Just then, they received news from their subordinates, and a smile crept onto their faces. We have just picked up a signal from our submarine. Let the world witness the cruelty of the rabbits, as they have committed such acts against us beneath the waves. With that, they projected the interior footage of their submarine onto the large screen. The moment the images appeared, a profound silence enveloped the international conference. Chapter 74. A frightening experience. Oh my heavens, how terrifying. Is this truly a submarine and not some infernal contraption? Inside the vessel from the land of cherry blossoms, there were remnants of vomit everywhere. Some individuals could hardly distinguish between excrement and urine. Numerous people were hanging upside down from various instruments, creating an atmosphere of utter chaos. Merely witnessing the scene prompted several diplomats from other nations to cover their noses in disgust. How outrageous. The people of the land of cherry blossoms are so uninhibited. I must report this incident in its entirety. The existence of such a nation on Blue Star is nothing short of a disgrace. Observing this spectacle, the diplomats from the land of cherry blossoms clenched their fists in fury, their nails digging into their palms. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was oblivious to the fact that the signal from that side had been restored. After reprimanding the personnel from the land of cherry blossoms, he flashed a mischievous grin at the camera. My friends, what else would you like to see? Speak up. Today's live stream had brought him immense joy, as he never anticipated such audacious requests from viewers. I suddenly feel like racing. Yes, shall we have a time contest? I think that sounds great. Let us see just how fast we can go. Do they wish to race? Lin Feng chuckled at the comments. Truly, men are driven by the pursuit of speed. With a grin, he quickly switched to another remote control for navigating the submarine. All right, since this is what you all desire, I shall oblige. After finishing his statement, he maneuvered the camera to the front of the submarine. This time, he would allow everyone to truly experience the allure of speed. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng activated the submarine and Oppo's powerful searchlight. The instant the light illuminated, viewers in the live stream momentarily believed dawn had arrived. Wow, this device is incredibly effective. Imagine installing one in a square. There would be no more night. Does the host sell this light separately? I want one for my rooftop. This generation of internet users always possesses peculiar requests, and Lin Feng had long since grown accustomed to it. Dear fan, my home sells toys, not lighting fixtures. Please exit to the right. Thank you. The audience erupted in laughter at his response. All right, gentlemen, prepare yourselves. We are about to initiate secondary acceleration. Upon hearing this, the viewers excitedly fixated on their screens. They had already experienced the thrill once, and with the surrounding lights so bright, they could clearly see the scenery outside, enhancing their perception of the submarine's velocity. 10 seconds countdown. Lin Feng's expression turned serious. The viewers, engrossed in the live stream, felt compelled to join him in the countdown. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1, launch. At Lin Feng and Oppo's command, he slammed down on the control button. In the next moment, the submarine and Oppo's rear suddenly expanded, revealing two propellers. Almost immediately, the propellers began to whirl furiously. The submarine, which had been hovering over the ocean, shot forth like a rocket. With its rapid movement, the surrounding scenery whizzed by in a blur. Wow, this acceleration is astonishing. Oh my goodness. If I didn't know the host, I'd think this was a visual trick. Impressive, impressive, impressive. I'm at a loss for words. I wonder if any unfortunate fish were struck. A flurry of discussions ensued among the viewers. Meanwhile, Lin Feng skillfully maneuvered the submarine, swerving left and right to avoid underwater obstacles, entirely forgetting to retract the fishing net he had cast while capturing the submarine from the land of cherry blossoms. Within the submarine of the land of cherry blossoms, their captain believed they had finally come to a halt, only to be jolted violently by an unexpected surge of power, sending him crashing into an adjacent room. Thud. At that moment, the submarine from the land of cherry blossoms, now devoid of propulsion, was dragged behind Lin Feng's vessel like a tail. As the ocean's turbulent currents rocked it side to side, the crew members, already nauseated, faced further torment. Help! Help! What is happening? Are we under attack by an alien beast? The overwhelming speed instilled a profound sense of pressure among the crew of the submarine from the land of cherry blossoms. Some even lost control of their bladders once more. They felt as though they were kites, being tugged mercilessly through the sky. This sensation was more unbearable than death itself. Yamit, Yamit. The crew cried out in agony, their voices echoing in desperate pleas. Their cries of despair filled the air, marking a day that would become a nightmare for the crew of the submarine from the land of cherry blossoms, a day they would never forget. Yet, Lin Feng remained oblivious to their plight. To provide his fans with a more visceral experience, he had even programmed a particularly challenging route for the submarine. To showcase its agility, he even attempted to drift along the ocean floor. With a sudden drift, the pursuing submarine from the land of cherry blossoms crashed violently against a nearby underwater mountain. Boom. The impact sent shockwaves of terror through the crew members. At that moment, in the international conference room, the attendees were left speechless, initially astonished by the formidable submarine developed by the Land of Rabbits. They were soon saddened by the crew's harrowing experiences. Even representatives from the Eagle Nation could not contain their laughter, finding the crew's misfortune utterly pitiful. The diplomats from the land of cherry blossoms fixated intently on the large screen, their eyes bloodshot with rage. Gripping the microphone tightly, one diplomat exclaimed, "I protest. I vehemently protest. The Land of Rabbits is abusing our crew members, completely violating international agreements. I demand global sanctions against the Land of Rabbits." A sardonic smile crept across the lips of the representative from the Land of Rabbits, who remained unfazed. What face do you have to utter such words? Our personnel are merely engaged in a live stream, while you intruded upon a restricted area. This is merely a case of your own misfortune. At this point, the representative from the Land of Rabbits nearly burst into laughter but managed to suppress it. Look around the globe. Who else possesses submarines capable of providing you with such an exhilarating underwater experience? I have not charged you a fee, instead of gratitude. You seek to impose sanctions upon us. Are you out of your mind? Chapter 75. Born in Huaxia, my pride at the international conference. Tensions erupted between the Eagle Nation and the Cherry Blossom Country. Simultaneously, Lin Feng and Oppo's live streaming session exploded with excitement. Goodness, why didn't Oppo's I notice this speed before? Thank you. I already feel a bit seasick. Is this speed real? Am I still asleep? Mom, I want to go back to sleep for a bit. And wake up to see submarines racing. Messages of astonishment flooded the screen. Lin Feng, however, was too engrossed in the exhilarating experience of racing to pay attention to the comments. The thrill of the chase was unparalleled, igniting a desire to create more submarines and race alongside others. Not only was the live stream buzzing, but many viewers hastily clipped the video and shared it across forums. Those who missed Lin Feng and Oppo's stream were quick to comment upon viewing the video. Is this a joke? How can submarines go this fast? Does this blogger think before posting? With such resistance, how could it possibly race? Look at that light beside him. It seems to cover up evidence of photo editing. Some self-proclaimed critics, convinced they had unraveled the blogger's tricks, eagerly pointed fingers at the video. Yet, those who shared the video immediately linked to Lin Feng's live stream, asserting, "Here is the truth." With the live broadcast ongoing, they challenged the skeptics to speak their minds. Many curious individuals clicked into Lin Feng and Oppo's stream. Upon witnessing him racing underwater, they hastily returned to the previous site to delete their comments. My apologies, I was too hasty. I and Oppo's am sorry, my keyboard is misbehaving. I will throw it away. Oh my. Am I still dreaming? I feel as if I haven't woken up yet. When did we become this powerful, strong enough to race underwater? The forums erupted with fervent discussion spurred by Lin Feng's video, igniting excitement both domestically and internationally. Many foreign military enthusiasts, upon seeing Lin Feng racing with submarines, were left incredulous. Please tell me this is fake, right? It must be fake. I refuse to believe it. How could underwater speed reach such heights? In the forums, discussions became heated as Chinese netizens clashed with foreigners. Some foreigners, unable to access Lin Feng and Oppo's stream, resorted to disparaging remarks. Yet, when it came to vocal prowess on the international stage, the Chinese netizen stood unrivaled. As critics emerged, Lin Feng and Oppo's fans rallied to defend him, overwhelming a small foreign side in the process. Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued to race beneath the waves, his speed akin to a fish gliding freely in the ocean. Suddenly, a forum post broke news of a significant event. It featured a single photograph taken at the boundary of international waters in Huaxia and Apos, territorial sea. The image depicted a Chinese warship alongside several vessels from the cherry blossom country, both fleets eerily still, as if frozen in time. Had it been merely a simple photograph, it might not have garnered attention. However, the astute poster had indicated the positions of the cannons on the warships. Observers noted that the cannons were aimed directly at the vessels from the cherry blossom country. Surely, there must be a connection to the live stream currently taking place. The poster speculated. This statement swiftly captured widespread interest. Many onlookers at sea steered their boats closer to the international waters, their hearts racing at the sight of the standoff. "I'm on the scene," another post declared, accompanied by images that fueled the fervor of those unable to witness the event firsthand. The photographs revealed the cherry blossom fleet, brimming with aggression, positioning all their ships at the edge of international waters, weapons trained on the Chinese territory. In contrast, the Chinese fleet stood resolute, with only a fraction of the enemy and Apos' numbers, yet their mere presence was enough to deter the cherry blossom forces from acting recklessly. Is this the might of Huaxiao? How impressive! My goodness, I can feel goosebumps. I wish I could confront those cherry blossom sailors. Many posts emerged as viewers engaged in fervent discussions while watching the live stream. This is the power of Huaxia. It provides such a sense of security. Born in Huaxia, my pride surged with each impassioned comment supporting the Chinese side. Meanwhile, the cherry blossom officials appeared grim, their expressions darkened with frustration. Those wretched Chinese. The commander of the cherry blossom forces seethed, but he dared not act hastily. The presence of an elusive submarine, armed with the capability to obliterate their fleet, loomed over him. At this moment, the Eagle Nation discreetly issued orders. Why fear them? The Chinese are hesitant to act. Send teams to locate that submarine. The cherry blossom commander hesitated, torn between the desire to comply and the fear of the Chinese presence before him. What if the submarine possessed additional capabilities? A confrontation could spell disaster. You refuse to heed my words? The Eagle Nation and Apos' voice cut through the tension. Caught between the wrath of a volatile adversary and the commands of his superior, the cherry blossom commander felt despair wash over him, aware that defying either side could lead to catastrophe. Chapter 76. Do not show off at this very moment. The international forum discussing Lin Feng has become overwhelmingly crowded, with the servers barely able to cope, leading to their collapse. Only a few major social media platforms are still managing to function. People from all corners of the globe have joined the conversation. And Lin Feng himself remains oblivious to the fact that he has ascended to legendary status within the realm of live-streamed commerce. Merely selling items has garnered him worldwide attention, an achievement that other streamers can only dream of. Many foreign viewers have circumvented barriers to witness Lin Feng's live stream. What on earth? When did the rabbit develop such formidable submarines? What are they planning? Oh my God, is this submarine even real? Jesus Maria, this speed surpasses my sports car. A flurry of foreign comments flashes across the screen, leaving Lin Feng and Apos' longtime fans bewildered. Fortunately, several kind-hearted netizens have taken the initiative to translate these remarks. Upon reading them, Lin Feng and Apos' supporters burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Lin Feng is joyfully racing beneath the sea. When he turns to glance at the comments, he is momentarily taken aback. Oh no! Foreigners are tuning in to the live stream. Thankfully, he has a system that comprehends various languages. Otherwise, he would be lost in translation. Observing the comments, Lin Feng greets everyone in several languages. Welcome to my live stream. The foreign viewers, hearing their native tongues, are filled with excitement. However, Lin Feng soon realizes that he had forgotten to release the Japanese submarine trailing behind him, causing him to feel uneasy. The fans in the live stream erupt into laughter upon hearing his admission. Are you certain you truly forgot? I have a feeling you did it on purpose. Before Lin Feng can respond, a wave of supportive fans inundates the comments section, insisting, stop spreading rumors. The streamer clearly just forgot. Exactly. With so many of us talking to him, it and Apos' normal to overlook minor details. Who told them to get themselves tangled up? Lin Feng is left amused and exasperated by his fans, who have anticipated his thoughts before he can articulate them. All right, everyone, all functionalities of the submarine have been demonstrated. Is there anyone interested in viewing other exhibits? He dismisses the Japanese submarine from his mind, indifferent to the fate of those inside. After all, they had collided with him of their own volition. The audience seamlessly shifts the topic away from the Japanese submarine. We've seen everything. Hurry and put it on the market. A golden comment emerges, prompting a cascade of requests for Lin Feng to expedite the sale. Please, streamer. I have been watching your live stream for ages and have never managed to snag anything. Tell me about it. I have missed out each time too. Enough with the demonstrations. Just provide the link. My money is eagerly awaiting. Lin Feng chuckles at the barrage of comments. The fans in the live stream brace themselves, knowing they cannot afford to miss this opportunity lest they regret it for life. The atmosphere becomes electric as comments dwindle by 99. Everyone fixates on Lin Feng's link, ready to make immediate purchases at his signal. Meanwhile, Zhang Kaiji, who has been closely monitoring Lin Feng's live stream, feels a surge of anxiety. Is this even permissible to sell online? A unified voice resonates within the Jiangxing Armaments Design Institute. Absolutely. They are all watching Lin Feng's live stream while keeping a vigilant eye on the impending link. The moment it appears, they are prepared to pounce on it, having even programmed numerous bots to ensure swift acquisition. Zhang Kaiji glares at the screen, feeling a mix of fury and pride. The prospect of such technology being unveiled to the world is astounding, showcasing the might of Huaxia. Yet, Lin Feng behaves like a mischievous child, intent on selling these innovations online. The consequences of such technology falling into foreign hands are dire. At this moment, the world waits with bated breath for Lin Feng to post the link. Numerous corporate giants have instructed their thousands, even tens of thousands, of employees to abandon their tasks in pursuit of software to access Lin Feng and Oppo's live stream. A staggering reward awaits anyone who can secure a submarine from his broadcast. Across the globe, eyes remain glued to Lin Feng and Oppo's stream, but the tension within the Rabbit and Oppo's camp surpasses that of any other nation. Zhang Kaiji contemplates whether to shut down Lin Feng's live stream, as they did previously. After all, the servers are based in China, granting them the authority to do so. However, this live stream differs from the last. The previous tank sale attracted mostly domestic viewers. Shutting it down would be manageable with an explanation. Yet this time, the stakes are higher. The world is watching. If they were to intervene officially again, it would incite international uproar, leading to complex repercussions. At this juncture, Zhang Kaiji's secretary rushes in. Director Zhang, we have contacted the head of the streaming platform. Zhang Kaiji swiftly inquires, what did they say? The head of the streaming site has reached an agreement with us. The moment Lin Feng posts the link, their back end will immediately redirect all orders to us. No matter how fast others are, it will only show as sold out. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaiji exhales deeply, relieved. This arrangement adds a layer of security, minimizing potential vulnerabilities. His gaze hardens. Very well, let them know that this matter must proceed without any errors. Understood. Chapter 77. Discount. Or is it a self-imposed injury? After issuing the command, Zhang Kailan turned to gaze at the large screen beside him. At that moment, Lin Feng was fervently presenting the product. Although many had already witnessed the demonstration, a significant number of new viewers had joined the audience. Most of these individuals were drawn by reputation, having only seen the product's promotional video. What they yearned to witness most was Lin Feng racing underwater. However, having demonstrated it numerous times, Lin Feng decided against further displays. Host, hurry up. No more introductions. Everyone already knows. Exactly, I'm already on the edge of my seat. Don't waste any more time here. The host is truly outrageous. I have a bad feeling. I fear I won't be able to secure one. I share the same sentiment. I've already installed the necessary software on my phone. Hey, can I borrow your software? A barrage of comments flooded in from the side. Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. Initially thinking he was merely selling a product, he hadn't anticipated such a significant stir. Meanwhile, it was just the viewers in the live stream who were paying attention. Executives from various companies nationwide and leaders from different countries were also fixated on Lin Feng. Their objective was clear, to purchase everything that was being offered on the mobile platform. Some were even willing to pay exorbitant prices to upgrade to the latest fiber optics to secure Lin Feng and Oppo's link. In some cases, those with connections would go so far as to reroute specialized fiber optics from banks, albeit at a steep cost. However, this was inconsequential to them. What mattered was acquiring Lin Feng and Oppo's offerings, ensuring that their efforts would not go in vain. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, despite having been thoroughly toyed with by Lin Feng, they also recognized the strength of his offerings. Securing a submarine like Lin Feng and Oppo's would mean liberation from the constant indignities imposed by Eagle Sauce. Is everything ready? Rest assured. Everything is all set. I've summoned all the warriors. Your mission is to secure Lin Feng and Oppo's offering. In Sakura Country and Appos' secret base. All the warriors were intently focused on their screens, tasked with seizing the link during the live stream. They were oblivious to the happenings outside, but they understood that obeying orders was their sacred duty. Not only in Sakura Country, but individuals from other nations shared the same fervor. Smaller nations even severed their national internet connections solely to gain access to Lin Feng's live stream. Listen up. Whoever secures a submarine will be free from here, and I shall reward them handsomely. Upon hearing their commander's words, everyone's eyes widened. In these smaller nations, not everyone wished to serve in the military. Many were compelled by circumstance. Thus, the prospect of returning home with a substantial reward was indeed the pinnacle of perfection. At this juncture, it felt as though time was being deliberately prolonged within the live stream. Lin Feng was eager to gauge how many were interested in purchasing his offerings. Having previously showcased the submarine's capabilities, he had neglected to notice the viewer count. Upon checking again, he was astounded to discover that his live stream had consumed 99 of the platform and Appos' servers. Dear friends, we are about to go live. If you want it, type 1. Lin Feng playfully exclaimed. Immediately regretting his words, he was met with a flurry of comments. I beg you, can we skip to the launch already? My bladder is about to burst. I was hoping to use the restroom. It's because of my poor signal that I've been holding it in. Please, launch it already. I might just lose my mind. Lin Feng couldn't help but laugh at the chaotic comments. He understood their excitement. Having felt the same when he watched live streams in the past, captivated by enthusiastic hosts. All right, the thrilling moment has arrived. Lin Feng positioned the camera directly on himself. As everyone's eyes were glued to him, I shall now announce the selling price for this submarine. At these words, every viewer widened their eyes. With some consortiums and nations having prepared substantial sums, fearing it might not suffice given the high cost of maintaining a submarine. The selling price is. Lin Feng deliberately paused for effect, and everyone leaned in closer. 5,999 yuan. As soon as this declaration was made, the live stream fell into a stunned silence. What? Did I mishear the unit? Is my ear ringing? Is this really a submarine at such a low price? Executives from major corporations were equally bewildered. Surely, he must have misstated the unit. Surely there should have been 1 million or 10 million following that figure. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was grinning from ear to ear, having anticipated the shock his price would evoke. Indeed, this time, I am offering a gesture of goodwill to both new and loyal customers. Thus, the price is merely 5,999 yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kailan sprang to his feet. You're offering a discount to your customers. Or have you truly broken your own bones? Chapter 78. At all costs, discover Lin Feng's news. Quickly tell me, this cannot be true. Is there anyone who can confirm whether this is real? Is my phone malfunctioning? This is disastrous. Brothers, I was watching a live stream, and it ruined my phone's speaker. It wouldn't even report the units. A group of fans was left utterly stunned. Although they had participated in Lin Feng and Appos' live streams before, they never anticipated the outrageous pricing. Initially, they thought the earlier instances were mere hype to attract attention. But this time, the allure had escalated dramatically, threefold, and each instance surpassed the last. Brothers, you heard it right. The submarine is priced at only 5,999 yuan. Lin Feng observed the barrage of comments, and through the screen, he could sense the shock of the viewers. After all, when he conceived this price, he was aware of the potential repercussions. However, there was no alternative. The submarine had to be priced attractively to ensure swift sales. Meanwhile, several high-ranking officials who had been monitoring the situation were left utterly bewildered. Quick, someone translate. Did this guy misspeak? Or has our AI translation malfunctioned? In the secret base of the Eagle Nation, chaos erupted as the room resembled a tumultuous stew. Hurry, we need a translation. The officer in charge of the matter was now as frantic as a fly in a hot pan. If it turned out he misheard the price and consequently failed to secure Lin Feng's offering, he would bear the blame. It was imperative to ascertain how much Lin Feng was actually selling for. Soon, someone rushed in, clutching a recording of the live stream. Sir, you didn't miss here. He indeed said 5,999 yuan, without any units attached. Upon hearing this, the officer collapsed into his chair, his mind a whirlpool of thoughts. It was simply terrifying. Has the rabbit now become this formidable? Or have they developed even more advanced technologies? Otherwise, how could such cutting-edge equipment be sold at such a low price? If it were them, even adding 1 billion yuan would be conceivable, considering the submarine's capabilities were extraordinarily advanced, transcending the current era. Simultaneously, not only Eagle Nation officials were bewildered, Leaders around the globe shared the same bewilderment, with many believing their translation software had broken down. Although they understood that the rabbit could be somewhat accommodating, they never envisioned it would engage in global philanthropy. Everyone, rush and seize it, do not hesitate. Manufacturing plants worldwide were in a frenzy, closing their doors in a mad scramble. Numerous leaders of smaller nations were so exhilarated they could barely articulate their thoughts. Many small countries lacked their own military arsenal, often needing to purchase weaponry at exorbitant prices from larger nations, and even then, success was not guaranteed. They had to appease their counterparts, even if it meant enduring disdain. Thus, with such affordable and powerful weaponry available, they had no reason not to compete for it. Some even mobilized their entire populations. Lin Feng and Humph, announcement reverberated globally, eliciting cheers, while leaders of several large nations wore frowns. After all, it was preferable to keep such formidable weaponry in their own hands. Zhang Kailan, upon hearing Lin Feng and Humph, price, felt utterly disheartened. Rewarding new and old customers? Do you truly think you were running a supermarket? This fellow was becoming increasingly outrageous. Yet, despite his words, Zhang Kailan understood that Lin Feng's willingness to sell at such a low price indicated his mastery of the technology, making it effortless for him to produce. If the rabbit could scale production of such advancements, who could rival them in the underwater realm? Even the aircraft carriers of Eagle Nation would pose no threat. With this thought, Zhang Kailan felt a surge of excitement. As long as Lin Feng refrained from selling these submarines to other countries, once he found Lin Feng, he would urgently warn him to refrain from broadcasting this venture. The submarines would become exclusive to the rabbit, while others could only gaze longingly. Even if they wanted to make a purchase, that would be a long time coming. By then, the rabbit would dominate the globe, rendering such concerns trivial. Consequently, Zhang Kailan began to grasp Lin Feng and Humph significance for the entirety of Huaxia. As long as Lin Feng remained, the continuous creation of advanced weaponry was assured. Thus, the Eagle Nation and Humph attempts to choke their technological advancement would falter. Suddenly, Zhang Kailan and Humph eyes widened, and he hastened to the side of a technician. Have you located Lin Feng yet? Now that Lin Feng was preparing to connect, it indicated a significant influx of participants, necessitating greater network capacity. Hiding would become exceedingly difficult. However, upon hearing this, the engineer looked up, an expression of bitterness etched on his face. Director Zhang, we still haven't found this individual. It's as if he appeared out of thin air. Even with his network signal, we cannot pinpoint his location. Zhang Kailan was taken aback. Lost in thought for a long while, an array of information flooded his mind. From another perspective, this confirmed that Lin Feng and Humph's signal jamming system was currently the most advanced globally, as they could not locate him despite employing various methods. Conversely, it implied that other nations would also struggle to find Lin Feng. This meant Lin Feng was safe for the time being, alleviating concerns about other dangers. The only uncertainty was how long Lin Feng and Humph's signal jamming system could last. Meanwhile, the naval vessels of Sakura Nation were discreetly scouring the depths of the sea for Lin Feng, resembling headless flies searching for a needle in a vast ocean, an impossible task. The live stream had erupted into chaos. All viewers were in a bloodthirsty frenzy. This low price, surely you aren't selling just 1 or 2 submarines. One viewer posed a soul-searching question. After all, the price was astonishingly low. Moreover, the audience in Lin Feng's live stream had surged to 20 million. It was unrealistic for each to acquire one. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng and Humph's lips curled into a proud smile. He slowly raised a finger. Not many, just 100 submarines. Chapter 79. Unable to bear it any longer, Lin Feng is simply inhuman as these words were spoken. It was as if a colossal mushroom bomb had been detonated in the deep sea, sending forth a tumultuous wave. The over 20 million viewers in the live stream were suddenly rendered speechless, not a single punctuation mark punctuating the silence. The might of Lin Feng and Humph's submarine was evident, with a plethora of videos circulating online to attest to its prowess. In simple terms, anyone who had watched the footage understood the submarine's significance in military affairs. If Lin Feng were to sell 1 or 2, they might have believed it. Even 3 or 4 submarines would not be beyond their acceptance, as it would increase their chances of acquiring one. However, this news was not confined to the ordinary viewers. Numerous high-ranking officials from various nations were also privy to it. Their perspectives diverged significantly from those of the average populace, as they contemplated the broader implications. The mere possibility that Lin Feng could produce such a formidable number of submarines indicated he possessed the capacity to manufacture even more. Viewed from another angle, Lin Feng could potentially deploy a fleet of over 100 submarines at any moment. If the rabbit truly possessed such a formidable fleet, each equipped with identical capabilities and weaponry, the waters of other nations would effectively become the rabbit's backyard, allowing them to come and go at will without a hint of hesitation, even enjoying afternoon tea upon their seas before departing. Simultaneously, the threat posed by the rabbit was palpable. They understood that if the rabbit sought to undermine them, it would be a trivial endeavor. This realization only solidified their determination to procure a submarine from Lin Feng. The commander in charge of this matter at the Eagle Sauce's secret base was seething with rage. His teeth gritted in frustration. What on earth is this foul creature doing? Selling such powerful weapons at such a low price? Does he intend to empower those insignificant nations? If the rabbit has indeed ceased its game, then everyone might as well flip the table. After all, the misfortune would not befall him. The Eagle Sauce was nearly at the point of explosion. Currently, each party was engaged in their own pursuits, mutually uninvolved. However, the rabbit's actions were becoming increasingly outrageous. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned before resuming their barrage of comments. Is this streamer using hacks? This is simply excessive, producing so many. Does he intend to leave no room for other nations? I can no longer bear it. Lin Feng is simply inhuman. So many formidable items, and he sells them off so cheaply. Does Lin Feng possess other secrets? They could hardly believe that Lin Feng would sell such an epic-defining weapon at such a meager price, leaving them to ponder their future. Would acquiring toys require even higher technology? With this thought, a wave of excitement surged through the crowd. They could scarcely fathom what would transpire if Lin Feng were to unveil even more astonishing items. Would they be driven to financial ruin? Or even forced to sell their possessions? I feel like the streamer is not selling items, but rather engaging in charity. I concur. It feels like he is the world's greatest philanthropist. Oh dear, I'm so moved I could cry, while others give money, clothing, or food. Lin Feng simply gifts us with weapons. Be cautious with your words. Those are not weapons of war, but rather toys meant for the children of small nations, someone quipped, provoking laughter and a chorus of agreement from the viewers. All right, brothers, I've said what needed to be said. Get ready for the launch. Lin Feng felt his appetite had nearly waned, and he knew that if he lingered any longer, he might incur wrath. To protect his family, he decided to act without delay. The audience, upon hearing this declaration, was on the verge of tears from excitement. My goodness, I might just soil my pants. He is finally ready to launch. Hurry, I've prepared all my money. I might even snag more to resell later. Any viewer with a semblance of intelligence could surmise that if they were to acquire such affordable submarines from Lin Feng and resell them, they would never have to worry about sustenance again. Moreover, these items could fetch an even higher price without them needing to utter a word. The buyers would naturally inflate the price exponentially. Everyone, pay attention. We must remain vigilant. Zhang Lin was multitasking with both his phone and computer. Although he had already conferred with the live stream platform's back-end staff, they wanted to account for every possible contingency. Despite a 99% success rate, they were determined to mitigate that one. Countdown to the launch, Lin Feng declared, manipulating the screen with his hand. The live stream's comment section was eerily quiet. Everyone focused intently on the screen, ears perked to hear Lin Feng's countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1, launch. As Lin Feng's voice fell, everyone frantically clicked the little yellow card, eager to purchase. At that moment, the live stream platform's backend was inundated with billions of requests. In that instant, the entire platform and Oppo's server crashed under the weight of unprecedented demand. Before the establishment of the live stream, they had never envisioned a day when so many would simultaneously seek to purchase items. Yet today, history was being made. Lin Feng noticed his live stream screen freeze. No way, what kind of garbage server is this? It's loading so slowly. Disappointing, disappointing. It won't even load. He muttered to himself, unable to communicate further. Meanwhile, people across the globe were frantically clicking to purchase. Purchase failed. Please try again. Purchase failed. Please try again. What kind of rubbish server is this? Lin Feng fumed. A crowd stared at the screen, their frustration boiling over as they faced the stark reality of missing out on such incredible yet affordable items right before their eyes. Zhang Lin felt his heart leap to his throat. After several agonizing seconds, he finally called for his secretary. What is the status? Have we secured it? Chapter 80. What does it mean to stockpile weapons? Are you out of your mind? At this moment, the secretary hurried over, her eyes brimming with joy. and her face blossoming with a radiant smile. Director Zhang, we've secured the purchase. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Qilan instantly rose, a flicker of delight crossing his face. Did we miss anything? The secretary, panting slightly, raised her face and replied with a smile, everything has been purchased. Not a single one left behind. Zhang Qilan finally exhaled heavily, sinking back into his chair. The anxiety that had weighed on him was now lifted. After a while, he slowly spoke. Wonderful, simply splendid. If we had delayed any longer, they might have been sold to someone else. That rascal has truly vexed me. By the way, have we located that scoundrel yet? Upon his return, he must be thoroughly reprimanded. The secretary shook her head. We still cannot pinpoint his location. Nor do we even have a rough idea of where he might be. It seems he has equipped his submarine with some form of specialized signal jamming device. Zhang Qilan nodded thoughtfully, considering that the power of this jamming device must be relatively low. Otherwise, alternative methods could have been employed to locate him. However, all attempts to track Lin Feng and Appo's signals and other sounds had proven futile. It appears that if the jamming device aboard Lin Feng and Appo's submarine were repurposed for other uses, it could pose a catastrophic threat to other nations. Imagine their tanks rolling up to an enemy camp without the slightest awareness of the impending danger. Meanwhile, at the international conference, the representatives from Eagle Sauce had remained silent. After a considerable pause, one received news from a secret base of Eagle Sauce. Damn it. It must be the rabbits that have meddled. We Haven Tea secured a single one. Upon hearing this, the face of the Eagle Sauce diplomat turned as grim as if he had just consumed something repugnant. Is that true? Was tea there a plethora? How did we not acquire even one? He had refrained from arguing with the rabbits, biding his time for news from home. If they had secured the items, then it would be a different matter. If not, he would not hold back his displeasure. After ending the call, the Eagle Sauce diplomat turned to his counterpart from Cherry Blossom Nation. You had better inform me that your nation has secured some, otherwise I shall not be courteous. While the representatives from Cherry Blossom Nation were indeed loyal allies, they served as convenient outlets for frustration when their utility waned. Upon hearing this, the Cherry Blossom representative hesitantly raised his head, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. Our network suddenly went down. Do you believe that? The Eagle Sauce diplomat's face flushed with fury. What did you say? Repeat that if you dare. Your network went down. And do you think I want to blow your head off? The Cherry Blossom representative immediately lowered his head, fearing to utter another word. He knew all too well that the old man was capable of such threats, having done so before. The elder also recognized that squabbling with the Cherry Blossom representative was futile and turned his gaze toward the rabbits, who were smirking back at him. You must provide us with an explanation this time, you wretched rabbits. The Eagle Sauce diplomat was now devoid of politeness, ready to confront the rabbits with force. The rabbit diplomat, however, looked quite pleased, responding with mock innocence. What are you saying? I'm not quite following you. What is it that requires an explanation? It was evident to the rabbit diplomat that the Eagle Sauce was upset over their failure to acquire the items, making his expression all the more amusing. Yet, mocking them outright in such a serious setting felt excessive. Why are you stockpiling such vast quantities of weaponry? What are your true intentions? You have over 100 vessels for sale? Are you planning to dominate the entire blue planet? And you still dare to call yourselves a peaceful nation? Bah! You are merely spewing nonsense. If you do not provide an explanation today, this conference may not conclude so easily. To the elder's words, the rabbit diplomat raised his head, arms crossed defiantly, glaring at the Eagle Sauce. Since the Eagle Sauce had resorted to crude language, the rabbit refused to show any courtesy in return. He prided himself on never backing down from a fight, and the Eagle Sauce's provocation was akin to courting disaster. What does it mean to stockpile weapons? Are you out of your mind? I have repeated myself countless times. What we are selling are toys. Do you understand? I shall emphasize again, we are selling toys. Which international treaty prohibits the sale of toys in quantities exceeding 100? Do not hide behind the guise of toys. Everyone is well aware of what your toys truly are. Thus you must provide a proper explanation. The Eagle Sauce diplomat inhaled deeply, fully aware that the rabbit was notoriously obstinate. Yet today he was determined to break that obstinacy. It was clear that their hopes of returning home with rewards were dashed, and all they could expect were a few well-deserved slaps. The rabbit, seemingly unfazed, began to whistle nonchalantly. I have already stated that these are toys. How many I produce is none of your concern, and with so many people scrambling for them. Whether they succeed or fail is entirely up to their own abilities. At that moment, a wealthy representative from the oil nation approached the rabbit. Big brother, big brother. Although I do not have access to the sea, could you possibly equip me with a few wheels? The rabbit diplomat was momentarily taken aback by this request. The wealthy representative from the oil nation had a knack for seizing opportunities. If his intuition was correct, their nation had likely managed to snatch up a few items in secret, though perhaps not enough. The rabbit diplomat quickly leaned in closer to whisper in the ear of the oil representative, I have told you. I truly do not know about this. After you return, seek out the diplomat you were previously in contact with. The oil representative nodded, albeit with a disappointed expression. All right, big brother. No problem. Afterward, he promptly returned to his seat and cautiously informed his secretary, then discreetly made his way out of the international conference hall. He wasted no time in relaying this information to his compatriots, urging them to seek out the rabbit diplomat for the purchase of goods. Meanwhile, at the Jiangxing Armament Design Institute, once Lin Feng emerges, he must be properly educated. Zhang Qailin quickly interjected, such talent must be handled with care. Chapter 81. You should all wait and see. No one dared to dismiss Zhang Kaiji and Amp, Appos, as words. In truth, it was to teach us him. Any senior executive would have exerted great effort to win over Lin Feng. The notion of reprimanding him was merely a faade, a performative display for others. Such a remarkable talent was to be cherished, held delicately for fear of breaking, savored as if it might dissolve. How could one possibly think of reprimanding him? At most, a few words of caution would suffice. However, the secretary beside him appeared somewhat troubled. Zhang Kaiji cast a sidelong glance, his expression darkening. Have you not yet found him? Indeed, Director Zhang. We have mobilized all available personnel and utilized various connections to locate him. Moreover, Lin Feng should be concluding his broadcast soon. He will likely return shortly. Once he is ashore, it will be much easier to find him. The secretary need not have spoken. Zhang Kaiji was well aware that, true to Lin Feng's character, he would likely remain elusive for some time. Once on land, he would indeed be easy to locate. After all, Zhang Kaiji could hardly believe that this young man would not return to the factory. By the way, Director Zhang, regarding the international conference. Forget it. Let me show you the video. The secretary was at a loss as to how to articulate the verbal sparring that had transpired in the conference room. Fortunately, someone had already sent the video. As the footage played before Zhang Kaiji, he witnessed the fierce debate, particularly the side of everyone clamoring for attention. Their exclamations laced with expletives. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. These fools believed they could purchase a submarine from Dragon Country. Such delusions were utterly absurd. Watching them fume and curse was truly a delightful spectacle. They could never imagine that all 100 submarines for sale were already in our possession. In the time to come, these miscreants would undoubtedly seek to acquire submarines domestically, and Zhang Kaiji intended to outmaneuver them. He was not one to be trifled with. The public disputes of the international conference had reached their conclusion, but the behind-the-scenes machinations were just beginning. Director, what do you mean? The secretary gazed at Zhang Kaiji in astonishment. Gather 100 sharp-minded individuals and have them spread the word that a toy warship was seized during a live stream. Let it circulate widely on foreign platforms. We have submarines at our disposal. We can take a few photographs for proof. Once the news breaks, these fools will scramble to make a purchase. Zhang Kaiji produced a cigarette, puffing out smoke as a glint of cunning flickered in his eyes. The secretary was taken aback. Director, wouldn't this be somewhat perilous? Perilous? Nonsense. We'll create 100 false identities. The higher the price, the better. Whoever dares to buy from them, we will take their money and deposit it into the national treasury for everyone's benefit. Zhang Kaiji's words were startling, and the secretary realized the true nature of his intentions. Was this the conduct of a leader? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and select the individuals. But, Director, could this not lead to international issues? The secretary still harbored concerns. Even if only half of the 100 individuals succeeded in the deception, it would amount to a fortune. Those who suffered losses would likely not rest easily. Zhang Kaiji, however, was shrewd. Once we have gathered our team, I have a plan. Even if these individuals are deceived, they will not dare to act openly. The secretary opened his mouth, but ultimately found the endeavor quite intriguing. Trusting in Zhang Kaiji's intellect, he turned with excitement to select the personnel. As he watched the secretary depart, Zhang Kaiji smiled with satisfaction. Humph. If they wish to meddle with our Dragon Country's affairs, they shall see what we are capable of. This is no longer the Qing dynasty. Even if the 8-nation alliance were to arrive, they would have to crawl in on their knees. Zhang Kaiji rose, approached the window, and gazed out, his expression one of strategic contemplation and fervent anticipation. Abroad, chaos reigned. The submarine video spread like wildfire, 1 to 10. 10 to 100 at a terrifying pace. Soon, even ordinary citizens were inundated with the footage. The reaction was one of astonishment. Goodness, has the special effects in Dragon Country become this impressive? Are you blind? That's no special effect. It's a real event. I've confirmed it. That submarine is truly remarkable. Nonsense. If such a powerful submarine existed, I'd turn around and eat my own words. Indeed, I'm an ardent military enthusiast. I've seen all kinds of submarines. The fastest submarine in the world is right here with us. Clearly, that's a special effect. A submarine can't make sharp turns and drift in the water. What is this, a street race on Mauna Kea? You actually believe such a ridiculous video? The common folk remained oblivious to the events of the international conference. In their understanding, such submarines could not possibly exist. It was simply inconceivable. However, before long, an amusing scene unfolded. In Sakura Country, the news of the submarine being towed had spread like wildfire, and reporters from various nations flocked to the scene during the international conference. Reporters, by nature, thrive on chaos. Even the most trivial matters could be transformed into monumental events through their pen. As this significant incident unfolded before them, reporters from various countries zealously reported on the spectacle of the Sakura Country submarine being towed by a toy submarine from Dragon Country, racing across the sea. In Sakura Country, authorities attempted to suppress the story, but while they could silence their own journalists, they could not contain the foreign press. Moreover, we now live in a video era. The moment a sensational news story emerges, even a hint of intrigue will lead many to dig deeper, embellishing the tale until it becomes shrouded in mystery. Indeed, a reporter from Sakura Country inadvertently shared the footage in their workgroup. Goodness! Colleagues in the workgroup immediately disseminated the information, and the higher-ups in Sakura Country found it impossible to contain the outflow. Videos and on-site conversations swept across the nation like a tempest. Had there been only the footage of the submarine racing, it might have been hard to convince the public. Yet the subsequent explosive news shattered all rumors into fragments. Chapter 82. A joyous event from Eagle Sauce in the land of cherry blossoms. An unforeseen incident occurred as our submarine inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the Dragon Nation, only to be ensnared by a fishing net deployed by a toy submarine. Subsequently, it was towed, resulting in a dramatic spectacle reminiscent of high-speed pursuits on the open sea. This news erupted like wildfire, and the accompanying video even showcased a heated exchange from an international conference. While the video alone might have been met with skepticism, the footage of our diplomat demanding the immediate release of the submarine from the Rabbit Nation served as a compelling validation of its authenticity. At that moment, the ordinary citizens, upon witnessing the news, were engulfed by a wave of fear. My heavens! What terrifying weapon has the Dragon Nation developed that our submarine could be so effortlessly towed across the ocean? Am I dreaming? I find myself utterly at a loss for words to express my current emotions, one might lament. My limited vocabulary compels me to simply exclaim, what a disaster! The situation appeared dire. With such formidable submarines in their arsenal, should old grievances resurface, our Navy would be utterly overwhelmed. Countless netizens, upon seeing the title Toy Submarine of the Dragon Nation, overlooked the word toy, incredulously questioning, is this truly a toy? Who would believe such nonsense? The Cherry Blossom Nation confirmed the video and Oppo's authenticity, and the footage from the international conference rapidly disseminated to other countries. Those who had previously spoken with bravado were now rendered speechless. Where was the individual who had boisterously declared that if this incident were true, he would perform a ludicrous act in reverse? Most likely, he had fled to the Pacific Ocean. It was well known that the Dragon Nation and Oppo's technological advancements were accelerating, yet none anticipated the emergence of such a formidable submarine. How could our Navy possibly contend with this? Engaging in combat seemed futile, one shot from them, and we would be left scrambling, while they would have already leisurely finished their coffee. As the public fervently discussed the video, the diplomats from Eagle Sauce returned, their expressions resembling those who had just tasted something foul. Not a single smile graced their faces. Some appeared visibly anxious. Upon disembarking from the submarine, they were met by a high-ranking general, whose presence sent a chill down their spines, nearly causing them to collapse in fear. Gone was the bravado they had displayed during the international conference. General, enough talk. Get in the car. The general and Oppo's countenance was shrouded in gloom as he entered an opulent Mercedes-Benz. The lead diplomat swallowed hard and obediently followed suit into the vehicle. As the car sped away, the diplomats sat in a state of unease, wiping the sweat from their brows. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoed through the vehicle. The diplomat reeled from the blow, blood escaping his mouth, yet he dared not utter a word. You worthless fools. The nation allocates you such generous salaries each year, and yet you cannot manage even the simplest task. How dare you return? The general's tirade was merciless. The threat posed by the Dragon Nation's submarines was indeed terrifying, far exceeding the technological capabilities of any naval vessel currently on Earth. With 100 warships for sale, Eagle Sauce had yet to acquire a single submarine. Questions loomed regarding the whereabouts of those 100 submarines and their eventual recipients. If only they possessed a similar vessel. Given time for their scientists to study and replicate it, they could once again reign supreme over the seas. However, for now, the title of maritime supremacy temporarily belonged to the Dragon Nation. General, I too share your concerns. However, the Rabbit Nation remains obstinate. I plan to consult with the President to unite multiple countries in applying pressure through economic sanctions. Under severe sanctions, they will surely relent, one diplomat proposed. The general, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow. While the notion of sanctions was simple in theory, the reality was far more complex. The Dragon Nation was largely self-sufficient, with minimal reliance on imports. The effectiveness of sanctions within the realm of commerce was uncertain, and even if successful, the process could take years, during which time the Dragon Nation's technology might advance exponentially. As the general contemplated his next move, the diplomat's phone chimed. Glancing nervously at the general, he cautiously answered the call. What had initially appeared to be a distressed expression transformed into one of ecstatic joy. General, I have good news. What news? Speak quickly. The general's interest peaked. It seems the Dragon Nation's contacts for purchasing warships are ready to sell, with the highest bidder securing the deal. This is our opportunity, as we are not short on funds. Is this true? The general snatched the phone, examining a screenshot confirming a successful purchase along with a delivery timeline. At that moment, his eyes gleamed with a newfound determination. Buy. Procure as many as possible. This submarine is of paramount importance to us. The diplomat, elated at the unexpected turn of events, eagerly volunteered, General, allow me to handle this. I have industry experts ready to negotiate. Very well, it's entrusted to you. Should you fail, you will not see the light of day again, the general warned, his threats laced with gravity. The diplomat shuddered at the coldness in the general and Apo's gaze, regretting his eagerness to seize the spotlight. General, do you think we should consult with the president? After all, there will likely be numerous bidders, and we must offer a more enticing price to secure the deal. But I lack the funds, he lamented, raising his hands in resignation. Proceed with negotiations and aim high with your offers. Money is not a concern. I will speak with the president about that. The general softened slightly. The diplomat's spirit soared, and as the car arrived at the designated location, he wasted no time contacting his associates to set the wheels in motion. Chapter 83. A new toy for the courtyard in the Dragon Kingdom. The news of the toy submarine has sent shockwaves through the nation, akin to a thunderclap. Whether it was the previous adorable aircraft, the tanks, or now the submarines, each item has been hailed as a national treasure. The video has gone viral, eclipsing even the most sensational celebrity gossip. Some stars, whose reputations have suffered, are now moved to tears, grateful to Bai Yi, whose toys have mitigated their negative publicity. Simultaneously, a flurry of individuals online has emerged, claiming to have secured the coveted Guobao interstellar toy submarine, accompanied by screenshots as proof. Instantly, these individuals have become the center of attention, receiving fervent admiration from countless admirers. Hey buddy, can we negotiate? I and Apos, LL pay 10 times the price for your submarine. Well, you poor soul upstairs, spare us the embarrassment. I'll offer 100 times. I'm willing to trade an entire courtyard for it. How about that? At this moment, the sellers showcasing their screenshots have been inundated with a deluge of private messages. Some have even offered entire courtyards in exchange for a single toy submarine. Currently, the value of a courtyard is at least in the hundreds of millions, with some reaching astronomical figures in the billions. It is a well-known fact that many would spend a lifetime without being able to afford such a property. The prospect of trading a toy submarine for a courtyard reflects not madness, but rather an acute awareness of the immense potential profit hidden within this toy. It is important to note that during international meetings, certain nations have shamelessly pressured the Dragon Kingdom to divulge submarine technology. However, after being brusquely rebuffed, no further action has been taken. Now, despite their anger, these nations dare not take rash actions, fully aware that the Dragon Kingdom possesses technology that surpasses theirs by decades. The recent incident, where a toy aircraft nearly downed 3 of their fighter jets, remains fresh in their minds. With tanks now in play and submarines on the horizon, the likelihood of a successful confrontation is slim, and any attempt would likely result in significant losses on their side. This situation has become widely known, igniting the interest of some opportunistic individuals who see the immense financial gains that could come from securing a submarine and trading with rival nations. The potential price could skyrocket, leading to life-changing rewards that would secure their futures. The thought alone is enough to keep them awake at night. In the Jiangcheng Armament Design Institute, within a repurposed cafeteria-turned-office, 200 computers have been set up for 100 selected elites. They are managing various accounts across multiple platforms, implementing the Guibao interstellar toy submarine trap plan. As they witness the flood of private messages, astonishment grips them. Director Zhang, we can't keep up. A short-haired elite approaches with a wry smile. Zhang raises an eyebrow and responds kindly, feel free to voice your concerns. I will ensure your needs are met. The situation is dire. They wish to teach their rivals a lesson, but the volume of messages is overwhelming. With each of the 100 managing an account, they are inundated with hundreds of thousands of messages, making it nearly impossible to distinguish spies from their adversaries. Zhang nods, acknowledging the oversight. Secretary, summon as many people as possible immediately. We are offering triple wages and a reward of 100,000 for any spies from their nation identified. The secretary cannot help but feel envious of such generous offers. Triple wages and a substantial reward for identifying a spy are hard to resist. Zhang subtly winks at the secretary, implying that he too will receive a generous compensation. The secretary, thrilled, rushes off to recruit more personnel. However, he knows that the candidates must undergo rigorous scrutiny, ensuring no spies infiltrate their ranks. This global deception must be executed with utmost caution to prevent any leaks. Upon hearing of the lucrative rewards, the 100 elites become invigorated. Previously, Zhang had promised a 10% commission on any successful deception, making even the smallest victories financially rewarding. While these individuals are patriotic and willing to sacrifice for their country, the allure of financial gain is equally enticing, as they strive to provide for their families. The atmosphere in the office is electric, filled with the rhythmic sound of keyboards clattering away, reminiscent of a tempest pounding on metal. The cacophony is a delightful symphony of productivity. Chapter 84. A global deception. Zhang Kaiji's lips curled into an uncontainable smile. His scheme had received the approval of the higher-ups and was currently classified at the utmost secrecy. The 8 nations that plundered the old summer palace had to pay their debts. Seated at the forefront, Zhang exuded an air of strategic prowess, a thrill of impending vengeance coursing through him. Has that rascal Lin Feng been located? Zhang inquired. The intelligence officer responsible for tracking Lin Feng approached, visibly troubled. It is known that he has returned home. Should we bring him in? Zhang raised a hand, signaling for a pause. No need for that. Apply to the Ministry of National Defense for the deployment of elite operatives to protect him covertly, of course. We cannot afford overt protection. He suspected that the agents from the Eagle Nation might attempt to abduct him. Despite his age, Zhang and Appo's mindset was reminiscent of Li Yunlong. He had already anticipated most scenarios. The Eagle Nation would surely prepare for 2 contingencies, the first being the procurement of advanced toys from the Galactic Treasure series, the second, outright abduction. Lin Feng had brazenly broadcasted his exploits, making his name known worldwide and revealing that he had invented the previous aircraft, tanks, and submarines. If they were to seize him, they would effectively capture a mobile repository of advanced civilization. Director Zhang, nearly 1,000 elite operatives have already been dispatched to safeguard Lin Feng. The intelligence officer remarked with a hint of pride. Zhang and Appo's expression brightened with satisfaction. It seemed some of the older veterans still understood the gravity of the situation. However, he found it somewhat taxing to oversee both the global deception and Lin Feng and Appo's safety simultaneously. Just then, the office door swung open, and a group entered. Among them a middle-aged man in a green military uniform, exuding authority despite his age. Director Zhang, how have you been? General Lin. It appears your movements are as swift as my own, Zhang replied, gesturing to the sofa beside him. Despite the general's rank, there was no need for excessive deference between comrades in arms, bonded by the trials of war. Haha. I never anticipated such talent emerging from our dragon nation, truly a blessing for our homeland. General Lin Tianhua exclaimed, laughter echoing with a sense of unrestrained joy. Indeed. The younger generation is rising, pushing forward while the old guard recedes. Our future will astonish the world, Zhang mused, his gaze fixed ahead, envisioning a radiant future. Yet, a thought struck him. Should they confine Lin Feng to the Jiangcheng Armaments Design Institute, allowing him to focus solely on design rather than frivolous distractions? Thankfully, he had already stationed personnel near Lin Feng and Appo's residence, ensuring that upon his return, the area would be secured by elite forces from the Ministry of National Defense. This rascal is both infuriating and endearing. If not for his brilliant mind, I would have given him a good scolding, Lin Tianhua remarked, his grip tightening in exasperation. I initially shared your concerns, but my perspective has shifted, Zhang replied calmly. Old Zhang, what scheme are you concocting? Lin Feng is now the apple of everyone's eye. Those with nefarious intentions will certainly seek to take a bite. Are you not concerned for his safety? Lin Tianhua questioned, perplexed by Zhang and Appo's nonchalance. Of course I am. But you've seen his character. Confining him to the Armaments Institute would likely incite chaos. I've discussed this with him. He isn't one to easily conform. Perhaps granting him freedom is the best course. Moreover, within our borders, we deal with intruders mercilessly. Zhang and Appo's eyes glinted with a fierce resolve. Very well. My troops are not to be trifled with. They will protect him diligently. Those who dare attempt to abduct him will find it no easy task, Lin Tianhua replied, confidence radiating from him. Within the borders of the Sakura nation, diplomats and high-ranking officials gathered urgently. Supreme Leader, great news. Incredible news. Someone from the Dragon Nation has acquired a submarine and is now selling it. An official excitedly reported. The Supreme Leader's eyes sparkled with exhilaration. Quickly, at any cost. We must secure it. The Rabbit Nation will surely attempt to thwart this sale. We cannot afford to miss this opportunity. The importance of the galactic treasure submarine cannot be overstated, another official added. Is this news credible? Could it be a ploy by the Rabbit Nation to deceive us? The diplomat questioned, concern etched on his face. The Supreme Leader fell silent, harboring his own doubts. The world was rife with deception. Yet he believed the Dragon Nation to be more trustworthy than most. The time is of the essence, Supreme Leader. This is our second chance. The Rabbit Nation is likely already taking steps to obstruct the sale or negotiate independently. If we let this slip away, it may never return, the intelligence officer urged. Acutely aware of the critical nature of timely information. Chapter 85. The ambitions of the wolf cub nations should their actions falter even slightly. The individuals from the rabbit side would swiftly procure all the submarines available for sale, leaving them to lament their missed opportunity. The authenticity of these submarines has ceased to be a matter of concern. Even if they are counterfeit, they must take the risk. What if they are genuine? Indeed, it is imperative that they compete for them. Securing the precious interstellar toy submarines would allow them to present them as a gift to the Eagle Nation, which would undoubtedly reward them handsomely. As the diplomat spoke these words, his gaze gleamed with fervor as he looked towards the leader. In response, the leader narrowed his eyes slightly. Who suggested offering them to the Eagle Nation? Such advanced weaponry, once obtained, could be reverse engineered, allowing them to master the technology and eventually produce their own submarines. At that point, their military strength could rank among the top 3 globally, and the Eagle Nation would think twice before provoking them. The leader's statement clearly indicated a desire for monopolization. The diplomat and the intelligence minister exchanged knowing smiles, fully embracing this proposal. The Cherry Blossom Nation rightfully deserves to dominate the world, while other nations must take a back seat. The Eagle Nation could never have anticipated that among the 2 dogs they nurtured, one had already developed a rebellious spirit, albeit constrained by its current power. Once the Cherry Blossom Nation gained strength, a fervent counterattack would surely ensue. The opportunity lay before them, and they must seize it. The leader waved his hand lightly, instructing his subordinates to execute the plan immediately. In truth, the desire for rebellion was not confined to the Cherry Blossom Nation. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, the Korean nation gathered in a clandestine underground conference, convening all of its wealthiest chaebols. Before these magnates loomed a massive screen displaying images of adorable flying vehicles, tanks, and submarines. Each scene flickered by, reminiscent of a science fiction film, yet they understood that this was reality, not mere fantasy. The power of technology was staggering. One chaebol from Samsung shook his head, as the others engaged in hushed discussions, puzzled by the sudden summons from their leader for this secret meeting. Such gatherings typically occurred only in times of national crisis, leading many to speculate about the true purpose of this convening. As influential figures, they were acutely aware of the weight of their decisions, each possessing a multitude of cunning insights. After all, it was their shrewdness that had elevated them to positions of power. As their murmurs filled the room, the lights dimmed, and the leader of the Korean nation entered. Despite his arrival, the chaebols remained seated, refraining from standing or offering any formalities. Unlike other nations, the Korean chaebols held the unique power to influence presidential candidates, their wealth enabling them to dictate political outcomes. In this nation, the top 10 chaebol families control the entirety of the economic output. Should they choose, their financial resources could swiftly unseat a president or even render them invisible, such feats being trivial for them. Unperturbed by the chaebols and Oppos' lack of decorum, the leader remained calm. Having grown accustomed to such treatment, he quickly took his seat and stated plainly, "Esteemed chaebols, I require funds, an immense sum of money. Is the president asking for a loan?" "How absurd," mocked the third-ranking chaebol, unable to contain his derision. Another, puffing on a cigar, retorted, "If you lack the capability, perhaps it's time for a change in leadership. Our domestic economy is struggling, and we've incurred losses. It seems you lack the ability to govern. Yield your position, or shall we intervene?" "What nonsense is this? You dare seek our financial aid? We should never have supported your assent," scoffed a female chaebol, disdain evident in her eyes as she absent-mindedly stroked her small white cat at her waist. "This is a waste of my time." One chaebol stood up, ready to leave. Observing the tense atmosphere, the president suddenly rose and declared, "The adorable interstellar toy submarines that were hastily purchased online are now being resold. Countries have dispatched numerous personnel to negotiate with the sellers. However, the prices for each submarine have skyrocketed, with the lowest starting at $1 billion. To secure one, we must outbid the sellers. I believe each of you is quite interested in Lin Feng's toys." His opening statement struck like thunder, stunning the chaebols who had been preparing to depart. These powerful individuals, accustomed to controlling matters, suddenly found themselves captivated. They had been preoccupied with their own affairs. But the news of reselling the submarines was monumental. Securing an adorable interstellar toy submarine would mark a transformative leap for any enterprise, with an investment return rate exceeding 1,000%. For the chaebols, this was an unparalleled opportunity. Is this truly the case? The chaebol who had been ready to leave approached the president, a smile replacing his earlier disdain. "I have dispatched individuals to negotiate, and based on the video evidence received, they have indeed procured the submarines," the president replied, producing his phone to display the contact and the chat history of negotiations with the sellers. As the chaebols viewed the footage, their eyes sparkled with excitement. The screen revealed the adorable interstellar toy submarines executing intricate maneuvers, showcasing various advanced features. Though each video was brief, it was clear they bore no resemblance to Lin Feng's footage, indicating they were independently recorded. The evidence confirmed that these individuals indeed possessed the submarines, lending credibility to the claims. Chapter 86. The sale of submarines on the dark web in this moment. The tycoons and Oppos' eyes were ablaze with fervor, their gazes imbued with unbridled greed. This so-called toy submarine was, in their estimation, a coveted treasure. It was essential to recognize that the entire world was currently engulfed in a frenzy over these submarines. The president, true to his title, posed the question of how much money he would require to borrow. Once the acquisition was secured, who would oversee the management of this submarine? At this juncture, the attitude of the three-star conglomerate underwent a complete transformation. They had allied themselves with the president, their smiles radiating sincerity. In an instant, they were referring to one another as brothers. The president harbored a sense of disdain within. Were it not for his own reservations, he would not engage in excessive discourse with these magnates. However, these tycoons still possessed utility. Only by their downfall could he seize the true throne of power. For too long, he had been treated like a lapdog, enduring an unsatisfactory existence. He longed for a reversal of fortune, yet had failed to find the appropriate opportunity until now. When the prodigious Lin Feng of the Dragon Kingdom emerged, presenting him with a remarkable chance, he had to seize this moment to gain absolute control over the nation. The situation unfolded as such. Due to the competitive rush among nations to acquire the Eagle-Sauce submarine, they had also dispatched representatives, with prices soaring into the hundreds of billions of RMB. The state treasury and Oppos, as condition was well known to all. The president promised that whoever invested the most in acquiring the beloved interstellar toy submarine would be allowed to participate in its research. Ideally, 2 submarines would be procured. One would be allocated to Eagle-Sauce, while the other would remain for their own nation, allowing for a comprehensive exploration of its multifaceted capabilities. Mastering each function could yield unprecedented advancements, with markets far surpassing those of the current mobile phone and automotive industries. The highest bidder would have the privilege of selecting the most advanced technologies from the submarine, choosing 2, and so forth. This cunning leader, brimming with ulterior motives, skillfully exploited the tycoons and Oppos, avarice by offering enticing conditions. As anticipated, with a substantial bait, these magnates were bound to take the hook. The financial elites could hardly contain themselves. Recognizing the submarine's superior performance and the extraordinary technology it harbored, far beyond anyone's imagination, any single capability, once extracted and applied to other fields, would yield formidable results and generate an unimaginable supermarket. Moreover, they had been increasingly pressured by Eagle Sauce since the financial crisis of the 1980s, which forced enterprises in the Korean nation to remit 50% of their profits to Eagle Sauce. Although they had amassed considerable wealth, a significant portion was also lost. Should they acquire these technologies, they could covertly establish subsidiaries abroad, rendering their domestic companies redundant and thereby reclaiming their status as masters. Who would not desire such a transformation? Thus, they fervently scrambled to invest. I offer 9 billion. I offer 150 billion. 150 billion? What a joke. I will bid 300 billion. Regardless of how high the opposing bids soared, they were determined to outdo them. I bid 500 billion. The tycoons vied for the first opportunity, as securing it meant selecting the most advanced and powerful technologies from the submarine. The competition escalated, ultimately resulting in the three-star conglomerate investing 200 billion, securing the first position. The second bid was 170 billion, and the third 141 billion, with the remaining bids hovering around 90 billion. The cumulative investment reached over 800 billion, all settled in RMB. This time, the financial elites of the Korean nation had nearly exhausted their savings, even resorting to liquidating some of their working capital to fulfill their commitments. To prevent any operational disruptions within their companies, they sought substantial loans from banks to fill this financial gap. Amidst this whirlwind of investment, the leader urgently instructed his representatives in the Dragon Kingdom to negotiate with those selling submarines. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Feng had arrived at the factory, where he witnessed the frantic assembly line producing submarines, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Factory director, you are truly remarkable. Director, would you like some milk tea? The workers on the assembly line greeted Lin Feng with enthusiasm, their eyes filled with respect. The female employees, their eyes sparkling, blushed shyly when they exchanged glances with him. After warmly acknowledging everyone, Lin Feng retreated to his office. Just as he settled onto the sofa, Deputy Director Li burst in, startling him. Deputy Director Li, what brings you here in such haste? Lin Feng inquired. Director, it's a major issue. Are you not aware? Deputy Director Li held out his phone and quickly thrust it into Lin Feng's arms. Bewildered, Lin Feng took the phone and scrolled through it, revealing a bizarre external network showcasing hundreds of submarines for sale. The number of shares and comments had skyrocketed into the millions, with throngs of people clamoring to make a purchase. The scene was utterly explosive. Is this for real? Lin Feng was momentarily incredulous as he beheld the array of submarines for sale. However, he knew that all submarines had been acquired by Wang Yuanju and that none had leaked into the public domain. Yet, inexplicably, there appeared to be an abundance of them. Curious, he opened one of the videos, revealing a masked man wearing a duck hat, skillfully piloting a beloved interstellar toy submarine, navigating the lake bed with agile maneuvers that resembled a scene from a science fiction film. This was no computer-generated imagery. It was a genuine beloved interstellar toy submarine. A sense of confusion washed over him. What was happening? Just as Lin Feng pondered whether to call Zhang Kaiji to inquire if something had gone awry, someone else arrived at the factory. Chapter 87. A generous reward. At this moment, a man dressed in ordinary attire and wearing a cap strode directly into the factory. He soon arrived at the office and pushed open the door. The sound of the door opening naturally attracted attention, and upon turning around, a smile appeared on the face of Lin Feng. Wang Qi, what brings you here? With a grin, Wang Qi approached Lin Feng, shook his hand, and discreetly gestured for Vice Director Li to leave. Vice Director Li, being an astute individual, immediately understood and, with a sheepish smile, took his leave. Closing the door behind him, Lin Feng, you really have some guts. You dared to put the precious Star Intergalactic toy submarine up for sale in the live broadcast. Do you know that President Zhang was utterly shocked? He was shouting that he wanted to have your head. Wang Qi jested as he settled onto the sofa beside Lin Feng. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng couldn't and Oppos, T helped but twitch his lips. He was left with no choice. After all, it was part of the system's task. Moreover, he already anticipated that Zhang Kaiji would undoubtedly find a way to intercept all the orders he had on hand. However, just as Lin Feng was about to speak, Wang Qi immediately interjected. But this time presents a fantastic opportunity. I trust you have seen the news about the submarine being sold online, right? I wanted to discuss this matter with you. It seems you were orchestrating things behind the scenes. Lin Feng was no fool. Wang Qi and Appo's visit and mention of the issue left no doubt that the mastermind pulling the strings was Zhang Kaiji. He simply wondered what his true intentions were. Haha. Director Zhang and Appo's strategies are beyond your imagination. Let me tell you, soon, a groundbreaking piece of news will reverberate across the globe. What news? Lin Feng asked, astonished. Such an announcement would undoubtedly be monumental, but what relevance did it have for him? I am bearing a message from Director Zhang. Listen closely, Wang Qi replied, and proceeded to unveil Zhang Kaiji and Appo's entire plan. As Lin Feng absorbed the information, he could not suppress a shiver, his breath quickened, and his pupils widened in disbelief. Oh my! I never expected Zhang Kaiji to be so audacious. To engage in such actions is simply unparalleled. Surprised, are we? Wang Qi chuckled heartily. This matter. If it becomes known, wouldn't it push our nation into a quagmire of public opinion? Wouldn't that be problematic? Lin Feng inquired with concern, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Rest assured, Director Zhang has already sought approval from higher-ups, and they have consented. Moreover, the Eight-Nation Alliance once wreaked havoc on our territory, committing atrocities without remorse, while we, as a nation, have chosen to forgive in the past. These scoundrels have become shameless once again at the recent international conference. Since they show no compassion, we shall respond in kind. Besides, we have meticulously calculated and planned this matter. When the time comes, we will cleanse these relationships thoroughly, and they will have no grounds for blame. Furthermore, they were deceived online. What does that have to do with us? After all, they plundered so much from us back then. Shouldn't they compensate? Upon hearing these words, Lin Feng felt as though a light had dawned upon him. Very well, I concur. Memories of the past atrocities faced by their nation flooded his mind. No citizen of Longhua could ever forget that dark chapter in history. If the adversaries were to persist in their relentless pursuit, it was only fitting to show them a taste of their own medicine. During this period, you must remain here. Director Zhang is concerned that some individuals from Eagle Sauce Country may resort to desperate measures, attempting to kidnap you or worse, Wang Qi warned, his tone serious. Lin Feng understood that this was no idle threat. After all, everyone was aware of the notorious reputation of Eagle Sauce Country for inciting discord and conducting covert operations. It was indeed prudent for him to stay sheltered at home. But do not worry, General Lin Tianhua from Longhua has dispatched over 1,000 elite troops, cordoning off the area within a 3-kilometer radius. The security measures here are equivalent to that of a presidential level. It would be impossible for anyone to lay a finger on you, Wang Qi assured him with confidence. Lin Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. That is a relief. Is there anything I can assist with? He inquired, feeling a surge of excitement at the prospect of engaging in such thrilling affairs. You must remain here. You are a treasure of Longhua. If even a single hair of yours goes missing, we will be held accountable. You absolutely cannot get involved in this matter. However, once all is said and done, you will be rewarded handsomely, Wang Qi stated. What? There will be a reward? Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished. Of course, but it will only materialize once this matter is completely resolved, Wang Qi clarified. All right then, I shall await the good news. Although Lin Feng was not particularly concerned about the reward, as he had sufficient funds for his needs, he was eager to witness the consequences that awaited those scoundrels. The anticipation was palpable. Meanwhile, on the external network, over 100 accounts were generating astounding traffic, reaching millions and even tens of millions of visits daily. Within the makeshift office of the Jiangcheng Armaments Design Institute, over 1,000 carefully selected elites had gathered. The number of computers had surpassed 3,000. With each individual adeptly managing 3 machines, they tirelessly sifted through the crowd, identifying individuals who were likely agents from Eagle Sauce Country, the Koreans, the Japanese, and even operatives from other nations attempting to purchase under false pretenses. Friendly nations were naturally exempt from this crisis, while unfriendly Western countries were targeted for exploitation. After approximately 3 days of rigorous filtering, 45 individuals had been selected. These individuals were all discussing purchases in terms of billions, with 4 of them openly declaring their identities and expressing a willingness to pay exorbitant prices for their acquisitions. Chapter 88. The wool gatherers arrived. These individuals spared no expense, demonstrating not only their willingness to invest sums exceeding hundreds of millions, but also their readiness to extradite the other party to their own nation, facilitating immigration. They promised to allocate a permanent plot of land within their territory for the construction of houses, safeguarded by the highest standards of security. All of this would come without charge. Furthermore, they would select renowned female celebrities from their homeland to accompany them for a year in rotation. Such enticing propositions naturally emanated from the perverse minds of the individuals from Sakura country, adept at captivating men's hearts. In the face of such temptation, it must be said that the hearts of these workers were inevitably swayed. Yet, ultimately, they chose to safeguard their own nation and seek retribution. A mere temptation could hardly compel them to acquiesce. Moreover, the Sakura country and Appo's history of broken promises was far from negligible. It was likely that once the money was in hand and immigration was secured, the fate of their lives would remain uncertain. There was a real danger that they might not even have the chance to spend the money before losing their lives, with their assets confiscated and funds reclaimed. In the end, they could find themselves bereft of both wealth and life. Fortunately, a lead emerged. A technician with glasses promptly reported this information to Zhang Kaiji. Upon receiving the news, Zhang Kaiji and Appo's face lit up with a broad smile. The Sakura country was proceeding with its second phase of the plan. Intent on extracting every possible resource, Zhang Kaiji immediately issued directives. Following the orders, 3 individuals were selected from a pool of 1,000, with 2 designated to play roles. Their task was to delay proceedings. Swiftly, the bespectacled technician invited the representatives of the responding country into a special group chat. Within this group, there were 3 individuals, 2 were colleagues, both operating anonymously, communicating solely in the language of Huaxia. Meanwhile, in Sakura country, the excitement surged as they connected with the seller and Appo's representative, a diplomat. The diplomat's eyes were bloodshot with excitement as he focused intently on the group chat. Surrounding him were 4 high-ranking officials, the Minister of Technology, the Minister of National Security, a former Minister of Intelligence, and a financial administrator. Each occupied a position of significant authority. Upon learning that he possessed purchasing power, the Sakura diplomat immediately sought approval from his superiors. On the large screen in the room, a group created on an external network was prominently displayed. In addition to the group owner, there were 2 other bidders. They were all aware of the stakes, and urgency gripped them, fearing that their opportunity might be snatched away. Simultaneously, at the Jiangcheng Armaments Design Institute, the first batch of victims had already been selected. They were now isolated in a private room for negotiations. With Zhang Kaiji overseeing the proceedings, silently observing the staff and Appo's operations. In the chat, the bespectacled technician addressed the sellers. Greetings, esteemed sellers. You currently hold the highest bids, but the conditions you have proposed are quite tempting, making it difficult for me to part with my sole asset. Therefore, I offer you one final opportunity for an online auction. The highest bidder shall prevail. His straightforward words resonated with everyone, quickly prompting the lead actor among the staff to signal to his deputy that the bidding could commence. The deputy immediately placed a bid of 190 million, boldly declaring, "Don't compete with me. I have ample funds." This brash proclamation drew derision from the Sakura representatives, who scoffed at the paltry sum, retorting with a bid of 1 billion. The Minister of Finance, standing nearby, snorted derisively and instructed the diplomat to place a bid. Without hesitation, the diplomat announced 10 billion. Observing the bait-taking, Zhang Kaiji's lips curled into a satisfied smile. "You may set your own pace. There is no need to look to me." The staff, frequently seeking Zhang Kaiji's approval, began to annoy him. Thus, he encouraged them to act decisively. Empowered by the directive, the staff members were emboldened, exchanging knowing glances. A female staff member boldly declared, 10 billion is merely a beggar and Appo's offer. I bid 45 billion. Not to be outdone, a male colleague swiftly countered, "Who is the beggar? I and Appo's am merely testing your resolve. I bid 60 billion. As the prices surged within the chat, those from Sakura country furrowed their brows, sensing that something was amiss. Could they be facing a ruse? The skeptical Minister of Intelligence raised an eyebrow in suspicion. The atmosphere turned silent as everyone pondered their next move. Initially, they believed a bid around 20 billion would suffice. Yet the current figures had far exceeded their expectations. The Minister of Finance transferred the decision to others, knowing that any fallout would not be his concern. This tactic of distancing oneself proved effective. Others hesitated, reluctant to grasp what might be a hot potato. If the opposing side were indeed inflating prices or employing deceit, the financial repercussions could be catastrophic. Suddenly, the bidding soared to 90 billion, leaving all in shock. Meanwhile, within the Jiangcheng Armaments Design Institute, beads of sweat formed on the foreheads of the 3 staff members. Strangely, the Sakura representatives had not countered for over a minute. Had they uncovered something? Anxiety rippled through everyone as they worried about exposure. Stay composed. Continue your negotiations as if this were a normal market transaction, Zhang Kaiji asserted, exuding calm confidence. He understood the cautious nature of the Sakura representatives all too well. They were likely deliberating the authenticity of the bids. 30 seconds later, with no counteroffer forthcoming, the auction was declared void, feigning a purchase. Zhang Kaiji devised a strategy, and the staff nodded in agreement, resolved to gamble on this opportunity. In those fleeting seconds, the price escalated to 235 billion. The female staff member feigned outrage, erupting into a tirade within the group chat, while another staff member retaliated fiercely. The scene descended into a semblance of chaos, yet this very tumult served to enhance the illusion, rendering it captivating and indistinguishable from reality. Chapter 89, 105 billion. As time slipped by, the group leader stepped forward. Congratulations to this friend. You have successfully purchased the submarine for a staggering price of 13.5 billion. Now, let us discuss this privately offline. The bespectacled staff member pretended to be exuberant, preparing to close the group chat. At that moment, the 4 observers from Sakura country grew anxious. After several days of effort, they were terrified that the opportunity might slip away. However, they were equally apprehensive about the authenticity of the offer, and none dared to take the lead. Each individual was drenched in perspiration. The Sakura diplomat, who had been sarcastically bantering with the rabbit, was torn with internal conflict as he saw the connection about to sever. Missing this chance could mean an uncertain wait for the next opportunity. 235 billion was not exorbitant for Sakura Valley, after all. The economic loss from a single earthquake could reach into the trillions. Thus, with a resolute determination, he decided to act. Wait. I will raise the bid to 300 billion. In a bid to eliminate future complications, the diplomat elevated the offer. Such a hefty bid indicated a significant enterprise. And the previous offer of 235 billion seemed to be the limit for the opposing party. A small business could hardly contend with a nation's treasury. 300 billion was a sure win. Amidst the group messages, a furious outburst ensued. How dare you offer such a sum? The group leader has already decided to transact with me offline, so step aside. The male staff member, appearing furious in the chat, let out a deep sigh in the office, his shirt soaked with sweat. The tension in the bidding of hundreds of billions weighed heavily on their psychological endurance. This was real money, not a jest. In Sakura country, the 4 observers, witnessing the opposing party and oppose, S. Vitriol, Kuden, and oppose, T. Help, but smile knowingly. Baka, foolish entrepreneur. How dare you challenge Sakura country with such a paltry sum? You should weigh your worth. The finance minister, in charge of the treasury, smirked with pride, satisfied to see the diplomat take on this hot potato. Should anything go awry, the blame would not rest on his shoulders, as his primary responsibility was merely allocation of funds. After all, the president had approved it. The diplomat chuckled. Though I know not from whence this individual hails, to challenge us in finance is sheer folly. With the adversaries resorting to insults, it was only proper for them to retaliate. The intelligence minister beamed, observing that the opposing party had likely inflated the bid, indicating satisfaction and thus a higher likelihood of a genuine transaction. Indeed, let us retort. The diplomat immediately unleashed a torrent of invective in the group chat. His words, though scathing, sounded melodious to the ears of Zhang Kaiji and others. The energy of the confrontation suggested they had firmly hooked their prey. After much bickering, the group leader reappeared. 300 billion? Is that for real? The diplomat replied, not even diamonds can rival our sincerity. We possess ample funds. The male staff member interjected. How dare you? Group leader, we must adhere to our agreement. We settled on 235 billion for the submarine. A tremendous profit for you. The group leader countered. You make a valid point. However, I regret to inform you that another party has already placed an order. In the office, the bespectacled staff member prepared to play a tactical game, prompting even Zhang Kaiji to nod in admiration at his cleverness. Meanwhile, the representatives from Sakura country were growing increasingly restless. 300 billion. They could not comprehend why the opposing party would choose to engage with the 235 billion offer. Were they truly foolish? Integrity? What value does that hold? The intelligence minister urged, quickly, raise the price. We cannot allow them to secure this deal. 300 billion for such an advanced submarine was an undeniable bargain. Even a windfall. The cost of developing a new submarine could easily exceed several trillion, making this opportunity particularly enticing. Thus, the diplomat promptly escalated the offer, stating, I bid 500 billion for the submarine. In the chat, the group leader exclaimed, 500 billion? Indeed, 500 billion, Real money, no doubt. The male staff member erupted. How dare you? Group leader, you must be a person of integrity. I have already raised the price to 300 billion. Let us finalize this transaction. I can transfer the funds to your account immediately. His urgency was palpable, yet the bespectacled staff member feigned hesitation, creating an air of indecision. In the studio, the team exchanged glances, laughter illuminating their faces. The representatives from Sakura country pressed the group leader, receiving no response, while the male staff member relished the opportunity to vent his frustrations in the chat. Minutes passed before the group leader spoke again. I apologize. 500 billion is indeed tempting, but I must remain committed to integrity. Upon hearing this, the Sakura representatives erupted in anger. Realizing that the group leader was clearly savoring the moment, deliberately prolonging the negotiations to coax them into further bidding. Let us continue to raise our offers until they are satisfied. We shall start at 1 billion and proceed from there. After a moment of contemplation, the diplomat declared, I bid 800 billion. However, the scene repeated itself as Sakura Valley continued to raise the price until it reached 1,050 billion. Chapter 90. What are you looking at? I see nothing. 150 billion. The people from the land of cherry blossoms have begun to gasp heavily. As this price has reached their breaking point, they initially thought a mere several billion would suffice, but to their astonishment, it has escalated to such an extent. What infuriates them further is that the group leader continues to feign ignorance. The agitated diplomat, now slightly losing his composure, remarked, Sir, greed knows no bounds. You must carefully weigh the interests at stake. In the office, the bespectacled commander, witnessing the response from the cherry blossom nation's diplomat, felt a surge of displeasure. He muttered under his breath, cursing softly. Were it not for Zhang Kaiji, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of insults upon the other party. The two other staff members exchanged glances, each discerning a flicker of indignation in the other's eyes. Damn it, these audacious bastards dare to speak in such a tone. Zhang Kaiji noticed their emotions, especially the murmured curses from the bespectacled man, though subtle, were not lost on him. Feel free to curse, let it out. Don't bottle it up. It would be a shame to suppress your feelings for these scoundrels. Here, we need not adhere to international etiquette. We speak plainly. When faced with beasts, there is no need for reason. At this, the secretary beside him couldn't help but twitch at the corners of her mouth, stifling a laugh. The three exchanged knowing glances, realizing Zhang Kaiji was not jesting. Their courage began to swell, prompting them to hurl a few choice curses to test the waters. After a few expletives, Zhang Kaiji remained composed, fixated on the large screen. As the bespectacled man confirmed he had received permission, the trio dropped their pretenses of high-mindedness. The leader of the group, in a fit of rage, erupted in the chat. Damn it. Who's being greedy? I'll swallow your mother whole. Are you challenging my limits? Do you even wish to conduct business anymore? I'm done with this deal. On the other side, the waiting staff quickly chimed in. Leader, you are indeed a man of your word. Kick him out, and let us discuss privately. Meanwhile, the representatives from the land of cherry blossoms were now sweating profusely. Terrified at their leader and Oppo's outburst, the Minister of Intelligence berated the diplomat. Baka, you fool. As a diplomat, how could you lose control of your emotions? Do you still wish to keep your position? Immediately apologize and stop causing us trouble, damn you. The Minister of Finance chimed in coldly. Do you understand the penalties we face if this deal falls through? You insolent fool, do you wish to drag us down with you? The surrounding officials unleashed a barrage of scolding. The diplomat and Oppo's complexion turned ashen. Each of their ranks surpassed his own, and he felt utterly powerless. Just as he prepared to apologize, he found himself abruptly removed from the group chat. By the heavens, the four stood frozen, staring at the notification indicating he had been expelled from the chat. Instantly, chaos erupted. Baka, look at the disaster you've caused. The Minister of Intelligence, furious, slapped the diplomat across the face. The already frail diplomat, struck by the force of someone trained, was sent reeling to the ground, dazed and unable to rise. The Minister of Finance, frantic as a cat on a hot tin roof, hurriedly pulled out his phone to rep Chapter 91, 10 minutes. 500 billion. Upon witnessing the situation, the Minister of Intelligence rushed forward to promptly report the news to the FRER. Upon receiving the information, the FRER issued an unequivocal order to the Minister of Intelligence. Regardless of the cost, the submarine must be acquired. This was an opportunity for their Sakura nation to rise. Once they mastered the technology of the adorable star interstellar submarine, they would no longer fear the naval forces of Dragon Country. Otherwise, as a neighboring nation, should an inevitable war arise in the future, the fleet of Dragon Country could effortlessly annihilate theirs, requiring perhaps no more than 10 ships to do so. In pursuit of self-preservation and to liberate themselves from the dominance of the Eagle Empire, they were determined to obtain this submarine at all costs. The Minister of Intelligence, upon receiving the emphatic order, felt he had taken on a hot potato. However, the Emperor promised that if this matter was successfully resolved, he would recommend him for the position of vice premier. This news left the three individuals present utterly speechless. The position of vice premier, though not the highest office, held significant power, far surpassing that of the Minister of Intelligence. It even presented a chance for him to ascend as the true Emperor. Such a tantalizing prospect elicited envy from the other two ministers, who regretted not seizing the opportunity themselves, allowing the Minister of Intelligence to gain the upper hand. Rest assured, Emperor, regardless of the cost, I will secure this submarine, the Minister of Intelligence vowed passionately. He immediately set to work on establishing contact, sending a lengthy and apologetic message to the bespectacled man. However, after half an hour had passed without a response, the Minister of Intelligence became as anxious as a fly in a hot pan. Meanwhile, the Minister of Finance and others exchanged knowing glances, their expressions betraying a sense of schadenfreude. On the other side, the bespectacled man was overjoyed. Zhang, the other party has messaged me, but they only keep apologizing without mentioning the price. Zhang opened his mouth with a dismissive snort, stating a price of 500 billion, insisting that if they wanted to buy, they should proceed, and if not, to leave. 500 billion. This price left everyone present utterly astonished. It was an astronomical figure. Would the other party even agree? Would they be scared off? What are you waiting for? Send it to them. Yes, Director. The bespectacled man dared not hesitate and initiated contact, but his opening statement was, apologies? If apologies were effective, we wouldn't need the police. You were quite arrogant, weren't you? Let me tell you, I have already reached an agreement. The payment will be transferred to me in 3 days, and the submarine will be mine. Don't bother me again. The response from the bespectacled man left the Minister of Intelligence and his companions utterly astounded. They had not anticipated that an agreement had already been reached. While in shock, they also confirmed that the transaction was indeed genuine and that the other party possessed the goods. Dear sir, I apologize for my previous behavior. I am offering 120 billion, and I will transfer it today. Can you sell it to me? The Minister of Intelligence resorted to a bold tactic, raising his offer by 150 billion. This price would surely drive everyone into a frenzy. He firmly believed that the other party would accept. However, he was met with an unexpected reply that almost caused his blood pressure to soar. The price is 500 billion, and you have 10 minutes to transfer the funds. If you can do that, I will sell you the submarine. It must be said that the bespectacled man and Apos' approach was far more cunning than simply demanding 500 billion up front, which would have raised suspicions. This demand was clearly a test of resolve. It also constituted a promise, offering the other party a chance. If they could indeed deliver, the integrity-driven bespectacled man would certainly sell the submarine. At that moment, the Minister of Intelligence and his companions collectively gasped. 500 billion. This is outrageous. It was not just a bold demand. It felt like a madman and Apos' fantasy. The Minister of Finance, who held the purse strings, slammed his hand on the table in anger. Yet, as he fumed, the Minister of Intelligence suddenly turned to him and asked, "Can we transfer 500 billion within 10 minutes? You must be out of your mind. 500 billion, not 100 billion. Even 100 billion is already a stretch. What if the other party is a scammer? Can you bear the consequences?" The Minister of Finance felt the Intelligence Minister was truly deranged, seemingly prepared to transfer the 500 billion. In reality, 500 billion could indeed be procured in a matter of minutes, as the entire national budget is approved and allocated by the Minister of Finance. Even the military budget is under his purview, with most decisions regarding approvals and allocations resting in his hands. I can manage it. I will transfer the funds immediately. After stating this, the Minister of Intelligence turned to the bespectacled man with a reply. 20 minutes, 500 billion. I will be there immediately. Please provide me with your account details. The Minister of Intelligence had negotiated an additional 10 minutes, primarily to account for any unforeseen circumstances, such as the Emperor's disapproval or the Minister of Finance pretending to lack funds. The room fell silent as the name Jiancheng Armament Design Institute echoed. The bespectacled man was drenched in sweat, feeling parched. He had never anticipated that Sakura Nation would genuinely acquiesce. This was a staggering 500 billion, surpassing the annual economic output of a first-tier city by 5 times. This amount could even cover a substantial portion of the losses incurred at the old summer palace. Zhang, observing the chat log on the screen, maintained a stoic expression. He waved his hand to summon the members of the hacker unit. The hacker unit. The surrounding individuals were taken aback. Why were members of the hacker unit being called in? This so-called hacker unit comprised elite hackers from various nations. The profession of hacking is quite sensitive, as these individuals possess an unparalleled understanding of computers, with skills potent enough to temporarily incapacitate a national system. It is well known that certain payment platforms face thousands of cyber attacks daily, ranging from hundreds to thousands. Chapter 92. 100 billion in revenue. The most extraordinary event unfolded during Double 11, following relentless assaults from international hackers that approached nearly 10,000 attempts. Fortunately, domestic hackers proved to be exceptionally capable, as the platform had employed numerous elite hackers who engaged in a continuous battle against the adversaries, ultimately triumphing. This was, of course, a war of the digital realm, where a hacker and oppos's skills extend far beyond merely erecting firewalls or sabotaging systems. Their expertise encompasses a myriad of domains, such as erasing traces, altering data, stealing information, and even surveillance. At that moment, 7 individuals clad in black attire and masks entered the room with an imposing presence. Their gender remained indiscernible to onlookers. Under the meticulous direction of Zhang Kaijia, they took their seats at another table in the room and powered on their computers. With a calm demeanor, Zhang Kaijia orchestrated the operation. Once the funds are transferred, initiate immediate relocation through a decentralized process, ensuring all traces vanish without a trace. Understood. The hackers, evidently well-trained, began executing the tasks assigned to them by Zhang. He also handed an overseas account to a bespectacled man, who promptly forwarded the details to the counterpart. The atmosphere in the room grew eerily silent. No one dared to utter a word. Even the slightest breath was held. A transaction of 500 billion was no trivial matter. In Sakura country, within a secure chamber, the Minister of Intelligence scrutinized the provided account and discovered it to be an overseas one, causing a flutter of anxiety within him. However, due to the constraints in transferring such a substantial sum directly to the major banks of Huaxia, they had no choice but to proceed via the overseas account. Meanwhile, the Minister of Finance had reported this development to the head of state. Upon learning that the opposing party demanded 500 billion, the leader felt an unsettling apprehension. Suspecting a potential deception, he even speculated that this could be a scheme orchestrated by Long Country. Yet, the likelihood of this was minimal. For the world knew Long Country to be a bastion of integrity, adhering to the principle that a gentleman's word is as binding as a 4-horse chariot, and once spoken, remains unaltered. Their esteemed reputation was not something to be tarnished for a mere 500 billion. As for the possibility of fraud, it was indeed high. Yet, observing the chat records revealed no flaws, making it exceedingly challenging to ascertain the truth in such a short span. Time was of the essence. And after a moment of contemplation, the leader resolved to take the plunge, hoping that this transaction could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle into a car into a tank, and ultimately a tank into an aircraft carrier. If successful, it would herald a prosperous future. Thus, the leader sanctioned the plan. While the Minister of Finance trembled at the thought of 500 billion being exchanged for a submarine, or perhaps a toy submarine, unsure of its worth, he was jolted back to reality by the urgency of the situation. 17 minutes had elapsed, leaving only 3 minutes remaining to execute the transfer. The Minister of Intelligence, witnessing the Finance Minister's distraction, could hardly contain his frustration. The Finance Minister, regaining his focus, complied and transferred the funds to the counterpart's account, capturing a screenshot as proof, which was sent to the bespectacled man. In the Jiangxing Armament Design Institute, the sudden chime of a bank notification shattered the silence. Received. 500 billion has been credited, exclaimed the bespectacled man in ecstatic elation. The room erupted in joyous celebration, with some individuals embracing in sheer exuberance. Zhang Kaijia maintained an outward composure, though internally a tremor of excitement coursed through him. Finally, they had ensnared a significant catch. This was merely the beginning. Remaining composed, the hacker division swiftly initiated the transfer of the funds. Zhang Kaijia promptly set the next phase in motion, as the hackers employed techniques far more sophisticated than traditional money laundering. Despite the monumental figure of 500 billion, the operation was remarkably straightforward for them. Each hacker managed multiple overseas accounts, and within less than 30 minutes, the entire sum was efficiently siphoned away. After traversing through various international pathways, the funds returned to the homeland, incurring only a nominal fee. Ultimately, Over 400 billion successfully entered the national treasury. With 200 billion extracted and 100 billion directed to Lin Feng and Appos' bank account, Zhang Kaijie issued a command to his secretary, who promptly executed the transfer to Lin Feng and Appos' account. Having undergone the hackers and Appos' meticulous operations, the funds emerged pristine and untainted. While awaiting news in his office, Lin Feng felt his phone vibrate vigorously, signaling an incoming message. Upon checking, his breath quickened and his face flushed crimson. 100 billion? It felt as if the heavens had descended upon him, leaving his mind buzzing. Realizing the transfer originated from Zhang Kaijie, he quickly dialed his number. Director Zhang? What is the meaning of this 100 billion? Did you perhaps send it to the wrong account? Who says I sent it to the wrong account? This money is rightfully yours, Zhang Kaijie responded with a beaming smile, briefly elucidating the circumstances. Upon learning that the funds were originally from Sakura country, Lin Feng was left utterly speechless, his mind racing with a torrent of exclamations. Zhang Kaijie's prowess was astounding. What methods had he employed to extract 500 billion directly from Sakura country? Just wait for more funds to arrive. Zhang Kaijie chuckled heartily over the phone. This was merely the opening act. Soon, the entire ensemble would resonate with applause, as everyone anticipated the impending developments. Chapter 93. The adorable space shuttle. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was already aware of the events that transpired during the international conference. It was evident that Sakura country needed to be rectified, both now and in the future. After a few candid exchanges, the conversation concluded. Zhang Kaijie continued to invigorate the situation. After the bespectacled man received the payment, the next step was the delivery process. Naturally, the goods were not the genuine Guobao interstellar toy submarines. To ensure he could deceive multiple parties, he decided to delay the time, as trust had already been established. Under Zhang Kaijie's direction, the bespectacled man continued to entangle with the other party. Subsequently, the delivery was scheduled for 1 week later, to be transported by container. The individuals from Sakura country were actually contemplating taking a risk by sending someone to collect the goods directly. However, the bespectacled man firmly rejected this idea, as the matter was of great significance, and he did not trust the people from Sakura country. With these various excuses, the other party had no choice but to accept the terms. A week is neither too long nor too short. With Sakura country settled, there remained 1 more week, which meant there was still time to ensnare a few more fools. However, who would take the bait remained uncertain. Time ticked away. Just a day after the incident with Sakura country, good news arrived. The representatives from Korea had also made contact. The Korean representative was not the previous diplomat, but a highly respected veteran lawyer, employing legal authority to negotiate. This approach appeared far superior to that of the diplomat. The trap was set. Zhang Kaijie, naturally, continued with the same tactics as before. However, the cunning Koreans, inherently suspicious, hesitated initially with the same methods used against Sakura country. Ultimately, they succumbed to temptation, deciding to take the risk, resulting in a transaction of 450 billion. The remaining parties were mostly ordinary small nations, hindered by their underdeveloped economies. Among them were countries assisted by Long Country under the Belt and Road Initiative, which were let go after their identities were clarified. The Bear Country also coveted the submarines but, understanding the principle of mutual dependence, chose to release the other party. Only Eagle Sauce and a few of its subordinate nations remained. Zhang Kaijie, of course, would not let them off easily and continued his previous operations. He successfully deceived 3 more countries, but their combined resources amounted to a mere 400 billion. Nonetheless, even the smallest of gains is still valuable. Moreover, they had already crossed the line when they chose the wrong side. At the toy factory, the external world was abuzz with excitement, as everyone scrambled to purchase the Guobao interstellar toy submarine. However, the outcome was already predetermined. In the following days, the coastal toy factory received good news. Little factory manager. Are you there? Vice factory manager Li knocked on the door. Lin Feng opened it, seeing Vice factory manager Li enter with a beaming smile and an order in hand. Little factory manager, all 200 submarines have been produced. Upon hearing the news, Lin Feng was instantly elated. However, as he walked into the factory, he beheld the neatly arranged submarines, all stacked outside due to their considerable size. Fortunately, Wang Qi had already dispatched troops to construct an extensive rain shelter, ample enough to accommodate the 200 submarines. The shelter was also erected to prevent spies or satellites from capturing the submarines' locations, for the carefully executed plan was at risk of being discovered by Eagle Sauce and others. At that moment, a familiar mechanical female voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task of producing 200 Guibao interstellar toy submarines. Rewards have been issued. Eagerly, Lin Feng stood in a corner, pretending to answer a phone call. Vice Factory Manager Li waited patiently. Lin Feng couldn't contain his excitement and opened the system panel. Ding. Congratulations, host, for gaining experience points. Current black technology level, LV4. At last, he had reached level 4. What marvelous innovations awaited him this time? With capabilities across land, sea, and air, what could possibly come next? Report to the host, the new catalog has been unlocked. Would you like to activate it? Was this even a question? Lin Feng immediately activated it. Having experienced this several times before, he was no longer as agitated as at the start. Rather, he was filled with curiosity about the new items. Ding! Congratulations, host, for activating the level 4 catalog. You have obtained the adorable toy aircraft and its internal technological information. The adorable interstellar aircraft possesses the ability to navigate both on Earth and in outer space. In Earth's atmosphere, it can achieve speeds of 15 Mach. And upon entering outer space, it can travel at speeds up to 1 light-year. Equipped with an autonomous AI system, cosmic coordinates, basic energy shield, external robotic arms, and an unlimited oxygen recycling machine, it features a gravity control lounge. Accompanied by lethal weaponry, ion cannon. System task, produce 30 adorable aircraft. Incredible! After land, sea, and air, they were now venturing into outer space. This was astonishing. The capability for lightspeed travel? That was truly remarkable. Currently, the fastest speed on Earth is held by Eagle Sauce's fighter jets, reaching a mere 9 Mach. Light speed, however, far exceeds Mach. Mach represents the speed of sound, approximately 343 meters per second under standard conditions, while light speed is an astounding 300,000 kilometers per second. This achievement transcends dimensions. Yet, speed is secondary. The primary focus lies in the array of advanced survival equipment housed within the spacecraft. It was simply extraordinary. Lin Feng felt his breath quickening as he anticipated his imminent journey into outer space. The mere thought of it left him almost speechless with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng rushed into his office, eager to draft the designs, prioritizing the creation of the aircraft's exterior. Vice Factory Manager Li, puzzled by Lin Feng's sudden fervor, wondered what had prompted such a rush. Should they contact the military regarding the order? Observing Lin Feng's busy demeanor, Vice Factory Manager Li decided to assist by reaching out to the military to arrange for the transportation of the goods. Given the submarine's substantial size, they lacked adequate transport vehicles for the task.